Well, well, well. Welcome to the Sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia. Good Tuesday morning to everyone, especially Costco, because free samples are back, baby. And speaking of snacks, we're kicking off this show with Steve Buchanan. He's going to put up his bukes with DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Gary and Thorne here to push back on his top MLB picks at the following positions. Steven, your pitcher of choice on this 14-game slate, please.
Well, I know Garian's not going to push back on the pitcher because this is from his hometown, Toronto Blue Jays. He's doing a little faces there, so maybe he is, which is nice on a Tuesday morning. But let's talk about Robbie Ray, a guy I wrote off years ago. So I would never use this guy again. This is the second time I'm using him this year. Congratulations. You've been doing something well with the Blue Jays. But he's got a really enticing matchup tonight against the Marlins, who, let me tell you, really not that great against lefties. I mean, this is a club entering today, has a 302 WOBA, 165 isolated power, and a 94 WRC plus. And by the way, they strike out a lot, 27.5% K rate on the year, which plays in nicely to the 10.3 K9 that Ray has on the season. Now, home runs continue to be an issue for him. For Robbie Ray, that's always what's going to be in his repertoire, in his arsenal. You know, good start, 5 home runs allowed, but, still gets the win and 20 strikeouts. A little exaggerated. But Robbie Ray going against the Marlins feels like a pretty safe play on a slate where, quite frankly, the pitching options aren't overly strong.
Okay, Garian, were you making faces?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was making some faces.
Yeah, you
look,
were.
I'll admit, Robbie Ray is one of my top 3 pitching options above $8,000 on this slate. I think he's someone who I'm going to use in lineups. But trusting Robbie Ray is tough. He's basically a 2 true outcome pitcher at this point. Either he strikes the guy out or he hits a home run. In the month of May, he was giving up over 3 home runs per 9. He is the league leader in opponent home run per 9 among qualified pitchers so far this season. So I agree with Steve. The matchup should really help Ray here. He's facing a Marlins team that strikes out a lot, which plays right into his greatest strength. And it's a Marlins team that doesn't have a lot of power. So you'd think that maybe this is a start Ray can get through without giving up a home run. But history has proven he's probably going to give up 2 home runs. So he has to strike out 8 or 9 guys in this game, which might happen. But he's also coming off his worst start in some time against the Yankees. And speaking of the Yankees, I just think there's a more advantageous situation to take advantage of here, and that's Tyler Glasnow being less than $10,000 for the first time in 2 months. He's $9,800. There's no justification for him being $9,800, especially considering the Yankees aren't the Yankees right now. In the last 2 weeks, they are dead last in baseball in isolated power and are leading the American League in strikeout rate. If it was anyone not named the Yankees, we'd be all over that matchup for Glasnow. So I'm just not going to take any chances, and I'm using Glasnow.
All right, Nick, put up your bukes here. Steve's in love with Mr. Robbie Ray. Garian says he's hard to trust. Who you with?
Whoa. Little strong. Love is a strong word. I am infatuated.
Let's just put up your bukes. You're fighting for this guy.
Infatuated.
I'm infatuated. Be quiet, Nick. Be quiet, Nick.
It's my turn to talk, is it not?
Oh. Wow.
Is it not?
Whoa.
Okay, thank you.
I love this, you.
What?
Long weekend for Nick. He's a little feisty. Let's go, buddy. Let's hear it.
Well, I think that Garian had a good pick. I don't think Steve necessarily does if we're going to be like this now. I'm going to go with Chris Bassett, though, for my guy right now. He's at 9.1K against the Mariners, which actually, I believe Steve loves the Mariners. But guess what? They stink against right-handed pitching right now. Second lowest OPS against righties over the last 2 weeks. 5th lowest ISO against them, too. Their strikeouts, they're kind of in the middle of the pack in plate appearances per strikeouts, but they're going against Bassett, who's generating more swing and misses than he ever has. He's getting hitters to chase pitches out of the zone more than ever. And guess what? They're missing all those pitches, too. I don't know how his K-prop is set at 6.5 right now, but I'd hammer the over, and then I'd put him on your roster tonight for DFS purposes.
All right, Steve, you got to put up your bukes now for the infielder position. Then we'll see what the guys think.
Yeah, let's roll with Trey Turner going up against Max Fried over with the Washington Nationals. Now, Fried's been pitching pretty well lately. I got to give him that. But, anybody can pitch well against the cupcake schedule that he's been dealing with over the past 4 or 5 games. So congratulations for, taking care of the bottom of the barrel in baseball. But what I like about Turner is he is a multifaceted guy. He can do it anywhere. He's got the power, got the speed, can get on base, And he's been crushing left-handed pitching. You look at his numbers so far this season, 483 WOBA, 286 isolated power, and a 207 WRC plus in 48 plate appearances against lefties so far this season. And for as good as Fried has been so far this season, his 4.42 FIP ain't nothing impressive against righties. So I think the easy schedule for him has kind of been playing into how well he's been pitching. So I'll take somebody, an elite hitter like Trey Turner, as my infielder for tonight.
All right, Nick, what do you think here, dude?
I think Turner's a good pick, but I'm going to stay in this game for who I have. I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman against Steven Strasburg at 5.3K. He has a career 1.002 OPS against Strasburg and 72 plate appearances. So I got a feeling that, he's got to do a little bit against him, especially with Strasburg just coming back off the IL. And then with Freeman too, he's hitting pretty well of late. I know his overall numbers are still not appealing, but he's got a 920 OPS against righties since mid-May, and his ISO is just a tick under 200 during that span too.
Gary and Nick isn't really fighting back against Steve's pick of Trey Turner here. What about you?
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with Turner. Like Steve said, he's got amazing numbers against left-handed pitching. He can hit viability in so many different ways because he could hit a home run or he could steal a base. Like, there's a lot of options here with Turner. He's leading off. He might get 5 plate appearances in this game. And the sneaky thing to remember about the Nationals is while they're not a great offense in general, they've been fantastic against left-handed pitching this season. They're top 10 in baseball in WOBA and WRC plus against lefties. There are some other really good infielders on this slate. Like Chris Bryant is going up against a lefty, and he's been just mashing southpaws this season. He's $5,400 against the Padres. It seems like pretty good hitting conditions today at Wrigley, so that's nice too. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with Trey Turner.
Steven, in the outfield, your pick here for this Put Up Your Buke segment is a man who is tied atop the league in home runs.
That's right. With, the names of like Fernando Tatis Jr. And by the way, you know why this guy's going to do well tonight? Because he's also part of this new odds boost. Over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, Steve Buchanan's superstar trio, 3 men. Only one of them has to hit a home run. You get plus money on that. Garcia, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Garrett Cooper, because he's going to be the only one that's going to hit a home run off Robbie Ray tonight. Robbie Ray's going to shut down the rest of the team.
Notice that one of those guys is a Marlin.
Yep, because he's going to shut down. Robbie Ray's going to shut down the entire lineup, except Cooper is going to hit 1 home run. And then you win your parlay. Only one of them has to hit. But let's talk about Garcia playing in Coors Field tonight. Also extremely cheap. $4,200 for a guy who leads the league in home runs. I don't know what's going on in DraftKings when they do these pricing, but let me tell you something. Don't fix it, because we'll take these savings. $4,200 for a guy hitting cleanup against Ramon Marquez, who's been struggling with the home run ball, is just a steal in the outfield. There's no reason not to play this guy. It's not like you can't afford him. It's not like he doesn't have the power. He's been one of the best surprises so far this season. So getting a guy $4,200 with that power in Coors Field, there's nothing that these guys can fight about. If Nick tries to say something stupid, then that's just how he is. Stupid.
Oh, Nick, would you like to say something stupid?
No, I would like to say that I'm glad Steve finally came around on this guy, because I haven't heard him use him in a little while. I know I used him a few weeks back and he did well for me, but whatever.
Congratulations.
Thank you. He's got a 1.122 OPS against righties over the last couple of weeks, and his ISO is through the roof too. So, you got to go with Adolis Garcia at Coors. I think this is actually the lock of the slate.
Gary, and there's Tatis, there's Acuna, there's Vlad Guerrero Jr., and then there's Garcia. So one of these is not like the others when it comes to guys atop the league in home runs.
Yeah, shame on your father, Adolis Garcia. He should have been more famous.
Right?
Look, I don't think you can say he's a bad play at all. Steve's right. He's underpriced, especially he's at Coors Field. Tied for the league lead in home runs. Like, he's a good play. He's great. I would just offer an alternative here and say that you can save a ton of money at outfield tonight. And I know Steve's got another guy who's going to talk about at this position in a second, but let's talk about Kyle Garlick for a second, who's got a 143 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. He's going up against the human just gas can that is Bruce Zimmerman at this point, who's got an expected ERA over 6. The Twins actually have a higher implied run total than the Rangers do, which is sort of crazy considering only one of those teams is playing at Coors Field. And if Garlick is going to lead off again for the Twins against the lefty, which he did last time out, he's almost a must play at $3,000. So there's a lot of ways to save money here.
Steve, Gary, and just teased that you have another outfielder for your value department here when you're going to put up your Buke. So have at it.
Yeah, an absolute pro. Obviously, he's been in the business for a long time, knows how to do a tease to keep you interested in the segment. But Andrew Benintendi tonight is another one that's just too cheap. Going up against Will Crow, who all he does is actually eat crow because he's a horrible pitcher. But going up tonight against the Royals, who haven't been a great team overall, but Benintendi starting to kind of come around at the plate, had a really, really bad start in the month of April, but ended up hitting 340 with 3 home runs in the month of May. And now overall against righties, 362 WOBA, 133 WRC plus, really cheap tonight against, like I said, someone like Will Crow. So if you want to save some salary, which is not going to be overly necessary tonight, I don't believe, but if you do need to do so, I think Benintendi in one of your outfield spots is the way to do it.
All right, Gare Bear, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great value stack. The Royals are actually right up there with the Twins in terms of their implied run total. It's over 5, which you do not see a lot of slates where the Royals are implied to score 5 runs. Let's just say that. So Will Crow is pretty bad statistically, and a lot of the stat services understand this fact. There's a lot of value here too. Like, you can pretty much run up and down this lineup aside from Whit Merrifield, who's $4,800. You can have Carlos Santana for $3,900. You can have Michael A. Taylor, who's been hitting really well lately, for $2,900. The really big X factor might actually be if Adalberto Mondesi is going to play tonight. He left Monday's game with a bit of a hamstring issue. He's only $3,500, but so far in his 26 plate appearances since he's come off the IL, he's got 5 extra base hits and a stolen base. So he's $3,500. He'd be a really nice value if he ends up in the lineup.
Nick, you want to push back a little bit on Steve's pick here?
Not really, because I mean, he's hot,
Loser.
right? Of late. Okay, well, which one do you want, Steve? Which one is it? Anyways, I think he's got a 759 OPS of late, but look, Benintendi, we're not talking a ton about power, of course, but still, he's hitting well. He's picked it up. I'm going to round out the outfield for you guys, and I'm going to give you Tommy Pham at 3.6K. Again, savings, so you can go and spend on Turner and on Freeman if you want in the infield. But with Pham, he's doing really well against, in general, lately. He's got a 1.01 OPS against over the last 11 games. I apologize. And he's mashed Hendricks throughout his career as well. An 833 OPS against him as well. So Andrew Benintendi, you can go with him. You can go with Pham, and then you can go with Adolis Garcia, and you got a ton of savings in the outfield tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Steve, do you know that Garian's never seen the movie The Crow?
It's amazing, but it defines the 90s. I mean, so you just have to go and see it.
Grow up, Garian. Okay, guys, we'll see you later. We've got some French Open to get into at DraftKings is King of Clay. That's Kenny Ducey right after this.
Okay.
Well, the French Open marking a slow return to normalcy in the tennis world. And here at DraftKings, we're lucky to have a tennis guru on our staff, on our team. Good morning to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Second round matches are set to begin Wednesday morning, dude. What is your favorite bet on the men's side?
Good morning, Emerson. I love Alex de Minaur at plus 105 against Marco Cecchinato. I think that most people in this tournament have been betting based on, the last couple of years of clay court prowess, right? Alex de Minaur, he's an Australian. He's never been really great on clay. But over the last few matches, he's shown some signs. He pushed Dominic Thiem, which, albeit Dominic Thiem's having a horrible year on the clay a few matches ago. He's had some decent results this year, and he wins his first round match. He looks very comfortable today. That was a match that I don't think many people expected him to win against a good clay court player in Stefano Travaglia. So I think that Alex de Minaur here is kind of getting shorted by these odds. He's an underdog here against Marco Cecchinato, who's very tired. He's coming off a 4-set match. And the week before, remember, he had to turn around. He played a final in Italy. He turned around in 2 days' notice and played the first round of the French Open. I think he's going to be pretty gassed here. I think the combination of Alex de Minaur improving, we know he has that incredible speed. He should be able to translate this game to clay. Just needs the matches under his belt. He's gotten them this year. I think that he's ready to make a run here at the French Open and put all the doubters to shame when it comes to clay court play for the Australian.
Well, the women's draw had all kinds of drama over the weekend here, dude, including Naomi Osaka withdrawing from the competition after controversy over her media obligations. So taking a look at how round 2 shakes out for the women, which match catches your eye from a betting perspective here?
So 2 catch my eye from a betting perspective because of how tight the lines are. And also because of that, they're going to be the most entertaining matches, I think, of the second round. And the Osaka withdrawal doesn't really impact things much. She was a plus 1,500 to win the French Open. She's not great on clay. It was really, hard to tell how many matches she was actually going to play here. But so I don't think it really opens up the draw for anybody. I think that, anybody in the non-Swiatek and Barty half was going to have a good go of it. So anyway, with that said, 2 matches that I really like. One, Madison Keys, the American, against Leylah Fernandez. It's basically a pick'em. Keys was in the quarterfinals of the French Open just a couple of years ago. Fernandez is one of the future stars on the women's side. She's Canadian. She's a teenager, but really she's been in terrible form. Keys hasn't been playing a ton over the last year or so. So it's sort of a strange match. I think that the American might have a little bit of value here as the underdog. Keys just has a huge game and could overpower Fernandez if she's up to speed. The other one, Fiona Ferro plus 140 against Jen Brady, the American, minus 175. I love Jenny Brady. I think that she is going to be an absolute stud. She already is, frankly. But this is not the hard courts that we saw her dominate last summer. These are clay courts. Her game does not necessarily fit too well. Ferro's going to be playing in France. Last year, she had a good run to the round of 16 at Roland Garros, lost to Sophie Kennan in a tight 3-set match. I think that there's a lot of value here on Fiona Ferro at plus 140. I love taking her at these odds. I think that she could definitely win, especially in front of the home crowd.
Speaking of love, the people, and we love upsets here. Can you give us your favorite upset pick for round 2? Did you just freeze? Are you frozen? This is what happens.
Can you hear me?
When you move away from your apartment that has a brick wall. Okay. All right. Well, I was about to go on like a Kenny-esque rant. Give me your favorite upset for round 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad that the internet stabilized because I do want to talk about this. It's Tommy Paul plus 275 over Daniil Medvedev. Everyone in the world is riding this Daniil Medvedev rolling.
No. All right. We're going to toss to the loop. You have ruined this segment. A lot of people were watching for your tennis picks. I don't know if you're going to be part of the next segment. It's NBA playoff slate. We're going to rip through that. So you stay frozen, and we'll bring in some people whose internet actually works. All right, 3 NBA playoff games on the menu tonight. Here for a fun little game of Chase or Fade is DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, who is no longer on a hospital's Wi-Fi, and Stan Sun, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Guys, James Harden checks in as the most expensive player on the slate, coming off back-to-back 60-plus DK fantasy point games against the Celtics. He's at 10-6. It's a simple question here. Chase or fade James Harden? Ducey, let's give it another shot.
I'm fading James Harden. I know that it's kind of difficult to do because of how well he's played in this series, and just given the fact that he's been the best fantasy option of the big three. But I just see so much value on this slate that I don't really feel the need to pay up for James Harden. When you look at a guy like Damian Lillard, who's down there at $9,600, I think that Damian Lillard's a guy that's easily going to return 6 times value tonight. And with James Harden, $1,000 more. I do think that, he's coming in hot, but there's a lot of volatility there, right? I mean, he could easily seed the way to Kevin Durant, who takes most of the shots. I just think that there's a lot of risk that you're running with Harden. First 2 games of the series did not go very well for him. So I do think that I'm willing to take some of the more trustworthy options, especially with some of the higher totals on the board. And I'm really going to be targeting that Blazers-Nuggets game.
Nick, is Harden trustworthy in your eyes?
I think he's fairly trustworthy as far as the point total that you can expect. But like Kenny said, I mean, he's been a little bit more volatile early in this series, especially certainly than he was, as a member of the Rockets or when there were only 2 of the Nets' big 3 healthy earlier in the season. I mean, he only took 12 shots in game 4. So he doesn't have that massive DK point total if he doesn't have 18 assists in that game to go with 3 blocks and 2 steals. So you can't always depend on those big time ancillary numbers from a guy like James Harden. So, I'm not going to say you can't play him tonight, but I'd rather play Kevin Durant, who's $400 cheaper. And I'm with Kenny where, you start to look at how you want to build your entire lineup. I'd rather save, upwards of $1,000 to roster LeBron at 98 or Damian Lillard in that same range. Maybe those guys don't have quite the, extreme floor if Harden has one of his best nights, but they're pretty close. And for the difference in price, I'd rather, price down a little bit tonight.
Okay, Stan, are you with these guys when it comes to James Harden? Maybe just look elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm with them. They are 2 wise gentlemen. I think they alluded to everything that I was, going to focus on. Kevin Durant, $400 cheaper. He's actually been the most consistent fantasy performer in this series. He's gone for 50 DK fantasy points in every game. The last 2 over 60. Tatum's only $600 cheaper. We know the massive upside. Nick and Kenny, they both alluded to Damian Lillard, $1,000 cheaper. He's going to play 40 minutes, garner usage rate over 35%. The Nets are favored by 13 points here. So, this could turn into a laugher. I know Harden played over 40 minutes last game, but in game 2, he only played 27 minutes in that blowout. So, there's that risk there. The usage rate, it hasn't been over 30% in any game. My main concern is that, the efficiency. He's shot 66, 61, 50% from the field the last 3 games. They've been hunting Evan Fournier, and he's just been abusing him every single time. I figure Brad Stevens is going to make some sort of adjustment there. If he's not, he can triple-double on any night. So, he's also been contributing in defensive stats. So that projection is always there. But, if he's not super efficient because of the low volume of shots, it's going to be tough for him to access ceiling games. And, as Kenny and Nick alluded to, there are definitely other options on this slate where you don't have to pay up for Harden.
Nick, let's stick with the DFS side here. Who's a value play you are going to chase?
One guy I like is Norman Powell at 5,600. Not an extreme value, but he's got 32 and 41 DraftKings points over his last 2 games. He's someone that, as long as the game is close, given what he provides Portland, both as a floor spacer and then on the defensive end, he's going to see big minutes pretty much every single night. I like that Portland got back on track in game 4, after falling behind 2-1 in that series. I'm still looking at Cameron Payne at 5,400. His DraftKings point total has decreased over each of the last 3 games, but he's still playing a really key role off the bench for Phoenix. There is some concern that as Chris Paul continues to get healthier, maybe we do see Cam Payne's minutes diminish a little bit, but man, he's been fantastic. Every time he's been on the court, he's been super confident, both as a shooter and a playmaker. I think he's been significantly better than virtually every Lakers role player in this series. And speaking of those guys, Dennis Schroeder, 5,800. Again, not a guy that you're going to plug in at a bottom dollar salary, but 5,800 for a guy who could very well be the bona fide number 2 option in this game tonight with Anthony Davis likely to sit out. He's coming off of a rough game 4. He's been very up and down these last few weeks, but I think the potential ceiling tonight for Schroeder, given that he's probably going to be funneled more shots, is there.
Stan, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to go on Bruce Brown at 3.5K and Marc Gasol at 3.6K. Brown played 24 minutes last game. Once Jeff Green got out of the rotation due to injury, like his versatility has been huge because he can pretty much guard every position. He's a low usage player, mainly, derives his value from grabbing rebounds. But the way that the Celtics have been defending the Nets, he's been the guy cutting into the middle of the paint, getting those easy chippies. So, he's been scoring some points there. He was the only Nets player off the bench to play over 60 minutes last game. And, in the 2 games that he's played over 20 minutes in the series, he's produced 26.25 and 19.5 DK fantasy points. So, I can expect a similar production in this one as long as he gets the minutes. As for Gasol, Anthony Davis is questionable in this game. I think that'll give some minutes boost to Gasol. Even if he does play, he should probably get somewhere in the low 20 minutes. Last game he scored 35.5 DK fantasy points. He's actually very important because he can space the floor, shoot from downtown. And he had 3 blocks last game, so he defended the paint well. I think he's played a little bit better than Andre Drummond, to be honest. And, his ability to pass kind of opens up the offense. So, he's going to be important especially if Anthony Davis can't go today.
Okay, Kenny, bring us home on this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to tolerate the Andre Drummond slander. I'm just not going to be here for it. Look, here's the thing, though. I am going to go with Marc Gasol at 3.6K, like Stan. But, the reason is what the Lakers want to do, and Anthony Davis unlikely to play with the report yesterday from Shams. What they want to do is they want to space the floor, as Stan said. Anthony Davis gives them shooting. He gives them post play. That is just not what Andre Drummond does. Now, Andre Drummond is going to play an important role in this game. I actually don't even mind playing him here as a great pivot off of Gasol. I just expect a lot of people to flock to Gasol. But it is a smart play because he can step out and shoot the 3. He's a great post passer. He's also a great post scorer. He could do everything here in the post. I think that they've been saving him all season just in case something like this happened. He hasn't been playing that many minutes. And you saw what he did last time out in limited minutes, just 23 minutes, and he got 35 DK fantasy points. I do think that he's the value of the night here. If I'm going to look elsewhere, maybe a Peyton Pritchard in the low $4,000 range. If Kemba Walker doesn't play, you look at teams trying to push different buttons, and Peyton Pritchard could be the button push tonight with the Celtics with their backs against the wall here because nothing has worked here. Maybe you just go for the electrifying, 3-point shooter with unlimited range. Maybe you sign Jimmer Fredette and get 2 of them. I don't know, but yeah, I definitely think that that both of those guys are good value plays, but Gasol definitely going to be my favorite.
Okay, Kenny, let's take a look at the sports book here. Suns are favored by 5 points tonight against the Lakers with the series tied at 2 games apiece. So chase or fade the Suns cover the spread.
I'm going to fade this. This was 5.5 last night. It's down to 5 for a reason. And I just think that, the square money really is going to be on the Suns to cover here. I think that people think this series is done and dusted. The Suns are the favorites to win it now. And LeBron James, with his back against the wall, in the playoffs, especially a tumultuous season like this where the Lakers had to fight in the play-in tournament, I think that he had to kind of activate that, whatever he calls it, zero dark LeBron a little early. I do think that, the Lakers could definitely win this game. I think that the Suns defense has not looked like itself. When you want to talk about the Suns all season long, that was how they made their money. The last month of the season, their defense kind of dissipated. In this series, it hasn't been the best. The Lakers have had the better defense. And the one thing you can say about the Lakers is that their defense has stood the test of time, whether it's without Anthony Davis, without LeBron, without both of them. They have played good defense as a team. That's not going to change here just because Anthony Davis is out. What's going to be impacted is the offensive side of the ball. I think the Lakers with LeBron in the fold, they score enough points here. LeBron might just decide that he needs to take every shot in this game. And I think that's reason enough to believe they can score the basketball. And then whatever you get from Kyle Kuzma is gravy. I do think that the Lakers can absolutely give the Suns a game here.
What do you think, Nick?
I think they can give the Suns a game, but I don't know that this is 2018 or 2016 or 2012 LeBron anymore. I don't know that he has one of those performances in him. I hope he does. I hope he's been saving it for this. And oftentimes he's had some games throughout his career in the playoffs where you just think like, his team really needs to win this. And he's being really passive. And he does tend to wait until their backs are really up against the wall. And especially if Anthony Davis doesn't play in this game. And honestly, even if he does, I don't think we can expect to see, 35 point, 15 rebound Anthony Davis. I think if he does play, it'll be a hobbled version. Hopefully LeBron still has that left in him, but man, we'll see. I have not liked what I've seen from him overall in this series. I did think he looked a little bit better in game 4, but I think right now he's been really sloppy. He's up over 5 turnovers per game in this series. I don't think he still fully trusts himself getting to the rim, playing through contact, landing on that ankle. But the biggest thing I've been saying, guys, throughout this entire series is this team is just not constructed very well around LeBron James. And I know it sounds crazy to say that about a team that's virtually the same as the one that just won the title last year. But, the teams that have really been able to thrive with LeBron throughout his career are the ones that have Ray Allen or Shane Battier or Channing Frye or, Mo Williams, whoever it is, catch and shoot guys who can put up points, in a hurry. And all of a sudden you take away Anthony Davis from this team and you're relying really heavily on guys who have just not played very well this season, like Dennis Schroeder, like Kyle Kuzma, who's been a disaster in this series. Alex Caruso cannot shoot. Ben McLemore and Wes Matthews are really the only 2 Lakers role players that have been able to give them anything consistently from a shooting perspective. And that is not good. Ben McLemore is not a name, you should be saying in that context. So, I think I do like the Suns tonight. I hope we get a vintage LeBron performance, but I'm still just a little bit skeptical of his health. We haven't seen him have one of those games in a very long time, considering the amount of games that he missed with that injury. So, I'm probably setting myself up for a video that's not going to look great this time tomorrow morning. But I want to see LeBron do it.
Stan, chase or fade the Suns cover the spread?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Laker fan, and I try to do everything in my power to look for a hometown, way for them to win or cover. I just couldn't do it. I could see them losing this game and then coming back and winning at home in Game 6. But I think Nick made some really good points. LeBron, I mean, he's not 100%. He's not explosive. Back in the day, like he's shooting the fadeaway jumpers, and that's fine. But back in the day, he was a freight train, get into the hole. He was unstoppable. Getting and ones, getting the other team into foul trouble. He just doesn't have that explosion anymore. Anthony Davis is banged up. Even if he plays, he's not 100%. The Suns, I mean, they're 8th in defensive efficiency. Their record at home was 27-9 during the regular season. Both their wins, they won by 8 and 9 points. I really hope, we get a vintage epic LeBron performance here, and the role players knock down the jumpers. But like Nick said, like this team doesn't have those jumpers. Like KCP, is hobbled up. He might not play in this one, and granted, he's been terrible this series, but he was one of their more, I guess, catch and shoot type threats. Caruso, I love him. He's like my guy, but yeah, he just offensively, like he's not going to drain that open J. The Suns are going to give that to him all day. So, as for the defensive end, the Lakers have been good, but they haven't figured out how to guard the Chris Paul pick and roll. It's just like they keep going over the top of the screens. And Chris Paul just walking in there. He's either getting the open look, 10-foot, 12-foot mid-range game, or, if the defense collapses, then he's just dishing it out. So, I as a Laker fan, I want them to win. I want them to cover, but I think the Suns are too much here at home.
Guys, very, very quick here on Slate Approved Pick. Favorite bet or DFS play? Go ahead, Stan.
DeAndre Ayton, 7.4K. He's just been so good down low. Double-double every game, 20, 10, and 3 or 4. He's even chipped in some steals and blocks. He's gone over 40 DK fantasy points in 3 or 4, and he's averaged, whopping 40 minutes per game. I just feel like he's just too cheap for the consistency, production, and playing time.
Nick, quickly.
Suns Lakers under 208 points. And like we just talked about, I like the Suns to cover that as well.
Lots of Lakers love. Kenny, bring us home very quick, please.
Blazers money line plus 107. Nurkic on the floor. They're outscoring the opposing team by 23 points. They're getting outscored by 27 points with Nurkic off the floor. He should play a lot in this game, not be in foul trouble like he was in game 2 and game 3. Shooting regresses for Nuggets. They continue to do it. Blazers continue to shoot well. I like the Blazers here to win this game.
Good stuff. Kenny, I'll see you at noon for our Madden Sim. Stan and Nick, enjoy your Tuesday. We'll slide over to the NHL and give you proof that nature is healing right after this. We got one NHL game on the slate tonight. It's game 2 of the second round series between the Lightning and Hurricanes. I have questions. These 3 have answers. We have DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's Paul Bruno, and AJ Scholes. But first things first here, guys. Nothing says nature is healing quite like the Maple Leafs losing in the first round. Blowing a 3-1 series lead in Game 7 against Montreal. Haven't won a playoff series since 2004. That's when Ken Jennings was still busy winning 74 straight Jeopardy games. Paul, let's start with you, buddy. What major changes you think are on the way this offseason in Toronto? A team you thought was going to win this thing.
You know what? The way I see it, there are 2 options. While the franchise has lost 5 straight first-round series, it's the first loss as the favorite in a playoff series for this core group of players, only one of whom is over the age of 25. That's the captain, John Tavares. Do they deserve another chance? Some say yes. That's what's behind door number 1. If you believe that, then drive on. If you don't agree with that option, then we're talking about what's behind door number 2, and that highlights the only team in the league which has spent over $40 million in their 4 core players, one of whom was injured 10 minutes into Game 1 of this series. The other 2 combined for 1 goal over the 7-game set, and only one of the guys who showed up was Willie Nylander, leading the club with 5 goals. We need to acknowledge that this team's cap situation is made worse by the fact that the league-wide salary cap has not risen and is not rising anytime soon, owing to the impact of the pandemic and overall flat league-wide revenues. An unprecedented time in the NHL for sure. Because of that fact and the poor playoff results, one of the top 4 players needs to be traded in this scenario to create some salary cap flexibility. Some are leaning on Mitch Marner to be that guy. Even then, that'll be a sell low scenario, as this core has now failed in 3 straight first rounds, all told, while some have even been part of the 5 straight failures. I pin this outcome of roster construction and lay these issues at the feet of the architect. That's one Kyle Dubas, the general manager.
All right, Paul, spoken like a true Maple Leafs faithful. Jeff, anything to add to that? That was a fantastic delivery, very passionate, and Paul looks like he's about to cry.
Yeah, look, as a fan of another Canadian team who spends all its money on like 2 players, the Leafs, I don't think you're going to see drastic changes. They still have to resign like Zach Hyman. What are they going to do with Nick Foligno? It'll probably look quite similar to last year. I don't think they're in that bad a shape. You know, they've certainly solidified some goaltending with Jack Campbell. You got to like that move. Give them another year. There's really not much more we can do. We saw San Jose, a similar team, once be very successful just in trying to, finally break down the wall with some superstars. So I think you'll see a similar team with Toronto, whether the fans want it or not next year.
AJ, how bad do you feel for your partner in crime, Paul, right now?
I don't feel bad for him at all. I'm enjoying it, guys, honestly. No, I mean, It's obviously tough to watch that happen. I had it happen to my Penguins as well. And look, Paul brought up the cap situation, so I'll bring up my almost yearly reminder with Paul that they're still giving Phil Kessel $1.2 million a year to play elsewhere, including winning a pair of Stanley Cups with my Penguins.
Oh man! All right, boys. Let's try to stop being sad and start being awesome here, shall we? As for tonight, Tampa is up in the series 1-0. We of course have a showdown contest for this one available in the DK lobby, so you can give us your captain for this contest if you don't mind. AJ, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I got to keep continuing to ride Sebastian Aho here. He's been my guy throughout the postseason when I'm playing a Canes showdown slate here. Sure, I have some concerns about the fact that he only put 2 shots on net in the last game when you consider he logged 5:51 of ice time with the man advantage. But look, that's his lowest shot total since before the playoffs began. I'm confident he's going to continue to put pucks on net and can opt for top fantasy value heading into game 2 here.
All right, Paul, who you want to captain tonight, buddy?
Well, I like the pick on Aho for sure, and I'll help build that case. But I'm also on the starting goalie, Alex Nedeljkovic. He allowed only 2 goals in the first game loss. He'll cost you 15.6 overall. Sebastian Aho, a little more cheaper, rather at 14.6. Look, I don't expect Carolina to lose 2 straight games at home to start this series. I expect this one to go the distance, and so I'm backing the Carolina team in a big way. So if you don't take Aho, take the goalie, because he's going to come up with a high game score if the Canes do win, and I expect that they do so.
Jeff, 1.5 times the salary, but 1.5 times the points, buddy.
I mean, I had 2 captain's picks written down, and one of them is Sebastian Aho, and the other one is Nedeljkovic. So I guess I don't have too much to add here. Nedeljkovic has great home splits as well. I think you're going to see a very concerted effort by Carolina. You may even see a shutout here. It wouldn't shock me. So I do really like that pick. Aho's obviously a little bit more boom or bust. He's got to find the net here really to pay off for you in a showdown format, but he's certainly capable of the multi-goal night. He would be the forward I would target on the Canes tonight if you're going to go that way.
Well, Jeff, I'll let you lead this one off. Where would you look for some value in your lineup tonight?
Yeah, I mean, we'll stay with the Canes here. I mean, I think Martin Necas is, I wouldn't call him a must roster, but I mean, at 6,800, this is a player who's just been extremely active for the Hurricanes in the playoffs, plays in their second line, but he's just such a versatile player. I mean, 6 shots on goal in game 1. This is a guy who's just kind of come into his own this year, gets power play time, plays with an offensive center and Vincent Trocheck a lot. I love Necas as a player, and I think that at under 7K, just with the production he's had in the playoffs, just shots on goal, just everything, just assists and everything. He's really good value there at 6,800. So you could also look to a guy like Slavin there at 5,800 just for some block shots if you think it's going to be a low-scoring game. But I think Necas has really good upside for 6,800.
AJ, how about some value tonight? What do you got?
Well, I'm going to look on the other side for the value. I am going to stack the Canes in the showdown here, but my one guy for the Lightning is going to be Anthony Cirelli. He comes in at 4,400. I mean, that's just a steal for a guy playing top 6 on the second line with Stamkos and Killorn. Not to mention, he does get some opportunities with the number 2 power play unit. They don't see as much ice time as the first group, but those chances are there. He's on a 3-game pointless streak, but I'll turn to shot rate here and mention that he's got 10 shots during that 3-game slump, and another good opportunity. If there's not a shutout, as Jeff said, Cirelli could be one of the guys to chip in here.
Oh, help the people save some money tonight, but someone who could maybe exceed that price.
Well, Jeff has learned about my sidekick theory on these hits that we do together, and AJ's learned at the feet of the master. I'm on his call with Anthony Cirelli. The sidekick theory tells you that he's playing with Killorn and Stamkos on that scoring line, but my primary choice is on the guys I expect to win tonight, and that's the first line for Carolina carrying the day. Brock McGinn is playing alongside Aho and Teravainen on that top line. Those 2 guys cost you a lot more than McGinn will at $5,400. He's pouring almost 4 shots on goal per game in his last 5 starts and has a couple of multi-point efforts along the way. So he's my primary pick in this segment.
AJ, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook here. Carolina favorite tonight on the money line, but it's close, minus 113. So what is your favorite bet from this one?
Well, the Canes have been my favorites for the Cup winners all postseason here, and that's not changing even with the Game 1 result. I'll take them at that minus 113 and basically what's a coin flip here. And I'll even double down on my Aho DFS recommendation by taking him plus 148 to score a goal tonight. I would even consider looking at 2+ points for him at plus 300 as well. I just think it's going to be a good bounce back game for the Hurricanes, and there's some solid opportunity in both those bids.
Jeff, what are you doing for this one on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I'm admittedly a little bit shaken by the fact that Canes lost game one, but I really still like them. I think they're actually still a good Stanley Cup futures target too. So you could even head into that futures arena. You know, they're at plus 1,300 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook to win the Stanley Cup. Possibly a good hedging opportunity if they got to the finals. But for tonight, I like going to the puck line. Again, I think a shutout is very possible here. We've seen Tampa Bay when they've been bad, they've been pretty bad. Like, I mean, Florida beat them 4-1. You know, towards the end of the season, they were losing games by 2 or 3 goals. I could see Carolina bouncing back in a big way here, and maybe Tampa just takes the night off. You know, again, and is happy with the split. I think that scenario is very much one of the more popular ones that could work itself out here. So plus 240 on the puck line, Carolina to cover that minus 1.5. I like that one tonight.
Paul, bring us home.
I think the team betting lines and the over-under are too flat to attract me in this matchup. So I'm spending money on my player prop picks, which are only a little less vanilla, guys. As I said earlier, I don't expect the Canes to lose 2 straight at home. So I say that the smarter bet is, like AJ said, take Aho at plus 148. And if you want to take a slightly bigger risk, go with his line mate, Toivo Teravainen, to score a goal at plus 240.
Guys, we're out of time. Appreciate it. Thoughts and prayers to you, Paul. AJ, have a great day as well, man. Jeff, I need you. I need you so bad for PGA price check. Yeah, after our final break.
AJ, I'll join.
All right, the PGA Tour heading to Jack's Place this weekend for the Memorial. Feels a lot like a major. You got 7 of the top 10 golfers in the world hitting the links. Jeff Ulrich, a top 10 golf analyst at DraftKings, is here to take us through some of the salaries. Who is your favorite play in the 10K department? You got 6 golfers that will cost you at least 5 figures, dude.
Isn't there like 5 golf analysts at DraftKings? Anyways,
well, there's me and there's Reed and then there's you.
Okay, fair enough. So, wow. Amazing accomplishment by me. Look, the 10K and above range, it's pretty simple this week. Justin Thomas at 10,200 is ridiculously underpriced here. I mean, this is a top 3 player in the world, yet for some reason, you know, we're getting him as basically the 6th most expensive golfer on this slate. Now, I know Justin Thomas had a miscut and then like a pretty bad week last week at Colonial, but this is a player who just doesn't really linger for too long on the negative side. And just in terms of DraftKings production and in terms of his play, he's basically gained strokes in all but one tournament on approach this year. He sets up perfectly for the Memorial in a lot of ways, an event where, or excuse me, at Muirfield Village, a venue where he lost in a playoff at the Workday Championship last year. Justin Thomas here coming in. He's played this tournament and this event a bunch of times. T18 here last year at the Memorial, T8 in 2018, T4 in 2017. I think he'd love to pick up a win at Jack's Place. And quite frankly, again, he's being disrespected in the odds. So for me, above 10K, it's Justin Thomas.
Yeah, it wasn't sharp last week, man. 3 rounds of at least 3 bogeys or worse. But, you know, Jeff Ulrich's backing you up. You better deliver. 8 or 9K here. Who do you like?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, and this is the 8K range is really easy for me because my guy's sitting there at 8,500. Louis Oosthuizen coming off a T2 at the PGA Championship. Another player who sets up very good. Don't shake your head at me, Emerson.
I'd like to. I'm sorry, dude. Louis Oosthuizen to you is obviously Tony Finau to Reed. Like, I can't go a week without one of you two gushing over your lover in golf.
Well, no, I mean, the difference is my player is actually good. So, Usti actually gets it done in majors, produces for you, puts out good values, only 8,500 here. It's the top 10 player in terms of putting and around the green stats. And look, bogey avoidance at Muirfield Village is a huge thing. Usti ranks top 10 in that as well. He's just playing good. He's gained over 5 strokes on his approaches in his last couple of events as well. This is very much a good course for him. You want Usti at the tough courses. He finished all right here last year. Wasn't even playing that good. Still made the cut at Muirfield. So I think at 8,500, you keep riding that train until the wheels fall off.
Currently leads the tour in strokes gained putting. So I think you may be onto something here, buddy.
Jumping on board the bandwagon finally?
No, I'm not. I just prepare for the golf segments because I love this game so much. How about 7 or 8K? Something around that, Usain department.
I'm gonna go right down into the 7K range, right at 7K flat. Aaron Wise here, I think offers really good upside for just 7K. This is a really talented young player. People forget about Aaron Wise. The dude's like 25, 24. He's extremely young. He fits in that group of guys like Colin Morikawa, Hovland, Justin Thomas, just players in their 20 with immense upside. He's already picked up a win at the Byron Nelson, but he's played a lot better in 2021, made 6 of his last 7 cuts, gained over 3 strokes on approach at the PGA Championship where he finished T17. He's a really talented player. He's T17 at Augusta on his debut there. And look, I just like the way he's playing. I mean, he finished T6 at Wells Fargo as well, another tough course. I think with the confidence he's shown, this is a player who could come in, really surprise the field this week. We've seen a lot of young players kind of break through at Jack's Place. Patrick Cantlay did it. Bryson did it. Aaron Wise at 7K, there's just not better upside at that price. I really like him for DFS this week.
I got one more for you. We got a couple minutes left in the show. So you are at 7K even.
Mm-hmm.
Are you brave enough to take us into like the $6,000 range? Like I'm talking under 7K here, dude. You got to save people some cash.
I mean, I'm prepared. I am prepared to do it just for the people that are watching here. I think you go back to Adam Hadwin this week. Now, Adam Hadwin is a player who we saw be pretty consistent at the start of the year, and then he just went through this massive dip, missed 3 cuts in a row. He's T64 at the PGA Championship, but coming off a T8 at the Charles Schwab, and some people are going to point to the fact, he was like holing out from around the green it seemed like every second hole last week at the Charles Schwab, but he's also gained on his approaches now in 3 straight starts. And when Adam Hadwin hits his irons consistently, he can get around the green and putt with the best of them. I think Muirfield Village, again, just a really good setup for a guy like Hadwin because he's going to gain strokes on the field, probably with his putter and probably around the greens. And that is just a huge part of getting around Muirfield where bogey avoidance is key. So I really love Adam Hadwin at 6,700. I think you stay on him for one more week. It's not recency bias or anything. He's just a little bit too cheap. And this is a player who can definitely string together some good results.
He's got a spotty record here, but did finish 11th in 2016. So every once in a while, you can't sleep on your, Canadian compatriot, buddy.
That's right.
All right, so you and Reti Fowler are going to have a Tuesday edition, everyone's second favorite edition of Get the Green. So if you guys have, nope, that's wrong. So if you guys have questions about this tournament, bring it. These two do a phenomenal job. But coming up next, we're going to kick off a 6-game slate of Madden Sims. It'll be the Seahawks and Vikings, myself and Kenny Ducey, hoping he is not connected to the hospital's Wi-Fi. So we'll see everyone here in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching The Sweat. All right, buddy. What's
Okay,
going
buddy.
on, bro?
Nothing.
How are you?
Now that you
I
call me
wasn't.
buddy.
I didn't. Yeah, that was. You know why that was in my head? Because I see when I'm in the contest page,
There's always a contest. Yeah.
everyone's like trolling you, and you know how much I like you. So that was just like in my
Yeah.
head. It's one of those like, hey dudes, hey man, hey pal, hey partner,
Totally get it.
hey babe.
Hey, partner.
Anyway, let's start over. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's up,
Okay.
babe?
Good, babe. What's going on?
I'm excited to be here with you for the next hour and the first of 6
Me too.
sims today. You and I first through the velvet rope for the Century Club contest. It's the Seahawks, it's the Vikings, it's Kenny Ducey, Emerson Latzia, Andrew on the ones and twos, producer Jordan with this little J-Dub, and our guy Frangelico from the ops team. Hello, DK Sim fam. Happy tasty Tuesday. Good to see everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a
My
lot
lineup, because you asked.
I think I was going to. I can't remember if I did, but I was.
maybe
That was
not.
next on my mind. No, it's all right. You know where I'm going. It's like you and I know each other. It's like we almost like we finish each other's
Yeah.
sentences. What'd you do for your lineup?
Sentences. Well, I think you can guess, because we know each other so well. You know who I put in my captain spot, don't you?
I kind of have a feeling. Yeah, I kind of do.
Who is it?
Man, you know what? You're at the same time, you're trying to save a little bit of money, but you're also you're also spending up at the same time. It's just this dude who you would expect to be there. Just tell everyone. I don't want to ruin it. Just
Tell me.
everyone.
I want you to guess. Who is it?
I don't think you want to hear it from me.
No, I want to hear.
I'd rather
I want to hear you guess. Guess. Come on, throw out a guess.
I mean, would it be like a Greg Olson?
Oh, you got it. That's my captain.
I knew it.
Greg Oldson. 11.1.
I knew it.
That's why I asked you, because I knew you knew it, Emerson. I knew you knew that I was putting Greg Oldson in my captain spot. I went with Dalvin Cook, Russell Wilson, Tyler Lockett, Carlos Hyde, and the Seahawks D.
I love you, man. I'm like your mother kangaroo, and I just want to stuff you inside my fanny pack and take you around with me everywhere.
You knew about Craig Olsen.
Yeah. And you know what? It's typically a move that I would make in the past, but today I'm a new me. And I said, sure, DK Metcalf, I'll spend $12,000 on you to hold down my captain spot. It's going to backfire tremendously. I threw Dalvin Cook in there because I think you're just insane if you fade this guy. I really, really do. Even in our Century Club contest, 90 people out of 100 have him. He's 90% owned. Russell Wilson is on there. Kirk Cousins. I got Dorsett on there, kind of like that punt play that every once in a while will deliver for you. We are talking about a guy who, give you double-digit points every like 4 or 5 games. And then I had to throw the Vikings defense in there, which apparently only 3 people did that in our contest. We'll see what happens. Vikings get the ball first, though, and Dalvin Cook, nowhere to run. Hello, if you're watching on YouTube. Hello, if you're watching on Twitch. Hello, if you're watching in the game center. Hello. I hope everyone was able to catch the sweat this morning. Kenny made a couple appearances talking French Open, talking some hoops, and now we'll talk about anything and everything. Whatever is on your mind, DK Simfam, bring it to the table. We are the 2 best hosts to talk to. We listen.
Well, you wanted my upset pick for the French Open, and I couldn't give it to you.
Well, now's a perfect time to do it. We even have a larger live audience. Yeah, what do you got, man?
Yeah, it's gonna be round 2. Should be tomorrow. Tommy Paul over Daniil Medvedev.
And why do you feel like that is going to be the upset of round 2?
Well, Medvedev's a 2 seed. He's a pretty steep favorite, and I think that a lot of people are buying into his improvements on the clay surface. He has improved, but if you watch his first round match against Alexander Bublik, one of my favorite players, Bublik just plays so fast, Emerson. He wants short points, and when they got into extended rallies, Medvedev was not winning out, and that's basically the problem that he's had, is that he can't hit through his opponents on the clay like he does on other surfaces. And ultimately, the rallies don't go the way he would like. He doesn't grow in any variety. He didn't have to do anything in that first round match. So I don't think that I'm ready to buy into the idea that he's fixed now. And Tommy Paul, great clay player. He's coming off a 5-set match. So that's obviously gonna, people are not gonna want to play him because maybe he's tired, but I like him to win that match. I think he's the better player on clay anyway.
Well, that's good to know, as you are DraftKings' king of clay, my friend. I love listening to you talk tennis because it certainly sounds like you know what you're talking about, and I find it to be very sexy. Not going to lie.
Appreciate that.
The Seahawks' opening drive of the game seems to be moving along quite well, unlike the Vikings, who went 3 and out. They had like a 3rd and 9, and Kirk Cousins decided to throw a 3-yard out to Adam Thielen, because that makes a ton of sense when it's 3rd and 9. But here we are with the Seahawks now with the ball. And looking at some ownership numbers here that producer Jordan has dropped in to our Slack conversation. Top owned in the big free showdown contest. So Russell Wilson, 82%. There's Dalvin Cook at 80, DK, 44%, Lock at 42. And your captain, Greg Olsen, there, 36%. Congo Cab, we see you, dude. What's up, broski?
Congo Cab missed the Raiders game yesterday.
Did you really, Congo Cab? That's unlike you, dude.
I didn't see him there. Hope everything's okay.
That's like appointment television for Congo Cab. Most passionate Raiders fan I know, outside of Sweet Tea Fowler. Uncle Buck says tennis already. People love your tennis picks.
Thank you. Yeah, I get hit up all the time about from the Sim fan about, hey, when's your article coming out? When's when are you making your picks? So I'll turn. It's only been 2 days so far, and already having a lot of fun.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, my friend. Everyone on Twitch, hello. First time playing Fortnite. Miami Misfits, Disco, Heavy Kevy, Rivera. What's up, Jerry? What's up, fam? Good to see you. Already 230 people watching now as the Seahawks are on the Vikings 32. They pick up a first down. Russell Wilson to Will Disley. Sorry, they went ahead and just passed over Greg Olsen there. Oh my God, I forgot we're doing the sim season. Thanks for reminding us. No, it's okay. I was just saying thanks for J-Dub for reminding us. Only 3 teams remain undefeated in this sim season that we're doing. So it's the Steelers, it's the 49ers, it's the Packers, and there's a first and goal. There's your boy, Olsen. First and goal coming up for the Seahawks from the 7-yard line. Colts and the Broncos, both 0-3. If you guys want to check out the Madden standings for this tournament and the sim season we're doing on the DKNation.DraftKings page, you can probably just Google Madden 21 simulated football season. I think that comes up right away. That's pretty easy, Just go to Google and type it in. I mean, you can type it in if you want. See if it pops up.
What I was gonna say is that
down at the 1, Carlos side. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm not too upset that Greg Olsen was passed over because I am sitting in 5th in the Century Club. It's so funny. I thought that this was the dumbest idea ever when I got the short end of the stick. When I was left out of the contest and I couldn't get in. I was mad at you for making a 100-person contest, but I really like it.
Hold on, we got ourselves a touchdown. Oh, my man, DK.
Oh, your captain.
DK Metcalf.
Your captain.
Short little touchdown there. Seahawks an extra point away from going up 7-0. I know, dude. You told me in the past before how crushed you were.
I think it's a brilliant idea. You start top 100. I did. But you start top 100, and it's fun. It's like you feel like it's an exclusive club. Am I allowed to do these when I do play-by-play?
You can do whatever you want, bro.
Am I allowed to do Century Club? Maybe I'll do half Century Club. Maybe I'll just do top 50.
You call you call them like the, I don't know, like the 50-cent Fiestas or something because of 50. Although people are going to think you got to pay 50 cents to get in or something like that. But you can come up with something creative. You're a smart man living in a new apartment.
Yeah.
How's everything been going there? I'm sure you've talked about it with other hosts. This is the first time I've been with you since, we did the exit interview with Mr. Brick.
Yeah, I got to talk to you.
Last week.
That's right. Yeah, the Brickyard 500. I got to talk to you. So it's been good. It's a very big apartment, as you can hear my voice echoing.
You do echo, like, damn.
Huge
I didn't realize you made that much money to have this huge apartment in New York City.
It's a big apartment. It's a 1-bedroom. It's not that big. Let's be real. It's 1-bedroom, nice kitchen. So the thing here is that I said I got FiOS last week. I got FiOS, and they said the first day we can install it is next Friday. And so I called them up. I said, hey, like I do internet streaming. Like I know that everyone in the world needs the internet for work, but like I especially need the internet for work. And then I can see what we can do. We'll let you know if someone cancels their appointment. We'll get you a technician ahead of time. But I haven't heard anything. So we had to move the last 3 days. I realized when we moved in, Emerson, that there's no cell service in this apartment. There's very spotty cell service, and you can get it, but like it goes in and out, and it's very random. I can't figure out. That's the worst part is I have no earthly idea when it goes out or where it goes out. Like it's just very random. It just goes like that. So. And I think it's because there's a hospital next door and like all the whatever.
Do you think the hospital is hogging up all of the cellular data?
It could be. I mean, or I'm just thinking more about like all the signals, that are sent.
Yeah.
The radio waves, which actually is scary in its own right, but like maybe that's why, it's interfering with the cell signal. Anyway, you slice it. When you go outside the building, it's fine. Just up here in the building. So. My plan coming to this apartment was I'm going to use my hotspot to do all my streaming and whatever. Like, we'll just bite the bullet of that'll be it. And what ended up happening is I was like, oh, I can't use my hotspot now because there's no service. So then that's when I discovered the hospital Wi-Fi. So I've been using that to like do DK live shifts, but then it blocks DraftKings. So I need a VPN to get through to do my work. Anyway, so that's been a solution to like but like I can't. Also, there's a Starbucks downstairs, so I go there to do, but I can't stream from there, right? So anyway, so I just figured out, okay, like let me just put my phone outside, and then I'll get service, and I'll be able to do the hotspot, and that's what I did. I put a cardboard box down on my fire escape so that my phone doesn't fall, and I just throw my phone out there. I run a cable, I run a wire through the window to charge it, and that's where my phone is right now. That's what's providing the internet, and then
this is remarkable.
Like, yeah, but I have like a whole corner of okay.
I was going to say, good for you on being able to adapt and overcome the adversity. Like me, I would have been like, guys, sorry, internet's too iffy. I'm done for the week. Like, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to risk not having the internet and then putting my co-host in a terrible position. And DK Sim fam getting excited that I'm here and then dropping out and then them getting sad because I'm no longer here. Good for you. I mean, right now your internet is a lot better than this Minnesota team that faced 3rd and 21, couldn't pick up a first down. So again, can't get anything done. The Seahawks have the ball, and there's Russell Wilson on 2nd and 4. He gets sacked.
And I would be right with you. I would be right with you, like, you know, in terms of like if I wasn't confident in the internet to work, like, and that's why I felt bad about the sweat earlier, because my internet's been working, but I was connected to the wrong network, of course, when I was talking about my beloved tennis. But, you know, that probably was for the best, because I think it probably saved us some time in the show. I think I probably would have been a little long-winded.
Oh,
no, wrong defense. Wrong defense.
Let's go. Oh, my God. Big Daddy E. I did roster the Vikings defense. Only 3 of us did in the Century Club contest. And what do you know, baby? 7-7 with 8 seconds to go in the first freaking quarter. Someone came to play today. The pick 6, housing it, dude. Oh my God, yes, honey.
I'm upset. About
dude,
that.
Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Fantastic point here. You're just like Tom Hanks in Castaway. Except like he wasn't able to figure out the whole Wi-Fi thing, but you were. So good on you, dude.
I do feel like that. I'm alone here. It's working. Hopefully the guy comes soon to fix the internet. But I've also been like watching, since there's no internet, this is also funny. I have been watching I have an antenna. So I've been watching like broadcast television. I was able to watch hockey the last couple nights because, you know, it's on NBC, and then, you know, baseball over the weekend on Fox and on Pix 11. But yeah, I mean, like last night we wanted to watch TV, and I was like, let me go get a movie. Let me go get a DVD. And I was like, you know, my girlfriend was like, there's no way that you could find a DVD. Like, they don't sell those anymore. That's ridiculous. Because I have a PS4 on the floor, right? So
I bet they sell them at bodegas, like right around the corner from your house.
I checked like Walgreens, I checked the bodega, no DVDs, but there was a Red Box in another Walgreens a few blocks away. So I went down there yesterday. I picked up 2 DVDs out of Red Box. The one, The Hitman's Bodyguard with Ryan Reynolds, that's what we watched. And then I got Nomadland, but we didn't watch Nomadland.
The Hitman's Bodyguard. Okay.
I
remember The Bodyguard.
I mean, that's Hitman's Bodyguard. That's what Ron, and they're making a sequel too.
Dude, I didn't know that those Red Box things were still around. Just go up to like 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they still are. Yeah, they're like the little kiosk. Yeah. You know, it's like a touch screen. And
didn't Netflix like try to buy them and they said no or something like that? I don't know.
No, I don't know what happened there.
I thought there was like a story there. I'm sure someone at DK Sim fam could
probably.
I mean, that is weird.
Things have been around for a while. I mean, that's how hard it is to find a DVD. And like, luckily it was like $1 to rent a DVD. So, That was nice. And
That's a
give us
blast
something
from
to
the
watch.
past.
Yeah, I'll probably go back down to Redbox today and return my movie. Maybe I'll get another one until we have the capability to stream Netflix. Might as well just keep plugging away here with the DVDs. But yeah, that was certainly pretty funny. And just like it's weird living without the internet. Like you have to figure out what to do. Like I don't know what to do. Also,
Yeah,
I was gonna say I have my old desk over there, but I'm getting a new desk. And I'm going to
You are such a high spender.
Corner over here is going to be static. Well, when you move, you have to buy furniture. I'm going to have a corner set up where that's like my broadcast desk and area. So you're not going to see this background all the time. There'll be like pictures in the background and cool things.
Yeah.
So that's what
the large penthouse apartment you're living in now. You're getting a new desk.
I'm not in a penthouse.
I think it's nice of you. I think it was nice of you to actually lower yourself down to the peasant level the past few days and go and leave your apartment and rent a DVD instead of just sit there on your nice big ass sectional leather couch, with your jumbotron television in your living room and just rent it on Netflix. Like, good for you. You're like Jasmine when she leaves the palace and goes and hangs out with Aladdin. She's like, oh my God, this is the real world.
Well, this is not a leather couch, but yes, the point still stands. No, it's you buy furniture when you move places. I mean, it's not like expensive furniture. It's normally priced furniture.
Yeah, just go to Wayfair. Like Wayfair is typically where we go. Just go on the
that's
Wayfair
what
website.
We've been doing Wayfair, yeah.
So, my wife is always on Wayfair. I love sometimes when I come in, I see her scrolling. I'm like, "What are you're on Wayfair again, huh?" And I'm looking around our place. I said, "We got no room for anything, no room whatsoever."
Yep.
That's what it was. It was Blockbuster could have bought Redbox or Netflix. Thank you. I knew there was something involved there where someone could have bought someone and made a smart move and said, stuck to their guns, and it didn't work out. It's okay. That's life. Sometimes things works out. Sometimes they don't. Anyway, The Hitman's Bodyguard. I've never seen it. I can tell you this. The first rated R movie I've ever seen that I ever saw in my entire life was The Bodyguard. That was the Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston movie. Scared the living bejesus out of me. I don't know why my mom's letting me watch these things when I'm 5.
I don't know what movie that is.
You don't know?
I don't think I've ever seen
The Bodyguard.
movie.
You don't know what The Bodyguard is with Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston?
Oh, so
okay. No, I mean,
no, I don't.
Right.
I don't.
All right.
Never seen it.
That's all right, dude. Yeah, should give it a shot. Should give it a shot sometime.
All right. Maybe I'll see if they have a Redbox.
Yeah. I think before he hit the prairies and was hunting buffalo, Dances with Wolves, he did The Bodyguard.
Good to
So
know.
we're at 7-7 people. 6 minutes to go in the first half here. First of 6 sims on the slate today. So coming up next, we'll re-air the Sweat. It was an award-winning edition of the Sweat actually this morning. That'll come up next, and then let's see what's on at what's 2:00 today. 2:00 is going to be Packers at the 49ers.
Okay.
Packers at the 49ers. That's Kaufman and Zach.
That's a good one.
Eagles at the Cowboys will be Kaufman and Christian at 4. Rossi and you for Jags at the Bengals. Titans at the Jets. Rossi and Tom.
Yeah.
Jeff and Tom for Lions at the Bears. We're also going to have a Tuesday edition of Get the Green at 3:00. And then Bukes and Garion for an MLB edition of the Slates there after the 4:00 game.
Should be a big day.
Should be a huge day.
Yeah.
What else do you have on the agenda today? As Dalvin Cook is nothing. He has 5 carries for 7 yards.
That's a loaded question.
What are you doing?
So much to do after this. I got to wrap up a quick thing for work, and then I got to go drive to my old apartment. We're borrowing our friend's car, And we're also borrowing a friend's drill. So I have to go drop off that drill, drive to our old apartment, vacuum it, throw the carpet away, give the keys over to the old building people, fill out a form with our forwarding address, all that stuff. And then I'm going to come back here and do the sim at 6. It's hard to find a parking spot, though. I played a very dangerous game today, Emerson. It's taken me hours before to find parking spots. I played a dangerous game. I parked in a metered parking spot on the street. And I parked there for a couple hours so I could sit down and do work in the coffee shop. And then...
Wait, that was down at the one. I thought that went to the end zone.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
dude.
I thought that was
we could have like
a
safety situation here, but they got some room to breathe. Vikings defense is the only way the Vikings have scored in this one with a pick 6 earlier. But can you park at a meter unlimited there? They put caps on it here.
Yeah, no, you can't. That's what I was saying is that I parked on the meter and I set it for 3 hours and it was like 8:37. So I was like, okay, well, I have the noon sim and I have to be back for the sweat at 11. And I was like, I got to write these things quick and then find it. So I wrote them. I was done at 10:15, 10:20. And I was like, I have 25 minutes to find a parking spot. Like, this is dangerous. I don't know if I can do it. And then I ended up finding one in like 10 minutes, which was good. But now I got to find another parking spot later after I get all my errands done. So what a day, Emerson.
Yeah, it does sound like you just have so much on tap. The fact that you have enough time to do all that is incredible. The fact that you have enough time to accomplish all of that before you return for the 6 o'clock sim, which again is America's team at the Bengals. I believe then since we're emulating the regular season coming up, I think that's the week 4 matchup between those two teams.
Sounds right. Maybe week.
Doesn't it? That's it. Who cares about like facts or any of that stuff?
Yeah. Why don't you just say it's an early week? It's an early season matchup meeting.
Yeah. Details are sometimes important, sometimes they're not.
Yeah. No.
I'm seeing that some of you are dropping in the first rated R movie you've ever seen. So Reggie says it was Midnight Express. Lucy's uncle. You know who Whitney Houston is, though, right? And there's your captain picking up some yards for you.
I know who Whitney Houston is, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
And I will always love you. Yeah? That's the movie that came from.
Okay. In The Bodyguard?
Yeah, in The Bodyguard. Carbon says first one I saw was T2, so Terminator 2. Orlando says it's disappointing I haven't seen The Hitman's Bodyguard, starring Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes.
I mean, like you're bound to not see one of his like 500 movies.
Yeah. Oh, also exciting. We are getting a dog soon.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell? Why would you text me that? What's up with
I wasn't sure if we got it.
Well, at least text me like you're thinking about getting a dog. Like, that's cool. We could have a conversation.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't like to jump out in front before we have anything settled. If you're really attached to this dog, we weren't sure if we were gonna get it, but then we did.
All right. So what's the situation here? Now, were you and your roommate considering a dog for quite some time?
Yeah, we did want one, and it was. We found one on a rescue site. Our friend had rescued a dog from there before, and we just we really wanted. Sorry, I'm reading actually about the dog right now. We really wanted a dog. We were trying to get one for a long time. Like, we applied. They wanted a video of the apartment. We didn't have an apartment, so we had to get the apartment. I know it was a long process, but it seems like we got approved for it and all that stuff. So
we're setting up a time to get it now. So yeah, I figured out this is as good a time as any to let you know that we're getting a dog.
How big of a dog is this?
It is a puppy. It's a blackmouth cur and lab mix. But I think it's supposed to get up to 40 pounds when it's fully grown.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of a big dog. How big's your dog?
You know, Winnie, I think right now is kind of exceeding expectations in the size and weight department. She's got to be pushing 45. I think the vet thought she'd be around 40. Her hair is very thick. She kind of reminds me a lot of a seal. You know, I feel like there's a thin layer above her. She looks good. I feel like there's like a warm layer that is just keeping her toasty at night, and then she's got this thick hair.
Boy, so the hair alone weighs like 5 pounds.
She is some well-conditioned, heavy hair. And then, yeah, you know, Georgie's starting to get up there too. Georgie's pushing around 25 pounds, and she's coming up to like 5 months here. They're both well-fed young ladies. You know, they're both snacks. They go to the dog park, and they are immediately the top 2 snacks there.
We've got a young lady as well.
So this is it's a female.
Yeah, little girl dog.
Oh, I love that. This is the first time I've had female dogs since they were puppies. We had rescued a bunch in the past, but bringing them up from puppyhood has been an adventure compared to when we've had like male dogs. These ladies are very loving, and they like to snuggle quite a bit, which brings me a lot of joy. And just looking at them makes me feel like the happiest man alive. I'm glad this is gonna work wonders for you. And there's my captain.
I'm so happy
for the second time, buddy. 34-yard touchdown. Someone said after he scored the 2-yard touchdown earlier that was going to be the only time he was going to put up points. DK Metcalf, but DK Metcalf, second touchdown delivered from Russell Wilson, who's been pretty damn accurate in this game, minus the pick 6 he threw to Minnesota earlier. Kenny, you seem
DraftKings Metcalf.
You seem a little emotional that it's not your captain scoring the points.
Oh, it's okay. What's important is that you're happy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got you, dude.
Yeah.
I do believe the puppy, and you know, feel free, DK Simfan, back me up. You will be a first-time dog owner. Have you ever had a dog in your life?
Growing up we had a dog, but I never asked for a dog. I never I never like signed up to care for the dog. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a situation where you know how you want a dog as a kid and your parents like, oh, you know, you gotta make sure you feed it, you gotta walk it, you got responsibilities. They never asked me to, like, I didn't sign up for the dog. Like, I didn't really take care of the dog much. I liked both of our dogs, but you know, it was never a situation where I was like, you know, the responsible person for the dog. So it's going to be different, but I'm excited to have someone around the house while we're. The only issue is that I'm worried that like when I'm on streams, the dog's going to be loud. I don't know if that's an issue for you.
Oh, you didn't hear him once during the sweat, which we have weekdays here at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time on the Dream
Where
stream.
do you put the dogs?
Winnie, the older one, who's 2 months away from turning 1, is just napping on the couch. We can trust her. She's an angel. Georgie, on the other hand, who's almost 5 months, you cannot trust her. So she's in the big-ass crate and just taking a nap there. That way I know nothing will be disturbed. Because he's... Yeah, because I got the...
They nap because you take them out in the morning.
Right.
I've taken him out 4 times already today. Yes. My wife hasn't taken him out
wow.
once.
So you are a champion dog dad.
Yes. I'm telling you,
if you emulate dog dad.
If you emulate my ways of a dog dad, you too will be an all-star. Now, I will say this, it's probably going to be a little challenging for you in the concrete jungle. Like every time I visit New York City, I say to myself, I could never live here. And you know the number one reason I say I could never live here? Because I don't see enough greenery for my dogs to enjoy and frolic.
Oh, you live right by Central Park.
But see, that's perfect. See, that's good. You're in good shape then.
That's why we wanted to live by the park. Yep, I'll go to the park. It'll be great. I'm gonna take this in a completely different direction. What is going on with the fans at the games right now? I don't know. Like, to me, it's a situation where it's really difficult because you want to make sure that people know that they can't be throwing things at players. I mean, if that already didn't, that could go unsaid, right? Not to do that. But I also feel like by doing this, by giving these fans, like, you remember when they said, we're not gonna, I don't know why I decided to talk about something serious. We were having a great conversation about dogs. I'm sorry.
That's you. It's okay.
Yeah, I saw something come across. I got distracted by it, and now I want to talk about it. Basically, though, as well as I do that there was a decision made by the leagues. I think pretty much all of them. Probably like 10 years ago, where they stopped showing people running on the field because they said if we keep showing people running on the field, people are going to keep doing it. They're doing it so they can get on TV and they get attention. We don't show them. It discourages it. And what happens? No one runs on the field anymore. People are getting so mad about, fans throwing beer and whatever at players, and rightfully so. So it's a struggle because, like, you can't just ignore it, right? Because you feel like these people deserve to be scolded. But on the other hand, by giving them attention, I think that that's exactly what these fans want. And we're going to continue to see it happen where, like, fans will be like, oh, now I can make the news by throwing popcorn at, Paul George and whatever. Like, who cares if I'm banned for life? It was worth it because that was my moment of fame. Like, I almost feel like now it's no coincidence that it's happened 3 or 4 times that
Oh my God,
it's losing control.
It's been a really, really bad week. And what's so crappy is we sit here, which, by the way, Dan Bailey's Irish cream ended up hitting a field goal. So we're at 14-10 here at halftime. What's so crappy about this whole situation with these just terrible, terrible fans is the fact that 99.9% of the people in these arenas are fine. They're out. We are returning to normalcy. They love to be out of their apartment, watching their team that they're passionate about. They're guzzling glizzies again, and we're able to eat popcorn and drink very expensive beers that you must take a small loan out for in order to afford. But then you have a couple of these clown shows who completely change the narrative and ruin everything. Don't be that fan. And you know what? If I'm sitting next to one of these dudes, get the hell away from me, bro. I'm not going to fight you because that's another thing. There's been so many. I feel like there's been a ton of fights in Major League Baseball parks. But yesterday was crazy. The one I feel like didn't get any attention because it happened at a minor league game. I saw the video floating around yesterday. There was a fan at like a minor league baseball game who came out and tried to fight the pitcher. I forget which game it was. But the pitcher threw high at the batter.
I gotta look this up now.
Yeah, you gotta find it. Batter falls to the ground there in the box. Okay, whatever. Batter's not all worked up over it. Next thing you know, it's this fan like coming out there and like trying to fight the pitcher. The whole baseball team like surrounds the pitcher. And I'm like, how has no one clocked this fan in the jaw?
Yes.
Wait for it. Because I'm like, my mind's blown. That's what quite frightening because who knows, like a couple loose nuts and bolts, he may like seriously hurt someone. But anyway, just when you go to games, just enjoy the game.
Yeah, let's
boo,
just hang out here. Let's just
throw anything.
Let's relax. We're all friends. Oh wow, he literally just ran. I love the third baseman coming in and shoving him. That was great. I'm glad that you told me to look at that.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like yesterday, was that the 76ers fan? Like,
right, the guy just running on the court. Again, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I would do, frankly. I'm not saying that we're wrong for covering this the way that we are. I don't know what to do. I definitely feel like it's no coincidence that this is all happening in like consecutive days because fans are getting the idea like, oh wow, I can get Kyrie Irving like really upset if I throw my bag of chips at him, right? Like that's not okay. And we have to, but like the more we talk about it, the more it gets into people's heads. Like, oh, I should do this, So it's tough. I don't know really what to do. But I mean, because clearly, right, the severe punishment is not enough because, you know, these fans are all getting banned from their arenas and they don't care, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's hard to like not show it and not talk about it, but maybe that is the solution.
Which is what?
To not show it and not talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For sure.
Next time
You
it
know,
happens,
we had on
and then maybe it won't happen again.
On Nesson last night, we had on Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe. We said, you know, how do these leagues, and specifically like the NBA, because that's where like most of this crap's been happening.
Right.
How does the league like protect these players better? And he's like, like banning them from the arena is one thing. You got to come down hard on them, like legally outside.
Well, that's
of
what
it.
happened in Boston,
And-
right?
Yeah. The kid was arrested, and a 21-year-old kid, just so
it was a
dumb,
felony,
man. Like, what are
right?
you doing?
Wasn't it a
I don't know about
felony?
that.
I'm pretty sure there was like felony charges. I thought that's what I saw.
But Super Bowl baby here says, as Olsen, your captain, picking up 2 more yards. So Russell Wilson, 13 of 15, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, both of them to DK Metcalf. He's got 1 interception. That was returned for 6 points by the Minnesota defense. It's the only time Minnesota has visited the end zone today. Your guy, though, has 4 catches for 87 yards, so 13 from the B word. But Super Bowl baby 67 says if they keep acting like this, it's going to come to like limited alcohol sales or banned altogether. It could be one of those things where an arena maybe threatens fans like that, but man, you would need like a month straight, I think, of fans doing that because the arena does not want to lose that money. There's a lot of money. You're going to be like, yeah, we're just.
It
not
would be
gonna make
bad.
that.
Yeah, it would be a lot. It would be a severe loss for sure. Gosh, I mean, it is just crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's an idea. There's so many ideas that you could come up with, but like, yeah, I mean, maybe we just pretend it's not a problem and it goes away. I don't know. The alcohol sales thing would be a little crazy, you know, because then you're talking about punishing, you know, the people that, like you were just saying, who were guzzling glizzies. Yeah, I don't know.
Speaking of that, and I know we're big time partners at DraftKings with the Major League Eating, and you saw yesterday they tweeted out a video, Nathan's hot dog eating contest, y'all. 4th of July, it's returning outdoors, back underneath the hot, blazing sun there in front of a crazy Coney Island crowd, because last year was kind of weird. It was like indoors, I think, on Coney Island, no fans. We were kind of in the middle of the whole pandemic thing, but finally, the guys are back. And Chestnut set a record again last year. I think so did Mickey Sudo, but Mickey Sudo, who you've seen on the Dream Stream a ton, she won't be taking part to defend her title on the women's side because she is pregnant with her fiance, Nick Weary, who's one of the top male eaters in the world. He'll be there. First and 10, we got a fumble there by the Seahawks, but it is recovered by one of the big beefy offensive linemen.
Boy, Seahawks defense was not the move today, apparently.
How many hot dogs do you think you could eat in a sitting? What do they get, like 10 minutes, Jordan? Usually that's about like the max. Oh, dude, I could probably eat 10.
I think I
Like
could.
if I'm hungry,
I think I could probably only eat like 6, and then I think I would just be like, I can't do this anymore.
yeah. Because man, when I'm super hungry and I have a good hot dog, like when I go to a Red Sox game, I'd probably eat about 3 Fenway Franks.
Huh?
I'll eat more.
Yeah, those are
I'll eat
good.
more than I drink.
I've gotten those at the store before.
$400 people hanging out with us over on the Dream Stream on YouTube. Love every single one of you. Russell Wilson on 3rd and 7. He is sacked by this Vikings defense. 3.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. So now ex-Jaguars legend Jason Myers will come out and attempt the field goal here for Seattle. Did you hear yesterday it came out, the latest team mentioned in the Julio Jones rumor mill was Seattle.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I will say it again. I've said it so many times, but the only, like, the team that's going to get Julio Jones is the team that offers the most.
Yeah.
That's it. Doesn't matter if it's a team that Julio Jones wants to go to. Like, if the Seahawks came out and they said, we're going to give a first and a third for Julio Jones, they get him. And so like all this talk about the Patriots, who does Julio Jones want to play for? Like, it doesn't matter, man. It's not free agency. It doesn't matter. I think that there's plenty of teams out there. That's why I had a lot of faith in the Jets early, because I said, hey, the Jets, they have a million assets. Why wouldn't they trade for them? You could make the same argument about, look, the Seahawks need a wide receiver. I mean, I think that's a very good call. The Seahawks did trade a ton of picks to the Jets, so how many picks do they really have? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very hot market at the moment.
I mean, the guy's owed a lot of money, so likely a contract restructure will be in the works.
How are you feeling about your
How am I feeling about the Jaguars? Well, I saw Tim Tebow last week at OTAs, and wow, that was nearly picked off by the Seattle secondary. I saw him last week at OTAs, and wow, looks hot, looks fire. And look, the 5-yard out routes he was running when he wasn't being defended, oh baby. The veins on those biceps were popping. Caught the ball, got upfield, absolute game changer.
Were you there?
No, I'm watching videos and I'm looking at pictures, close-up pictures of this dude.
What about the talk that he's going to be in the Taysom Hill role? Do you like that role for him? I mean, is it worth it or even good to have him on the team in that role when you have Trevor Lawrence trying to develop? Like, I don't know how to feel.
I know, right? Am I going to take away snaps really from Trevor right now for this guy who really couldn't cut it? No, I don't either. I think the reason Taysom Hill was involved so much in New Orleans because, I mean, you had Drew Brees on like the back nine of his career. They worked him in a little bit.
Right. Here's I know you don't want to hear this, and I know you'll probably have a rebuttal, and that's fine. But for me, like the early things that I've heard from Urban Meyer are not encouraging. Like he drafts a running back in the
hold on a second, and it's
finally they got on that football.
Seattle's defense recovering the fumble, and they're back in business with a minute and a half to go in the third quarter.
Finally. Yeah, I think that's like he drafts Etienne. What was it, in the first round or the beginning of the second?
No, it was a late first round pick. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a reach there. It's tough for running backs to really return value.
If you need a running back, like that's fine, man. Like, if you're a team like the Jets who needs a running back, or you look around the league, like maybe the line. I don't know. Like, the point is, if it's a need for you, we've seen first round running backs have success in years past. It's not a popular thing, but it is somewhere where it's been something that teams do, right? So, like, to me, you look at this unbelievable draft pick. You have a first round draft pick and you use it on a running back. You already have a running back. You got James Robinson undrafted. He was like one of the steals of the offseason last year, right? Like, that was a great find by the Jaguars. So
that was the biggest reason that pick annoyed me.
Right. You already have the running back, and you got incredible value because you didn't have to draft a running back. So use your pick and build elsewhere, right? Even with all that said,
in a vacuum, taking a first-round draft pick or taking a first-round running back, and then saying you're going to use the running back on third downs only. Why? Like, why are you taking someone who you're only going to use on, like, 25% of your plays? That makes no sense to me in the first round.
Yeah, I agree. Like one of the biggest reasons, I'm with you, that the Jags just shouldn't spend much time on the Tebow experiment, like, using him as a chess piece there, either at quarterback, running back, tight end, split out wide, whatever it is because why would you emphasize such a role for him when the Jaguars have other skill position players who are more important to emphasize in specific roles? You nailed it. There's DJ Chark. I mean, Marvin Jones, for crying out loud.
Yep.
Chenault there at wide receiver.
I love
Etienne, James Robinson. Like, there's plenty of versatile options out there.
Right.
Just let Trevor Lawrence throw the freaking football like 35, 40 times a game. Hand it off to James Robinson another 20 times. We're good. Put up 50 points a game.
Yeah. Anyway, with all that said, I mean, I think that like, because of the Etienne thing, because of the Tebow thing, like, are we really confident that Urban Meyer is going to be a good head coach in the National Football League? I don't know. And that's that was what my main point was. Like, that scares me. These two, like, those are just two early moves, right? Where the Tebow thing and saying Etienne, we're taking him in the first round, we're using him in third downs. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, we saw Nick Saban come out of college, and that guy was like one of the greatest coaches of all time, and he couldn't do it in the NFL. I mean, maybe Urban Meyer can't. I don't know. But that's certainly not encouraging. I hope that Trevor Lawrence is in good hands.
Does Tebow even match like Taysom Hill's athletic skill and like play style either?
It's weird because I think that just like the power running, like you can just run him in power, but like, I don't. It is weird, right? Like, I feel like Taysom Hill is a better quarterback. Like, Tim Tebow, we haven't seen him throw in God knows how long, right? And Taysom Hill is definitely a better athlete. He's faster. I would say they ultimately have like if you're just trying to run a fullback dive, like, I feel like both, I would be just as confident, I think, in Tebow as I would Hill, but every other aspect. I mean, also, he was a punt protector with the Jets. Maybe they want him to block as well, because he's a big muscular guy. So that's another thing that can go into it.
Like, his ability to grind out short yardage plays on rushing attempts, no one can doubt that at all.
Right.
But Hill does more than just, run quarterback power for the Saints. Like, Hill was a guy, he was targeted 41, I'm looking at his numbers now. He was targeted 41 times as a receiver, catching 30 passes, 336 yards, and 7 touchdowns, including 6 touchdowns. That was in 2019 alone.
Yeah, no, he was, that's what I said. He's faster. He's faster than Tim Tebow is. I think that he's a playmaker. He's a better quarterback. There's all those things that go into it. So if you said, like, this is a fun game, and I would like to play. Maybe the Sim Fam can get in on this and name some people. But, like, you had to pick one player in the NFL to be your Taysom Hill. Like, if you were in if this was a Madden draft, and it was like, let me pick. Madden's different because then you get a real life, right? Like, if you had to pick one guy that you wanted to put in a Taysom Hill role that you think could really do it, like, who would you pick? Like, you already have whatever. Like, say your quarterback is like, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers.
Wait, are you saying take a player to be like a Mr. Do-It-All there, as Kirk Cousins can't do anything on that play?
Yeah.
Takes the sack.
So you have a quarterback already, but now you want a Taysom Hill type of guy who can, like, throw the ball, run the ball, whatever, like, come in on third downs. What player? They could be any position right now. What player would you take to be your Taysom Hill?
What about like a Tyreek Hill?
So, I mean, could he throw?
Is that what you're saying? Take someone who? Okay, I thought you meant you could take anyone in the league and make him that kind of player.
Well,
I'm just thinking about speed.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But
yeah, he can throw a football.
You think so?
Everyone can throw a football.
That's true. Taysom Hill can do. I mean, I don't know. Like, I
I feel like I'm trying to think of guys. Like it's a hard exercise, but I think it's a fun exercise because we were just saying like Tebow might not fit that mold. So maybe you think about maybe there's another college quarterback out there who is a position player now. And I can't think of one right now, but yeah, I mean it's like, you know who would have been really good for that was what's his name? Cardale Jones. I feel like he would have been a good I would have trusted him.
So a guy who has like a history here of throwing the football.
They don't have to. Like, you know that you're staking your reputation on this guy. You know, you're a head coach in the National Football League, and like you're gonna have this guy throw the football. So you have to be confident enough that he can throw.
Like Julian Edelman was one of those guys for the Patriots. They'd let him throw. Hell, on Super Bowl stages.
Maybe it's him. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's Dwayne Haskins. Would Dwayne Haskins be that bad if he was just Taysom Hill and he wasn't asked to throw all the time?
It's a big body dude.
He's a huge body. Like I think he could play that role pretty well.
I remember when I was working down in like South Florida, people used to talk about how Anquan Bolden like was a quarterback out there in the Glades.
Sure.
And I know he converted like pretty early, I think, in college.
I think that you could convert Mitch Trubisky as well if you wanted to.
Well, you know what? When I'm watching Madden, there's Madden Mitch, runs the hell out of the football.
Like I think that you could find use for him in a role like that. I mean, I don't know about him catching the ball.
Yeah.
But he's definitely a great runner. You also have to be obviously concerned about injury and stuff. But I don't know.
D-Rod says, I see a couple of Antoine Randall L's in here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't play in the NFL anymore, so.
I mean, Hawk says Anquan Bolden. I know people are talking like either past or, present. I mean, why not? Let's open it up a little bit.
Those are the obvious ones. I'm saying let's talk about now.
Well, I kind of like hearing some of these old, like seeing some of these old names.
I mean,
so Terrell Pryor, yeah. Okay. Haskins, someone says Haskins can't run. Alex is like, dude, he's slow AF. Tom's Microwave agrees with this. Mitch is a good one. Yeah, hey, EK, the boat, Blake Bortles. Damn right, man. Get my guy in there.
Bortles.
The future
I was
there
actually thinking about
Green
him.
Bay. Why were you just thinking just for this exercise?
No,
or thinking
yeah,
about
for this for this exercise.
Okay.
What about Le'Veon Bell?
Okay.
Like, I sort of feel like if I made
Joe Webb mentioned in there.
Oh yeah. But yeah, these are guys that were quarterbacks at one time.
Yeah. He cycled, I think, through like kick returner, backup quarterback, receiver, wildcat specialist.
Cordell Patterson, maybe. I wonder if he can throw the football. It's an interesting question.
Cordell Stewart down there. I haven't seen that name in forever. I remember playing NFL Blitz, though, video game.
Stewart. What about
the passer, electric runner there at Colorado? Man, remember Eric Crouch? Remember Eric Crouch at Nebraska?
Dude, I remember they made him a wide receiver. I was bummed. I was the biggest Eric Crouch fan. I remember this when I was a kid. I loved Joey Harrington and I loved Eric Crouch. And I did not, like, my young mind could not comprehend why they made Eric Crouch a wide receiver. I was like, this guy was such a great quarterback. What is he doing? Like, being like a holder and a wide receiver. This makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
He was very older for what did he play for, the Lions, or who drafted him? Who ended up drafting him?
Was it the
Whoever ended up
Browns?
drafting him. I don't know. Whoever ended up
Rams. The Rams.
the Rams.
Okay.
They ended up using him as their placeholder on field goals.
Right. So, Heisman winner, and then it's kind of like a half-hearted attempt there to convert the wide
Heisman
receiver,
winner.
and then defensive back. He tried out defensive back as well.
Did he?
But hey, just to kind of, because people like to compare a lot to like a Lamar Jackson. Looking at their numbers compared, Crouch, his career touchdowns to interception ratio was 29 to 25 compared to Jackson's, which was 69 to 27. 4th and inches, no dice. Big old sack. We've hit the 2-minute warning. Denied. So Vikings here. Vikings here will get the football back.
Yeah.
Down 7. Remember Scott Frost? Yeah. Scott Frost was Crouch's predecessor who went on to win that national championship as a coach at UCF. He was drafted by the Jets as a safety.
Scott Frost?
Yeah, Scott Frost.
Interesting. I forgot to mention about not only did I do a sim yesterday, I did the slate yesterday. I was sharing my screen. Like that's I just can't express enough how embarrassed I was that my internet did not work earlier, because I would not have signed up to work this week if I wasn't confident, or frankly even just confirmed that I could, if I was not confident that my internet would work. Like I came in saying, my internet's going to work, and that's going to be that. And I'm not going to be an issue. I'm not going to be a problem. I'm not going to be a thorn in the producer's side. And then obviously my internet went out. So, I just wanted everyone to know that I, made sure that my internet was working before I decided to do this.
Well, you had a pretty flawless run here today on the noon sim, and for that, I know we are all very, very grateful.
I told you guys it worked. I told you don't worry. You were worried.
Yeah, I was definitely worried. After what happened in the tennis segment?
Oh. That was embarrassing. That was like the worst moment ever for me.
It wasn't the worst moment. It was a bad moment,
Nah, I mean, to happen during tennis, to hear Matt say maybe next tournament. It was crushing for me, Emerson. It crushed me. It crushed me.
All right, 29 seconds to go. They're on the 30. You got to score a touchdown to take this thing to overtime. And it's probably going to happen.
You think so?
They got one timeout. They're on the 4. 24 seconds to go. All right, Kirk.
Let's see.
Oh, does he cross it? No. Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
My neighbor is going to be so confused if I'm start yelling about Kirk Cousins or Dalvin Cook here.
Second and goal. If they don't get in, if they stay in bounds,
Seahawks,
this game is going to be over. Second and goal, smack dab down the
Oh!
middle. They're cooking, baby. Dalvin Cook on the
Wow.
reception. X Factor is on fire and moist, people.
Unreal.
Unreal. Not real, Emerson.
Well, 16 seconds to play. Seattle, if they want to. Yeah, 3 timeouts. I've seen like Saquon take like a run. Saquon Barkley take like 80-yard touchdown with 8 seconds to go.
Let's see it. I would love a. Believe I get points for a kick return touchdown here because I have the Seattle DST. That'd be cool. Bring out that. Frangeli says you're top 5 in the contest, in the Century Club contest.
Am I really? I haven't been paying attention because I've been enjoying our conversation a lot.
Me too.
Oh, Frangelico.
I'm 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
That's
all right.
a good run.
Oh, wow.
All timeout.
Yeah, your boy Olsen remains 13 yards away. Remember we said that 13 yards away from the
the
B
B
word,
word.
and then it hasn't done anything since.
B. Hit it. I'm summoning the B.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, he's not going to. Yep, he's doing that. No. Oh, 1 second to go.
One more play, Emerson.
Okay. All right.
You know what? I thought I saw zeros on that clock. No. Wow, they got
1 second, kid.
Unbelievable.
All right, they're going to launch this thing down there. It's got that 91 throwing power. Deep throw accuracy. Holy hell, it's 96.
Come on.
So wherever he's going, he's likely going to get it there. Oh, incomplete.
Oh, he got it there, but they didn't catch it. Oh,
We're going to overtime. Tied at 17. What an excellent and perfect way to start the day.
Great way to start the day, Emerson. I've got so much to do after this. It's just nice to
I know
off,
it really is almost like the sim could feel it. Could feel all of those adult errands that you have to run.
So many adult errands. I gotta get an adult coffee, and then I need to run some adult errands. Gonna need some Dunkin', Emerson. That's what I'm gonna need. Dunkin' is the get stuff done coffee for me. Like I drink plenty of Starbucks, but when I need to just go into grind mode, only the grinds from Dunkin' Donuts will do. Because it reminds me of growing up. It reminds me of high school. There was one on the way to school every day. I would go there. I would get my coffee, and that was that.
That sounds like Lamarca every day, living his life now. He leaves his room once a day, and it's to walk to his neighborhood Dunkin' Donuts.
What do you mean that sounds like? I was saying that I used to get my coffee every day on the way to school.
I'm saying, but you talking about Dunkin' Donuts. You going into Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, what about it?
That's Lamarca. He goes into Dunkin' Donuts once a day. It's the only time he leaves his room.
I mean, I'm going to be going to Dunkin' Donuts, and then I'm going to be driving all over the place. I don't know. I don't get it. So overtime, huh?
Yeah, man. Sorry, my roomie's blowing me up on text right now. We got to get the dogs. Have to be evaluated at this doggy hotel they're going to stay at.
Where are you going?
It's so silly. I'll tell you later. But it's so silly how I'm like, they're puppies. One's 10 months, the other's almost 5 months. Like, they get along with everybody. Why do I have to bring them in to get evaluated?
That was a rough sound. All right, so the Seahawks are not too far out of field goal range here. This is doable. This is definitely doable.
How about a touchdown to end this thing?
Would be nothing would be more exciting than just a big touchdown here from Russell Wilson to Greg Oldson. Come on, Russ. No, don't. Why are you running? The man is old. The son is old. Get it to the old son. Frangelico saying that Greg Olsen, to get to a certain mark, to get to a certain milestone, he needs just 1 yard.
1 yard.
1 yard.
How you feeling? You feeling a little nervous? You think he gets it?
I am feeling incredibly nervous.
All right, well, they're in Jason Myers territory, and you got it.
There he is. Okay. I really didn't think that was going to happen.
6 catches.
I did not think that was going to happen.
I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't think it was going to happen either. It's just the way, like, these sims play out.
Yep, pretty much.
Jordan and Andrew, are we still doing a rear of the sweat? Like, does the overtime, does that impact it at all? I don't know if they cut it down more. I'm not quite sure. Just let me know. Let's tease up what we have coming the rest of the day, which could possibly be rear of the sweat. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, though, the next sim is going to be Kaufman and Zach for Packers at the 49ers.
Sure, Adam Kaufman's going to have a lot of nuanced Packers takes.
Well, you'll get more takes out of him because he's with Christian for Eagles at the Cowboys at 4 o'clock. There's Tyler Lockett.
I got Tyler Lockett in my lineup.
I got a one hand in my locket.
I got a locket in my pocket.
Pop.
Lock it
drop,
like I talk it. Lock it
pop,
like
drop,
I talk
and lock it.
Lock it like
Russ.
I talk it. Lock it like. There we go. There we go. Come on, let's creep closer here. Now this worries me. 2nd and 7. This worries me big time. This is a sack waiting to happen, Emerson.
Yeah, you're right. And it's going to be one of those, like, coming up short situations, field goal, extending overtime.
This is a sack or a tackle for loss.
Yeah. Oh,
God. I got 2 yards out of it. That's pretty good. Where am I sitting? Now I'm in 13th right now. I'm chasing you. I'm chasing you, Emerson. I'm only about 2 points behind you.
Are you really? Where are we?
I'm gonna compare our lineups. Right. You're in 7th. I'm in 13th. And
oh no! What is you
What
doing?
happened? Did Metcalf drop it? I was looking away here. I'm looking at our head-to-head here. So here's the thing. I have Oldson in my captain spot. You have Metcalf in the captain spot. I have Lockett and I have Hyde and I have the Seahawks D. You have Dorsett, Cousins, and the Vikings D. So you, I think, are about to fall to me unless Kirk Cousins can do something heroic here. Because this is going to knock you down. Oh, no, it's not. You'll still have the 16 points on the Vikings, right? Because it's 14 to 20 points allowed. So I think you'll be okay, actually. Oh, boy. Well, I have the Seahawks defense, so it's going to be up to the Seahawks defense to, like, force a fumble here or something to get me the win.
Well, good for you. Also with 110 receiving yards.
Yeah. Remember when you guessed that he was my captain, and I said, "Oh, why don't you guess?" And you refused. You're like, "I don't want to guess." And I'm like, "You know it." And then you're like, "No." But then you did know it in the end. The real captain is the friends you made along the way.
Force a fumble.
If they do and they recover it, the game's over.
Yeah. Especially if it's Kirk Cousins. That would be amazing if Kirk Cousins threw a pick or fumbled. Kirk Cousins just hanging around in the backfield getting clocked by Bobby Wagner. Come on, let's see that.
Didn't he threw a pick or fumbled earlier? I don't know. The sim has lasted for 3 hours, it feels like. Careful, Rudolph. Hang on to that bread, baby.
Wow, what a pop there. You know what I love about Madden, Emerson?
What's that? Tell me. Tell me and be honest with me.
Every hit is clean. You don't have to worry about any dirty hits in Madden. They're all clean, you know? Oh, man, a flag. Come on, dude.
What do we got? Little face mask?
What are we
Move them
doing
down.
here,
Move
boys?
them
What
down.
Are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
D-Rod says he wants to write Kaufman a letter. Have at it, man. Just message him on Twitter or something.
What am I doing with this? What is this team doing, man? What are we doing here? Come on, man. Ridiculous, man.
Damon says he thought you had work to do and that I can handle this game solo.
Wow, someone really doesn't want me. Now I'm going to have to stay. Yeah, you're pulling away from me now with this drive.
I know.
My only hope is a field goal here, and then the Seahawks get the ball back. Or, like I said, a turnover. But even then, I think you got the 2 points from Cousins probably that you needed to save yourself in the event of a turnover.
Hey, when are you guys getting the dog? Did I miss that or did I just forget?
No, I don't know. Probably next week.
Oh. You don't have like a set date? Probably next week. There's Justin Jefferson, by the way. Some of you guys have been hollering him. 5 catches, around 70 yards. I think around 68, 69, which is nice. They score a touchdown. It's over. They kick a field goal and make it. Oh, Cook down inside the 5 at the 3, 2nd and goal. Kick a field goal. Overtime will be extended.
Okay. Come on. Let's come up big here on defense, boys. Let's go. We need this.
Cook had the game-tying touchdown reception, and he was there, Kirk. You like that?
Huge.
Hell
huge.
No, I do not like that.
Love it. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Come on, boys. One more stop here. One more stop.
They can win it here with a touchdown. 3rd and goal from the 3. Vikings trailing by 3. Kirk Cousins hanging on to it for way too long, and I hate it.
Let's go! Yes! Let's freaking go, boys!
Absolutely hate it.
Let's go! And I get that point for the sack. Booyah! Oh, that was huge for me, Emerson. That was absolutely huge. Massive. Let's watch them go for it here. That'll be hilarious.
Go for it. Fake the field goal. Do something.
That would be amazing.
About a 33-yarder for Bailey's
Danny
Irish
Bale.
Cream.
Okay. The goal, boys, is very clear. Get the ball into the hands of Greg Oldson. Also get the ball into the hands of Tyler Lockett and Carlos Hyde. Or just run this one back. Either way, that's an look. See, now the tables have turned once again, Emerson. because now
Which is what?
you are going to have a real difficult time catching me because I have so many Seahawks and you basically just have DK Metcalf.
Would love, and I would like you to know that you're also competing with someone. I've got a big old fat goose egg in my lineup.
Yep.
I've got Philip Dorsett with a big old bagel.
Wait, why did the Seahawks drop down to 6 points?
Because the Vikings just kicked more points, and that maybe took them into like a different point range. 14 to 20 points allowed from Frangelico.
Yeah, but yes, but they were at 17, and now they're at 20, and you didn't lose any points when the Vikings went from 17.
It's just your lineup, dude. That's it.
I'm confused.
Next point wins. Next point wins this game.
They were already in the 17 to 20. They already had 17 points. They were already in the range, and they got a sack. Maybe they just didn't. It didn't correct yet or whatever. But because I saw that they were at 9 points, and they got the sack, and I was like, huge. But then they're down to 6 now. Interesting. Maybe I can't beat you, Emerson. Maybe you're just unbeatable.
Most of the time, it is like that when I am in the situations holding down a top 10 spot, which I am. I am about 5 points behind.
You're a good closer.
That cheddar.
Is that what you're saying? You're a good closer.
I'm a good starter and a good closer. I'll give you a complete game.
Oh, Frangelico, good note. He said that the Seahawks had only allowed 13 points because there was the pick 6. So that did take them into a different level. And there you go.
You questioning Frangelico is my biggest takeaway.
I didn't question Frangelico. I just wanted to have an explanation. I didn't understand what happened.
You attacked him?
All right.
You belittled him? And, you have people in the chat who are correcting you as well, but you're ignoring our DK Sim fan. Thank you, Frangelico. Always appreciate your work. You guys can't see his Zoom window, Kenny's Zoom window, but he has decided to leave his couch next to the old desk because remember, he's going to be purchasing a new one here soon. Making a lot of money, living in a penthouse.
I'm not living in a penthouse.
Getting a dog, getting a new leather couch.
I need to get up and stretch a little bit.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Lockett. All right. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. Keep more of those.
Brian C., you're correct. Ducey is always right. Frangelico is money, Tire Woods. You are also right.
Is that Disley? Ah, fudge. Disley.
Bucky, I'm sorry. I know Ducey's been kind of all over the place today. Hasn't been as dialed into the chat as he typically is, but he's taken us on a fun adventure. I think you've had a good sim. I think we've had a great sim together.
I would agree. Thank you. The other thing is I can't be in the chat right now. I can't stream the YouTube. I don't want to use my bandwidth. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's why I'm not in the chat right now.
You're playing it safe. And you know what? Right now, we'll see if the Seahawks are going to play it safe. All they need is a field goal to win this thing. First reception of the day for Philip Dorsett. My guy no longer with a bagel on the board. Welcome home, my sweet chinchilla. I'll tell you what, 431 people watching right now as we are in double overtime in the first of 6 sims today. All of you rock my world.
Seahawks are not letting up here, Emerson.
Hey, we're 16 likes away from the Century Club. I don't know if we've asked for likes yet. I just love spending time with you. The likes are just a great bonus if you're having a good time. But if 16 of you want to hammer away on the like button right now,
oh, they're going to kick the field goal now? That's cowardly. I don't want to see them kick the field goal. What is this, Emerson? Why don't they just keep going? Why don't you keep driving?
And Carson's 6 yards away from the bonus, says our producer, Jordan.
Yep, and they're not going to get there. Unbelievable.
Look at that.
Yeah, you know, now I want the Seahawks to. I want them to block this kick.
Why don't you relax? Because we just hit the Century Club, and Myers just ended this sim for us. 23 to 20. Seahawks coming away with the dub here. And you, sir, I need a Krusty Coffin player of the game from you.
Yeah, the player of the game here, Ducey's Delight, is going to have to go to. That's true. It's going to have to go to none other than Greg Oldson. He was not that yeah, I'll give it. It's tough between Oldson and Metcalf. Metcalf wasn't as popular in our Century Club contest, but I'm going to give it to Greg Olson. I think he had a great game. He hit the receiving bonus, 7 catches. That's a pretty good game, considering he was only $7,400. You're happy with that. Ducey's disappointment today, Emerson. We go from Ducey's delight to Ducey's disappointment. Ducey's disappointment today absolutely has to be, I would think, Taja Sharp, who just didn't really show up to this one for all the points that were scored. He had 3 catches for 50 yards. Not a very good game for Taja Sharp. I am very disappointed in Taja Sharp. He's Ducey's disappointment.
Well, I am not disappointed in DK Simfam, who showed up and showed out for this sim. Thanks, everyone, for hanging with us. Frangelico's ripping through all the stats, double-checking all the scores, so keep an eye on whatever contest you decided to enter. If they hold, looks like your boy will finish 7th in the Century Club. So even more exclusive than just being in the club is finishing in the top 7 of the club. Coming up, replay of the sweat, everybody, before Kaufman and Zach take over for Packers at the 49ers at 2 o'clock. For Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Jordan Frangelico on the ops team. He's Kenny Ducey. He's got a bunch of errands to run. He's getting a dog probably next week. He says, I'm Emerson Latzia. Love you. Mean it. Good Tuesday morning to everyone, especially Costco, because free samples are back, baby. And speaking of snacks, we're kicking off this show with Steve Buchanan. He's going to put up his bukes with DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer and Gary and Thorne here to push back on his top MLB picks at the following positions. Steven, your pitcher of choice on this 14-game slate, please.
Well, I know Garian's not going to push back on the pitcher because this is from his hometown, Toronto Blue Jays. He's doing a little faces there, so maybe he is, which is nice on a Tuesday morning. But let's talk about Robbie Ray, a guy I wrote off years ago. So I would never use this guy again. This is the second time I'm using him this year. Congratulations. You've been doing something well with the Blue Jays. But he's got a really enticing matchup tonight against the Marlins, who, let me tell you, really not that great against lefties. I mean, this is a club entering today, has a 302 WOBA, 165 isolated power, and a 94 WRC plus. And by the way, they strike out a lot. 27.5% K rate on the year, which plays in nicely to the 10.3 K9 that Ray has on the season. Now, home runs continue to be an issue for him, for Robbie Ray. That's always what's going to be in his repertoire, in his arsenal. You know, good start, 5 home runs allowed, but, you know, still gets the win and 20 strikeouts. A little exaggerated. But Robbie Ray going against the Marlins feels like a pretty safe play on a slate where, quite frankly, the pitching options aren't overly strong. Okay, Garion, were you making faces?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was making some faces.
Yeah, you
look,
were.
I'll admit, Robbie Ray is one of my top 3 pitching options above $8,000 on this slate. I think he's someone who I'm going to use in lineups. But trusting Robbie Ray is tough. He's basically a 2 true outcome pitcher at this point. Either he strikes the guy out or he hits a home run. In the month of May, he was giving up over 3 home runs per 9. He is the league leader in opponent home run per 9 among qualified pitchers so far this season. So I agree with Steve. The matchup should really help Ray here. He's facing a Marlins team that strikes out a lot, which plays right into his greatest strength. And it's a Marlins team that doesn't have a lot of power. So you'd think that maybe this is a start Ray can get through without giving up a home run. But history has proven he's probably going to give up 2 home runs. So he has to strike out 8 or 9 guys in this game, which might happen, but he's also coming off his worst start in some time against the Yankees. And speaking of the Yankees, I just think there's a more advantageous situation to take advantage of here, and that's Tyler Glasnow being less than $10,000 for the first time in 2 months. He's $9,800. There's no justification for him being $9,800, especially considering the Yankees aren't the Yankees right now. In the last 2 weeks, they are dead last in baseball in isolated power and are leading the American League in strikeout rate. If it was anyone not named the Yankees, we'd be all over that matchup for Glasnow. So I'm just not going to take any chances, and I'm using Glasnow.
All right, Nick, put up your bukes here. Steve's in love with Mr. Robbie Ray. Garion says he's hard to trust. Who you with?
Whoa. Little strong. Love is a strong word. I am infatuated.
Let's just put up your bukes. You're fighting for this guy.
Infatuated.
I'm infatuated. Be quiet, Nick. Be quiet, Nick.
It's my turn to talk, is it not?
Oh. Wow.
Is it not?
Whoa.
Okay, thank you.
I love this you.
Long weekend for Nick. He's a little feisty. Let's go, buddy. Let's hear it.
Well, I think that Garion had a good pick. I don't think Steve necessarily does if we're going to be like this now. I'm going to go with Chris Bassett, though, for my guy right now. He's at 9.1K against the Mariners, which actually, I believe Steve loves the Mariners. But guess what? They stink against right-handed pitching right now. Second lowest OPS against righties over the last 2 weeks. Fifth lowest ISO against them, too. Their strikeouts, they're kind of in the middle of the pack in plate appearances per strikeouts, but they're going against Bassett, who's generating more swing and misses than he ever has. He's getting hitters to chase pitches out of the zone more than ever. And guess what? They're missing all those pitches, too. I don't know how his K-prop is set at 6.5 right now, but I'd hammer the over, and then I'd put him on your roster tonight for DFS purposes.
All right, Steve, you got to put up your bukes now for the infielder position. Then we'll see what the guys think.
Yeah, let's roll with Trey Turner going up against Max Fried over with the Washington Nationals. Now, Fried's been pitching pretty well lately. I got to give him that. But, anybody can pitch well against the cupcake schedule that he's been dealing with over the past 4 or 5 games. So congratulations for, taking care of the bottom of the barrel in baseball. But what I like about Turner is he is a multifaceted guy. He can do it anywhere. He's got the power, got the speed, can get on base. And he's been crushing left-handed pitching. You look at his numbers so far this season, 483 WOBA, 286 isolated power, and a 207 WRC plus in 48 plate appearances against lefties so far this season. And for as good as Fried has been so far this season, his 4.42 FIP ain't nothing impressive against righties. So I think the easy schedule for him has kind of been playing into how well he's been pitching. So I'll take somebody, an elite hitter like Trey Turner, as my infielder for tonight.
All right, Nick, what do you think here, dude?
I think Turner is a good pick, but I'm going to stay in this game for who I have. I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman against Steven Strasburg at 5.3K. He has a career 1.002 OPS against Strasburg and 72 plate appearances, so I got a feeling that he's got to do a little bit against him, especially with Strasburg just coming back off the IL. And then with Freeman, too, he's hitting pretty well of late. I know his overall numbers are still not appealing, but he's got a 920 OPS against righties since mid-May, and his ISO is just a tick under 200 during that span, too.
Gary and Nick isn't really fighting back against Steve's pick of Trey Turner here. What about you?
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with Turner. Like Steve said, he's got amazing numbers against left-handed pitching. He can hit viability in so many different ways because he could hit a home run or he could steal a base. Like, there's a lot of options here with Turner. He's leading off. He might get 5 plate appearances in this game. And the sneaky thing to remember about the Nationals is while they're not a great offense in general, they've been fantastic against left-handed pitching this season. They're top 10 in baseball in WOBA and WRC plus against lefties. There are some other really good infielders on this slate. Like Chris Bryant is going up against a lefty, and he's been just mashing southpaws this season. He's $5,400 against the Padres. It seems like pretty good hitting conditions today at Wrigley, so that's nice too. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with Trey Turner.
Steven, in the outfield, your pick here for this Put Up Your Buke segment is a man who is tied atop the league in home runs.
That's right, with, the names of, like, Fernando Tatis Jr. And by the way, you know why this guy's going to do well tonight? Because he's also part of this new odds boost. Over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, Steve Buchanan's Superstar Trio, 3 men. Only one of them has to hit a home run. You get plus money on that. Garcia, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Garrett Cooper, because he's going to be the only one that's going to hit a home run off Robbie Ray tonight. Robbie Ray's going to shut down the rest of the team.
Notice that one of those guys is a Marlin.
Yep, because he's going to shut down. Robbie Ray's going to shut down the entire lineup, except Cooper is going to hit 1 home run. Then you win your parlay. Only one of them has to hit. But let's talk about Garcia playing in Coors Field tonight. Also, extremely cheap. $4,200 for a guy who leads the league in home runs. I don't know what's going on in DraftKings when they do these pricing, but let me tell you something. Don't fix it because we'll take these savings. $4,200 for a guy hitting cleanup against Ramon Marquez, who's been struggling with the home run ball, is just a steal in the outfield. There's no reason not to play this guy. It's not like you can't afford him. It's not like he doesn't have the power. He's been one of the best surprises so far this season. So getting a guy, $4,200 with that power in Coors Field, there's nothing that these guys can fight about. If Nick tries to say something stupid, then that's just how he is. Stupid.
Oh, Nick, would you like to say something stupid?
No, I would like to say that I'm glad Steve finally came around on this guy because I haven't heard him use him in a little while. I know I used him a few weeks back and he did well for me, but whatever.
Congratulations.
Thank you. He's got a 1.122 OPS against righties over the last couple weeks, and his ISO's through the roof too. So I mean, you got to go with Adolis Garcia at Coors. I think this is actually the lock of the slate.
Gary, and there's Tatis, there's Acuna, there's Vlad Guerrero Jr., and then there's Garcia. So one of these is not like the others when it comes to guys at top of the league in home runs.
Yeah, shame on your father, Adolis Garcia. He should have been more famous.
Right?
Look, I don't think you can say he's a bad play at all. Steve's right. He's underpriced, especially he's at Coors Field. Tied for the league lead in home runs. Like, he's a good play. He's great. I would just offer an alternative here and say that you can save a ton of money at outfield tonight. I know Steve's got another guy who's going to talk about at this position in a second, but let's talk about Kyle Garlick for a second, who's got a 143 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. He's going up against the human just gas can that is Bruce Zimmerman at this point, who's got an expected ERA over 6. The Twins actually have a higher implied run total than the Rangers do, which is sort of crazy considering only one of those teams is playing at Coors Field. And if Garlick is going to lead off again for the Twins against the lefty, which he did last time out, he's almost a must play at $3,000. So there's a lot of ways to save money here.
Steve, Garion just teased that you have another outfielder for your value department here when you're going to put up your buke. So have at it.
Yeah, an absolute pro. Obviously, he's been in the business for a long time, knows how to do a tease to keep you interested in the segment. But Andrew Benintendi tonight is another one that's just too cheap. Going up against Will Crow, who all he does is actually eat crow because he's a horrible pitcher. But going up tonight against the Royals, who haven't been a great team overall, but Benintendi starting to kind of come around at the plate, had a really, really bad start in the month of April, but ended up hitting 340 with 3 home runs in the month of May. And now overall against righties, 362 WOBA, 133 WRC plus, really cheap tonight against, like I said, someone like Will Crow. So if you want to save some salary, which is not going to be overly necessary tonight, I don't believe, but if you do need to do so, I think Benintendi in one of your outfield spots is the way to do it.
All right, Gary Bear, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great value stack. The Royals are actually right up there with the Twins in terms of their implied run total. It's over 5, which you do not see a lot of slates where the Royals are implied to score 5 runs. Let's just say that. So Will Crow is pretty bad statistically, and a lot of the stat services understand this fact. There's a lot of value here too. Like, you can pretty much run up and down this lineup aside from Whit Merrifield, who's $4,800. You can have Carlos Santana for $3,900. You can have Michael A. Taylor, who's been hitting really well lately, for $2,900. The really big X factor might actually be if Adalberto Mondesi is going to play tonight. He left Monday's game with a bit of a hamstring issue. He's only $3,500, but so far in his 26 plate appearances since he's come off the IL, he's got 5 extra base hits and a stolen base. So he's $3,500. He'd be a really nice value if he ends up in the lineup.
Nick, you want to push back a little bit on Steve's pick here?
Not really, because he's hot,
Loser.
right? Of late. Okay, well, which one do you want, Steve? Which one is it? Anyways, I think he's got a 759 OPS of late, but look, Benintendi, we're not talking a ton about power, of course, but still, he's hitting well. He's picked it up. I'm going to round out the outfield for you guys, and I'm going to give you Tommy Pham at 3.6K. Again, savings, so you can go and spend on Turner and on Freeman if you want in the infield. But with Pham, he's doing really well against, in general, lately. He's got a 1.01 OPS against over the last 11 games. I apologize. And he's mashed Hendricks throughout his career as well. What, an 833 OPS against him as well. So Andrew Benintendi, you can go with him, you can go with Pham, and then you can go with Adolis Garcia, and you got a ton of savings in the outfield tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Steve, do you know that Garion's never seen the movie The Crow?
It's amazing, but defines the 90s. I mean, so you just have to go and see it.
Check it
Grow
out.
up, Garion.
Check it out.
Okay, guys, we'll see you later. We've got some French Open to get into. At DraftKings is King of Clay. That's Kenny Ducey right after this.
Okay.
Well, the French Open marking a slow return to normalcy in the tennis world. And here at DraftKings, we're lucky to have a tennis guru on our staff, on our team. Good morning to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. Second round matches are set to begin Wednesday morning, dude. What is your favorite bet on the men's side?
Good morning, Emerson. I love Alex de Minaur at plus 105 against Marco Cecchinato. I think that most people in this tournament have been betting based on, the last couple of years of clay court prowess, right? Alex de Minaur, he's an Australian. He's never been really great on clay. But over the last few matches, he's shown some signs. He pushed Dominic Thiem, which, albeit Dominic Thiem's having a horrible year on the clay a few matches ago. He's had some decent results this year, and he wins his first round match. He looks very comfortable today. That was a match that I don't think many people expected him to win against a good clay court player in Stefano Travaglia. So I think that Alex de Minaur here is kind of getting shorted by these odds. He's an underdog here against Marco Cecchinato, who's very tired. He's coming off a 4-set match. And the week before, remember, he had to turn around. He played a final in Italy. He turned around in 2 days' notice and played the first round of the French Open. I think he's going to be pretty gassed here. I think the combination of Alex de Minaur improving, we know he has that incredible speed. He should be able to translate this game to clay. Just needs the matches under his belt. He's gotten them this year. I think that he's ready to make a run here at the French Open and put all the doubters to shame when it comes to clay court play for the Australian.
Well, the women's draw had all kinds of drama over the weekend here, dude, including Naomi Osaka withdrawing from the competition after controversy over her media obligations. So taking a look at how round 2 shakes out for the women, which match catches your eye from a betting perspective here?
So 2 catch my eye from a betting perspective because of how tight the lines are, and also because of that, they're going to be the most entertaining matches, I think, of the second round. And the Osaka withdrawal doesn't really impact things much. She was a plus 1,500 to win the French Open. She's not great on clay. It was really, hard to tell how many matches she was actually going to play here. But so I don't think it really opens up the draw for anybody. I think that, anybody in the non-Swiatek and Barty half was going to have a good go of it. So anyway, with that said, 2 matches that I really like. One, Madison Keys, the American, against Leylah Fernandez. It's basically a pick'em. Keys was in the quarterfinals of the French Open just a couple years ago. Fernandez is one of the future stars on the women's side. She's Canadian. She's a teenager, but really she's been in terrible form. Keys hasn't been playing a ton over the last year or so. So it's sort of a strange match. I think that the American might have a little bit of value here as the underdog. Keys just has a huge game and could overpower Fernandez if she's up to speed. The other one, Fiona Ferro plus 140 against Jen Brady, the American, minus 175. I love Jenny Brady. I think that she is going to be an absolute stud. She already is, frankly. But this is not the hard courts that we saw her dominate last summer. These are clay courts. Her game does not necessarily fit too well. Ferro's going to be playing in France. Last year, she had a good run to the round of 16 at Roland Garros, lost to Sophie Kennan in a tight 3-set match. I think that there's a lot of value here on Fiona Ferro at plus 140. I love taking her at these odds. I think that she could definitely win, especially in front of the home crowd.
Speaking of love, the people, and we love upsets here. Can you give us your favorite upset pick for round 2? Did you just freeze? Are you frozen? This is what happens.
Can you hear me?
When you move away from your apartment that has a brick wall. Okay. All right. Well, I was about to go on like a Kenny-esque rant. Give me your favorite upset for round 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad that the internet stabilized because I do want to talk about this. It's Tommy Paul plus 275 over Daniil Medvedev. Everyone in the world is riding this Daniil Medvedev rolling.
No. All right. We're going to toss to the loop. You have ruined this segment. A lot of people were watching for your tennis picks. I don't know if you're going to be part of the next segment. It's NBA playoff slate. We're going to rip through that. So you stay frozen, and we'll bring in some people whose internet actually works. All right, 3 NBA playoff games on the menu tonight. Here for a fun little game of Chase or Fade is DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, who is no longer on a hospital's Wi-Fi, and Stan Sun, along with RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Guys, James Harden checks in as the most expensive player on the slate, coming off back-to-back 60-plus DK fantasy point games against the Celtics. He's at 10-6. It's a simple question here. Chase or fade James Harden? Ducey, let's give it another shot.
I'm fading James Harden. I know that it's kind of difficult to do because of how well he's played in this series, and just given the fact that he's been the best fantasy option of the big three. But I just see so much value on this slate that I don't really feel the need to pay up for James Harden. When you look at a guy like Damian Lillard, who's down there at $9,600, I think that Damian Lillard's a guy that's easily going to return 6 times value tonight. And with James Harden, $1,000 more, I do think that, yeah, he's coming in hot, but there's a lot of volatility there, right? I mean, he could easily see the way to Kevin Durant, who takes most of the shots. I just think that there's a lot of risk that you're running with Harden. First 2 games of the series did not go very well for him. So I do think that I'm willing to take some of the more trustworthy options, especially with some of the higher totals on the board. And I'm really going to be targeting that Blazers-Nuggets game.
Nick, is Harden trustworthy in your eyes?
I think he's fairly trustworthy as far as the point total that you can expect. But like Kenny said, I mean, he's been a little bit more volatile early in this series, especially certainly than he was, as a member of the Rockets or when there were only 2 of the Nets' big 3 healthy earlier in the season. I mean, he only took 12 shots in game 4. So he doesn't have that massive DK point total if he doesn't have 18 assists in that game to go with 3 blocks and 2 steals. So you can't always depend on those big time ancillary numbers from a guy like James Harden. So, I'm not going to say you can't play him tonight, but I'd rather play Kevin Durant, who's $400 cheaper. And I'm with Kenny where, you start to look at how you want to build your entire lineup. I'd rather save, upwards of $1,000 to roster LeBron at 98 or Damian Lillard in that same range. Maybe those guys don't have quite the, extreme floor if Harden has one of his best nights, but they're pretty close. And for the difference in price, I'd rather, price down a little bit tonight.
Okay, Stan, are you with these guys when it comes to James Harden? Maybe just look elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm with them. They are 2 wise gentlemen. I think they alluded to everything that I was, going to focus on. Kevin Durant, $400 cheaper. He's actually been the most consistent fantasy performer in this series. He's gone for 50 DK fantasy points in every game. The last 2 over 60. Tatum's only $600 cheaper. We know the massive upside. Nick and Kenny, they both alluded to Damian Lillard, $1,000 cheaper. He's going to play 40 minutes, garner usage rate over 35%. The Nets are favored by 13 points here. So, this could turn into a laugher. I know Harden played over 40 minutes last game, but in game 2, he only played 27 minutes in that blowout. So, there's that risk there. The usage rate, it hasn't been over 30% in any game. My main concern is that, the efficiency. He's shot 66, 61, 50% from the field the last 3 games. They've been hunting Evan Fournier, and he's just been abusing him every single time. I figure Brad Stevens is going to make some sort of adjustment there. If he's not, he can triple-double on any night. So, he's also been contributing in defensive stats. So that projection is always there. But, if he's not super efficient because of the low volume of shots, it's going to be tough for him to access ceiling games. And, as Kenny and Nick alluded to, there are definitely other options on this slate where you don't have to pay up for Harden.
Nick, let's stick with the DFS side here. Who's a value play you are going to chase?
One guy I like is Norman Powell at 5,600. Not an extreme value, but he's got 32 and 41 DraftKings points over his last 2 games. He's someone that, as long as the game is close, given what he provides Portland, both as a floor spacer and then on the defensive end, he's going to see big minutes pretty much every single night. I like that Portland got back on track in game 4, after falling behind 2-1 in that series. I'm still looking at Cameron Payne at 5,400. His DraftKings point total has decreased over each of the last 3 games, but he's still playing a really key role off the bench for Phoenix. There is some concern that as Chris Paul continues to get healthier, maybe we do see Cam Payne's minutes diminish a little bit, but man, he's been fantastic. Every time he's been on the court, he's been super confident, both as a shooter and a playmaker. I think he's been significantly better than virtually every Lakers role player in this series. And speaking of those guys, Dennis Schroeder, 5,800. Again, not a guy that you're going to plug in at a bottom dollar salary, but 5,800 for a guy who could very well be the bona fide number 2 option in this game tonight with Anthony Davis likely to sit out. He's coming off of a rough game 4. He's been very up and down these last few weeks, but I think the potential ceiling tonight for Schroeder, given that he's probably going to be funneled more shots, is there.
Stan, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to go Bruce Brown at 3.5K and Marcus Gasol at 3.6K. Brown played 24 minutes last game. Once Jeff Green got out of the rotation due to injury, his versatility has been huge because he can pretty much guard every position. He's a low usage player, mainly, derives his value from grabbing rebounds, but the way that the Celtics have been defending the Nets, he's been the guy cutting into the middle of the paint, getting those easy chippies. So, he's been scoring some points there. He was the only Nets player off the bench to play over 60 minutes last game. And, in the 2 games that he's played over 20 minutes in the series, he's produced 26.25 and 19.5 BK fantasy points. So, I can expect a similar production in this one as long as he gets the minutes. As for Gasol, Anthony Davis is questionable in this game. I think that'll give some minutes boost to Gasol. Even if he does play, he should probably get somewhere in the low 20 minutes. Last game he scored 35.5 BK's fantasy points. He's actually very important because he can space the floor, shoot from downtown. And he had 3 blocks last game, so he defended the paint well. I think he's played a little bit better than Andre Drummond, to be honest. And, his ability to pass kind of opens up the offense. So, he's going to be important especially if Anthony Davis can't go today.
Okay, Kenny, bring us home on this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to tolerate the Andre Drummond slander. I'm just not going to be here for it. Look, here's the thing, though. I am going to go with Marcus Gasol at 3.6K, like Stan. But, the reason is what the Lakers want to do, and Anthony Davis unlikely to play with the report yesterday from Shams. What they want to do is they want to space the floor, as Stan said. Anthony Davis gives them shooting. He gives them post play. That is just not what Andre Drummond does. Now, Andre Drummond is going to play an important role in this game. I actually don't even mind playing him here as a great pivot off of Gasol. I just expect a lot of people to flock to Gasol. But it is a smart play because he can step out and shoot the 3. He's a great post passer. He's also a great post scorer. He could do everything here in the post. I think that they've been saving him all season just in case something like this happened. He hasn't been playing that many minutes. And you saw what he did last time out in limited minutes, just 23 minutes, and he got 35 DK fantasy points. I do think that he's the value of the night here. If I'm going to look elsewhere, maybe a Peyton Pritchard in the low $4,000 range. If Kemba Walker doesn't play, you look at teams trying to push different buttons, and Peyton Pritchard could be the button push tonight with the Celtics with their backs against the wall here because nothing has worked here. Maybe you just go for the electrifying, 3-point shooter with unlimited range. Maybe you sign Jimmer Fredette and get 2 of them. I don't know, but yeah, I definitely think that that both of those guys are good value plays, but Gasol definitely going to be my favorite.
Okay, Kenny, let's take a look at the sports book here. Suns are favored by 5 points tonight against the Lakers with the series tied at 2 games apiece. So chase or fade the Suns, cover the spread.
I'm going to fade this. This was 5.5 last night. It's down to 5 for a reason. And I just think that, the square money really is going to be on the Suns to cover here. I think that people think this series is done and dusted. The Suns are the favorites to win it now. And LeBron James, with his back against the wall, in the playoffs, especially a tumultuous season like this where the Lakers had to fight in the play-in tournament, I think that he had to kind of activate that, whatever he calls it, zero dark LeBron a little early. I do think that, the Lakers could definitely win this game. I think that the Suns defense has not looked like itself. When you want to talk about the Suns all season long, that was how they made their money. The last month of the season, their defense kind of dissipated. In this series, it hasn't been the best. The Lakers have had the better defense. And the one thing you can say about the Lakers is that their defense has stood the test of time, whether it's without Anthony Davis, without LeBron, without both of them. They have played good defense as a team. That's not going to change here just because Anthony Davis is out. What's going to be impacted is the offensive side of the ball. I think the Lakers, with LeBron in the fold, they score enough points here. LeBron might just decide that he needs to take every shot in this game. And I think that's reason enough to believe they can score the basketball. And then whatever you get from Kyle Kuzma is gravy. I do think that the Lakers can absolutely give the Suns a game here.
What do you think, Nick?
I think they can give the Suns a game, but I don't know that this is 2018 or 2016 or 2012 LeBron anymore. I don't know that he has one of those performances in him. I hope he does. I hope he's been saving it for this. And oftentimes he's had some games throughout his career in the playoffs where you just think his team really needs to win this, and he's being really passive. And he does tend to wait until their backs are really up against the wall. And especially if Anthony Davis doesn't play in this game. And honestly, even if he does, I don't think we can expect to see, 35 point, 15 rebound Anthony Davis. I think if he does play, it'll be a hobbled version. Hopefully LeBron still has that left in him, but man, we'll see. I have not liked what I've seen from him overall in this series. I did think he looked a little bit better in game 4, but I think right now he's been really sloppy. He's up over 5 turnovers per game in this series. I don't think he still fully trusts himself getting to the rim, playing through contact, landing on that ankle. But the biggest thing I've been saying, guys, throughout this entire series is this team is just not constructed very well around LeBron James. And I know it sounds crazy to say that about a team that's virtually the same as the one that just won the title last year. But, the teams that have really been able to thrive with LeBron throughout his career are the ones that have Ray Allen or Shane Battier or Channing Frye or, Mo Williams, whoever it is, catch and shoot guys who can put up points, in a hurry. And all of a sudden you take away Anthony Davis from this team and you're relying really heavily on guys who have just not played very well this season, like Dennis Schroeder, like Kyle Kuzma, who's been a disaster in this series. Alex Caruso cannot shoot. Ben McLemore and Wes Matthews are really the only two Lakers role players that have been able to give them anything consistently from a shooting perspective. And that is not good. Ben McLemore is not a name, you should be saying in that context. So, I think I do like the Suns tonight. I hope we get a vintage LeBron performance, but I'm still just a little bit skeptical of his health. We haven't seen him have one of those games in a very long time, considering the amount of games that he missed with that injury. So, I'm probably setting myself up for a video that's not going to look great this time tomorrow morning. But I want to see LeBron do it.
Stan, chase or fade the Suns cover the spread?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Laker fan, and I try to do everything in my power to look for a hometown, way for them to win or cover. I just couldn't do it. I could see them losing this game and then coming back and winning at home in Game 6. But I think Nick made some really good points. LeBron, I mean, he's not 100%. He's not explosive. Back in the day, like he's shooting the fadeaway jumpers, and that's fine. But back in the day, he was a freight train, get into the hole. He was unstoppable. Getting and ones, getting the other team into foul trouble. He just doesn't have that explosion anymore. Anthony Davis is banged up. Even if he plays, he's not 100%. The Suns, I mean, they're 8th in defensive efficiency. Their record at home was 27-9 during the regular season. Both their wins, they won by 8 and 9 points. I really hope, we get a vintage epic LeBron performance here and the role players knock down the jumpers. But, like Nick said, like this team doesn't have those jumpers. Like KCP, is hobbled up. He might not play in this one. And, granted, he's been terrible this series, but he was one of their more, I guess, catch and shoot type threats. Caruso, I love him. He's like my guy, but yeah, he just offensively, like he's not going to drain that open J. The Suns are going to give that to him all day. So, as for the defensive end, the Lakers have been good, but they haven't figured out how to guard the Chris Paul pick and roll.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back into the Dream Stream. If you had the nerve to go anywhere after the nooner, this right here is the Mad Matinee on the way. It is the Zach in the Pack free roll. He is Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. Great to be here with you. How are you, man?
I'm doing very well. Good to be back after the weekend and ready to roll with the Sunday night football of Week 3 sim.
There you go. See, this is why I like you. Among the reasons I like you, because I like you for reasons that extend beyond Simland, obviously, and the Dream Stream and all that. But with regard to your work ethic, it is the level of preparation to not only, have all the standings handy and whatever key stats and doing your diving into player game cards and setting your lineups based on previous matchups, all that good stuff, but also even identifying specifically where in our 2021 NFL simulation of the schedule we are. Zeroing down on Sunday Night Football. I like that.
Yeah, man. This is a good one. In Simland, I think it'll be a good one. And in real life, it should be a good test for both these teams. Who knows who'll be quarterback for either one of these squads when we get to Week 3. It could be Aaron Rodgers. It could be not. It could be Jordan Love. It could be, who knows on that side. And then the other side, Trey Lance, obviously. we think is going to make his debut at some point, but who knows? Both teams kind of have some question marks there. In this one, of course, it'll be Jimmy G and Aaron Rodgers. Neither of them, though, is in my lineup. I instead went with the running backs. I think both running backs in this game are in great matchups. Like them a lot. I've got Mostert as my captain because this Packers run defense is very beatable. Went there. Again, he's been so good in the first 2 games in this short season. Over 40 points in each of those 2 games against Detroit and Philadelphia, both wins for the 49ers. Packers also 2-0. They roll into this one off of back-to-back wins. And I have, from that side of things, let me get my lineup back up here. I have Mostert and Kittle from the San Francisco side. Green Bay, I've got Jones, MVS, Mason Crosby, and Mercedes Lewis. Who you got?
And your captain one more time was Mostert, you said?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Went Raheem.
Sure. Well, obviously, he is going to be very popularly owned. In fact, we can dive on in, take a little look-see at that. He is, let's see, Raheem Mostert, almost 40% owned in the captain slot, 38.9 in our smaller contest, 91.4 overall. So a lot of people obviously will be banking on him having a good day. So I was kind of all over the map setting my lineup because I never played Jimmy Garoppolo, or almost never played Jimmy Garoppolo. But I certainly do gravitate with my guy Aaron Rodgers. Do I want to play him? Do I want to, save a little salary, go for some a more balanced attack with all those wideout options? Although Green Bay, at least in the case of MVS and Lewis, they offer some discounted pass catching options, maybe as compared to some other teams. And certainly Aaron Jones, love playing him. But here's where I ultimately landed. Okay, I went a little halfway in between what you did and what I might otherwise do. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is my cap. 34.5% of people own him, 2.9% in the captain slot at $9,900. And then that allowed me to obviously pay up almost everywhere else. Almost. So I have Raheem Mostert, as basically everybody else does. I have Aaron Rodgers, who is in half of lineups, 51.1%. Devin Funchess, who I love to play here in Simland, 35% of lineups.
Strong Simland play, yep.
George Kittle at about 48%, as we got a pick on the part of the Packers EST to start things off. Smith with the interception, taken back to the 45, and that's going to give my man Aaron Rodgers an opportunity to come on out. And then just to round out the lineup, Robbie Gould is not a punt play. He's almost 40% owned.
Right.
But we'll see what he get out of him.
Yeah, so you've got the kicker on that side. I have Mason Crosby, the kicker on the other side. We see Aaron Rodgers there on the first play for the Packers, connecting with, I believe that's Lewis.
There we go. See, we speak them into existence. Tom's Microwave says, "You feeling all right there, Cuff?" It's probably pretty obvious in the voice. I'm not 100%, not anything to concern ourselves with, as far as I know. I mean, honestly, I haven't gone out to get a test, but I'm presuming it is just a regular old boring head cold. But yeah, it's just those, we've all experienced them. Those colds that they're I mean, like true to form, true to the name. Like they are just entirely up in your sinuses, up in your head, up in the upper reaches of your nose. It's not even like the throat's a big problem, or even the ears are. It's like just surrounding the cranium, and obviously the voice kind of sounds like crap too. But hey, we're here. My wife would question why I'm here, but I'm here. 30.
People would have to listen to me talk a lot more. Funchess with a first down catch there. Yep, moving things along. Funchess will be an interesting piece, right? Maybe he comes back after opting out last season. Yeah, as Jordan points out, team always here.
That's right. I'm not going to. I mean, maybe I'll back out of the 4, but I'm not doing anything. Come on. I'm hanging out in Simland. You guys know that.
Yeah, and this and the 4 are all that's left of week 3. I mean, we move pretty quickly with so many sims each day. We've got this one, and then the Monday Night Football matchup is all we have left for week 3. And that Monday Night Football matchup is Dallas and Philly.
As we determined, I believe it was the two of us working together when we were trying to go through the math. So it's going to take ballpark 6 weeks to play out these, this full 2021 sim season.
Yep.
Despite
a little bit of an adjustment
that I came up with when I did my math.
It's all good. Well, we only had 3 yesterday. We only have 4 on Friday due to some other programming. So we'll see. It'll take a little bit longer. Touchdown, Packers.
Should have played him. Aaron Jones. Very popular today, obviously, as he should be. 61% of lineups, 10% the captain slot, where he is almost 15K, but worth it for all of you that played him, because that is the first touchdown of this game.
Yeah, another interesting, as we wind to the end of week 3, these are 2 teams that come in undefeated. We mentioned that off the top. So whoever wins this will remain undefeated, move to 3-0, and they will be one of just 2 teams in the entire NFL that is undefeated through 3 weeks, which is very low. And one of the prop questions for the pool, the free pool that everybody could have jumped into at the start of the season. Hopefully you got a chance to get into that. But one of the questions was how many teams will be undefeated through the first 8 games of the season. And the over-under was 1.5. Through 3 weeks, we will have 2. So the over is still officially alive, but barely.
What was the
other undefeated team is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that won't last.
No. No, and honestly, I mean, I don't think either one of these teams is making it to week 8 either, undefeated. Yeah. Whoever wins this one, if it is the Packers, if they hold on. They've been one of the stronger teams, and they are one of my division winner picks, but I don't see them lasting that long undefeated. It was interesting, some of the percentages as we look at that pool. Some of the percentages were really far off. I mean, 54% of people did pick the under 1.5. So I think you guys who picked that are in good shape. But some interesting numbers, like the Saints are under 10% picked to win the NFC South. They've dominated the NFC South in these sims as far as if you look back on previous short seasons we've done. So very low ownership there. I think people a little confused as to maybe they thought it was, the Drew Breesless Saints instead of these current rosters that we're using here. The Seahawks also very low percentage of ownership there, or percentage that picked them to win the division. So interesting numbers.
Huge game right there.
There we go.
Jordan notes winless teams so far. Colts and Broncos. Are those the only ones? That's it?
Those are the only ones, yeah. Yeah, so it's been very well balanced. Parity rules in these early weeks of the Madden simulated season, because everybody is
form with the real NFL.
Yeah, right. I mean, we're gonna have, so after this, and then the next game doesn't matter because both those teams will be 2-1, or one will be 1-2, and one will be 2-1. There will be only 3 teams that are either winless or undefeated, which means that 90% of the league will be either 2-1 or 1-2. Kind of fun.
Like that, yeah.
Kind of fun. It's definitely going to lead to a lot of very close divisional battles, I think, as we continue through this season. Nobody pulling away at all.
2nd and 6, midfield, and not much doing there. Right back to the line of scrimmage for Raheem Mostert. Speaking of, so our leader right now in our small free roll, 139 entries, the Mad Matinee, the Zach in the Pack free roll, Rimrods. It's in front right now, Rimrods. And sort of a semi-contrarian lineup. I'm curious what you think of this build.
Right.
Raheem Mostert is the captain, which obviously is the case with...
not very contrarian yet.
Right. Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers, and George Kittle. Very, very top-heavy. What makes it contrarian is all that offense, or at least all that potential for offense, and then both DSTs, which are a combined 7.9% owned.
Yeah, those kind of lineups really do well off the top when they're still getting the 10 points for the shutout. But I don't think that's going to be the case here as we continue on. I think both these teams will put up some points and probably that lineup will slip a little bit. But yeah, you always get off to a hot start if you start both the defenses or put one in a captain spot, because you get those 10 points for the shutout. And then see if you get to keep them. But
it's a
you
good
get,
ego
you start
boost
with them
at the start.
That's right. You get some really good screen grabs that way.
Right.
If you're in one of the, hey, look, I was winning $5,000 or whatever. If you're in one of the bigger paid contests, you can get right up to the top early, get your screen grabs, and hope you hold on.
Wonder if anybody ever goes into like I don't know, a good example, like a Packers-Chiefs game and just plays both DSTs just so they can say at the beginning, look at that, I'm in first. Nobody else did this.
Yeah, like the Chiefs Bucks when we did that around the Super Bowl.
Right.
If you stacked both defenses, then that would have been a similar type situation where you're looking to just get that early screen grab in.
Right.
There's some big contests around then too, obviously. It's a lot of fun to have those as we see Aaron Rodgers getting out and running a little bit for the first down. It is, of course, June 1st, which means, all the salary cap moving and shaking. 4 o'clock today is the deadline for, or I guess not the deadline. It is the first time when teams can spread out that salary cap dead money over the next this season and the next season. So this is the week people have been kind of marked on their calendar when we could start to see some of the trades that have been rumored for so long with Aaron Rodgers, Julio Jones, Zach Ertz. Could be nearing a resolution on some of those. Still feels like more than I can remember anyway. Feels like more is up in the air as far as some very key fantasy football producers with those 3 big names, as well as who knows what else. But yeah, just 99 days left, as Jordan reminds us, till NFL opening day.
Which, as we know in Simland, I mean, that is going to go by in a blink. It sounds like a lot right now, but NFL season really is right around the corner. And I mean, if you need any evidence of that, just look around the league at all these teams that are doing voluntary OTAs, and soon enough there'll be some mandatory mini camps. We're starting to see practice footage, hear from players in the media across the league. It is only a matter of time before, like you said, some of those decisions are ironed out. Julio Jones potentially getting traded, Aaron Rodgers' future, and like you said, Zach Ertz, and so many other things.
Right, yeah, and I mean, all you have to do is look on Twitter and you get highlights, right? Everybody's out there in shorts and pads and making plays and seeing some new, some old faces in new places. I saw Curtis Samuel in his Washington football team jersey. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. He's not with the Panthers anymore. A lot of that. Jerry Jeudy back on the field. My article for tonight has a picture of CJ Uzomah back on the field for the Bengals, who is out with his injury, but he's back on the practice field. So starting to see some of those guys back in action, getting some early practice highlights.
7-0 through 1, a somewhat lengthy first quarter, given the lack of offense. Took us almost 15 minutes or so. Rodgers, 5 out of 5, 49 yards. Garoppolo picked off 3 out of 5, 37. So we will see what else we got here.
Aaron Jones is the leading rusher, 23, to go with his 1 touchdown. Raheem Mostert, 4 carries, only 3 yards. He's being outrushed by Aaron Rodgers, who has 1 carry for 9 yards. So the many of us who have Mostert either in the captain spot or in their lineup, hoping that he can turn things around, because he doesn't have a catch either. Usually very involved as a receiver out of the backfield.
Kendrick Bourne, new Patriot. Some people commenting in the chat on my, that.
On that. There you go.
Crap. Jared says, Koff taking one for the team. It has to be easier than being a dad. What you going to do? Call out sick of daddying? Great point. Fortunately, though, my wife is...
Especially when that's the source of probably...
really been, not to say she's, not always in charge. She is. But she has really been running the ship today. No doubt about it. I've been a human disappearing act, other than for things like this.
Nothing is worse than when both of you get sick at the same time, right?
Right.
That's just brutal. As we see a nice run to the corner.
Oh gosh.
Aaron Jones turns the corner to the outside, second touchdown of the day. That was a nice run, kind of a little stutter step, waited for a block to get in place, and then down the sideline for the touchdown. See right in here, and then he's gone. 49ers usually very strong against the run, just getting run all over in the early going here. Aaron Jones, the fantasy star to this point with his second rushing touchdown, up to 55 rushing yards for him now.
What's annoying is I had him in my lineup and then took him out and put in Rodgers.
I have him in my lineup, but I was going back and forth between the two running backs as my captain and decided to go with Mostert because I just felt like the matchup was better.
Sure.
49ers defense is usually pretty good against the run. Not today, though, unless they make some adjustments, which we have seen them do in these games where you get this big rushing attack in the first half and then things turn around in the second half. We'll see if that's what happens here or if the Packers continue to run wild.
Abby Rizzle-Koff, did the kids' soccer team have a champagne championship celebration last night? Just tuned in. Your voice sounds unusually subdued. Everything okay? just bummed. No, we got a couple weeks left of soccer. I am definitely, well, I guess I'm somewhat subdued by, physically, I'm subdued by feeling like, B-U-T-T. Kicking Club says, Koff, don't take my word for it, but I've heard eating a couple of ghost peppers will clear a stuffy head. Maybe that'll be the answer. Maybe I just need to, evacuate the nasal passages by having something really hot and spicy.
It clears you out. Doesn't always make you feel better, but Mostert bottled up again. They keep running him to the inside. He's had most of his success when running to the outside. See if they make that adjustment, have him in space a little bit more. Right now, running up the middle, not working very well.
Folks, hit that like button. We're basically at 150, got north of 300 people watching along on YouTube. Many, many more, as we know, across all our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Hit the follow button.
What's up, Twitch fan?
On YouTube, the like, the subscribe button, we appreciate it.
And we have gotten all the way to the second quarter and have not talked about the NBA yet. For those of you that aren't a big fan of when we launch into our NBA impact.
Yeah, I mean, that can carry us all the way through like the rest of the game.
So, yeah, for sure.
I mean, we can always get wild. On that note, by the way, the hashtag Koff Classic NBA.
Yeah.
$2 entries available to you in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby. There are 10 slots out of the 75 that are still available to you. Payout to the top 15 if anybody would like to join. There was I don't think I was with you, Zach. There was a day, and it was just one of those classic, like, wait until you're up and running. Wait till the motor's going before you do anything because you make mistakes.
Oof.
There was a morning last week, I think it was, that I just sort of like rolled over in bed. And I decided to create the contest for NBA. And accidentally made it winner take all.
Oh.
So somebody that night came away with like $150 or so.
I was going to say one person is very, very happy you did.
That was a good night for that individual.
That'd be funny to see who it was because I wonder if they realized that that's what they were entering.
Yeah, we called it out on the sim. It wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Whoever it wasn't. I mean, obviously they're part of the DK SimFam Friends League, but it wasn't a username that I recognized as one that we see often in our Madden contest.
Gotcha.
Tim says, "Hey Kaufman, I'll cheer for your Celtics tonight if you cheer for my Lakers." No, I can't do it. Clem. I appreciate it, but I know the Celtics are going down. I hope the Lakers go down. So.
Yeah, it is 3 games tonight, so
yeah. Well, and I'm excited about that. Last night, the 2-gamer, and
I like that the 3 games make such a big difference as far as when you're putting lineups together, or even just when you're watching. It's like, oh yeah, 3 games is so much nicer than 2.
Well, I yesterday, and I was actually surprised within the scope of our contest, which last night I think I made just for 50 people. I was the only one. I was. It's like we were talking about with the DSTs before. I was in first place all the way through the first game and much of the second game, because I, at least in my mind, surprisingly, was the only one that stacked that first game. I had all guys from the first game and then just one from the second game. So
Gotcha.
I eventually, plummeted and fell out of the money because the first game was not a great source of fantasy output.
Right, it wasn't close.
With Embiid going down and Bertans leaving, it just, was a...
Did you have both those guys?
Yeah, it was a tough night, but I should have known. I should have known better, because I was working with Kenny yesterday, and I had already made my lineup, and Kenny was doing the slate with Meiselman, and I said, "Oh, can you preview anything for us? What do you think of DFS tonight?" He said, "Oh, I love the Sixers tonight," and that should have been all I needed to hear to change my lineup around. But instead, I left it.
I can tell you, because I edited his best bets, and I edited a bunch of stuff he wrote for the playbook, and he was all in on the Sixers. So Aaron Rodgers X Factor lit up. That is not good news for the 49ers, because that means he cannot be intercepted. They can't stop Aaron Jones in the backfield, though, which is what they do there to bring up 2nd and 10. Richard Sherman on the tackle, still unsigned. Richard Sherman. Bill Barnwell came out with a list of all the places he thinks free agents will sign.
Oh yeah,
10. It was like 20 big moves that'll happen now that we're past June 1st, because now teams, when they sign players, and he explained all this very well in the article. It has to do with compensatory picks. Your compensatory picks cannot be impacted now by signing free agents. So like if you lost a free agent, the Ravens is the example he used. They're going to get a pick for losing Judon to the Patriots. If they bring in somebody, then that can make that pick not as high, unless they wait till after June 1st. Now they can sign whoever they want, and they don't have that compensatory pick devalued. So some of the bigger names that are still out there could find a team now that we're past that deadline. Richard Sherman is one that he mentioned. He predicted that he would return to the 49ers. It was an interesting read. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Barnwell. He's one of the better national writers that I enjoy. I also read a lot of Peter King. He had a nice write-up about the future of the NFL in general that came out over the weekend.
Any big takeaways from it?
It was a lot about Goodell, actually, and how it looked like Goodell was on his way out, but now looks like he'll be around for a little bit longer. So I'd heard all the rumors that he was not going to be around much longer, like just maybe a few more years, but hadn't heard that had changed. But according to Peter King, it has. So if you believe Peter King, Goodell's going to be around, whether you like him or not.
Well, he's pretty plugged in, Peter King.
He is, yeah, for sure. For sure.
14-0. Couple Aaron Jones rushing touchdowns. The difference in this game right now, and between many of your lineups and all the others.
Yeah, and in range here for a third score before halftime, if they can convert this 3rd and 6. Jones in the backfield. Out of the shotgun, it's complete. Did they get it? No, just short. I believe that was Funchess on the catch, right? Number 11?
Yep, that is correct.
So another catch for him. He's off to a strong start. But we're going to get Mason Crosby, because we know how much the Packers like to kick field goals. Helps my lineup. Since
I was just taking a little peek at NBA, and I hadn't looked at pricing and whatnot for later yet. I'm looking at it now. And
what's jumping out to you?
it feels like tonight's a night where you got to go stars and scrubs or balance, but there's no in between. You're not gonna have a night with a Jokic Tatum is priced down from Jokic a little bit, $400 cheaper, but I don't know. Maybe you're picking between those two.
I mean, without Anthony Davis, don't you have to consider LeBron?
Yeah, absolutely do.
I mean, assuming I know Davis was listed as questionable, but I think most people assume he's not going to play, right?
I'm not sure it's a night you play any of the Nets guys.
Yeah,
studs, I mean.
I stay away from them if they're all out there, just because you never know which one is going to go off, and they're all pretty highly priced. The only time I really ever used any of those Nets guys was when one or two, especially when two were out, you knew the third guy was just going to get a massive workload, right? Like if Harden and KD were out, you knew Irving was going to get a ton. If Kyrie was sitting, but Harden was playing, you knew Harden was going to get a ton of usage. So nice usage there. George Kittle, 21-yard catch. Maybe the 49ers can get on the board here before halftime. We are within the 2-minute warning. 1:48 left in the first half. Yeah, I'd probably, if it was me, I'd fade the Nets, I think.
Yeah.
At least the big names. I also don't know that game's going to be especially close, to be quite honest. And that's as the Celtics.
Well, especially in Brooklyn, opportunity to close that thing out. They don't want to go back to Boston for a range of reasons.
Right, and no Kemba. Well, I think Kemba's officially doubtful, right? So
yeah, as is Williams, but I think pricing this time has accounted for that.
Right, but I'm just saying, like,
value in the Celtics either.
Right, but with those two guys out, that game could turn into a blowout, and then Yep, the game I'm most excited for tonight, and I found this actually throughout the series I have enjoyed the most, I think, is Portland-Denver. Those games have been a lot of fun to watch. I've enjoyed those games.
That's the only going in. We talked about it going into the playoffs. That's the only series that I expected to go 7 games, with for me Portland coming out on top, which I think kind of put me in the minority. I think most people have Denver in that series, but yeah, I mean I do think Portland's going to prevail. It has been a really fun series, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, I've very much enjoyed. I know they haven't always been competitive, like super close games down to the wire, but we haven't had a lot of those anyway, in general. But those games are fascinating to me just because Denver's strengths in the front court match up with the lack of Trailblazers' depth up front, and vice versa, right? The Trailblazers are so good in the backcourt, and the Nuggets have nobody in the backcourt. So they're just, you've got the movable object and the irresistible force together. So you've got the really domination on both ends in the right matchup. So as somebody who enjoys watching those individual matchups, it's kind of fun to see how they play out throughout. But now it's a 3-game series, right? We got a 3-game series there. We got a 3-game series between the Lakers and the Suns, and we've got a 3-game series between the Clippers and the Mavs. So lots of drama on the west side of the tournament anyway, west side of the bracket, playoffs, whatever. Lots of fun stuff over there. And the Memphis-Utah series, although that's not 2-2, I mean, Utah's up 3-1. They've been very watchable games too. John Morant has been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed watching Memphis. A little bit of a, not a lot of people have seen Memphis, so a little bit of a extra spotlight for those Grizzlies to step into.
I feel like for me, this has sort of reinforced how I felt about Utah, though.
Why?
Which was
open.
Gosh, easy touchdown right there. George Kittle, yes sir.
Yep.
My thoughts on Utah going in were this, I've been saying all year I haven't been a believer in them. And yes, I thought they'd win the first series against the Grizzlies, although I probably would have picked against them had it been the Warriors. But going against the Grizzlies, wasn't too worried. I think I had them, excuse me, winning in 6, if I remember right. Doesn't matter. But what it has reinforced is, while they're winning, they're up 3-1, they're having a tough time with a lot of balanced Memphis talent, and I see them going out in the next round. I don't see a long run here out of Utah.
Yeah, I mean, Donovan Mitchell is not 100%, at least from what I've seen, and until he is, I think that team is not nearly what it would need to be to put together a long run. To your point, I mean, well, in the next round they'd get Clippers-Mavs winner, right?
Right.
I think I'd take either one over them,
right.
Even the Clippers. Even as bad as the Clippers looked in those first 2 games, I wouldn't take the Mavs over them if Luka's hurt, but if either one of those teams is at full strength, I would take them over the Jazz right now. I hope Luka's not hurt, man. He is so much fun to watch. The playoffs are just so much fun when he is at his best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same could be said of Chris Paul.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'd be nice to see Chris Paul have a healthy playoff run. Obviously, that's.
Have we ever seen that?
Nope. Feels like no. Anyway, I want to acknowledge this comment in the chat. By the way, Problem Kid Gaming says, first sim in a few, had to take a break. Tired of Tommy blow pops on every damn sim. So I read that not to criticize Tommy. Actually, I read it to celebrate Tommy. Problem Kid Gaming, as you may or may not realize, or certainly could appreciate, Freeze Pops there stepped up in a big way over the weekend. He was a hero to the rest of us because he had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Zach.
Yeah.
11 of 18 sims on a holiday weekend.
Whoa.
11 of it. He did 3 Friday, 4 Saturday, 4 Sunday, and then he took Monday, as we only had 3 sims yesterday.
Right.
But I'm not sure. I mean, I guess maybe
Wow.
at some point over the course of the last year plus, you know, 1 or 2 of us have done an 11 out of 18, but I'm not positive. I'm not certain it's happened. So
that's a
Freeze
lot.
Pops there definitely took one for the team. And Problem Kid Gaming, I get your perspective as well. There is not one of us, and I include myself in this, that I would want to listen to in 11 out of 18 sims. It's a little repetitive. You know, same voice, a lot of the same, you know, topics, maybe gimmicks, whatever. Like there's, you know, certainly gimmicks when I'm involved. So I get it. I get it, Problem Kid Gaming. But rest assured, yeah, same wooden nickel, says Drew. But rest assured, we're back up and running. We're at full strength.
Right.
For the most part, anyway, I think. In fact, let's see. Well, I guess we're not totally.
As the guy who's there,
yeah,
but
Flash doesn't appear to be working today, as I look at the schedule. So I guess we're not entirely. I don't know what his deal is either. What's his excuse? Is it a game day?
I have absolutely no idea.
Usually, when it's when the Connecticut Sun are in action, we don't see Flash. Jordan says Tom is on 7 this upcoming weekend too, holding down the fort. God bless him.
Yeah, I'm pretty tied up during the weekends with DK Live stuff, so I'm kind of out from helping on those. Just covering all the breaking news over on DK Live. So I'm unavailable for a lot of those time slots. But
we should give Tommy the wooden nickel.
Maybe.
Super Bowl baby. Speak up, Cough. We can barely hear you today. Is your mic turned up? I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. This is what we're working with.
That does take us to halftime, 17-7. Packers up on the 2 touchdowns from Aaron Jones. Aaron Rodgers has 13 of 15 passes completed for 142 yards.
Mm-hmm.
No touchdowns. Jimmy G does have the 1 touchdown right before halftime, which he threw to Kittle. Mostert still just 5 carries for 6 yards. So he is averaging more than 1 yard per carry, people, but only barely. So hopefully he has a better second half if you've got him in your lineup or in your captain spot. Funchess, mentioned having a good game, 6 catches for 83 yards. So pacing for the bonus. Won't say he's going to get it. It's too early for that, but pacing towards it. George Kittle also pacing for the bonus, 5 catches, 60 yards, and a touchdown, up to 17 points in a flex spot. Jamal Williams even in on the action, 1 catch, no yards, but 1 catch, no yards. Ross Dwelly, who also had a touchdown in week 2 for the 49ers, has a catch in this one, 1 for -1. He is the tight end 3 behind Kittle and Jordan Reed.
As the guru says, ZT does a good job of not losing sight of the sim action. That's true. 100%.
Got to kind of bounce back and forth.
El Bongo heard Aaron Rodgers is going to star on Dancing with the Stars. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if he found his way onto that show. But is that a thing? Is that a rumor? If I were to Google around, Sort of feels like the next.
Do not
step
know.
Is,
It does feel like a logical next step.
Yeah,
it
his
would surprise me zero.
taking over.
Like you said, totally makes sense. I don't know. I haven't heard that, but wouldn't surprise me. He might have extra time too if he's not playing. If Packers don't trade him and he doesn't show up, I mean, what else is he gonna do? May or may not end up hosting Jeopardy, but he could get on that TV that way.
I mean, we don't know when they filmed that Dancing with the Stars.
It's true. I don't know. Can he sing? He could be on Masked Singer. Never know. We've seen football players there.
You don't need to sing well to be on Masked Singer. That's, Rob Gronkowski's been on.
So
that.
true. I didn't say can he sing well. I said can he sing.
Right.
That's a good point.
Good point.
Yep.
So we are kicking off the third quarter. We have all but filled up. We're very close on the hashtag Cough Classic NBA. 3 slots available. So, Zach, if you want in, if you haven't reserved your spot, you are running out of time. If you don't, no pressure. It'll fill.
I better hurry. Yeah, it'll fill. You still have plenty of time. I've not done much playoff DFS just because we've been so buried in Little League stuff that I typically don't make it back before lock, to be quite honest.
You know what? You're not missing out. I'm not a small slate guy, and obviously in the playoffs, that's all you get.
It's true.
So there's no way around it.
Yeah, it's very true. All right, I'm in.
I play it every day, but I haven't been playing in as many contests. Like typically, I might play upwards of 10 head-to-heads or something like that. I haven't really been doing as much of that. I've just been kind of geared toward smaller GPPs, like the one that obviously we have for the Sim Fam, or maybe a couple of showdown head-to-heads, that sort of thing. But I haven't been doing a lot.
I'm in.
Drew says, I was
Close.
8 years old when I found out I could reserve a spot. Always rushed to make a dummy lineup and then hoped I would remember to adjust it. Oh, Drew, it's all about reserving the spot, buddy. Yeah,
because then it'll alert you too. It'll alert you. It'll say you have an entry that's about to start without a lineup, and then you can go in.
Says he can see the light now.
It does stink when you forget though, or you don't get back to it in time, or I've had internet issues where I can't get in, or it doesn't, and then you end up running a 0 out there. But Rogers ball on the deck. Oh, and it's recovered by the 49ers. Could be a turning point. Could be a turning point right there. Nick Bosa with the sack. If it stands, that could be huge.
It's like I was telling this story yesterday or the day before about how it took, I've known for a while, but it took too long, however long that was, going way back to earlier in the NBA season, before I realized the immense value of the import function on DraftKings.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I thought I had to manually build my lineup for every contest. And there was, just because I don't know, no one told me about it. I never, I looked at it, but I never really thought about, obviously this is what this is for.
That must save you years. Like every year, that must save you 3 years of your life.
But there was a day, and I was so upset, like the level of anger that I experienced that day. There was a day that I was doing the 6 o'clock sim.
Yep.
And
we've all been there.
We were a few minutes away from lock, and I noticed I was in like 13 contests or something like that. And I'm manually, because I didn't know about the import, and I'm manually doing that. And I lineups. I took, I think, like 5 or 6 lineups. I didn't get a lineup in because I ran out of time.
Because you didn't know about importing.
Yeah, and lost all. I probably lost. It wasn't a
Kittle
big sum of money. As we have another Kittle. It's the Aaron Jones and George Kittle show, each with 2 touchdowns.
It really is.
But
look at this game. All of a sudden, is a good game. Remember when it was 17-0 and the Packers were rolling and it was going to be a run? Now we got a ball game, folks.
I probably
turnover will do that.
$20 that day or something like that, just by not setting lineups. I was so
just
upset.
by not knowing about the import button.
Yeah. Boy, did that change my life.
in case some of you are like Koff, let me explain. If you're entering a contest for which you have a lineup that includes the same games, the same slate, you just hit import and you can say, I want that lineup in here too.
Put it wherever you want.
Yep. So if you reserve entry, which we just, who was it? Just learned about that, right? Somebody just learned that today. You can reserve the entry. And then now Drew can tell you, reserve the entry, then go in. Right before you can import your lineup, as long as it's the same slate. You can't do it if it's a different slate, obviously, if it doesn't include the same games. But if you're on the same slate, which now that's a lot less of an issue since there's really only one slate per night in the NBA. Anyway, obviously you can't put a showdown lineup in there, but if you stay on the main slate, import your lineup from entry to entry real quick, and don't lose money because you didn't get it in there. Sorry, Koff.
Jordan says that poor sim chat that probably had to listen to that rant afterwards. That's the thing. I didn't say anything about it, Jordan. I just turned like beet red angry like you see in a cartoon.
Matched your shirt.
And I just, yeah, exactly. And I just internalized it. I was so mad.
That would have been a good like live on cam rant because it was while you were on the sim that this happened. Right. That would have been good. Not good. But now you know about the import button. Now Drew knows about the reserve entry. So I mean, we're here to educate people and help people do better in their sim contests.
Another one I figured out just the other day. Just over the weekend, our guy, I think it was Meager. It was either Meager or Greg Coffin, Mayor of Simland. One of those two dudes told me about this, one day, that this isn't like a life changer per se, but I found it interesting. So I'll enter however many lineups, and sometimes I will sit there just for a moment. It takes 20 seconds, but I'll sit there and total up what I've entered because I'm just like, oh, curious, how much am I in tonight? Versus what I'm winning, that sort of thing. I didn't realize until it was pointed out that there's a setting within the app. I don't know if you can do it this same way on the website. I've never checked, but there's a setting within the app that you can click over to have it show the amount that you have entered right above or below whatever it is, the amount that you are hopefully winning. So you can very quickly just eyeball that and say, okay, I'm $20 in, I'm winning 35. Cool. You don't have to worry about doing that math yourself. That was another fun one.
There's one other that's helpful, especially when you're doing like coming right down to the end, and that's the find player. Do you do that on your lineups page?
No.
So if you're on the website,
the find player,
you can do the universal swap.
Website. I do it on the website. I never do it on the app.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if you can do it on the app, but you can do the universal swap. Where right next to the create lineup button on the lineups page, you can swap players. So if you've got Campazzo and you don't want him anymore, you want to switch to Payne, you can do that in all your lineups all at once. Right. And that way, you don't have to go through manually and be like, switch out, switch in. It's really helpful for baseball. If a game gets rained out right around lock, you can wipe out switch everybody out really quickly.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Here's a good question from Jared Kilgore, one that I have wondered before as well.
Whoa.
I don't know that either of us is going to have a good answer for it. Well, I definitely don't. Maybe Zach does. Jared says, Professor Zach, as he raises his hand in the back, why can't you import a late slate into a main slate if it has all the same players?
It's a good question. I think the only reason is that there are sometimes, although it hasn't happened, I haven't noticed it recently, but there are sometimes where salaries are not the same based on and again, this was back a ways, where sometimes in like the late games, players might have slightly different salaries. If there were, let's say, 5 games at night and 7 games all day, the addition of those 2 extra games might adjust some players' salaries. Now,
Yeah,
most
I've
of the
noticed
time, the salaries have been standard lately. I mean, like, and when I say lately, I mean like the last year they've been standardized across the board. But back in the day, when I was a kid, when we first started, there were sometimes salary variations from slate to slate. So that might be one of the reasons. Yeah, if it includes all the same games, it could, in theory, work to be able to do that if all the salaries are the same.
Yeah, because I've wondered that too. Because there are occasions in the past that I've been in classic lineups, let's say, but you don't use anyone from the earlier games. It's entirely guys that are available for you in the turbo contest. And I'll try and import the contest, and it doesn't, or the lineup into that other contest doesn't work.
Right, it has to
I've
be the
always
same
assumed
slate.
it was because, whatever, they just, it's just this contest is this contest, that contest is that contest, and you just need to deal with that, which is not a big deal. But I've just kind of always assumed that was the answer ultimately. I don't know, as Devin Funch is creeping up on the bonus, by the way, in the 90s with third and inches from the 30. I'm glad that we're doing this. This is like a fun little, we should really be spotlighted, I think, by the company, doing something. Fun little get to know the product with Professor Z and Koff. We're educating you on all things DraftKings. Learn the app. Here with the two of us. Employees of the week, said Drew.
Hey, there we go.
But evidently not in Emerson's mind, because D writes in the chat. Last sim, I told Emerson and Kenny I was going to send DK a letter of gratitude about Koff, and he said Emerson said go tweet him or something. Yeah, send all your tweets of gratitude right here.
Yep, we welcome them.
Yep. Peace of mind.
You can at DraftKings too. Like, you can include them. We're not going to tell you can't.
Yeah, no,
want to say
definitely
nice
at
things about
DraftKings.
us. Go for it. Yeah, we don't mind.
Because somebody's reading it, right? I mean, we don't know that it's Jason Paul or Matt that are reading it, but someone.
Probably. I'm gonna go with no.
You think they don't have the back end DraftKings login on their phones, and they're just?
Oh, I didn't say that. I just said I don't think they're reading it.
Just scroll through. What are the
they
people
might have
saying
other things to do.
This GIF about tonight's slate. Let's find out.
Is LeBron a point guard?
Yeah.
That lit things up.
Can you imagine though? Which account do I want to respond from?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh, that'll get you in trouble.
Yep. I've made sure I don't have access to places that I don't want to respond to tweets from, because that'll get you in trouble real quick. They do get the first down there.
To not have a burner account.
Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah.
Just make your main account your burner account. Just stand behind it.
Yeah, just stand behind your tweets. Don't say anything vulgar. Don't do anything that's going to get you in trouble. Put your employment status on the line.
Oh, Roger should have been picked, but it was not. Incomplete.
That once a drive. Should have been picked. It wasn't. 17-14.
Not with Rodgers, though. Rodgers is usually, yeah. This is not a Dwayne Haskins game now. Come on. Stafford's pretty bad like that too, or he'll just throw it to the other team a lot. Josh Allen actually is pretty bad in these sims at throwing it to the wrong team. That's the right team. There's a big first down for the Packers.
Well,
MVS.
Like that, since Noah Moon had just written, do something, MVS.
Thanks, Noah Moon. Call him out. You tell him. Keep him honest.
Can we get to 200 likes? I mean, do it for learning the DraftKings app better. Do it for your DK tutorial. I mean, Drew here has learned how to reserve his spot in contests.
True.
I have learned,
you know how valuable that is?
It's immensely valuable. We've talked about the import function. We've talked about
Also
showing
very
how
important.
much you've entered.
Yep.
I mean, come on, gang. Hit that
Universal swap is a big one too, because if you do that,
Yep.
I mean, it'll get you out of a bad situation really quickly if you've got multiple lineups in there.
Yeah.
And all of a
lineup
sudden,
you want to assign that to all of them.
yes, every single one that has
Yeah.
the Royals player that is in the game that just got rained out.
Yeah.
In theory, it did not, people. Don't worry. They haven't called the game yet for tonight. But I'm saying if that were to happen, you can pull them all at once.
See,
that is the end of the third quarter.
Value here.
17-14. And more public service announcement here. Go check out Steve Buchanan's Twitter account for a really nice promo that he's running.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to miss that
odds
one.
boost.
Yeah, it's a big one.
200 for Rogers, 155 for Garoppolo. Aaron Jones could get to the bonus. He's still pacing in that direction. 78 on the ground, has 2 touchdowns, especially if they go into some clock killing time a little bit later on. You got 21 for Mostert, who has been a massive disappointment. I mean, has babysitter Billy written all over him. Captained about 40% of lineups, owned in north of 90%. He's not even getting it done in the air. 7 for 98 for Funches, 2 touchdowns for Kittle, who's 6 for 66. Where are you sitting in this contest right now?
That's a good question. I closed it. Let me find out.
It was too depressing. I shut it down.
20th. No, it wasn't depressing. I'm 20th. I've got Kittle, so I've got Kittle and Jones, just not either in my captain spot. So
I am 44th. Harpo, our dude Dom, is in front by about almost 3 points. But you are at the top in terms of representing the team. You are,
I will
doing well, my friend.
try to represent here. I would like Mostert to show up in the fourth quarter. That would help my lineup, but we'll see. 2 catches for 33 for him to go with his meager performance on the ground. Mentioned he was so good in the first 2 sims of this Madden simulated season. He had 216 yards against Detroit. That's just on the ground. Then he added 36 through the air, 48.2 fantasy points, and then was very strong again with 3 total touchdowns against the Eagles in week 2, 43.6 fantasy points. He is nowhere near that total today. He's instead of over 40, he is still in single digits. So we see a nice catch and run there by MVS. Keeping things moving.
4 for 66.
Double digits. He is also in my lineup, so that helps me too. Way to go.
Jordan here has said, speaking of Bukes, you know what's coming up over the course of the rest of the day? Well, we are happy to tell you. Let's first see if we get a touchdown, but you will see Bukes on the green stream a little bit later on today. Get you set for a little
He did a good job picking his players too. I endorse Steve's player picks, although I mean, not that he needs my endorsements, but very nice picks. I like him. Touchdown.
Touchdown, Devontae Adams.
Boom. 2-score game again. It was again a little close there for the Packers. That opens things back out to a 10-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 9. Give it a minute. It'll be 10. Mason Crosby extra point.
A Rogers Adams stack. So here's what's up over the rest of the day.
All right, run us through.
After this, you will have Get the Green. Didn't we just do Get the Green yesterday? We're going to Get the Green again today. Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are going to be coming at you.
There's a lot of green to get. So
getting you ready for the Memorial.
That's right.
So get excited as you get to the green. Those guys will be along after this sim. Oh, every Tuesday and Wednesday after the 2. Well, there you go. See, cloudy head cold brain. At 4 o'clock, the early bird special. I will tentatively be back with you for Eagles Cowboys with Christian. I'll probably do it because I can just let Christian just go. He can talk for 95% of that thing. The slate MLB, little baseball talk with Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne to follow the 4 o'clock sim Eastern time. And then
there we go.
Late Classic, you will have Jason Rossi at both 6 and 8. Jaguars Bengals with Kenny Ducey for the happy hour sim. Then prime time with Tom Carroll, Titans Jets. And if you guys need more Tom Carroll in your lives, and it sounds like you do, He will be with Jeff Ulrich for Lions Bears Madden After Dark tonight.
Tigers were not involved.
Nope. Oh my.
But Lions and Bears. That is, those 3 sims on the late slate are the start of our 4th week of our Madden simulated season. The 3rd week comes to a close in your next sim, Eagles and Cowboys. And put a nice little bow on 3 weeks of the Madden simulated season. That's Dante Pettis with the catch there.
Super Bowl baby says, I'm working on an oil rig, kind of noisy. Can someone send Koff a better microphone? Evans says, wow, sounds like you might get us sick just listening.
Yeah, I don't worry. The virtual booth is very contained.
Yeah,
there is no way.
Quite that. It's virtual.
Exactly. The partition between me and Kaufman is about 80 miles or so. Actually, it's probably not quite that far. But
keeping each other healthy, one sim at a time.
There we go.
I just feel bad because I'm sitting here, in the Zoom window with all of you, with our dude Frangeli and Ops, with Jordan, with Drew, you obviously, and the people don't know, or maybe they assume, but I'll occasionally mute my mic, my already quiet mic, I guess. I'll occasionally mute my mic and blow my nose, and it's like, it's a little subconscious feeling like people are just watching you blow your nose here in the Zoom window. Gross.
Yeah. I make sure I pin your video right to the front so it's big and center screen, right? But no, I do not.
Bonzo says Koff's a bubble boy. Giggle Pig says Debo sick with whatever Koff has.
He may be.
Yeah, not a lot of Debo Samuel.
Nope, not present yet. But
Football baby believes I've already infected his phone.
More George Kittle.
Where's our username? It's just a damn Kaufman when you need him. That's what I want to know.
It would be more applicable today than normal.
Right. Any other. I've moved to 30.
All right.
Dropped to 24. Now we're in the gap.
That'll help me. And you? We both have Kittle.
Yep.
Nice catch over the middle. He's got to be close to, if not in the bonus now. Let's see. Just short still. I think it said 93 before we got the move the chains animation. So a big day for Kittle. 2 touchdowns already.
Robbie,
could
you look great, Adam. My wife disagrees. She has told me otherwise. I was like sauntering out of bed, just dragging my feet like an 80-year-old man. She's like, "You are just then I bang my elbow on a chair and like hit it just right in the not so funny bone spot.
Oh.
He's like, "You are just a real specimen." This is something to behold right here.
Peak Kaufman.
Peak Kaufman. An inspiration to everyone. 24-14, 2nd and 10, 5.5 to go, 4th quarter. Garoppolo, he's got time, he's got space, he's getting me bored. Touchdown! There. No, at the 1.
No, at the 1. That was Pettis, I believe.
Yeah, Dante Pettis.
That's all right. We want a 3rd one for Kittle. That'd be pretty cool. Or maybe Mostert. Do we get a Mostert score?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work as well for a lot of people. Let's see. Is he down? Well, I guess you can't tell from that angle because we're going to go right to the next play. 2 tight ends in the game. 3 receivers. This is an interesting formation. It is Mostert. Walk in. Touchdown.
Now we're in the gap, making it a 3-point game there for the extra point.
If they can stop Aaron Jones, which they haven't been able to do all day, could get interesting here.
That's going to help you out with regard to our little dogfight here.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too.
While we both have Mostert, you've got him captain.
Yep, that will move me up. I'm just shy of 100.
6 points behind you.
All right. You have MVS as your captain, right?
That's correct. Matt Nelson is our new leader by about 3 points almost.
Good work, Matt.
Keep it up.
Didn't see that coming. Third place. They've been up the top a lot lately. Last few sims I've been in. Good work. Didn't see that coming.
Brother Phil says, just remember what Ducey says all the time, Coffee. You never play Kittle in Sims. He stinks. He sucks. He's always a complete waste of a roster spot. You never, ever play Kittle.
That was a pretty good Ducey impersonation.
Well, it's the nasal.
It's the cold? Oh, okay.
Yeah. You don't do it, Cough. Don't play him. He sucks.
2 touchdowns and 93 yards later.
And Garoppolo, for that matter.
All right, let's see what Aaron Rodgers and the Packers can do here. Really need a first down or 2 to burn the rest of this clock. That'll help. Nice completion over the middle. Who is that? First catch of the day. Is that
Lazard?
Number 13? Is that Lazard?
Alan Lazard.
Wide receiver 4. Before we added back in the COVID opt-outs, Lazard was a money play. Like, he was awesome.
Yeah, he was.
Because Funchess wasn't on the right when Funchess wasn't on the depth chart. Lazard was the wide receiver 2, and he was really, really good. And then he ended up dropping down the depth chart when Funchess was added back and kind of disappeared. But there he is making a catch. 13.5% flat.
Of lineups in the larger free contest. Kittle 44 points in the captain spot. Thank you, Jordan. I said to my wife earlier
Mercedes.
Today, it was like, I think I'm going to take a Benadryl. She's like, don't do that. It's daytime. You take that to
drowsy.
I'm just sitting here in Simland like,
Cough. The Packers. They're driving. 3rd and 4. Wake up, buddy. Incomplete pass. No, we need Pete Kaufman, not Sleepy Kaufman.
Oh, Pete Kaufman ain't coming today, guys. 24-20. He did call out. 24-21. 3rd and 4. Midfield. 3 and change to go.
Plenty of time. Oh, but caught from behind. Nick Bosa.
He's good.
He's very good, and he is in the zone, and he has his 2nd sack of the day, the first one resulting in a fumble, and he has just given his team a real decent shot to win this game. 24-21, 3:30 left. They're getting the ball back. They will get a chance. They will get a chance. I'm saying there's a chance.
I hope virtual Matt LaFleur says, oh, yeah? Watch this.
Goes for it or kicks a field goal. He's really good at kicking field goals.
He's thinking about it. You can just tell.
He is. Yeah. You can see the wheels turning there. You can see he's really contemplating a 70-yard field goal or going for it, or he's just going to punt it over. Not a bad punt. Not a good one either, though. 23-yard line.
Isn't this where Raheem Mostert's supposed to go for like a 75-yard touchdown run? Make everybody feel better about rostering him, put the Niners ahead?
I wouldn't hate it. I'm going to stand and block instead. I would like to see that man hit the bonus before.
Middle day.
I think he's near in the bonus now because that was 9 yards. He was over 90 already, so that should 102 yards for Kittle. I think he's pretty much got unless Aaron Jones runs for another touchdown, I think he's got the player of the game award wrapped up, regardless of how this drive ends up. But hey, add a 3rd score to it. That'd be even better. He's in the slot to the bottom of the screen now. Throwing the other direction, though. That might have been Debo. Yep, Debo is on the field. Can confirm.
People need a Debo. You get a little Debo. 3rd catch.
A little Debo.
Still a little Debo. Couple of Debos.
There we go.
Two-minute warning. Someone in the chat here needs a little Kittle, needs a little Funchess, needs a little
A
Rogers.
little more Kittle.
Bonus.
Kittle's been a beast.
Little more Kittle.
51.3 in the captain spot. That's a lot.
It's a ton. Garoppolo. Very short pass in the hands of Mostert. Gets to the logo. Don't stomp it.
That is, yeah, be careful. Be careful.
Don't you know, guys? They run up and down over that thing so many times a game. It's the same thing.
They sweat on it. They like fall down on it.
It's just paint. What are you so up in arms about?
Oh, Twitter's a great place.
Is it?
Well, I mean,
Ball
it's great
completed.
for comedy.
And Debo Samuel takes it down to the 25.
Look at that, some more Debo.
Debo!
No, it is not. It is not a great place, but it is great for comedy.
Cesspool is what it is. Hard to imagine life without it at this point, though.
It's true. Kittle in the slot to the bottom of the screen now. See if they go his direction. Garoppolo, plenty of time. Oh, he did get rid of it. I thought he was going to take a big sack there. But he was able to unload. So this would be
That's
a 40
bounces.
43-yard field goal for the tie from here. Now, that's why it's important he got rid of that ball, because you take the sack, you're out of field goal range, or at least make it much harder for Robbie Gold. Your boy, Robbie Gold. He's still going to get a short pickup. Yeah. More Mostert. 5 catches now.
Normally, and I've been here enough, you guys know me by now. I'm a big free football guy.
You are, but it doesn't feel like that.
Do not want overtime.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll give you a pass this time. See if Jimmy G gives you a pass, though.
Yeah, he did give me a pass.
He did.
Caught by the Debo drive.
It is. It's like, oh, hey, our wide receiver won. Let's actually use him.
You got him.
So if Mostert scores the touchdown here, I think that gets him out of the Babysitter Billy Award. If he scores a touchdown here. It'd be a second of the game.
Hard to
score the game-winning touchdown.
Guy with multiple touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying.
Despite the ownership.
And the game winner if he were to get it here. But
it as he threw it.
Oh my God. Did he catch that? It'd be better if he didn't. He didn't. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Better for him that he did not, because it wouldn't have been a touchdown, obviously, and would have kept the clock.
Would have kept running. Well, would have used another timeout.
Right. So it's still 2 timeouts. 2nd and goal. Jimmy G is in the bonus. Wow.
Well, a lot of passing on this drive. There's your handoff to Mostert.
There it is.
Touchdown run. Second of the day for Raheem Mostert. Hashtag Raheem to the stream.
He showed up late, but better late than never. 2 touchdowns here in the 4th quarter. He's fired up. They're going to 3-0, and he is all about that. They will be one of just 2 undefeated teams remaining in this Madden simulated season.
He was jumping up and
Assuming
down.
they can
Over.
He's very excited that you don't have to stick around for overtime.
I'm excited for my guy Robbie Gold picking up another point.
There you go.
A 5th extra point. Is that where we're at now?
I think 4, right?
4. Oh, that's right. We are at 4. Yep.
Yeah. So the Mostert touchdown has me in 11th right now.
I'll tell you
where
I got fooled. I got fooled by our guy Frangeli getting.
He's
cocky.
just so quick. He
got cocky. I looked at my lineup, and he put that extra point in before he even kicked it, because he said they don't miss these.
He's correct.
He's right. I mean, we've never seen it.
All right, so Kittle's definitely player of the game here.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's figure out Babysitter Billy. I mean, the 2 leading candidates, we had it figured out, but then they both had big drives. Mostert with a big, and Debo.
Let's see.
So who has not been around? I mean, Kendrick Bourne had only 3 catches, but it's Kendrick Bourne. Not a ton of people had him.
Yeah, he was 16%. I mean, my guy Robbie Gold is about 40% owned and only had 4
And he only has 4 points. Yeah, I mean, we don't normally give Babysitter Billy awards to kickers, but everybody else he's been pretty good.
Yeah, fairly representative.
I mean, Debo still only has 3 catches.
Yeah, I mean, he's not highly owned, but 8.3 points for $7,400 is not good.
Nope. I think everybody saw that coming and stayed away. So it looks like it might be Gold, just based on the lineups I've clicked through. He's been in most of them, and he is pretty underwhelming. You could go with either defense, too. They've both had only 2 fantasy points, but very low ownership there, as we talked about off the top. Only 5% and 2.9% owned. So very low ownership. Neither defense.
To mention, if it impacts your decision-making, Slightly Lon says it should be Aaron Rodgers, easily. That's Slightly Lon's opinion in the chat.
13 fantasy points, though. 250 passing yards. Does have the 2 fumbles.
What's his average, though? About 18, something like that?
Yeah. So he's at 13. His average is 19.9. So well below average. 50% owned. Yeah, I'm good with that. We'll go with Rodgers. Rodgers is your Babysitter Billy. He was also trending really well at the beginning of the game and then kind of fell apart towards the end. So he did the opposite of what Raheem Mostert did, who did get those 2 late touchdowns, finished with 33 yards on the ground, and did just enough to move me into the top 10 of our smaller contest.
Oh, there you go. Not me. I plummeted after that Mostert takeover. 46th. Matt Nelson is our projected winner with George Kittle at captain, north of 50 points. Mostert, Jones, Funchess, MVS, and even a punt play with a goose egg in Jordan Reed, getting him nothing.
Nothing. Go with Dwelly next time.
Very good. Good for you. Here's what we got coming up. 4 o'clock, 45 minutes. Eagles, Cowboys. I'll be with Christian DeAndrea unless something crazy changes. The slate, MLB, Bukes and Garion. Take you through a little baseball talk after that sim to get you ready for what is going on the diamond tonight. At 6, that is the happy hour sim. Jaguars, Bengals, Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey, and then you will have Rossi and Tom Carroll with Titans and Jets at 8, primetime, 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, Lions and Bears. Moose coming on back with TC. Speaking of Jeff Ulrich, he is waiting ever so patiently in the Zoom, ready to take over with Reed T. Fowler, Sweet Tea. These guys just desperate to talk about the Memorial. So we say thanks to Jordan, thanks to Drew. Make sure you reserve your lineup everywhere, Drew. And thanks to Fran Jelly, and most especially to Zach Thompson. We will see you again soon, my friend. Let's turn things over for a little golf talk, see what's going on in the links. Fellas?
Oh, if you're sure you don't want to do another hour worth of content?
I don't think anyone needs to hear that.
Oh, I hope you
do a
feel
double prime time and Madden After Dark. Let's go. Let's work through that cold, buddy. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. You should be battle tested with what, 3 kids in the Kaufman household. So
yeah, they're the ones who did this to me.
Yeah, the petri dishes. They're the vessels. Yeah. All right, thanks, buddy. Get some rest. I know you've got 45 more sims to go today, but like Koff mentioned, Jeff, it is the Memorial Tournament. This is a fantastic week for golf. It's not one of the majors, and we got a good one. There's a lot of updates that we'll be talking about, a lot of things that we'll go through right now when it comes to the Memorial Tournament. And look, this tournament, like I mentioned earlier, is probably 5th or 6th if you rank, the golf tournaments by prestige. Obviously, it's the 4 majors. Then you could interchange like Genesis, I would argue, Memorial, maybe Quail Hollow players, obviously. But where does this one rank for you in terms of allure, also in terms of how much these guys want to win this tournament?
Yeah, this is it's obviously one of the more prestigious regular season events. It's an invitational. So, just from like a winner's perspective, more comes with it. I mean, slightly bigger prize pool, I'm pretty sure, but also, bigger exemptions. It's a big one on the schedule, and I think it appeals more to the younger guys who like really want to shake Jack Nicklaus's hands, but also some of these tour grinders. I mean, we've seen guys like Lingworth come here, Will McGirt, a couple other names, guy like Duffner won like later in his career. I mean, they kind of just come here and I think they do make a bigger deal of it than some of the top players. So we've seen bigger winners here kind of prevail, surprisingly, because as you mentioned, it's a good field. Like we're getting a solid field. 7 of the top 10 players are here. I think that's correct. Regardless, there's a bunch of top 10 players in the world here. So, but it's been one where guys kind of in the mid-tier, guys, even long shots have prevailed. So I look for something similar this week. Got my eye on some mid-tier like shots, just young players that I think could come through as well. Kind of a mix. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually I like to ask you, what are you looking at that other people potentially aren't, what we haven't seen yet, something that's different. But I want to kind of change that a little bit. And I was watching Jack Nicklaus's press conference earlier when he was talking about the course and the renovations. And remember last year, right? Well, during the tournament, when these guys were on the back nine, the grounds crew was already taking up the greens on the front nine on Sunday, like during the tournament. They were changing already. They were making course renovations already. They were starting the process for this year's 2021. And when you take a look at the renovations, a lot of us think that, okay, they change the tee boxes, they move in here, they lengthen some courses, they might move a bunker here or there. But there's considerable changes, and especially the green complexes that some may have slanted maybe towards the right. Now some, and this is just generally speaking, have now slanted towards the left, maybe towards a water hazard. Are you factoring in any of that? Maybe course history doesn't play as much of a factor here? Or are you just saying, I'm just going to roll with the guys that are current form like most weeks?
Well, I don't think you need to like write off course history. I don't think the course is going to play that different, but there will be changes for sure. The green complexes, like you said, were kind of torn up. They weren't completely new or anything, but a lot of them were remodeled. I can't even remember all the changes. A couple of the fairways were widened, or actually maybe not widened. Actually, I think narrowed, and a bunch of trees were put in. So I'm most interested to see how it plays off the tee. If this becomes a harder first shot course, it could start to favor some of the bombers more. We've seen this being more sort of just an all around test where length obviously helps, but realistically, if you're just like a wizard around the greens and good on your approaches, you don't have to be an ace off the tee here. We've seen Kuchar win. I mentioned Will McGirt, not a big hitter at all. So I don't think if that changes this year, that's something to keep an eye on. But I think the course will, for the most part, play somewhat similar at the very least. I don't think Jack is trying to change the nature. He lengthened it a little bit, 100 yards though, and it might not even play to its tips, right? So I think the biggest thing will be, some of the players who had an edge maybe on the greens won't have that similar edge, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to change the complexion that much. I don't think it's going to turn into like a US Open test or anything.
Yeah, and he said too that he thinks it's easier. He thinks that the renovations have made it easier. Right, it's subjective. It might be easier in his mind, but
certainly will be easier than the Memorial last year, where the greens were baked out and like everything was just let go. It was pretty crazy conditions.
And last week we got the John Rahm. Wasn't that where he got the penalty stroke and he had no idea, which was so stupid?
Final round. He made
Bryson.
Made an insane chip in, and then he got penalized for it because I think he touched the ball or something. It was oscillating. He still ended up winning by 3 strokes, but it was a dominant performance by Rahm. But some of the toughest conditions you'll see, because the greens were just baked out. The rough was like let go. Everything was just let go because the course was about to be torn up. So.
Yeah, just looking over at some comments here on YouTube. Robbie Noble, what's up, big guy? Bonzo says, I have many leather-bound books. I don't think any of them are leather-bound, actually. I think they're all like paperback or like hardcover. They're not leather-bound. I need to step up my game. But
plastic-bound comic books.
No, but those are actually worth more than leather-bound books. Come on, it's all about value, baby.
More than most leather-bound books. That is the truth.
Yeah. So load up your questions. We already see one here from Carbon. Griot or Doc Redman love this week, Jeff. If you had to choose one of the other, I know they're just differently priced. Who is your favorite? But do you have love? Well, do you have love for either? And then if you do, which one do you like more?
I definitely have love for Grillo this week. His approach game is off the charts right now. I can't remember what he did last week off the top of my head. Actually, I might even have his stats up
T8.
right here. So he had a solid week though. I mean, T8, yeah, again, another 6 strokes on approach. The thing you worry about Grillo at the Memorial is, is a short game. Is he gonna take a 5 chip around the green at some point and get a quad? It's very possible, but he's putted well lately. The approach game is just insane right now. I actually really like him here. He's played pretty well this event in the past. He's actually gained strokes on the greens here in 4 of the last 5 times he's played this event. I got nothing bad to say about Grillo at 7,700. I think he's even an interesting bet. I think this guy's hitting the ball so well on his approaches. You've got to figure a win's coming at some point. We laugh and joke, oh, Grillo can't make the putts, can't chip, but when you're that consistent with your irons, it will pay off eventually, just like it did for Paul Casey. So I like Grillo. I don't trust that Doc Redman's game is quite up to snuff where he's going to be able to take on a venue like Memorial necessarily. It's getting closer, but I think I'd rather trust Adam Hadwin, who is just better around the greens, better with the putter, and his approach game has been pretty consistent the last 2 or 3 times out. So 6,800, I don't feel the need necessarily to go with Redman. I like Hadwin there instead.
Yeah, interesting thing about Hadwin, he kind of fits that mold, right? That Dirt McGirt, that Lingmerth type of style. I think Danny Willett is interesting this week. And
Sure.
Adam Hadwin's kind of that guy, right? T8, quiet T8 from Charles Schwab. You didn't really see much of him on the Sunday final round, but top 10 is solid. Now it's his best performance. If you take a look at his game logs since the Honda Classic. Now the Honda, right? I mean, another Jack Nicklaus course, PGA National. So you start to see that he has the type of game to play well here. T26 at Genesis, Riviera, very similar in terms of the traditional style golf course, which is what we're going to have here at the Memorial. So I do like that Hadwin call. Doc is interesting. Doc is, we're waiting for it to happen, right? We saw Doc, at probably the ceiling last year during the shutdown when we came back. Doc is one of the guys that probably flourished after the shutdown. Guys like Adam Scott were ones that did not, right? Mark Leishman, coincidentally, both Australian golfers did not play well after the shutdown after playing well earlier that season. Doc Redman was a guy who switched that and was playing well. We just haven't seen it at all. There's places where he's done well, maybe a couple of rounds, few rounds, but really, I'm with you, Jeff. I have no faith in Redman. And look, could he play well? Absolutely. But I think there's guys down in this range because of the 120-man field, because of the Invitational. Lonzo Griffin always at below 7K. This is the Rick Gaiman thing. This guy returns value at 68K or 7K and below. Not a blind play, but just to give you an idea, cut. But look when he makes the weekend. T26, T34, T35, T21, right? When he makes the weekend, he's got a pretty solid performance when he's at this price. If Lonzo was at 75, 78, then he wouldn't be value. But I agree. No love for Redman. Grillo is just crazy good right now with his irons. It's unbelievable. Do you have faith more in his irons or Finau's irons?
I mean, I have more faith in Finau,
In general?
He's just a better player, but
I don't know.
I don't
irons.
either of them this week, if I'm being honest. I like the price on Finau this week. I don't think he's
Yeah.
overpriced at all. I think that's a really good, salary for him. But in terms of consistency, I mean, Grillo's been hitting the ball better. I think Finau's probably short game has been better this year, but I mean, that's not saying much comparing him to Grillo, right? So it's just really both these guys, it comes down to the putting. Grillo's actually been better with the putter lately. So again, I mean, I think there's a fair price for Tony Finau. I like the form of Grillo better, but both these guys are interesting. I like Finau more as a DFS play. I actually feel like this could be a spot for Grillo to potentially even pick up a win. So I like targeting him again in top 10 and outright markets. Finau more of a DFS play. I think he's just gonna might even just go a little under the radar. You got Corey Connors is good. We may have reached a decent price point here on Finau. So
Yeah, I absolutely agree. If you take a look at Finau, 2 of his top 3 putting performances have been at Memorial, which is wild to say because Memorial's greens are some of the toughest. But you kind of see, right, the correlation of how well he putts and how well he does at the Masters at Augusta National, where it's the same thing. You got to break up the greens in quadrants and you got to hit it to the spot. And if you stay below the hole, yada, yada, yada. Similar here at Memorial, it's the same type of approach mentality where you have to hit it in the right spots. And if you take a look, and even Griot, I think Griot's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His 7th best putting performance. Again, this was 2016, and a lot has, could have changed 5 years ago. But his 7th best performance, 6th best performance putting was at Memorial. So that's what you have to take in mind, that these bad putters, and Byung-Hun An, right, lost to a playoff, in 2018 to Bryson, bad putter, comes here for whatever reason, and it probably mitigates, right? These tough greens probably mitigate the really, really good putters. Maybe it shrinks that gap, but at the same time, I think you're right. Griot is someone who's just hitting the ball well and hard to get away from. Of the top guys, at the very top, his win rate is unbelievable. If you take a look at what he's done, still over the last, he wins what? I think Joe Idoni on Twitter, I was watching his little clip that he does in his car, and he mentioned this too, right? 1 out of 8 tournaments JT wins, right? His win, no player, I think, for the last, 3 years maybe, has won that much, has won as many times as JT. So when you take a look at that, and the wins that he has, right, they're superb. And that's what you have to do at the top here. I think you have to compare. I think you're right. Bryson is, from a DFS standpoint, I think Bryson is the one guy that is probably going to go under rostered, right, of the top 5. But JT as the cheapest guy in the $10,000 range, you got to be kidding me. This guy is stellar. He just won the Players not too long ago. So,
a decent record here. He's got multiple top 10s at Muirfield Village. It's not like he's been garbage. He lost in a playoff here last year. I keep forgetting about the workday. I mean, I think easier conditions, if Jack Nicholson is being truthful, also helps Justin Thomas. I mean, so yeah, I look at this 10K range. I just can't even get my head around it. Justin Thomas at 10-2 this week.
Yeah, the weather report here, Jeff, as we got from our producers, scattered T-storms on Thursday, 74 degrees high, 58 low, 45% chance of rain, winds, sustained, pretty low throughout the week. But Kuchar also mentioned this too. You have to bring every, gear of weather, every type of weather gear that you got in your bag. You got to call the sponsors up and say, I need a raincoat, I need gloves, I need a beanie, I need rain pants. I need it all, because the weather in Dublin, Ohio, as we've seen, can get just really, really hot, or can get something like this. So are you factoring that in at all when it comes to T-splits, when it comes to making lineups, bets? Probably not bets, but are you factoring in the weather at all?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think sorry, what's going on here? I think that as far as the weather goes, trying to plug some into my computer. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
As it goes,
we're back.
I mean, you definitely want to watch it up until Wednesday, because from what I've seen, the Thursday morning wave could be interesting. I don't know how much, you want to just rely on one wave that could get delayed, but Thursday morning looks like it could be the trouble spot. Last time I looked anyways. So some I'm going to keep an eye on. May end up going with more Friday afternoon plays this week for sure.
Yeah, we got a comment too about Wyndham Clark as a favorite play, I believe under $7,000. Are you? Yeah, he's at $6,700. I haven't looked too much into Wyndham Clark this week. I know he's a guy who putts, he hits the ball a mile. And when he starts to putt, he's one of those guys that you see at the top of the leaderboard on Thursday, Friday. Any love for Wyndham Clark at $6,700?
Wyndham Clark's just been so inconsistent with his irons,
Good boy.
but he's still like he's really up there in bogey avoidance. He's just really solid with his putter and pretty solid around the greens. And like you said, like he's good off the tee. So he's actually playing good golf everywhere else.
Yeah.
I really can't say anything bad about him except that he hasn't had a lot of success at this course. And I probably again would prefer Adam Hadwin over him. But I would probably say the second player I'm interested in at 6,700 is Wyndham Clark. I think I have a little bit more interested in him at this course than Doc Redman. Again, you can have success here. A lot of it is predicated around how you do on the greens. You look at like the top finishers. I think like the top 20 guys here last year all gained strokes putting. Like you have to putt well this week.
Mm-hmm.
You have to scramble well because you're going to miss some greens, and the greens are really hard to get around. So I don't mind it. He's not my top play in the range, but he's definitely like a player I wouldn't mind using. I also don't hate Camilo Villegas at 6,600.
Yeah,
this range a little bit, playing good golf. Sweet.
CH3 sticks, Tringali, Adam Scott, Mackenzie Hughes, your boy, Cam Smith is at 6, Stu Manji, as Mail likes to call him, Stuart Sink 7. He's someone I want to talk to you about. Number 8, Patrick Reed, Sepp Straka number 9, and Mark Hubbard number 10. But going back to Stuart Sink, because there was a question about, and I saw that other question about Patton Kazire there, Robbie Noble. I'll get to that in a little bit. Guys who play well on these type of courses and quote unquote old guys, he popped up in like every type of model, everything that I was taking a look at. And just the fact that he's playing really well this season. Is there any love for Stuart Sink at $7,500? I would think that I would be in on him if it was closer to 71, 72. But $300, like how many people are playing Stuart Sink this week in this type of field? None.
Nobody ever plays Stuart Sink, man. Like even when he's like, did people even use him at the PGA? Like everyone's like, oh yeah, Stuart Sink actually good value, but I don't think that many people actually use them. Sink is a great pivot off of Kevin Streelman this week. Kevin Streelman is projected out to be like a top 3 owned play in GPPs. He's playing good. Everyone's got the PGA Championship final round fresh in their minds where he was on TV a lot. He's got a fantastic record at the Memorial, but like Stuart Sink's better right now. He's like a better player. I think, or at the very least, they're equal, right? Like tee to green, they're both very good right now. Sink definitely better off the tee. Yeah, I think he's a good pivot.
Look at those finishes.
What's that?
Like look at those finishes from Stuart Sink. Just the last 5 tournaments.
He makes the weekend, and you're like guaranteed a top 30. Like it's ridiculous. So he's playing very consistent right now. Could Sink have like a terrible week with the putter on these new greens? It could happen. Yeah. But the thing is, again, we're talking about pivoting off of Kevin Streelman. The exact same thing could happen to Streelman, who's not like a high-end putter at all. So I don't have any problem with it. Maybe Max Homa is like the pivot off both these guys. He's the young player, but he's kind of, he's really kind of hit the skids here. I just don't know if I want to trust the bounce back. There's lots of people you could play in this range though. Tringali just keeps making cuts, but you got Aiden at 76. You've got Matt Kuchar at 74. You've got Charles Schwartzel, who everybody loved 2 weeks ago, and now is going to be like 3% owned. There's just no reason to eat the Streelman chalk this week. Like none. Like there's none of these players are significantly worse. Some of them are maybe actually significantly better than Streelman in the long run. So it's a really interesting range. Obviously, Sink is in that handful of players. I don't even know how I'd rank these guys, to be honest. I wrote up Bezuidenhout this week. I like him as a player. I love these type of conditions for him. But, you could convince me that, like, Tringali is just the better play there. You could convince me Sink's the better play. It's just these guys are all close, and Streelman is close with them. So this is a range where I really will use ownership projections and kind of make the decision from that.
Nice. Patton Kazire from Robbie Noble. How do we feel about Patton Kazire? Another good finish from the big man last week at the Charles Schwab, a top 3. Well, I mean, he wasn't really close to winning it. So the top three, it's not exactly, he just came in third place.
6 shots behind Kokrak.
6 shots behind,
not
right?
a big deal,
but
right?
still 105. Now he has back-to-back, 100 plus weeks on DK, back-to-back top threes of his starts, right? AT&T Byron Nelson, and then the Charles Schwab Challenge, both top threes. You like in Wyndham, Patton Kazire at $7,300. Third in Bentgrass green putting.
He's gaining like 6 strokes with his approaches every week right now too.
Crazy.
I think if the course is going to play a tad bit easier, and maybe the greens aren't going to be as hard to hold, it's the guy who can get super hot with his putter. I typically don't play Patton Kazire because I have no idea when he's going to gain 8 strokes putting and when he's going to lose like 5 strokes on his ball striking. But I'm pretty tempted this week. He is a really talented player. Like when he gets confidence again, and he's never going to do that much off the tee, but the fairways are pretty easy to hit here. Like this should be a pretty good course for him, if we're being honest. Guys like Kucherov won here that we mentioned. I can definitely see it. So I really don't hate using him in this range. Now I'm going to have to fade my guy Russell Henley if I use him. So that might be a problem for me. But if I'm being honest, if you emphasize recent form, and I do a lot of the time, I think Kazire is probably the play here. I do like Henley this week. I like Henley every week. So I guess it's really not saying that much.
Right.
Yeah, I think Kazire is the best upside. We can talk about guys like Kucher, who's got good course history. Maybe Schwartzel for a bounce back, but Kazire's the guy who's just smashing the ball right now. Very consistent. Like I said, really should set up well here. And you don't mind taking a high-end putter because, again, the green complexes are tough. You're going to have to sink your 8-footers. You're going to have to make some putts here to keep you in it. So Kazire gives you a lot of that.
What do you think about this guy right here? Same price. We'll see Woo action.
Oh, man. It's so tempting, isn't it?
It is.
1% owned, Siwoo Kim. What did he do? He withdrew last week, correct?
And I can't figure out why. Maybe it's just because he didn't want to be there.
I think there was a weather delay. So really, who knows what this guy was up to? I mean, I don't know.
I love it. Give me that. Give me the I have no idea what to do with Siwoo. I'm probably just going to pass.
It's generally when he plays his best golf, if we're being honest.
Right.
So.
And there's a lot of correlation, right? From the American Express, in terms of who's won, who's played well at that course. And that tournament that he won. 2 rounds instead of just 1, I believe, right? How it's usually done at the American Express. 2 rounds were played on the Nicklaus course, and then 2 rounds the Stadium, which was that Pete Dye course. Look, I mean, Pete Dye courses are fairly similar, right? And we always use the correlation of Harbor Town, the players, when we're looking at Quail Hollow and, Colonial a little bit last week, and especially here at Memorial, is these type of courses where it's precision, where it's accuracy with the irons, where you're not getting too far offline with the driver. That's this guy, man. Siwoo Kim at, whatever percentage he's going to be rostered, 2, 3, whatever it is, because you see back-to-back cuts. If anybody's thinking about playing him, they see a withdrawal or missed cuts, they're not going to do it. But, he's a guy that can just absolutely tear up a course like this. This guy came in 12th putting at the Masters with a 3-wood for 1 round. Come on, man. Siwoo Kim, to me, $7,300 is someone that I'm interested in. Jeff, I'm going to talk to you about one more guy, too, in the $7,000 range that I think you like for a lot of tournaments. What about Aaron Wise? Talk to me about Aaron Wise.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, if you're playing Siwoo Kim, you're probably sprinkling him in. Maybe you're playing multiple lineups. You could take a shot with him in a single lineup entry, but you're playing huge variants. I think Aaron Wise gives you access to the similar kind of upside, but he's actually playing well. We don't have to guess that Aaron Wise might withdraw or he's going through something or he's just not feeling great. Aaron Wise is playing good. He gained over 3 strokes around the green and approach at PGA Championship. This dude's super talented. People just forget about Aaron Wise. I mean, he's a young player. He's another young player who hits it a ton off the tee. He can really get hot, with the around the green game. This guy's going to win again at some point soon. Yeah. He was in the final group at the Honda Classic with Matt Jones, Nicholas Design again. I love the correlation there. Coming off, a really, again, it kind of reminds me of Stuart Sink coming off the solid Masters. Aaron Wise, T17 at the PGA. It's not flashy, but it's a big result for him. Would not be shocked if he built on it and had a really big week here. Aaron Wise is definitely my favorite play in this low 7K range. He might just be my favorite play, like, of anyone under 8K this week. I love this price. I think this setup is really good for him because he's really started to kind of catch fire with those irons. And if we catch him on a good putting week, I think the sky is honestly the limit here. So again, another player, of course, going to play easier than last year. I like it. I like those conditions for Aaron Wise. So.
Yeah, right now the projection for ownership for Aaron Wise at 7,000 is only about 5% right now on Fantasy National. Again, take that with a grain of salt. Might be a little bit higher. I'd argue it might be a little bit lower than that. So you're getting Aaron Wise right now. It's Tuesday, so that could definitely change if he's getting a lot of talk and a lot of chatter throughout the week. But you're right, Jeff. I mean, look at these courses that are similar, right? Quail Hollow, long course that you need to keep the ball in the fairway. T9. PGA Championship, you cannot put the ball in the fescue, in the rough, in the native area. T17, and look how he started and ended. That's the thing that I like. Yeah, 79 and 72. Saturday or Friday was terrible weather, right? It was so windy on Friday. A lot of guys did bad, but to come back after shooting that 79 and then go 72, 68 to end the tournament, the PGA Championship, that means a ton to me. And on top of that, if you take a look at what he said too. A lot of the ball striking, he's had to improve his ball striking because a lot of these courses, right, that's how you win. It's not the slog fest, you make a lot of putts. It's not like that anymore. Your ball striking needs to be top of the line. And he mentioned that he lost his putting along the way. So he's gaining that back. And like you mentioned, this guy can hit it a mile. I was watching him on the range at Kiowa. Like the ball just snaps off the club face, and it's beautiful.
Super
like everyone. He's extremely talented, and he's a big guy too. He's tall. So
he doesn't look big. He's one of those dudes that doesn't look big on TV because he's kind of like the baby face. He's like a big version of Cam Smith or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's like not bulkier, but he's like a filled out version of Cam Smith. Anyway, this is a lot of Aaron Wise talk. But I just like, if you take a look at him at $7,000, if you're trying to construct your roster with a couple of guys up top here, if you want to go Bryson. And look, a guy that we didn't talk about yet is Colin Morikawa, who won, right, the Workday charity last year, who's got great, you take a look at his finishes since like the Masters, 18th, 7th, 8th, 14th. This guy, look, he's playing a lot, but he's, number one, essentially an approach. This is an approach course. What are you doing with Morikawa this week?
Yeah, I feel like Morikawa, he paid off for people at this price last week. T14, obviously you needed Jordan Spieth, but people aren't going to be like, oh, Morikawa blew my lineup. He still put in, 3 of 4, like 3 solid rounds out of 4. Didn't make a ton of birdies, I guess, but he didn't sink lineups last week. I think people go right back to him. This dude's been super consistent, obviously isn't missing any cuts. The irons are there. I expect him to be probably the most popular. I think he'll actually be more popular than Justin Thomas, even though I don't really think he should, just because Thomas he wins. Well, Morikawa almost wins at a Justin Thomas rate at this point. But my point is Justin Thomas, shouldn't be that cheap. Morikawa, maybe you could make the argument like he could be more than Rory, but he's priced a little bit more appropriately. So I still think Morikawa will be the most popular player in this range. If not the most, he'll be second. So starting with Morikawa and Thomas is fine with me. You can find, we just went over the mid 7K range, and guys like Aaron Wise we like, and there's a ton of opportunity because this field is deep, like in the 7K range. You don't really need to worry about ownership percentages on the top guys. At least in my opinion, you should play who you really feel has the best upside. There's a lot of opportunity to kind of pivot off of guys lower down. So that's the way I'm looking at it. Morikawa and Thomas, the top 2 plays above 10K. You can start those 2, or you can just take one and go down to the 9K range too.
Yeah, in terms of betting, and we'll get to, because I wanted to ask you, we got about 7 more minutes. I want to ask you in terms of the guys that are coming in very popular in terms of projected roster percentage. I want to see who you are probably a little bit scared of. But if you take a look at the betting card, and you tweeted this out earlier today, some of your bets, give us maybe 1 or 2 of your favorite bets this week coming into the Memorial.
Yeah, let's head over to the old DraftKings sportsbook.
There we go.
Get my odds up too, just so we can all look at them. But I'm going to start with Aaron Wise, just because I think that it's we talk about long shots and stuff like that every week. I legitimately think a guy like Aaron Wise at plus 16,000 right now, and plus 1,000 top 10. Like I just feel like he's actually live to win this week. Yeah, so I'm really just going to push that home. I absolutely love those odds on him. If you can get him at those prices, it doesn't cost much. Legitimately, he has the talent to best a field like this. I love those odds on him this week. As far as like if you're doing a long shot, I can't recommend. That's probably where my money would go. It is where my money has gone the most, and I don't even mind like doubling down on that. But let's talk about guys shorter in price as well. Yeah, I mentioned I'm going to be betting Louis. I'm not betting him at this price at plus 2,200. He's too short on DK. I think if I was going to go in that range, I would probably try and grab a piece of. I might even grab a piece of Finau there. I think the better play there is probably to fade those guys and go up to the 5K range on DraftKings or even the 6K range. I like Gary Woodland and I like Shane Lowry this week. Lowry especially. I don't think Lowry should be like double the price of Louis Oosthuizen. So he's actually more than double. So I really like that price on Lowry, who again had another good PGA championship. He's had trouble on these greens in the past, but again, we're getting kind of newly constructed greens. He's playing much better than he was last year. I don't mind that price. And I like Woodland as well down there, 6,000. He's played really well on Jack Nicklaus courses. He's got a good record at the Memorial and at the Honda. So I think Woodland and Lowry, two guys you could start out with. And I already kind of mentioned Grillo. If you really just wanted to hammer this range, you can even throw Ricky in there. I bet Ricky, but Grillo, Lowry, Ricky, and Woodland, those are really good prices. It's not going to cost you a huge investment. You're getting 4 guys instead of like 2 if you start in the 2K range or whatever. So that's how I'm approaching this tournament. And look, Reed, we've seen Bryson won around 5 plus 5,000 when he won. Cantlay was probably around plus 3, plus 4,000 when he won. Yeah. It's been a popular range to hit. I think Morikawa was around this price last year, wasn't he? Maybe I think it's a little bit shorter, but
I think it was like 32, 31 if I can't.
Plus 3, plus 4. It's still that mid range. Like it's not the favorites, right? So again, these young players, and I'm not saying all these guys are super young, but those type of players kind of just making a jump at this tournament. We've seen it a lot.
Yeah, I agree. There's one player that I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. It's Joaquin Niemann. I liked him last week, didn't do much. But again, bent grass, great ball striker. This is the type of tournament that I see, like we talked about, right? These young players win, and he's at that price range right now. It seems short because of what he did last week. But again, this is a tournament that you have to figure out and make some stances because there's so much value, right? You want to bet everyone on this board. So if we're going a little bit contrarian, right? Finau obviously at plus 22. I like him at plus 28. Wherever you got him, plus 22 is probably the number that you're going to see for the rest of the week. But here's another one, Matty Fitzpatrick at plus 3,000. I think both of these guys should warrant some consideration. Fitzpatrick, I was following his group, Jeff, when he triple bogeyed 17, and I lost my head-to-head against Keegan Bradley. And he was up by 4 strokes on the second to last hole. If he didn't triple and he just parred out, top 5 at the PGA Championship. So you got to kind of dig in a little bit with Fitzpatrick. I think 3,000 is a great number. The last question, though, Jeff, that I wanted to ask you, as we got about a few more minutes left here, Finau, Victor Hovland, Keegs, Morikawa, and Cantlay are the top 5 guys coming in right now in terms of projected roster percentage. That's Finau, Hovland, Keegan, Morikawa, and Cantlay. Of those 5 guys, who are you most, I guess, not worried about? Because Keegs and Finau, obviously Keegan is probably the one guy there that you're like, ooh, what's going to happen? But if you had to take one away, Cantlay, Morikawa, Keegs, Hovland, or Finau, which one would it be?
Cantlay, Morikawa,
Keegan, Hovland, Finau.
Oh, I guess I'd take Finau and Keegan out.
I agree.
I mean, is Cantlay actually back? Like, he putted so poorly in that final round. You could make a case that maybe you should just be fading him, because if he putts like that again, he could easily just miss the cut by 1. I think Cantlay's a far bigger risk to miss the cut than those other 2 elite players, Hovland and Morikawa. So take that into consideration. I mean, I'll just straight up rank them. I'll go Morikawa, Hovland, Cantlay, Finau, Keegan. That's my sentiment on the guys. I'll be straight up fading Keegan. Chalky Keegan is like just the easiest fade in the world
Scary.
for me. I'm actually surprised Finau's up there. If he is going to be popular, and again, I'll check the ownership projections tomorrow again that I use. I really like Patrick Reed in that range. I'll say that. Last time I checked, he was 10, 12% projected. I'm absolutely fine with that. So, but I don't hate Finau at all. I just I'd probably rank him a little bit behind those other elites just in terms of consistency. But Tony doesn't miss many cuts. I'm not concerned about playing him. If you want to go super balanced, again, I think it'll still be pretty spread this week, and you can always find lower owned plays elsewhere.
Yeah, Patrick Reed coming in or just under 13.5% right now. Well, that will do it, Jeff. This is fun. The Memorial is a great tournament. You might see Bryson talking some shop on Sunday. Who knows?
Wow,
Jeff. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I have enough time, but it's going to be a fun one. Memorial is a fun tournament to watch. A lot of the great.
Should we be watching all the commercials? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it's like the Super Bowl. Okay. No, all right. No. Just on Sunday.
Oh no, I'm watching that.
Yeah, just TiVo with for all of you, 90s babies when we had the TiVo things. Coming up next on the Dream Stream. I'm not a 90s baby. I'm an 80s baby. Anyway, coming up on the Dream Stream at 4 p.m. Eastern, we have the Cowboys hosting the Eagles with Koff and Christian. And then following is the MLB, the slate with Bukes and Garion. So make sure you stay tuned. A lot of stuff coming down on the Dream Stream. Jeff, this was fantastic. Guys, have fun. Good luck, Aaron Wise. Come on, baby. A lot of us are riding on you. Come on, Aaron. That'll do it. If you guys have any questions, hit Jeff up on Twitter at The Fantasy Grind. I'm at Reed T. Fowler. Thank you very much, and good luck.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Good to be back with you. We got another sim that you were forced to listen to this, but you also get to see that on the other side of the screen. All that is Christian DeAndrea, and that's a winning formula, I think. How are you, man?
I'm good. We're inadvertently matching, so I'm doing better now.
Yes.
Knowing that I matched, that I have the same sartorial decision making as the great Adam Kaufman makes me feel better about myself inside. And honestly, I'm still a little bit exhausted from yesterday's bonkers jet sim that saw like 70 points scored. And I look at this sim, I'm like, maybe we have the potential to do the same. Then I think twice, I'm like, no, probably not. The Cowboys, as good as they are on paper, have been a constant sim disappointment. The Eagles, same thing. So as much as I would love for this to be a shootout, I have low expectations for this one. I did not let that affect my lineup, however, though. I went in with a donkey lineup as usual. I looked at that Eagles secondary. I was like, you know what? These guys aren't very good. I'm going to fade Zeke. I'm going to stock up on Dallas pass catchers. Lineups have locked, so I don't feel too badly about letting you know I got Michael Gallup in the captain spot. Dak, Amari, and Blake Jarwin. For a minute there, I had CeeDee Lamb too. I took him out. I put in Alshon Jeffrey to go along with Miles Sanders. What does your lineup look like today?
So the construction is a little bit different in terms of the captains, but I think we might only have one difference in terms of our roster, maybe two, but I lost track there a little bit. We're very close. I can promise you that. So I have Alshon Jeffrey in the captain spot. Decided, what the heck? Let's pinch some pennies. Let's save a little bit. Gives us an opportunity to pay up elsewhere. So Alshon's my captain. I went with both running backs. I have Ezekiel Elliott, who you do not have. You have Dak and Miles Sanders. I have Michael Gallup and Blake Jarwin as well. And then I don't believe you mentioned this man. I have Zach Ertz. He is in my lineup as well.
You know what? I thought about Ertz, but his price point a little bit higher than usual. A lot of times you look at Zach Ertz and you go, wow, 6,500 for this guy. He's going to give you plenty of production. And it's actually down a little bit. Oh, man. You know what? Maybe I'm just talking out both sides of my mouth here because I'm looking at his past salaries. And he's 7,200, 7,600 is around the lower end for him. So I don't know what I was thinking he was overpriced.
Yeah, we've seen him. I'm scrolling back looking at it too. Yeah. He is typically in the 7K, if not 8 or 9K range. So might even be getting him at a discount today.
Could be. I mean, maybe that just means big things are coming. But no, I went Jarwin over Ertz, and we'll see if I pay for that one. Of course, Ertz, one of the guys we're holding our breath on now that June 1st has passed. Does not seem like he's long for the city of brotherly love. And he's going to be a sought-after veteran trade target for tight end needy teams. I think there are a few places where he'd be a pretty good fit. One of them being Buffalo. Buffalo, they already went out there and said they need an upgrade over Dawson Knox at tight end. You know, we've seen how ineffective that group is here in Simland because they're led by Lee Smith, which is grim. So go out, getting Ertz, and maybe give him a little bit of mentorship for Knox, the young guy at Ole Miss, that would help create a rising tide for that entire passing offense.
Well, look, we saw what the addition of Stephon Diggs did for Josh Allen, so maybe adding in a guy of the caliber of Zach Ertz can unlock him that much further, because he went from, people crying out, could he be a bust in his rookie year, to then year number 2, it's okay, he's starting to find his way. Year number 3, he's in the MVP conversation.
Yeah, absolutely wild. All credit due to Sean McDermott and his coaching staff for bringing out the best in him. I won't deny it. I was one of the people who looked at that statistical profile. I was like, there's no way Josh Allen. The Bills have Billsed it up again. They wasted a top 10 pick on a guy who looks the part but was terrible at Wyoming. It wasn't terrible at Wyoming, but he didn't really – his numbers didn't scream franchise quarterback. He wasn't tearing up Mountain West Conference defenses. He wasn't explosively accurate. He had the big arm, and he had the build, and that was kind of it. And the Bills said, you know what, we can work with that. And good Lord, did they ever. Not only really refining him down to his best qualities, but taking away all the dumb decision-making, which was amazing to watch, but also immensely damaging for the Bills. The laterals out of nowhere, the effort I'm throwing it downfield passes. They took all the Rex Grossman parts out of him, and that left behind a good quarterback.
We are scoreless, about 90 seconds in. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. We got Jordan, our producer. Drew is our technical director. Our guy, Frangeli, in ops. Frangelico with so many O's. Disco on Twitch, CDA and Koff, tight combo. Brian, Kaufman, and CDA on a Tuesday afternooner. Where the bleep do I sign? Like a lot of the people showing their love in the chat. Appreciate you. Even though, if anyone is wondering what a poop emoji sounds like, it is a little like this. But we're going with it anyway. It's
so the head cold just got a little bit worse. Is that what I'm here to understand?
Yeah, we are definitely 24 hours after we last worked together. We have gone south. We have not moved in the proper direction, but that's okay. I mean, that tends to be how it works, right? With a head cold, it's either a kind of a quick little blow right through it, or it feels like it's gonna hang out for a few days, and I think unfortunately that's where it's at right now.
Do you get that thing in the middle of the night where like one nostril fills up, so you gotta like keep turning over to keep your nostrils clear, and like you just keep trying to breathe through your nose, but after about 15 minutes one side gets stuffed up, so you gotta turn your head and lie on the other side of your face?
So I loaded up on Benadryl last night and went to bed just to try and open up the septum or whatever there, and then put me to sleep in the process. You know what the worst feeling is? Unfortunately, I didn't experience this last night because of the Benadryl, but who knows? Maybe it's in my future tonight. The worst feeling is, when you get that faucet runny nose situation with a head cold, but then at night when you lie down, so you're horizontal at that point, and basically it just starts leaking out your nose. Like you feel like you need to fall asleep plugging a tissue up there or something like that. That's just a gross, disgusting feeling. Nobody wants to endure that.
No.
I'm kind of sorry that I even brought it up now.
And Goofy is a dog, and Disco over on Twitch discussing the uses and the utility of a neti pot, which I've heard good things. I haven't tried it. I'm always a little bit it seems like it would be a tough sell, right? Because you got to pour something, you got to irrigate your nasal passages, hit the sinus, you use a little bit of salt water, and it's supposed to clear everything out, which sounds great in theory. I'm just worried that my brain's going to freak out as soon as water hits the inside of my nose. My first instinct would be, I'm being waterboarded. How do I escape this? And it will make things considerably worse.
We are scoreless halfway through the first.
D-Rod.
I feel bad. My son, my 8-year-old, he said he's gonna come to my baseball game tonight. I'm pretty sure I'm pitching. I wanted to, and now Cats in the Cradle going through my head as maybe mommy can FaceTime. We have a touchdown.
Yes.
Sean Jackson.
And a nice little juke to clear a path to the end zone. So a successful first drive for Philly here in the great state of Texas. Arlington host to about a 19-yard, maybe 21-yard Deshaun Jackson touchdown reception. So we got D Jackson in your lineup, feeling pretty good.
You know what the problem is, though? It's a public setting, and the common head cold, assuming that's what this is, and that's what I believe it to be, is people look at you differently now if you have symptoms of anything. You go out in public, so it's it feels like it would be irresponsible to go out and stand in a crowd blowing my nose, coughing, one of those. What the heck, man? Go home. What are you doing here? Now we're all gonna get sick. You've brought it here, and then we're all gonna have to get tested, and you've blown it for society, or at least our town.
Yeah, we had the first day of socialization in a year plus with my daughter yesterday. We did a couple cookouts and her little kids, and today she woke up just snotty and stuffed up, and it's awesome. Right, I forgot what that's like. How you are just a vector for germs, and
petri dish.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
So gross. Bound to happen again eventually.
Yeah. Nature is healing. We can now get sick from our children again.
7-0 Philadelphia. Dallas trying to get it back. Zeke, first rush for 9. Big, busy day here in the Dream Stream. Unlike yesterday, we got our regularly scheduled programming. It began earlier with the sweat, on through a half dozen Madden simulations. Obviously, Get the Green preceded us. Slate MLB, little baseball talk comes after. Get you ready for a lot of action on the diamond. James is he's a big neti pot guy.
Yeah.
This is a great way to feel better, breathe through a head cold and sinuses.
Dude, I'm intrigued. You know, for a while, I feel like this might have been a fever dream, but I remember in high school, I think it was Vicks, made like a little tube. It was like the size of a chapstick, and it had it was like a concentrated vapor rub or something in it. And basically, if you inhaled it, it was kind of like smelling salts, but it would just like knock out all the congestion in your nose. So like you'd like take a hit of it and like it would just clear through your sinuses. Like you just took like a big bite of wasabi or whatever. And I've never seen it since. Like maybe this was not a thing that was actually marketed to people, because it sounds like unnatural and dangerous. So very possible it's not a real thing that existed. And we found it at some flea market, because buying pharmaceuticals at flea markets was something my family did regularly. But it was like a test market thing, or just like, we need to get out of these out of this Vicks lab. We can't just throw them away because they're technically biohazard. So here, take them and sell them for $1 each, something like that. I don't know. Don't know.
Couple minutes left here in the first. Kicking Club. Look at the bright side, Cough. You go into the store in a long line. All you have to do is start coughing. The line will evaporate for you.
See?
I don't want to go anywhere, which has kind of been my mentality throughout the pandemic, sick or otherwise.
Dude, this was like our first back to normal weekend too in terms of travel, because Wisconsin, it's great, love it, love the hell out of it. So like we'll take like a weekend trip and we'll go out to like Monroe or New Glarus or Lake Mills. So like these little towns that have really cool town squares and local shops, and every one of them has their own brewery. Most of them are awesome. So we'll do that and like just go ahead, bribe the kiddo with a trip to the playground. Then I can buy myself like an hour, 90 minutes for like a little brew pub hit, get a burger. So we got back to that this week. I'm going to have to get back to it next weekend as well. As soon as it gets warm enough up here, like not weather-wise, like it's beautiful today. It's like 80 and sunny, but once the water gets warm enough, we'll have to go back out, do some lake trips, maybe even rent the party barge, see if we can get some friends out there and go get very, very silly on the water.
Sounds pretty good to me. First and 10 picked up to the 14. Prescott 3 out of 3 for 36. Blake Jarwin, our guy. Some people asking about the NBA a little bit later on, who I'm fading. So I haven't built my dummy lineup yet. I call it that in part because it's a dummy making it. But I have to say, in all likelihood, I'm not going near the Nets. At least the big three. Maybe maybe a periphery guy or two, depending on what the rest of the build looks like. But as far as studs, there's Jokic, there's Tatum, there's LeBron, there's Lillard.
Yeah, Tatum playing for
going.
his season right now after everything that just happened seems like a safe bet to blow up to me. I gotta imagine that's going to be you have to pay way the hell up for him, but it will be worth it.
Yeah, he's not the most expensive guy in the slate, but he's up there for sure. He is, in fact, fourth behind Harden, Durant, and Jokic.
Really, Durant? All right.
Yeah.
Intriguing. I guess you can say that you got a Brooklyn team trying to close out a playoff win over a division rival at home, so they're going to be motivated. Kyrie is going to be playing pissed off, maybe, or maybe he's going to be
motivated to not go back to Boston. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Or maybe he does want to go back to Boston and stomp all over the Leprechaun again. He knows. You can trying to figure out what Kyrie wants and figuring out what Kyrie says are two very different things. So I'm not even going to pretend like I can decipher that man. As we're through one quarter here, Zeke on pace for the bonus. We'll probably get a few looks here, depending on if his Cowboys can pull off 3rd and 4 from the Philadelphia 8-yard line when we come back. Through the air to Sean Jackson, a must-have 3 for 53 and a touchdown. So already Koff up around 15 points in the flex. Not bad for 1/4 of work.
No, doing real well. Real well, no doubt.
Real well.
Let's see. Our leading lineup here in our Swallow Free Roll with 138 entries is Pulpy, in front by 0.2 points, with Deshaun in the captain spot, has about 22 there. Zeke, Wentz, Sanders, Jarwin, and Goddard as well.
Wow, Goddard.
The early bird special, the who would win a fight between an eagle and a cowboy free roll.
Oh, Zach.
I think I'd put my money on the cowboy. I know the eagle can really claw and peck at you, but the cowboy's got a weapon.
I mean, do the Cowboys get tools in this? Or are we just giving them like they have a 6-shooter? Do we just give them a rope? I mean, how do you make it?
I don't think we're looking at it like it's just his fists. That's not how a cowboy fights.
Right, but I mean, if we want to make it fair, I mean, I guess it's not it's the Eagles' fault for being too simple to use tools,
Well, but I mean, are we being fair? Like a cowboy can't fly. That's part of the arsenal for the eagle.
I mean, yeah, but a cowboy is going to have, let's say,
maybe his aim sucks.
180 pounds on this eagle, depending on how beefy this cowboy is. Also, a cowboy not going to be naked, so going to have some level of protection. There's going to be some leather involved, maybe a vest, maybe some chaps that are going to be able to deflect some of those talons. I mean, I think even just a hand-to-hand combat kind of thing. Well, once the eagle gets caught, I mean, the hollow bones, man, it just takes one break and the eagle's done. I'm not saying the eagle's obviously going to inflict some damage, but take away the guns. Eagles, I'm not saying the eagle has a fighting chance. Like, it's going to have to do some real Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope to get in there and get out without getting too messed up. And I think ultimately it would be a failure. But, like, against Cowboy with guns, that thing ends immediately. I think it's dives down, bang, done, problem solved.
See, I mean, but Bonzo says, do eagles have large talons? D adds, depends if the eagle creeps up from the back with talons 3 inches long into the neck. Game over. That's what I mean, sneak attack on you, man.
I mean, it depends what's the setting here? If it's at night, then the eagle has a very clear advantage because they have that great eyesight. But if it's in the middle of the day, no trees around, just open air, Cowboys can see that eagle coming. There need to be parameters on this. I would still install the cowboy as a minus 1,500 favorite in this one. Give him guns.
Is this conversation really happening? It's June, dude. We gotta turn the page to get more insightful around here. You want just the general run of the mill? Yeah, Jordan wants to know, are they Stanford trees?
Yeah. I mean, if this thing is sluicing through some redwoods, and I mean, like, how many eagles are we talking about, too? Can they team up? Can they enlist some friends from the birding world?
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Like, who says the eagle's coming alone?
Yeah.
Maybe the eagle's bringing reinforcements.
Exactly. And he's got a bunch of crows who know how to play some tricks, and they're just going to, like, come over and trip you on your way in, something like that. I don't know. We got options. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to fight an eagle.
Wouldn't really want to fight a cowboy, though. I'm not so sure.
Slightly long. Let's put him in space or Mars during the Total Recall event. Well, I think if an eagle in a spacesuit really negates all the best qualities of the eagle. I mean, flying doesn't matter because the cowboy now can fly, or at the very least float. I mean, he's gonna have some advantages, but how are you gonna get your talons through a spacesuit, Koff? You can't.
Darth is with you, said the eagle would pack the initial punch, but wouldn't last long. Small blood supply, hollow bones.
Exactly.
Easier to hide, though.
I mean, it's true. It would have to be a real rope-a-dope. It'd have to circle, come in, slash, fly away. I mean, it would really be like a boss fight, except the boss is 200 levels higher than you, and you can't stay away for even a split second, or stay on the attack for even a split second too much.
Meager says, what if the eagles develop a breathing apparatus out of kelp that allows them to collect oxygen? Not much. I mean, maybe hour, 45?
So we're saying if they go underwater?
Right.
Okay. So, like, I think in that situation, we're looking at what, like something like waist-high water, so the cowboy can still breathe. But the Eagle at this point,
if we just have like head above water, he's done. It's a pecking situation.
Yeah. So, but then also the Eagle at that point is like half Eagle, half Barracuda because it can just swim under, bite, scratch, swim away. Although, I mean, what's an Eagle going to do in the water? I mean, is it going to? They don't have those big heavy bones like a penguin does. Like, how much water are they really going to be able to move? I feel like with that added resistance, Eagle's going to try to flap, and those bones are just going to snap because they're built for air, not for water. The resistance there very different.
D says Bears, Wolves, when they get attacked by Eagles, they go to the nearest shelter. And also adds in, they hit Bears, Wolves. If they can't hear them, we definitely can't. And by the way, we're going to talk about this until we get a touchdown in this game.
That's fine.
I don't care how long that takes. I don't care if it's in the fourth quarter. We're staying on this topic until we get a touchdown.
Yeah, I think if you told a bear though, like, hey man, we're gonna get pumped up for this fight with an eagle, the bear would be like, okay, cool, I know it's coming. Like, I'm gonna mess this fool up. Like, I'm a bear. I got these giant claws. My paws are literally the size of the laptop I'm using right now. Like, I'm just gonna swipe you out of the sky. It'll be fine. I think with an eagle, like, in those situations, it's more of a sneak attack. Which, if you've ever played the Far Cry games, you know there's a lot of wilderness attacks there. And one of the least stoppable ones would always be the eagles screeching down out of the sky and getting you out of nowhere. Well, yeah, if you are just saying, all right, cowboy, here's a 48-hour window in which you will be attacked by an eagle, big advantage to the eagle. But if it's like straight up like 3 rounds of 5 minutes each and we're scoring it on the side.
Yeah, I mean, well, if it's a go to your corner situation, whatever, the cowboy would cheat and just take out the pistol. Robbie says, we got bald eagles here, and I don't know. They're pretty big, bro. B. Jones throws out, we haven't touched on this, really. Cowboys have lassos.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I feel like...
But how accurate is he with the lasso?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be... an eagle is fast as hell. You can't lasso an eagle. Tiny target, they're moving fast, they're going through the air. Like, as good as you are with a lasso, you're not going to be able to rope something 20 feet up. Like, you can show me the greatest cowboy in the world. I don't think they're going to be able to get a bald eagle at any given point.
Obi-Wan, why is Coffer working when he sounds like a sinus commercial? Why you typing while you write like a jerk?
Ooh, bait.
Got him. Oh,
Bait.
Nailed it. Slightly lawn here. Who wins, a bald eagle or a mullet eagle? That's true. We haven't even considered the different types of eagles.
Yeah. That's the issue. We'd have to be parameters, and it would have to be like, is it a fight to the death, or is it a fight with judges where we're scoring it after 15 minutes? Because I feel like if we're just going round by round, that definitely favors the eagle. Like, the eagle can get a few hits in, rope a dope, fly away, fluster the cowboy. The cowboy goes back to his corner, and they're like, listen, man, we don't know what to do. We're not equipped to fight an eagle. I know we were told about this, but it turns out preparing for fighting an eagle and actually fighting one are two very different things. Carson Wentz not able to do much on 1st and goal there. A very nice 4th and 2 pickup from Philly. Dallas Goedert on the board.
Christian, with all due respect, that had nothing to do with our conversation.
Fair. That's fair.
And Tom Cruise says this conversation's amazing.
Yeah.
Clint says Eagles can pick up goats and mountain lions and drop them in and kill them.
Yeah.
That's true. Are we underestimating the strength of the eagle?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go average weight of mountain goat. Let's see what a mountain goat is. Okay, so, wow.
Bigger than you thought, huh?
It is. They're like 175 to 220 pounds. I feel like an eagle is not lifting a male fully formed. I don't see a world in which an eagle is taking 200 pounds and getting it up to 200 feet. I can see it with, I mean, I can see it with a smaller, like maybe a juvenile goat, or maybe like a tinier mountain lion. As we get a Zach Ertz touchdown.
I guess we got to stop.
No, incorrect.
Finally got a touchdown.
False.
Clint, what if the Eagles named Ditka?
Yeah.
That's a great point. Our dude Frangeli asked, well, how strong's the cowboy? Fair
I
as
feel
well.
like we're going average cowboy strength, which is still pretty strong. I mean, they spend their whole day doing core workouts by horseback riding and lassoing, and So like, I'm gonna say your average Cowboy. Let's say 6'1", 205 on the Cowboy. A little bit.
Irwin says, who wins a human-sized eagle versus an eagle-sized cowboy? I mean, Irwin, like, we're not even certain who wins between a regular-sized eagle and a regular-sized cowboy.
Are you kidding me?
We need to get advantages to the other
Human-sized
side.
eagle screeching down from the sky when you are the size of an eagle. So you basically, you're 3 feet tall at best, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this thing with a 20-foot wingspan or however much, it's going to swoop down. That is the thing nightmares are made of. One of those talents just goes right through your rib cage. You're just done. You're done. That's a completely different ball game. That one goes to the human-sized eagle. A 99 out of 100.
D is ranking eagles now. The harpy eagle over the Philippine eagle.
You can put in the harpy eagle. I got to look up the harpy eagle. I thought I knew what the harpy eagle looked like. Yeah. It's a mean-looking thing.
Producer Jordan says, start off the day learning about the DraftKings app and now learning about mountain lions, eagles, and cowboys. Who says these sims aren't informative? Yeah, that's right. Zach and I given a tutorial on the DK app during the Madden matinee. What happened during the nooner today, guys? Did you learn anything interesting then? Because we're bringing nothing but education ever since.
We do this for you, DK Sim fan.
Meager says, as an eagle-sized human, your height-to-weight ratio would be higher. All you have to do is avoid the eagle's talons or mouth. It's not like they have opposable thumbs. Well, it's true. It's a good point.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, that's a big old talent, and it's basically one hit, one kill at that point.
Nick says the eagle-sized human might be more agile.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same point Meager's getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, the human-sized eagle is going to be a little bit clumsier, but again, I mean, it's not like you can hide from this thing. They still have eagle-eye sight, so very few advantages. I would much rather be considerably larger than the murder machine trying to murder me. In general, not just for an Eagle Cowboy showdown, I would just like to be larger than most things that hate me in general. It feels like it's just a good evolutionary strategy.
I mean, I guess the eagle-sized human, you'd have more places to hide, and you'd have the brain power to, decide.
I think at that point, you'd have to give the eagle-sized human a head start, and then the eagle-sized human can make some tools. And again, it would be a lot tougher for the eagle to sneak up on you if it's blotting out the sun every time it takes flight.
But also, going back to the original fight, you can kill an eagle-sized eagle with one bullet.
Yeah.
I mean, how many tries is it going to take to knock down a human-sized eagle? I don't think you're getting that with one bullet. I'm not sure you're getting that with 2 or 3.
Well, I think the key
unless it's square in the head.
Once you punch a hole into its structure, then I think it's not going to be flying nearly as well, or maybe even at all. As Prescott sacked there instead of 3rd and long here.
That's a good point.
Attempt to
if you could take down a wing, keep it on the ground.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot easier for you.
Yeah. And that's also, well, I guess if you're eagle-sized, it doesn't make a difference, but it's also going to keep them from getting their talons up to a point where they can come down at you from the top. Now, if you're only 3 feet tall, a human-sized eagle could walk up to you and just lift a leg and talon you to death.
Meager says, as a small, nimble cowboy, you'd simply have to jump out of the way at the last second when the eagle's charging, and then you hit him from behind with the lasso.
I mean, you got a tiny lasso, though.
Yeah, it's not a big lasso.
Yeah.
Sean says you got to be a bad mamma jamma to snatch something out of a tree that weighs more than you.
Yeah.
Also true.
Very fair.
Oh, Frangelico says, what about a rodeo cowboy? Well, that's true. That's a specialty.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have
special
better
skills, like Batman, basically.
Yeah, you're gonna be a little tougher. You're gonna be used to falling off bulls and whatnot, so a little more durable, I would think, or at the very least, better equipped to deal with a fall. But I don't know if that would help you here.
Pete Jones says, there's an eagle out there watching this stream, just taking notes. So this is how I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Trade Day says, I say keep this combo up, see how long you can keep it going. We could finish the sim.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it at all.
There's just a lot of intricacies coming into play here. I think if we are going to pose this question, we need to come up with some hard and steadfast rules. I really do like the twist of human-sized eagle versus eagle-sized human, because that turns the tables entirely. I think I was gonna do the duck-sized human or human-sized duck kind of thing, but I don't know if that really tracks here. That transition can be made.
See this from producer Jordan. Says, when you mention a cowboy, all I imagine is this guy from Looney Tunes. Is that Yosemite Sam? Is that his name?
It is indeed, yeah. Right? It is indeed. So man with the mustache down to his knees.
He'd be an eagle-sized cowboy for sure. That would work. He wasn't the brightest, though. A lot of people escaped him, or animals.
Sean Williams dragging some moose into the conversation. Dude, moose are terrifying. They're just massive creatures who will stop at nothing to protect their young. One of my former coworkers, Alex Kirshner, you guys may follow on Twitter, great college football writer, but kind of a dork in real life, because he went camping one night and was like, wow, these are really weird horses that keep coming by my campsite. And it wasn't until like 2 weeks later, when he showed the pictures to people, that he was unfortunately told that what he saw were several moose coming to his campsite to steal his food. But yes, beautiful horses too.
14-3 game here. Many people making the joke, and I respect it, that Kicking Club, for instance, I don't know much about eagles, but I know some vultures have sure killed me in The Sims. Yeah. People talking about Fly Like an Eagle. Steve Miller Band / the Space Jam soundtrack.
Dude, Steve Miller Band, a Wisconsin native, I think, from Middleton, I believe. Or maybe it's just their old drummer was from Middleton. At any rate, one of the places I go, the Village Green, great burger, fun spot, has a plaque dedicated to the Steve Miller Band. It's kind of out of nowhere. The Cowboys are going to get a chance here to score some points after multiple awful 2-minute drills. Ball inside Eagles territory, should be enough distance to at least launch a pass into the end zone here. We'll see if this Hail Mary does anything. I'm going to say probably not, but, we've seen crazier things.
That is an enormous moose chilling out in Alaska, walking down that road. Ooh. That's a big boy. Deshaun Jackson, 16 from the bonus. Obviously can't get it till the third, but can we get some points? No. Dak Prescott and the Hail Mary incomplete.
Oof. Only 66 passing yards for Dak there. Not great. The thing with the moose is, it's not just that, because they have that, bona fide hippo kind of thing where, they're just territorial, so they're going to charge at you and use the fact that once larger, you stomp you to death. But also, hippos don't have a lot of other weapons. A moose has a murder rack at the top of its head that can not only deflect your arrows and slings and any handmade tools you have short of a gun, but they will also use that to straight up impale you. I feel like for all the good we've gotten from mooses, Bullwinkle, Moosehead Beer, they are still a terrifying creature.
Jeff Ulrich.
I respect. Jeff Ulrich, yes. Wonderful, all of them, but still, by all means, demand our respect as Zeke, after a good first quarter, only 33 rush yards at the half. Miles Sanders, 9 for 19. Really the only guy of note right now. Deshaun Jackson, 4 for 84 and a touchdown. Zach Ertz, 3 for 19 and a touchdown himself. So not terrible, but definitely not a good sim. Definitely not up to the level of the last sim you and I called together, in which we had a 28-28 tie at the half.
I am sitting 90th. Pfeiffer is in 9th. Where are you?
I am 124th.
Yeah, so neither of us doing all that well. And I've got the Ertz touchdown, but big goose egg got Alshon Jeffrey in my captain spot, along with 6.5% of other people. We are not feeling so great about that. Which would be more dangerous? I asked this from a place of ignorance. There's no joke or quip in here. Which is more dangerous, a ticked off moose or a ticked off deer?
Oh, ticked off moose.
Got to be the moose, right?
Yeah.
Just because of the size?
Yeah, twice as big, more territorial. Deer will run from you because they understand that humans are a threat to them. Moose do not care. Moose will just walk through your neighborhood and they'll see, if you have a deer going through your neighborhood, they're going through your backyard, one simple little noise and they're boom, gone. They will abandon their children. They'll tell them to basically All right,
Find
tiny
us.
baby deer. Yeah, you lie down here, pretend
Sniff
like
us
no
out.
one can see you, and you'll be fine. Cool. Moose, like if a moose is walking with his children and you go outside your own door, it will stare at you until it shames you into going back inside your house. You take a step towards that moose, it takes 2 steps towards you. They
Hostage situation.
nothing to do but murder you.
Yeah.
All the time, every time.
Nick coughs, it's still your birthday? Every day. Every day in Simland. Tyler says, how do we get in the contest with the commentators? Tyler, I'm so happy you asked. Almost as happy as an Amari Cooper touchdown would have made many of you out there. 40-yard rack right there. So, need you in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. If you're not part of it, I'll tell you what. Christian is a talker extraordinaire. He is a bloviator of language. I am happy to collect some names, add them to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. If anyone wants to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League and you are not yet a member, as we are rapidly approaching 1,800, which is just wild. We love all of you. It is how you jump in and play contests against obviously fellow members of the Sim Fam, production team, commentators, ops, everybody involved. Free or paid, all sports available to you. Here's how it goes. Drop your DK username in the chat. Do it right now. Give us your DK username, and I will invite anyone who sends over a username. Don't send us your username if you're already in the league. We don't need that. You don't need that. But if you're not, send it over. Happy to include you. Do a little cut and paste job here.
Easy peasy. You'll get all the notifications. Too many notifications. You're gonna want to shut those off.
You can silence those. That's
you want to. Yeah, it's the right amount of notifications. There's a lot going on in the DK Sim Fan. We want to make sure that you can be part of it. But that will happen. Destiny Flores. The hippo would destroy moose. Remember the show that used to simulate animal fighting after making animatronics robots out of them? No, I do not. That sounds amazing, but I do agree. A hippo would do terrible things to a moose. A hippo is like they're lower to the ground. They're heavier. They can just truck the one problem that a moose has is that they have like big, long, kind of skinny legs. You take out one of those legs, a moose is no longer a problem. And that's exactly what a hippo would do. A hippo is basically just like a meat tank. You know, instead of armor, it says layers and layers of fat. Zeke, stood up at the goal line, loses a yard there. So 3rd and goal coming, and it might not be an academic Zeke touchdown here.
Although, did you see Connor said that he used to chuck footballs at deer out in the yard and they wouldn't move. Fearless, he says.
I'm honestly surprised by that. Every deer I've seen or known has been super like skittish and weird.
Agreed.
3rd and goal. Oh, too easy. CeeDee Lamb taken out of my lineup at the last minute for Alshon Jeffrey. Gets into the end zone. A 2-yard pass from Dak Prescott.
All right, I've got a handful of usernames. Anyone else have any to send over in YouTube, in the chat, Twitch, in the chat? First catch of the day for CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, he was briefly useful, but has fallen into kind of a sub wide receiver 3 role. Some wide receiver 3s you can trust, you can play in, will be good bargains. CD very much kind of touchdown dependent at this point, thanks in part to the lagging play of Dak Prescott. Dak used to be an always start kind of guy, a guy who would give you about 20 to 25 points per game, but he has not been that lately. Maybe the update and the injury considerations playing a role there.
All right, I'm going to send it. See how many new members we get. So we picked up about 10 more. Welcome, everyone. Making the push for 1,800 members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League.
King Duck. Imagine a human-sized possum.
Oh.
No, thank you. Yeah,
Nope.
It's gross all
Hard
around.
pass.
Yeah. And it's the teeth. They have so many teeth. Too many teeth.
I mean, how many? Hundreds of teeth, isn't it?
it feels that way. Yeah.
There's a, let's see. Damon says Natasha and Boris eavesdropping in on this sim. That's true. Very concerned about Bullwinkle. So if you Google Adam M. Kaufman, it says every day for his birthday. True story.
Disco saying that we already had seen human-sized possum. They were in the swamps of sadness and not swamp of sadness, swamp of I forget. At any rate, from The Princess Bride, the Rouses, rats of unusual size. Great movie. Great movie, Princess Bride. Like, knew what it was the whole time. Winking at us the whole fairy tale way through. Plus Prime Andre the Giant, who apparently just spent his time drinking his castmates under the table, because when you weigh 500 pounds and grow up in France, you can do that.
Can you even fathom being a human that size?
No, I mean, the dude just he made the most of it, but I can't. That life had to be so difficult. I mean, travel must have just been a nightmare, and then by the end, his knees, his back were all messed up. And I just think if you look at like the early pictures of Andre,
I like that that's where you started. Imagine, can you imagine being a 500-pound giant human being? Yeah, what traveling must have been a pain.
Oh, that's yeah. That's exactly. I mean, you've seen the pictures of him like on the standard Japanese airplane where he has the row to himself, and he's still taking up like 2, maybe 3 seats. And there's they've cleared out the seats in front of him just so he can fit. Like, yeah, dude had a specially made Lincoln Town car where he took out the driver's seat and moved into the back seat so he could actually fit in it. And he would have guys like Hulk Hogan and other young guys travel with him, and they would have to drive like a truck or whatever, and he would be in the back drinking Molson's in a specially built trailer where he could just sit there, pound 24 beers, go work a match, come back and pound 24 more. So part of me is very envious of Andre the Giant. I think it's like beer.com has a great write-up of how he was the world's greatest drunk, or just some of the amazing feats of alcoholism he was able to pull off. But yeah, beyond that,
just a real hero.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful man. Amazing. Well, the other thing is, I mean, at that point, you're that size, right? No matter where you go, people are going to gawk. People are going to look at you. So, like, why wouldn't you be Andre the Giant? Why wouldn't you turn that into a career?
Embrace it. Yeah.
Money? Yeah.
I mean, it's either that or you join the circus, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he settled in like middle of nowhere, North Carolina. Bought a ranch or a farm down there, and just kind of kept to himself for the end of his life. And obviously, gone too soon because Giants typically don't last that long, and he never had his pituitary problem really sorted out. But
no, I mean, you look at basically anyone who's, I mean, what's the cutoff? Anyone who's basically over like 7 feet tall, or 7'6" or something like that. They don't tend to get beyond their 50s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some places they've gotten better with it, obviously, but yeah, it's
touchdown, Miles Sanders.
Oof. Right, that's someone I do have in my lineup, so I'm feeling a little bit better now after missing out on that CD Lamb touchdown. We are getting a fair amount of offense here. Bad news is that, it's been almost all Eagles on this one. 1 touchdown for the Cowboys. It belongs to CeeDee Lamb. On the other side of the ball, Ertz, Sanders, Deshaun Jackson. So a very spread out scoring attack from Philly here on the road today.
Balance, baby. Balance. Like to see it. Erwin says Andre the Giant destroys the human-sized eagle 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. Germ, luckily the opposite is true. Rossi, being 3'7", is going to live forever. Beautiful. Beautiful, champ. Nailed it, dude. Yeah. I could drop. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look up and see if I can drop in the link at least to Twitch, so you guys.
Yeah, you can drop the links into Twitch. That is missing from the YouTube dynamic, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Prevents Flash from giving us his Twitch videos.
Ah, what a shame. Here we go.
Tell you that they're there.
There it is. The greatest drunk on earth, Andre the Giant. Beautiful. Let's go.
21-9 Philadelphia, late third quarter.
I think I messed up. All right. Messed up the link already. Hold on.
Dak Prescott having a word, talking to the crew.
The Sanders touchdowns got me into the top 100, but just barely. 99th, the 130-80 for the who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Cowboy free roll.
Boston Joe says Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is 74 and he's 7'2". Very true. That's why I said I think like 7'6", like 7.5 feet tall.
I think it's more of like an acromegaly thing than just
like the weight and everything.
Yeah. Like having that continuous growth or the gigantism. Because Kareem is just a big dude. I don't think there's an underlying health condition for that. And I know there are guys like Paul White, better known as the Big Show or the Giant, was a guy who got his acromegaly treated early, so he still remained in remarkable shape. And he's got to be approaching his 50s now, but looks like a guy who, knock on wood, will keep trucking for a while. But yeah, if those go untreated, obviously, your heart is pushing up. It has to be strong enough to basically push gasoline up into an airplane if you're going to sustain that much mass.
LT, I do have a touch of a cold, unfortunately, but hey, powering through. Nothing to worry about. Bonzo says Rossi hates going to the fair because it's always too short for the rides.
Or Rossi. Not even on the broadcast and catching strays today.
But he might be out there listening.
Might be, yeah. I mean, Rossi checks in. Sometimes he's downstairs trying to see if the cat has pooped yet. He's like, you know what? I'll drop in on the dream.
See what's going on.
Yeah, why wouldn't I? So we come to the end of the third quarter here. Eagles in control with this one. Cowboys driving, can make it a one-possession game again. Time running out on them. The only 8 minutes left in this game. Their offense cough has not been super encouraging. 128 through the air for Prescott. Only about 50 yards on the ground for Zeke. Maybe even less. No, I'm sorry, 63 for Zeke. My apologies. No one really trending toward the bonus passing or rushing, but we do know Deshaun Jackson, 2 away from getting 100 through the air. Of course, that means that if you need him, he will be stuck at 2 away by the time this one ends, because that's how things work here. No one else other than Amari Cooper above 35 yards. Cooper, 2 catches, 67 yards.
Justin says, what's up with Yao? Well, Yao is only 40 years old. So, you know what? I'm going to Google. So Boston Joe says, Robert Ludlow is the tallest man ever at 8'11", only lived 22 years. I'm going to Google tallest man alive.
Like currently or like ever?
Yeah, currently, I guess. Let's see. There is looks like there's a man in Turkey who's 8'3".
Holy moly.
Yeah, this article was just written back in March.
So what, does he do anything, or is he just like, leave me alone, everything hurts, I don't want to leave my house? Which understandably, I'm 5'10" and everything hurts when I don't want to leave my house.
So he's his name is Sultan. He's 38 years old, officially measured in 2018, 8 foot 2.8 inches. So he is almost 9 inches taller than Yao Ming and more than a foot taller than Shaq, just for perspective. Has the largest hands on a living person, measuring at almost 29 centimeters from the wrist to the tip of the middle finger. Obviously cannot fit in regular sized cars or regular clothes.
Holy moly! Yeah,
Man, there are pictures. There are pictures of this dude drinking a can of soda,
Yeah.
and it's like he could swallow it up in the palm of his hand.
Dude, we're going down a wormhole right now because I'm looking at guys who are like apparently there is a kid who was posted. Yeah, this kid, 7'9", Brock Brown. So suffered from gigantism, repaired his dude. This dude's a big guy. This dude was 7'8" at like, oh man. Sorry, man. We are off topic right now, but I'm very intrigued. CD Lamb continues to kill me for sitting him out. Apparently, he got a new chair not too long ago that really helped him relax a little bit. Which, man, I don't even. Yeah, you're 7'8". How are you gonna? How big is the chair? You gotta have to.
It's gonna be a love seat.
Yeah, 7'8", 500 pounds. He has cerebral gigantism. Doctors say he should have a normal lifespan, but no one's sure when he'll stop growing. So he could still be the world's largest man. He's only 7'9" right now. So he was the world's tallest teenager.
D says you are his favorite commentator, even though you will not relent and accept the inevitable victory of the Eagle.
Eagle against the Cowboy. One Eagle. Against the normal-sized Cowboy.
Yep, that's what it says. It says you need to accept defeat. It says a female harpy all day versus a cowboy.
Strong disagree. Oh, wow. So the second tallest man in the world is actually a Paralympian from Iran who clocks in at 8'1", and he is a member of the sitting volleyball team. So I got to imagine that's just a tremendous advantage being 8. I mean, even just sitting, he's probably got to be like 5
Taller than most people standing.
Yeah. Just seems like a tremendous advantage there. Good for him. Let's see. Now I'm into a Wikipedia wormhole right now.
Yeah, this is you never know what to expect in Simland. That's what I always say. Can only imagine. I mean, not that they do all that often, I don't think, but our bosses like poking in the Slack channels just to see what the conversation is, like without even listening to the sim. It's like, why are they sending along links to each other of the Guinness World Records of the tallest man in the world? Well, hey, Rossi, the aforementioned, in the chat as we have a touchdown for Dallas. Amari Cooper. Rossi says, like number 200, I got you, boys. See you at 6. Rossi, we are talking about the world's tallest people, something surely you can relate to.
Oof.
Brutal. What a dig.
Oh, we're going to get a booth review on this Cooper touchdown. I think it's going to stand. Cooper having himself a nice little day here. They're going to kick the extra point to make it a 5-point ball game. Eagles, one touchdown drive away from effectively ending this one. A field goal or less keeps the Cowboys in it.
See, what I want to know, and I don't know, maybe it's an easy Google search, but I just haven't done it. I want to know what the tallest, oldest, heaviest person is, as well as the shortest, heaviest person. Because, like, you think about Yao, who is anything but meaty, but the man exceeds 300 pounds. Because obviously he's almost 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Mid-4th-ish. 5.5 to go. Carson Wentz leading his troops back onto the field. Rossi, we're sending a kissy emoji right back at you, my man. Taterator. So I did watch the Willy's Wonderland trailer just to get a taste for what this film is. And definitely looks interesting. Can you imagine Christian, a movie with Nicolas Cage where he is the star but doesn't say a word?
No. I feel like the Cage, well, he can act pretty well with his eyes. He can really present manic and lunatic with just a couple of expressions. So I feel like if anyone can pull it off, it would be him. I don't know if I can trust him to do it.
He's not trapped in there with the machines. The machines are trapped in there with him. Willy's Wonderland. Jordan says, for a second, I thought Willy's Wonderland was the name of the new Willy Wonka movie they were making.
Dude, I don't understand. That is not a property that needs to be revived. We've already done it very well. We had Gene Wilder. We shouldn't have done it with Johnny Depp, and we shouldn't do it now with Timothy Chalamet or whoever. Leave the memories alone.
Let us have our Gene Wilder classic.
Yeah, the perfect amount of endearing and menacing all in one. This Eagles drive goes nowhere, and now Cowboys going to get a chance to take the lead here with about 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter.
Hit that like, fam.
Yeah, Goofy's dog throwing in a YouTube clip that just says Nicolas Cage at his best. I am hoping that this is just a whole bunch of Wicker Man clips. God, I love it so much. It's just such a wonderfully horrible, stupid movie where, so many decisions were made in that movie and none of them were made sober. Everyone is just it's cocaine decision after cocaine decision stacked on each other until it becomes a whirlwind, a perfect storm. This is George Clooney driving his boat out into the middle of the Atlantic, except instead of being pummeled by rain and hurricane and gale force winds, it's just terrible ideas made under the influence of terrible drugs. And that is the entirety of The Wicker Man, and it is glorious.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I hardly even remember it.
Ooh, is this going to be the bonus for Amari there? Picks up a handful, and that should be enough.
Awfully close for Dak as well, 294. That is the bonus for Cooper.
So Cooper and Dak trying to be a two-man army here, willing their team to a vital division win. They need 66 more yards to get in position for it. Cooper's X Factor is lit. Dak might just keep going to him until this one's over. Nope, wrong, stupid. And he nearly gets picked off for his trouble.
Nick says Con Air was solid. Nick, truly.
Yeah.
I defy any of you to find an actor that had a better window than like a 1.5 year long period where Nick Cage produced Con Air, Face Off, and The Rock. I mean, truly. Outdo that if you can. Some NBA news, by the way, Adrian Wojnarowski. Joel Embiid doubtful for Game 5.
Oh.
Had an MRI in his right knee today. Is expected to be evaluated further in the next day. Not great for Philadelphia, but in control of that series, so probably not the end of the world.
Yeah, if it's going to happen in series, might as well happen against the Wiz. And,
right.
And let's face it, it was kind of funny to watch Washington default to hacking Ben Simmons, and that's somehow working for them. Like, poor Ben Simmons will forever be a liability because he cannot shoot the damn ball.
Varder, this is insanely tall, 8'1". Your normal house ceiling is 8 feet because the studs are only 8 feet long, so your ceilings normally start out at 8. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, you need to have specially built house, just vaulted ceilings all over the place.
Ooh, big first down there for Miles Sanders. The Eagles trying to salt this one away. They're going to get a fresh set of downs. The Cowboys have all 3 timeouts remaining. So they might get a crack at this, but one more first down here will likely seal this one as that last Cowboys drive petered out to nothing.
Meager here doing his research says the only thing I can think of to rival that Nick Cage for Con Air, The Rock, and Face Off is maybe Tom Hanks with Forrest Gump in Philadelphia. Nope, that's only 2. And how about Jim Carrey, Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber? You might be onto something there.
Yeah. I guess that's the action, drama, and comedy equivalent. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Con Air is comedy, as is Face Off.
Action comedy.
Mostly comedy. The Rock.
I don't think that's what they were going for, though.
It's exactly what they knew the whole time. They were laughing behind the scenes,
People are going to love this.
Bricks, yeah.
Boston Joe, Tom Hanks, 93 to 95. Philadelphia, Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, and Toy Story. Well,
good lineup.
I mean, there's a reason we say Tom Hanks is the GOAT.
Thrown on third down, keeping the ball in play. So at the very least, the Eagles forced the Cowboys to burn all their timeouts. But Dallas going to get the ball back here with about 104 seconds left to mount a comeback without any timeouts. And assuming they don't get out of bounds, that's about 5 plays, Koff.
Tell me you wouldn't have loved to have seen Tom Hanks as the lead in Face Off, though.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I want his face off. Would he be the Cage or the Travolta?
I think he'd have to be the Cage. I don't think you could buy Tom Hanks as the straight-up villain that John Travolta was. I think people would just...
But he didn't start that way.
Right. But still, he had to be the guy later on. Like, I think the inherent creepiness in Face Off, the weird kind of like dad-daughter stuff, like I think if people saw that with Tom Hanks, they would lose their minds, as we might lose our minds if the Cowboys pull this off. And that is quite the way to start. Blake Jarwin for about 50 yards there, as the Cowboys, not quite scoring range, but only 39 yards from taking the lead here. 70 seconds left to go in this one. Still no timeouts for the Cowboys. They don't have to use the sideline, but they might want to start thinking about it. Don't take a sack here, Dak. Don't take a sack here, Dak.
Oh.
And he didn't get out of bounds, so he not only loses 8 yards, but the clock continues to tick. Rough scene there.
Easy head. Armageddon is still better than every movie mentioned so far. Can we ban this person? Just a quick timeout.
I'm sorry.
Armageddon. Yeah. You get out of here.
This is a man who has space madness right now. Easy head. Check yourself. Although you would agree with, why are you running, Dak? All right. Well, the Cowboys gave us hope only to quickly dash it and kick it out from underneath us. That's what we
Seem
get.
to have no real interest in winning this game. So why don't you give us your awards? Who is the Krusty Coffin Babysitter Billy?
Ooh, you know what? Kind of a tough call there. I think we're going to have to go ahead and Krusty Cough Amari Cooper for this one. 24 in the flex, and as good as some other guys were here. Amari Cooper, Miles Sanders. Amari only about 32% owned, so let's go ahead and fetch him, give him that top honor as... is this one going to end just tantalizingly close? I mean, Blake Jarwin, that might...
Yeah, he caught it.
Oh, that's a bonus for him, right? And that's going to be... Wow. And the clock does stop. They can move him out of bounds. So Jarwin,
wait a minute. Are they going to win this? Dak?
Oh, my goodness.
Down! Michael Gallup! In the final second, a walk-off Dallas win. Oh, Philadelphia, you blew it.
Wow, we were so assured of a Eagles upset on the road that we threw in. We just started talking up, got to chat up how great the players of the game were, and that might be a difference maker right there. That got me in the top 10 because I got Blake Jarwin in his 20.3 points. How much was Jarwin owned? Jarwin was owned just about the exact same amount as Amari Cooper. So Amari Cooper remains the Krusty Cup player of the day. The winner of the who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Cowboy free roll, none other than DK Del Carpio. Frangelico takes down the free roll.
Win.
Stunning change there at the end. And let's go ahead and Krusty Cough, or Babysitter Billy rather, Zeke Elliott, who had like 8 points. A good day to fade Zeke. Yep. A bad day to fade the Dallas Cowboys passing game. Wow, what a comeback in there. Absolutely beautiful. Good game. 2 great games for us in a row, Cough. What is going on?
What a just ridiculous sim that was. That was awesome.
Coming in hot.
Well,
I like it. I love it.
Congrats to everyone that hung around to live it with us and experience it, and hopefully the scoring holds for the man that's doing all the manual operation for the people out there and make sure everything is correct. Frangeli pacing toward a victory. That would be very cool. All right, so here's the deal. You got 3 more sims coming up tonight. Obviously, starting about an hour from now, you will have Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey coming in for Jaguars and Bengals. Rossi and Tom Carroll for Titans Jets. That is at 8. Lions Bears. Moose, Jeff Ulrich, and Freeze Pops there for Lions Bears, 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark. Christian and I will be together again tomorrow. Kind of an overlap shift because I've got the 2 and the 4. He's got the 4 and the 6. So looking forward to that. And you've all heard from me way too much today, so it's time to go. Thanks to Jordan, thanks to Drew, thanks to Frangelico, and of course, Christian. We're going to get out of here. And MLB The Slate coming your way with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, who inevitably will spend the next 45 minutes also debating who would win a fight between an Eagle and a Cowboy. That comes up right now, fellas.
What a shocking ending to that simulation there. Something you don't usually see at Night's walk off there, but now we got to talk a little baseball. And if there's anything that puts me in a good mood is seeing some love for one of my top 10 movies, Catch Me If You Can. Have you ever seen that movie, Gary? That is such a great movie. Take yourself on mute and tell us how much you like that movie.
Yes. Talk if I can. Yeah, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. Seen it many times.
In my top 10, it's one of my favorite movies. I think it's such an underrated movie, so good to see some love for that. But we have a lot to get to tonight because there is a 14-game slate taking place tonight in Major League Baseball. The only game that is not on this slate is the White Sox and the Indians, which is quite unfortunate because any night Shane Bieber's taking the mound, I'd love to get a piece of that, but that is not on this slate. But every other team is on the slate tonight, so looking forward to that. No weather concerns either. After an abysmal weekend that we went through, Memorial Day weekend, when the summer really kind of kicks off, awful weather across the board. Boston had horrific weather. What was it like up in your area, up in Canada land?
It was actually pretty nice in Toronto. But the week prior had been a lot of rain. So yeah, the Northeast in general has been just plaguing MLB slates the past week. So
yes.
Little on the nose that we get perfect weather on June 1st. Like, okay, it's June now. Weather's fine, but I'll take it.
So just some lineup notes to talk about for tonight. Giancarlo Stanton out for the Yankees tonight. He will not be playing. Kyle Lewis for my Seattle Mariners. Still going to win the AL West, but he is going to be out for a while now with a torn meniscus in his knee, which is also the same knee that was bothering him prior to the season beginning. So another bid on the shelf for him, but that's okay because I think the Mariners become buyers now at the trade deadline. So maybe get a nice power bat for the middle of that lineup. Those are pretty much the notable ones, unless I miss one.
Got a lot of returning players today. So just if anyone's been kind of wondering where some dudes are and if they're coming back, Jordan Alvarez, Yuli Gurriel, both in the lineup today against the Red Sox. Anthony Rizzo, dealing with a back injury the past 6 games. He is back as well. And the Marlins get Jazz Chisholm and Adam Duvall back. Jazz, obviously the best player on the Marlins, the most expensive player. Right. That's important, but don't overlook the Adam Duvall stuff. He does have great numbers against left-handed pitching so far this season. And he will get Robbie Ray, who we will probably talk a lot about on this episode of The Slate.
We will talk a lot about Robbie Ray, which is always, a bad sign, because if he's probably one of the best pitching options on this slate, at least from my opinion, something is wrong here. I got to point out too, two of the biggest favorites on this slate I want no part of, like absolutely gross. Michael Pineda going against the Orioles and Brady Singer going against the Pirates. Like good matchups, sure. But like, I'm not paying 190, minus 190 for Michael Pineda. I'm not paying minus 185 for Brady Singer. Like lines that I have absolutely no interest in at all.
I mean, it's kind of tough that Twins Orioles game is. You've got the Twins, who have the worst run line record in baseball by a substantial margin, and then you have the Orioles, who are currently riding a 14-game losing streak. So truly a clash of the Titans taking place in Baltimore today. Just ugly.
Real quick too, and then let's just talk about Michael Pineda. Let's talk about the pitching overall, but Michael Pineda too, you look at his overall numbers, they look great, but the advanced numbers, his FIP almost double what his ERA is, giving up a lot of fly balls, like a couple red flags there right off the bat. I don't know if the Orioles are going to be that team that's going to finally expose him for how he's been pitching all season long. But at least from a betting perspective, I'm not taking the minus 190 on him to beat the Orioles. So, how do you kind of feel about him? Because, and I want to start with him because, like I mentioned, he is the biggest favorite, one of the biggest favorites on this slate. So, how do you lean with Pineda here going against, clearly an Orioles team that is just, worse than worse at this point because of how much they've been losing?
Yeah, I mean, they're terrible. And they've been bad against right-handed pitching in particular the entirety of the season. I'm not sure if this is still the case, but I checked probably like 5 days ago, and they had the lowest WOBA in the American League against right-handed pitching. And I don't think they've done anything the past 5 days that would make that stat inaccurate at this point, or at least the spirit of the stat, which is they cannot hit righties. And as you see, the last time Pineda was out there, did give up a home run, as he's been prone to do a lot this season. But still had 28 DraftKings points against this very Baltimore team because they swing and miss a lot, and they're just not that great top to bottom. So I actually think it's a little funny because Pineda, maybe with slightly less strikeout upside, I kind of look at him as the right-handed Robbie Ray. So
okay,
it's a very similar spot, I would say, to Ray. However, Ray is cheaper and has higher strikeout upside. So it's hard for me to get to Pineda as one of my 4 or 5 top pitching options on this slate.
Yeah, updated numbers for the Orioles against right-handed pitching this season, 281 WOBA, which is tied for the lowest in the league with the Colorado Rockies, who we'll be talking about in a few minutes as well. 141 isolated power, 80 WRC plus, and a 25.3% K rate. So bad numbers across the board for the Orioles. If you want to roll with Pineda, look, it's a good spot, kind of like you said. I kind of alluded to some of the advanced numbers saying that, something's going to give here at some point. The Orioles probably aren't that team that's going to expose them, but definitely proceed with caution moving forward, I guess I would say, with Michael Pineda. For this being a 14-game slate, I look across the board and I'm like, nobody really stands out. And that's why we kind of landed on Robbie Ray going against the Marlins. And, I very sparingly use Robbie Ray. I might be in a mode of deep depression, or I might be coming off a long weekend or something. And that's why I land on Robbie Ray. But at least with the numbers and at least how the matchup lines up tonight, he's going up against a team that is going to strike out against lefties, that is not going to provide a lot of power, doesn't have great offensive numbers. You look at the numbers for the Marlins against lefties this season, 302 WOBA, 165 isolated power, 94 WRC plus, and a 27.5 K rate, which is the 6th highest in the league. Now, obviously, Robbie Ray has a multitude of issues that we have to kind of dodge. Home runs, walks, which haven't been that bad this season, but home runs are big. Yeah, home runs have been the issue. He's going to give you a lot of strikeouts, but A, is he going to go deep into the game, which is never a guarantee? And B, I'm still waiting for him to revert to Arizona Diamondback Robbie Ray, where it was, 4 innings, 5 runs, 3 home runs allowed. That was a typical Robbie Ray start. We've seen a lot of the ceiling that we can get with Robbie Ray. And this is kind of one of those matchups again where it's he could easily go over, 20 DraftKings fantasy points tonight at 8,500.
Yeah. No, I think the upside is obvious. And as you mentioned, it really boils down to what is Robbie Ray's greatest strength, and that is generating swings and misses. And the Marlins are a team that strike out a lot, specifically against left-handed pitching. So that's really elevating his upside. And then what is Robbie Ray's biggest weakness? Surprisingly, it's no longer walks. It's specifically home runs. He gave up more than 3 home runs per 9 in the month of May, because essentially what the Jays have done, their trade-off with Robbie Ray, and they've said so much, is they no longer even have their catcher like set up on the corners for Ray. He just sits in the middle of the plate and is like, just throw a strike. So what happens is Ray has left more middle pitches in the strike zone than any other pitcher in baseball, because even when he's, not wild, he still doesn't really know where his pitches are going in the strike zone. So again, he's not walking dudes, but the trade-off is he almost allows a home run per game, or he does allow a home run per game. He almost allows
over a home run a game. Yeah.
So it's the Marlins don't have the type of power that make you fear that weakness, maybe more than like, a Rays team or Atlanta or some of the other teams he's faced and actually had pretty good starts against. So I think he's in a really nice spot. I would say probably like 25 DraftKings points is where I'd be leaning. Like you, I worry about whether or not he has the longevity to make it into like the 7th and get to 30 DraftKings point range. And even if he does that, can he do that without giving up 2 home runs? But 25 DraftKings points on this slate, because as you talked about, it's not exactly flush with amazing pitching options. And it's also like the guys you feel comfortable using, and even if we want to put Ray into that category, are mostly above $8,000. There's not a lot of like cheap pitchers that I trust on this slate. So I think for that reason, I don't want to say $8,500 is cheap, but in the context of this slate, it's pretty manageable.
Yeah, and I was interested once you mentioned about him throwing over the middle of the plate. I was interested to see how many barrels he gave up this season. So far, he's at 18, which is exactly the amount he did last year, and almost the same amount of innings. He's only pitched 2/3 of an innings more this year than he did last year. So he's basically right on pace from where he was last year. So I'm actually surprised that that's not a little bit higher, but still 18 is not overly great through 52 innings.
I mean, I don't know the actual stat, but I'd be willing to guess that 80% of his home runs this season have been solo home runs. And I think that's what the trade-off has been. It's basically been Pete Walker and the Jays coaching staff going, you're going to give up 2 home runs a game no matter what we do. So don't walk anybody. And then those 2 home runs will just be solo home runs, and we can kind of live with that. So he's a really interesting, 2021 pitching experiment right now.
Robbie Noble in the chat, our dude, always in the chat. Appreciate you watching. Always said he's rolling with Alex Wood tonight at 8,700. He's definitely somebody I wanted to talk about because, I think the last time he pitched, we talked about him in one of his last starts going up against the Dodgers and talking about how bad the Dodgers have been against left-handed pitching. He's faced them in back-to-back starts now, lasted 12 innings, gave up 6 runs, struck out 15, not terrible starts. A lot of the damage came on home runs in that last one, but they were mostly solo home runs, so that wasn't overly an issue. But now tonight he gets the Angels, who are obviously without Mike Trout, not a team that is hitting well at all.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Alex Wood tonight? Because the last time he was out, he was 6,900, got 17.3 DraftKings fantasy points. Pretty good there. But we need a little bit more than 17.3 from him tonight because he's jumped up almost $2,000 in salary to 8,700. Are you liking Wood because of the lack of options here going against the Angels, or are you kind of staying away from him because his salary has gone up so much?
No, I think it's a fair salary. I think we talked about how surprising it was to see him at 10K 2 starts ago. And then we talked about how outlandish it was that he was 6,900 to start after. So now we finally found that middle ground where Alex.
The middle ground.
So cool. He's properly priced. The Angels, as you talked about, not exactly an offense to fear. I know they've been hitting a little bit better lately, but no Mike Trout. And also when you go through this, the list of Angels hitters you actually fear, Anthony Rendon obviously has great career numbers against left-handed pitching, but the other 2 names on that list are Shohei Ohtani and Jared Walsh, both left-handed batters, and Alex Wood's been very good against left-handed hitters so far this season. I know Max Muncy took him deep last game, but Max Muncy's very good. So yeah, he's got strikeout upside. The swinging strike rate is up above 13% so far this season. I actually think Wood's in a nice spot, and I think in a GPP in particular, he's in the same tier as Ray, who I think people are going to be interested in tonight because the Marlins are a more obvious good matchup than the Angels. And also Chris Bassett, who's at 9,100.
Yeah.
Different circumstances, obviously, but Bassett last pitched on Thursday. That was a small 5-game slate. There was rain. So, like, not a ton of pitching options, and that definitely inflated his ownership. But he was 50% owned in most contests. So people like Chris Bassett, and then he rewarded those people with a complete game shutout against these aforementioned Angels, actually. So I think people are going to be on Bassett. I think people are going to be on Ray. And maybe Alex Wood is like 2 or 3 ownership percentage points lower than he probably should be tonight.
Now, let's talk about the guy that you're on tonight. And, it's a name that, people have been on all season long. But you look at the matchup, he's facing the Yankees. Tyler Glasnow going against the Yankees tonight. Now, this is kind of like what we were talking about with the Dodgers last week. People look at that matchup, don't look at the numbers and go, oh, he's facing the Yankees and probably should stay away. Let me read you what the Yankees have done over the past week, okay? And if there are small children in the room, put them away because you're about to hear a horror story, okay? Over the past week, the Yankees are slashing 206, 278, 294. That's average on-base percentage slugging. They have scored a total of 13 runs over the past week. 13 runs over the past week. They have a 29.1 K rate, only an 8.9 walk rate. And this is the cherry on top. I can't believe this number is as low as it is. Their isolated power over the past week, Arian, 0.089.
Yep.
No extra base hits at all over the past week. This is probably a spot where you are going to not only get Tyler Glasnow with lower than usual ownership, but against a team that he should not have lower than usual ownership against the Yankees.
Yeah. I mean, to even take it a week back and give a larger sample, I mean, their isolated power is 0.085 the last 14 days. And they have the second highest strikeout rate in baseball at that same time frame. And yeah, that is usually like a class of team where you would say, if we just gave someone those numbers and we're like, guess the team, it'd be like, okay, Detroit, Pittsburgh, like it's the Yankees. And they've been bad. And I guess you could say it doesn't really matter what version of their lineup they put out right now, because it's not as if anyone is hitting aside from Aaron Judge. But there's no Giancarlo Stanton tonight. There's no Gleyber Torres, which might actually be a detriment because he's got no power so far this season.
Right.
But, someone who is a name at the very least. Mike Ford is batting 5th. Rougned Odor is hitting 2nd.
Who is Mike Ford?
Great question. Like this isn't a Yankees team that you should be fearing in Glasnow for whatever reason. I mean, I can understand if maybe this was a slate where we did get Shane Bieber and I don't know, like Jacob deGrom was on it or something, and we had a really stacked top of the board. I would go, okay, it's a weird circumstance. That's why Tyler Glasnow is below $10,000 for the first time since April 6th. Why is Tyler Glasnow the 3rd highest priced pitcher on this slate? Like, what has Aaron Nola done? I mean, what has Sandy Alcantara done to deserve to be more expensive than Tyler Glasnow?
I mean, the only thing that you can think of is that start against the Blue Jays for Glasnow that he got lit up for 5 runs on 9 hits, and it was negative 1.5, DraftKings fantasy points. It kind of feels like, the algorithm is always 2 starts behind. So now we're getting the discount because he got hit so hard against the Blue Jays. But thankfully for us, now he's in a really good matchup. I just put in all the hitters for the Yankees lineup tonight. The average K rate for this Yankees lineup tonight is not only the highest on the slate, it's the highest on the slate as of all confirmed lineups right now by 6%.
Oh my God.
36% average K rate for this Yankees lineup tonight against Tyler Glasnow.
Wow.
That is insane. That is absolutely insane.
This is someone who has at least 10 strikeouts in 5 of his last 7 games. Wow. What is his strike rate tonight?
That was going to be my next look. Let's take a look right now. Let's go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's see if we can pull that up. I would be shocked if it was anything less than 8.5.
I was going to say 8.5 seemed about right.
Yep. Let's see. It is 8.5. Minus 106 for the over.
Well then.
Under is minus 121. Take the over minus 106. But to be fair, I was all over the over for Corbin Burns against the Tigers yesterday, and I don't know what the heck happened there. That was really odd. But over 8.5 for Tyler Glass. Now you're getting close to even money.
I like.
And oh, by the way, while we're over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, you can go over to the odds boost today.
Here we go.
There's this guy here who's doing the show, the Superstar Trio. Any one of these players hits a home run tonight, Fernando Tatis Jr., Adolis Garcia, or Garrett Cooper, get plus 115. So it's like a parlay that doesn't need to hit all the legs. Okay? Only one. Some people are like, oh, it's a terrible parlay. It's not a parlay, you idiots. You need one guy to hit out of the three. Okay? Plus 115.
And two of the three guys are currently leading baseball in home runs. So
yeah, I'm trying to do you guys a favor.
Trying to help
I
out.
pick these out. And Garrett Cooper, because he's going up against, there was my Boston accent. Garrett Cooper, because he's going up against Robbie Ray.
Yeah, that we just talked
Just
about.
saying.
Very, very home run prone.
Very, very home run prone. So I'll be very curious on what Glasnow's ownership is tonight. Because if people aren't watching what the lineups look like and people aren't paying attention to that, because it's very easy to like, if you're just building here on DraftKings, you're just looking at this here. You go, oh, I don't want to play him against the Yankees. You have to look at these lineups. It is so crucial to take a look at these lineups on a daily basis. Guys moving up or down. Like the other day, Odubel Herrera was leading off for the Phillies. When does that really happen? Never really happens. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that he was a great play, but he was a leadoff hitter in the 2K range leading off.
Yeah.
You just have to look at some of these lineups and how they mesh out. So Glasnow should be the chalk tonight. I don't know if he's going to be. I think it's going to be really spread out tonight. So
yeah, I'm thinking like 15 to 20%, probably somewhere in there. But he deserves to probably be about 35 to 40% with the matchup. So
I was just going to say, even if he's 20% tonight, he should easily be 30 plus with the matchup that he has in front of him. Going down the list a little bit here, and we talked about how really there's no value tonight. I mentioned Brady Singer is one of the biggest favorites on this slate. He's going against the Pirates, who are not a good offensive club. He's only 6,900, which is a nice salary if you want to say that. But, I don't know if I really want to trust Brady Singer, because if that massive, line for the Royals is sitting there, and that's going to bring some heavy ownership on Brady Singer, I don't know if I want to join that train.
And the Pirates aren't super strikeout prone. They're sort of middle of the pack. Singer's not a big strikeout pitcher. Like if you put Singer into a lineup and your number one reason for doing so is the Pirates stink, and your number two reason for doing so is the win expectancy is high. I mean, is 16 DraftKings points enough? It's a little over 2x value, but in a GPP, I think you got to set your sights a little bit higher.
Right. Absolutely. I totally agree with that too. One of the best values might be Matthew Boyd, and that really sucks.
It's a Matthew Boyd, Robbie Ray kind of slate. Best kind of slate there is.
Like, I thought 2020 was behind us. Like, I thought things were getting back to normal. Here we are, hyping up Robbie Ray and Matthew Boyd. I mean, at least for Boyd, he's not giving up home runs. That was his biggest crutch last year. And for years, honestly, was giving up home runs. And it was like, if he could stop doing that, then like he has the ability to be a really high upside pitcher, but he just couldn't get over that. We've been getting that this year. We haven't been getting it lately, but now we're talking about a Brewers team who does strike out a lot.
Yeah.
So we do have that high strikeout upside, and we've seen some good strikeout numbers for him. 8 recently against the Cubs, another team that strikes out a lot. 12 against the Royals, 10 against the Athletics. So at 6,500, he might be like the best bang for your buck on this slate, but that's still gross for me to say and, believe it.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I'm going to have a lot of Boyd tonight, and it's worrisome, but it's what the numbers suggest you should do. He's someone who has been pitching well, regardless of which ERA indicator you want to use, whether it be expected ERA or FIP. And the strikeouts, his strikeout rate is still being weighed down by early April, Like, he had some terrible strikeout games to start the season. He's been much better lately. And also, all the indicators you would want to see in terms of someone who has high strikeout upside are there for Boyd. In fact, among all American League qualified pitchers, he has the highest chase rate at 38.3%. It just so happens his contact rate is exceedingly high this season as compared to seasons past. But the Brewers aren't a team that make a lot of contact. And actually, I mean, with Lorenzo Cain going on the IL earlier today, they lose not only one of their best hitters, but also one of their best hitters of left-handed pitching. So this matchup gets easier in a really weird way. I just don't think Milwaukee's a team you really have to fear all that much. And it's kind of crazy because I know on the DraftKings playbook, MLB targets, which I wrote up today, I wrote up Candelario as a value option at third base. I think I like Tigers money line tonight, which is not a place I generally want to be, but I'm strangely all about the Tigers right now.
What is that at? Plus 150 against Eric Lauer. That's man. You want to see something gross, by the way? You want to see something not safe for work? And producers, calm down. You know, it's all right. I want to just show you something gross, but this is a real possibility tonight. That.
Yep. Oh boy.
That.
Yeah.
Not safe for work. Gross. Don't show your wife. Don't show your husband. But that's a real possibility tonight. It is June 1st, 2021, 5:30 exactly on Eastern Coast time, whatever the hell it is. That's a real possibility tonight. But you know what, though? You can have your way with hitters tonight. 4,300. There's so much value tonight. But that's a real possibility tonight. One other guy I wanted to just hit on quickly before we move over to some of the hitting options tonight.
Sure.
I've been kind of confused about his usage with the Diamondbacks, but Caleb Smith is finally getting back into the rotation, going up against the Mets, who, can't hit anything, can't keep anybody healthy, can't do anything right. Sorry to Tim Finnegan. But Caleb Smith and Matt Lamarca. But Caleb Smith has been a force out of the bullpen. He should have been in the rotation to begin with. He had one bad start. It's not even on his log anymore. He had one bad start, then they immediately moved him to the bullpen for whatever reason. Now they're giving him another chance to start because, every boy dreams of starting for the Arizona Diamondbacks, let me tell you that. But he's getting a good matchup against the Mets. They can't hit lefties at all. If I'm pulling up the most recent numbers for the Mets so far this season, I just had them. Now I threw them away. So I got a stretch here is what they call that in the industry while you're trying to do something. But the Mets against lefties so far this season, I lost it. It's not good.
I mean, they just don't have good numbers in general. I will say, so Pete Alonso's back. So they now have two major league caliber bats in their lineup.
Right.
Mets fans are really excited Kevin Pillar's back, which I can tell you as a Jays fan is not something you should ever be excited about.
He does well against lefties, though. You can't say he doesn't.
He's okay. But again, like when you're getting excited about being able to stick Kevin Pillar in the middle of your batting order, it's not a good time. It's a bad time. I guess the only concern is how deep do we think Caleb Smith can go into this game? So he threw 59 pitches 2 weeks ago. If he can throw 70, is that a reasonable number? And maybe that's only 4 innings. But I will say Smith going forward, I did always like him with the Marlins. I think there's something there. So if he's going to get an opportunity to start in sort of low leverage, meaningless games in Arizona, definitely keep an eye.
And if you look at the numbers for the Mets, which I finally do have against lefties, 309 WOBA, 140 isolated power, 100 WRC plus, which is a little bit higher than I thought, and 24.2 K rate. I do suspect that a lot of those numbers have been boosted because of the return of Pete Alonso. But if you had taken him out of the mix, these would be much lower. So him being active definitely is a boost to those numbers. But I promise you, they are not good usually across the board. Let's talk about some of the hitting options for tonight. Let's talk about some of the stacks that you can do for your lineup. I want to get right to my favorite value stack tonight because this is a team that's getting no attention tonight. And I'm surprised that they're not getting any attention. But then again, I'm not. But I like the Giants tonight a lot. against Andrew Heaney. And
Do people
this
not
is
realize how bad Heaney's been the last month? Because
atrocious. Well, let's inform the masses then, shall we? I mean, look at the numbers here. He made 4 starts in the month of May, had a good one against the Rays, and then the wheels just came off after that. 5 runs, 4 runs, 3 runs, 5 home runs allowed in his last 3 starts, and not against big offensive teams either. The Astros, who always mash lefties, so no surprise there. But then the Indians and the Rangers against lefties, those are not teams that usually you would be, I'm not going to use this pitcher, against those teams.
Even
so
that
he hasn't just
battle too. Like it's been rough. It's been really rough going. He had a great first 4 starts to the season, and everyone got excited. And he's been terrible.
So you have them tonight against the lefty, and it's just like value after value after value. It feels like now we don't have the Giants lineup as of yet, but there's so many guys, just like Austin Slater, Wilmer Flores. Like there's so many guys that you can really build around tonight for the Giants, and they're going to have very, very little ownership. And I don't start off with these value ones, but when I was going over this slate last night and kind of just looking at some of the options, I immediately was like, oh, the Giants for sure against Andrew Heaney.
Yeah, I mean, you got high-end wise, there's not many guys, but Buster Posey's probably going to hit second. He's got a 270 WRC plus against left-handed pitching so far this season. And for anyone who's okay, small sample, I don't trust Buster Posey, blah, blah, blah. We are talking about someone who over the course of his career has over 1,500 plate appearances against left-handed pitching and is hitting 322. So he just hits well against lefties. We've known this for a long time. Sort of the X factor to watch out for, though, is whether or not we get Evan Longoria in this game, because he is a game time decision. It's possible we don't have their lineup at this point based solely on him. Maybe he ends up on the IL. It's really tough to say, but it would be nice if Longo played, because he's also crushed left-handed pitching so far this season. But even if he doesn't, as you talked about, you've got Flores, you've got Slater, you've got Dubon, you've got Donovan Solano. All these guys hovering around $3,000. It's incredibly affordable to get this stack in. And, we were kind of looking at that Robbie Ray, Matthew Boyd pairing and just our eyes were bleeding. If you use a giant stack and some of those value bats, it is then possible to go Robbie Ray, Tyler Glasnow, or Tyler Glasnow, Chris Bassett. You can take out some of the variables if you really want to on the pitching side when you start using some of these value stacks. And there's a couple of them, if we're being honest. I know you really like the Royals too.
Yeah, and just real quick before we shoot over to the Royals, there are 5 hitters with at least 41 plate appearances on the Giants this season that have an isolated power of at least 214. Longoria and Posey both over 400.
Yeah.
Darren Ruff, who amazingly, I can't believe he's still around. 314.
Right now, unfortunately, but yeah.
Oh, right. You're right. Sorry, my mistake. So
he had 7 first basemen get hurt in the last 2 weeks.
Right. So Slater was at 314. Austin Slater, who I'm a big fan of tonight, 296. He has a 408 WOBA to go against lefties too. So just so many options. And Brandon Crawford, 214. Isolated power for him as well. So just so many options that you can choose from. You did bring up the Royals. Let's talk about them a little bit too. The Royals tonight. Just we'll see if they have their lineup out as of yet. They do. Okay, going up against Will Crow. Again, just a ton of value here. Whit Merrifield and Salvador Perez are the most expensive, 5,004.8. But after that, it's just Carlos Santana at 3,900. Andrew Benintendi batting third, 3,100. Even Hunter Dozier at 2,600. Just a ton of value. I almost wish that somebody like Shane Bieber was on this slate, because I would just be loading up on Royals and Giants, and I'd be perfectly content with that. Sometimes when you load up on those 2 aces, you're getting a bunch of dopes in your lineup that you have no want or need to have them in there, but you're almost forced to because of the lack of value. This slate is flushed with them, but of course we have no good aces that we want to talk about.
Yeah, it's not a night where you're probably going to need to do both, but yeah, there's a tons of different ways to go here. If you want to use the Merrifields and the Perez's of the world, and if you have the money to, be my guest. I think they're both good plays. Merrifield in particular, hasn't hit really well against right-handed pitching so far this season, but when the right-hander in question is Will Crow, who's given up a keen woba to right-handed batters so far this season, I think you're fine. Even someone like Edward Olivares, who I know very little about. I know he's like a Jays farmhand, and then he was with the Marlins, I think, the Padres for a bit. Like, I don't really know this guy, but I know he's hitting 5th at the minimum against Will Crow. So fine by me. Like, I'll probably have some exposure to him too, depending on what you want to do with pitching. So there's a lot of different ways to go with Kansas City, who I believe only 3 non-Coors Field teams have implied run totals over 5 on this slate, and Kansas City is one of those teams.
Yep. Hawk in the chat says Santana is a steal of the night. Yeah, man. Santana has been hitting the ball really well as of late. Only 3,900. It feels like that salary has not caught up yet. And we'll just bring up his game log here too. Some nice double-digit fantasy points there. A couple games just under that mark too. And then obviously the switch hitting capabilities is always a +2 as well. You brought up Coors Field. Let's talk about that there, because it feels like Coors Field is discounted tonight. I don't understand.
On one side, it's discounted. On the other, it's exceedingly expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why the Rangers are so cheap tonight. Like, this is non-Coors Field pricing for the Rangers. I mean, maybe it's a little bit inflated because some of these guys are over 4K that normally aren't. But when was the last time you saw an opposing team like this cheap in a matchup that they should do well in? Like, what has Germán Marquez shown you at Coors Field that, the Rangers should be this cheap? The over in Germán Marquez's starts at Coors Field is like 4-2-1 so far this year. Like, it consistently has been going over at Coors Field when he takes them out. So the ace of the staff is not doing ace things at home. So, like, you can literally get the first 5 guys in this lineup for the Rangers at 4,200 and less. Like, that is just so insanely ridiculously cheap. And once again, going back to that notion that, God damn it, why can't Shane Bieber be on this slate? Because I have so many value plays that I could surround him with. But like, you look at Nate Lowe, like Willie Calhoun, Joey Gallo, all lefties going up against Germán Marquez in Coors Field. Yeah. There's no reason why tonight you shouldn't have at least a piece of this Rangers lineup in your lineup tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a slight amount of inflation. Adolis Garcia has kind of been hovering around like $3,600 the past week or so. So I guess he's up $500, $600.
But that still doesn't make sense either.
Oh yeah, it's still way too cheap. He was too cheap to begin with, and now you stick him in Coors Field, and he's still too cheap.
Right.
Especially considering, again, like Ryan McMahon's 5'7", Charlie Blackmon, who's done nothing this season, is 5'5". Like, they priced up the Rockies, but they forgot to price up the Rangers, it would appear. So, yeah, Lowe is a great play at 3.5. Although we've talked a lot about first base on so far, so there's a bunch of options for value at first. Gallo's always a nice play, extreme fly ball hitter. If he makes contact, I mean, it's leaving the park at Coors. There's just a lot of ways to go. You're right. It's a very, very cheap stack, and I would assume tomorrow we see this Texas team a little bit higher priced.
And so one thing I did want to bring up too is that with that pricing, I was kind of surprised. I want to see if it reached double digits or not. I figured that this game would end up getting to the 10 mark. No, it's still at over under of 9.5 at Coors Field. You're kind of surprised by that total because it's like, Marquez, Dane Dunning, who hasn't done anything special so far this season. Like, I'm surprised that this is at only 9.5.
Yeah, it does seem a little low, especially Dunning was pretty good in April. He was kind of working in this piggyback role, and he would start games and throw like 3 or 4 innings. He's been getting destroyed in May. So I really think things are trending in the wrong direction for him. Marquez is coming off a good start, but it was in New York against a Mets team that was like hitting Thomas Nido cleanup. So you kind of have to throw that one out the window. I think the over here is a pretty nice play. There's a couple of weird lines tonight. Some of them are adjusted, and I was noticing that as you were scrolling through. Like, the Astros were only minus 120 on the money line this morning, which I was very confused by. Now they're minus 155. What are the Rays at right now? Okay, the Rays are still only minus 120 with Glasnow on the mound, having won 16 of their last 17. I'm still kind of confused by that. I guess the Yankees will win at some point, ? But there's some weird lines tonight. I really do feel that way.
Some parlay possibilities.
I would think so. And again, you top it all off with Tigers money line plus 150. Here we go.
Rays, Tigers. There you go. The money line parlay. Plus 360 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's go, baby. And while you're there, make sure to check out my odds boost. I'm just kidding.
So we're going to get a Gary and odds boost. Add the Tigers to your parlay. Plus 700 odds boost.
So looking at some of the hitters for tonight, we keep talking about this horrendous 6K range that has kind of, formed itself here. We used to be upset when, hitters were 5K or above. That's kind of the norm now. 6K and above is something that's kind of creeped in now. You see some of the guys up there, kind of a couple of weird names like, Chris Owings, like why is he 6,100? Okay, that's fine. Weird. Thankfully, he's on the IL. We don't have to think about that. But you got Marcus Semien, you got Fernando Tatis Jr. going up against Kyle Hendricks, who's been having issues with home runs, by the way, in Chicago. Hint, hint. There's something there. Randy Rosarena going against Domingo Germán. Vladdy Baby going against Sandy Alcantara. Anywhere you kind of look at it in this 6K range, this is very, let me rephrase that. This is a lot more affordable than most nights, this 6K range. Anybody here kind of grabbing your eye? Semien has been vastly under talked about this season for the way that he's been hitting, not even just because he's a Blue Jay, but because of how well he's been hitting. But anybody in this range kind of catching your eye for tonight?
I mean, I do think the Blue Jays are interesting just because if we do find ourselves in a situation where, there aren't a lot of value pitching options that people feel comfortable with, maybe people are more willing to pay up for like 2 8K pitchers tonight, and they're going to have a hard time jamming in a bunch of 6K bats. I mean, that's hard anyway, but
right, of course.
I mean, maybe the Jays, not as a variance play in the sense that people don't realize the Jays are good, but this is a team that had the highest WRC plus in the month of May. We saw last season how Salem Field played in Buffalo. This is the first game in Buffalo. They hit very well in Buffalo last year. And Sandy Alcantara is good. I know I sort of was like, why is he as expensive as he is? It's more of just why is he more expensive than Tyler Glasnow? I'm not taking anything away from his success, but I think he's good enough where people are like, do I really want to pay 6.2 for Semien or 6,000 for Guerrero? There's value plays that I like more. So maybe as the variance stack, you could go after the Jays. I think too, you mentioned just the combination of Wrigley Field and the contact prone Kyle Hendricks. Maybe get some people sleeping on the Padres tonight too.
No doubt too. And obviously, getting in Fernando Tatis Jr. is a no-brainer here. The dude's averaging 16.8 DraftKings fantasy points over the last 10 games. That is just stupid MLB The Show type numbers when you're playing on rookie mode. This is not supposed to happen in real life, but 5 home runs, 3 doubles, 17 RBI, 3 stolen bases. I think the shoulder's okay. I think everything is Gucci.
I think he's one of 2 players in baseball with double-digit home runs and stolen bases, and he's missed half the season.
Half the season!
Shoulder issues and COVID. It's nuts.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane what this guy is doing right now. And then going up against Kyle Hendricks, who is having issues inducing ground balls and having issues keeping the ball in the ballpark because of the amount of fly balls that he's been giving up. So obviously tough to get him in, but if you can, good Lord. I mean, the guy has just been absolutely out of his mind tonight. Couple matchups that I did want to point out for tournament purposes. So Ryan Weathers for the Padres has been excellent, but this is a Cubs team that also hits lefties very well. And I feel like Weathers really hasn't been tested yet. I feel like his schedule's been somewhat easy. So you got guys like Chris Bryant, Javier Baez, who have just been hitting the cover off the ball lately. So I definitely wouldn't be playing them in cash because I think this is a good spot for Weathers. But I thought the Cubs were kind of an interesting, maybe a 3-man stack. I wouldn't be going full out Cubs stack tonight. Okay, the lineup is not out yet, but like I mentioned here, guys like Bryant, guys like Javier Baez, that might be one of those.
Rizzo, I think it's Contreras is batting leadoff, Rizzo's second, Bryant's third, Baez is fourth, and then Happ is fifth, I think.
Okay.
So Happ can be that third guy.
That can be one of those, we've done this a couple of times. Some of those, stacks that you're not even thinking about, kind of off the wall tonight. The Cubs really wouldn't be considered an off the wall stack, but at least for tonight, I feel like they could be a decent one because they do hit lefties extremely well.
And Weathers, like you mentioned, the surface numbers are incredible. I think he's got a 1.31 ERA. However, his expected ERA is 4.71. So
right.
at a certain point, I think you're just due for a bad start. And actually, another guy I feel that way about, and maybe you could talk a little bit more about this. Doesn't it just feel like Garrett Richards is going to give up 10 runs tonight?
Dude, I don't understand how he's pitching well. Like, the guy has like the worst mustache I've ever seen. He's been doing like weird things on the mound. Like, he is not a good pitcher. He is not a $10 million a year pitcher, but for whatever reason, he's doing like just enough to get by.
Well, his last 3 starts, he's struck out 13, walked 11.
Yeah,
and hasn't given up a home run. Like, it just feels like he's walking this tightrope, and then the Astros are standing there like, oh, we're gonna just demolish this guy.
Yeah. I see that could be yours, because I hadn't really thought about the Astros at all. But I mean, yeah, man, something's got to give with Garrett Richards, and this could be the team.
You've got Gurriel back, you've got Alvarez back.
Alvarez
pretty moderately priced tonight. Like, maybe this is an Alvarez night.
I think it might be. But I'll tell you what is for coming up tonight. The rest of the Madden streams, which are coming your way in just about 10 minutes here. 6 o'clock, we've got Jaguars at Bengals. Rossi and Kenny will be on the call for that one. 8 p.m. Titans at Jets. Rossi and Tommy on that one. 10 p.m. Lions at Bears. Jeff Ulrich, my man. Jared Kelnick, investor, big guy. With Tommy Freeze Pops on that one. So make sure to get your lineups in for the Madden streams for the rest of the evening. Good luck with your lineups tonight in Major League Baseball. Good luck with your bets. Do that odds boost over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Maybe even take a little Tigers money line back in Garion on that one there too as well. I'll be back here on Friday with my dude Matt LaMarca talking about the MLB slate for that one. For all the producers, everybody else, for Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next time.
Welcome into your 6 o'clock Eastern Madden Dream Stream here with some simulated Madden football on DraftKings. I am Jason Rossi. With me for the next hour, my tag team partner out of NYC, looking so sharp in his new non-brick background. He is at Kenny Ducey on Twitter, and he is number one in your programs and in your hearts. Kenny, what is up, my man?
It's good to be with you, Rossi. Yeah, I'm not used to having this much space around me. It's kind of weird, and I am used to being with you, though. I'm ready to go. I'm looking forward to it. I was reading up on potential feuds for John Cena when he returns to WWE. Very excited for just everything.
Yeah, live crowds back in action wrestling. We saw our full packed house for AEW this weekend. There'll be more coming with WWE, and obviously there'll be some fun contests for you guys to join, just like the free pool you joined here for the I guess you could say the preview in a weird way, but we're playing through the Madden or the NFL 2021 schedule. This kicks off week 4, Jags, Bucks. It will be a fun one, I think, when this rolls around with 2 young Buck quarterbacks, Burrow if healthy, obviously Trevor Lawrence with Jackson.
They both stink. We all know it.
Well, listen, it could be exciting. Let's not squash it that early. Don't simmer the pasta.
Okay,
Let it boil. This could be the most exciting game. 2 3-0 teams could be.
It's not about the pasta.
We're strapped in here. We got TP, our technical director, Michael, our producer extraordinaire, Jared in ops, manual scoring. So smash the thumbs up early. It's the first time I've teamed up with Kenny in at least over a week. So we will go in the third quarter into the Koff was calling it the third degree with Jason Rossi, which kind of works. But basically third quarter.
What is that?
I'll explain it very quickly as we get a catch here early. Tyler Eifert. I'll go over lineup. I know Kenny was able to jump in this sim. We had some almost technical difficulties, but the ever resilient Kenny Ducey got here in time.
This is how much I care about doing these. Everyone out there, they might have something to say about me. They might say that they don't like me, that they disagree with me. I care about being here. I am here no matter what. I skip meals. Oh, man.
Intercepted there by the Bengals. And guess what? You can say whatever you want about Kenny, but there's no denying the want, the desire, and the just overall effort to be here all the time, which is awesome. It's a great quality to have. Mo says, let's go, Rossi and Kenny. Yeah, you'll see. So, third degree is basically in the third quarter, we turn it over to the chat, Kenny, and they can ask any and all questions that would go to you. So, basically, it's more of like a personality thing. It's not like trivia. It's more like, what's your favorite brand of hat? As a really horrible example. But we'll let the SimFam take it over, and you guys know, keep it classy, keep it on the reel, keep it on the 100, and we'll do that third quarter as we have Joe Burrow handing off to Gio Bernard out of the shotgun. Get you guys some ownership here.
We've got Rossi's third degree.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the game, we have the awards. We have Ducey's Delight and Ducey's Disappointment.
Ooh, I like that too. Love it. See, we know it goes down in the books as the Krusty Koff, but I still like that we give the flavor.
It does not. Not on my Sims.
That's what I like to Kenny, I've been touting it. Why does he have to have all the naming rights?
Yeah. Look, on his sim, it's fine. You
Absolutely.
wouldn't ask, oh boy.
Right to AJ Green, goes all the way, the distance to the end zone. What a pass. Don't usually see a lot of those type of touchdown passes here in Madden where it's like a crossing route almost. And just AJ Green, not known for the wheels anymore, as Madden speed absolutely declined in the latest update, but here he is. Look at that, cross the middle, takes it from the 12-yard line to the house.
You would not ask Tom Jackson on ESPN for his Gruden grinder, right? You'd ask John Gruden for his Gruden grinder. If you said, oh, Bill Walton, who's your Gruden grinder of the game? He'd be like, what are you talking about? So I think that when Koff's on, frankly, when he's on as the analyst, which is never, but that's his sim, his thing.
Sure.
We should be free to do our own thing. So
I'm down.
I like it. If you want to do Rossi's really good player of the game, you could go ahead and do that.
I like it. Good thinking on the fly there. I don't know. Mike Bauer says, "Hey, what exactly is the Madden $15 playoff special? I won an entry into it. To be honest with you, Mike, don't know. If we get some word from the background, I will let you know. Listen, I learned just as fast as you guys. As again, Kenny and myself. Kenny more involved on the day-to-day with some other opportunities, but
I'm just guessing here that we would have
at the end of the season, we would have a playoff, and then, maybe for the first round of the playoffs, there's a big prize pool or something. That's just what I'm guessing.
Stay tuned, Mike. More importantly, you're in. That's the most important thing. Kareem says, my lineup lost value when I saw your face, Rossi. I'm doomed. Hey, man, that was AJ Green coming out early there. Not the guy, I wouldn't say he's by any means a vulture, but not high ownership, 35%. Joe Burrow coming in with 71% if you round up, and that is his 116th touchdown. That's Burrow. And we had the interception by the Bengals, so hot start if you're owning some Bengals here. Seth saying I'm his good luck boy. Sounds like some, I don't know, I'll appreciate it, I guess. I'll take a compliment. There's a nice pass there. Again, Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. A little past 6 o'clock Eastern. Hope you all are having a great day. It's a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. One of those weird short weeks that's going to probably feel like the longest week ever, coming off of Memorial Day. Hopefully everyone got to celebrate, refresh a little bit, and also take a moment to reflect on what that day really means. Those that paid the ultimate sacrifice to have us sit here in our respective places to call Madden Sims. Let's see. I went triple.
Two Live Tuesdays. That's what you should call them.
Like that too. Slightly Loin says Rossi's flossy boy. I don't know if I'm going to go with that one, but I like TP, our technical director, says the Ducey Delight and the Ducey's Dumpster Fire as well. Disappointment either way.
What about Ducey's Dump? How about that?
I'm in for that one. That one is money to me. There's a nice incomplete pass by Gardner Minshew. Looks like he's going to be safely on this Jaguars roster at this point. We finally hit that June 1st, the looming date. Welcome to the new month. Welcome basically to the kickoff of summer. And now we'll see what happens with guys like Aaron Rodgers. More interesting as Julio Jones as things get sorted financially. As Minshew takes the 3rd and 3 snap. Quick drop off there. It is Thompson with the run. Going to get down to the 25-yard line. 4.5.
Where do you think Julio Jones is going to go? Because I know that he's going to go to the Jets.
It's really hard. Like my gut obviously I want New England, right? And all the little, where there's smoke, there's fire, and he's named them in his teams. But a part of me just feels like this is one of those things, and I say this all the time about this team, for no good reason. I always feel like Baltimore gets these guys. Just feel like Baltimore has a knack for getting, it's usually in free agency. They're not known as trading for these higher profile players, but like them, I know the Titans are pushing hard. I don't think he would want to go there. I don't think there's any connection with Tannehill. I don't think as much as A.J. Brown is doing
You said a trigger word there. You said you didn't think he'd want. He would want. You said he would want. Doesn't matter what we have to keep reminding ourselves, because we just went through this with Russell Wilson. We went through this with Jamal Adams. We went through this with Deshaun Watson. We have to remember that those guys, they had no trade clauses, and so we were like, where do they want to play? Doesn't matter where Julio Jones wants to play. The Falcons are going to sell him to the highest bidder if they do indeed sell him. It doesn't matter, really, how sexy the option is. Like, if he wants to offer, 2 first-round picks, they're going to get Julio Jones.
Good point. And he's going AFC. There's very little doubt in my mind that he's going AFC. That's one thing I think the Falcons can, I think they may look at their schedule, but at the end of the day, they are playing, the Jets this year, as you mentioned, where he's allegedly going. So we're going to see a 4th and 1. That's going to be in London, so maybe they can swallow that one a little bit easier. 4th and 1, Gardner Minshew in the shotgun, the handoff underneath to Thompson. He gets it. So this drive continues. Second drive of the day for the Jaguars. If you're just joining us, it was an interception by Gardner Minshew, and then it was A.J. Green scoring the touchdown. Kid Raider 3.
I'm kind of upset that the Jets are playing the Falcons in London. Love that the Jets are playing in London, because when you play in London, it's like an even play. Anything could happen. Either team.
It's in a way.
Yes, it's 50. You have a 50-50 chance of winning when you're in London. Really doesn't even matter how good you are. Like, we see this all the time with these big upsets, like random results in London. Doesn't matter how good you are. So that's why I'm like, oh, cool, the Jets are playing in London. But like the Falcons, I feel like the Jets could beat the Falcons in Atlanta. They could beat them at home in New York or in New Jersey. because I don't believe in that team. So with all that said, like they could have picked a tougher opponent, the NFL, to put against the Jets in London, and that would have been cool. But I'm telling you, man, I'm feeling good about this season. I am. I mean, I think that the division, they could definitely split with the Bills. Split with the Dolphins. I think they'll split with the Patriots. There's 2 wins, and then you have these two, bad teams that are playing here, and then Denver and who's the other one? Denver and Houston. So you're basically, I think, saying I think they'll win 3 out of those 4. So then you're talking about 5 wins, and then the London game, let's give them a win there, 6th. I just don't think it's like that crazy to envision them winning a lot of games.
It is Kenny justifying those win totals. We'll see what happens as Gardner Minshew tries to sneak it in on a 2nd and goal. Not going to happen there. Stopped at the 1. Less than a minute to play here. Listen, this is the best time of the year. If you're, whatever your a fan of a team, whether it be the Jets like Kenny, the Patriots like myself, Congo Cab's a Raiders guy. We know some of the others in here with their fandom over our Twitch fam as well. Actually, Smash Atlanta. I know it sounds dumb. Are you an Atlanta guy? Like, I know that sounds ridiculous because obviously your name you'd think would lead to that. They're going to get stuffed again at the. Oh wait, they give it to him. Chris Thompson inches his way into the end zone. Looked like he was stopped shy, but makes it happen. Little gut, little determination. I'll end the first quarter. So you get touchdowns from AJ Green, from Joey Burrow, and then you also have a Chris Thompson.
Is that a little Bobby Shmurda there? What's it sound like?
You and Bobby Shmurda, I love that. I know Smash Land. He goes, what a ridiculous question. I just wanted to know. I didn't know for sure. So you're an Atlanta guy. So right now I want to know, this is a good way we can end our first, is Minshew, as we mentioned, threw the interception, but does have 52 yards on the ground. Burrow with the 28 and the score. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Jets guys predicting around 10 wins. I'm the Patriots guy, predicted around 11. What's your team of choice, and where is your June 1 predictions? Obviously, things can change, everybody. We get it. We're not going to hold you to it when it comes down to it.
I thought you were asking me my team of choice. I was like,
I got
obviously, it's the New York Giants, right?
Told you, watch out for those
Giants. Eli Manning, greatest quarterback ever.
Watch out for those Giants. But yeah, show us your team and how many wins right now you're predicting. That's what I want to know. Again, third quarter, we'll get into the Ducey third degree with Jason Rossi. We'll pepper him with some questions. We also have some good stuff coming up at halftime from the Sweat earlier. By the way, Chris Thompson's ownership, 60%. That was his 42nd touchdown. Love it. Love to see. And also Congo Cab. I'm very intrigued with Congo Cab things. Damon says 7-10 Dolphins if they're lucky. Wow. Damon, I must say,
that's very fair. Very fair.
I'm shocked. They won 10 games last year.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think that's a very fair assessment. I think that he's being a good fan. That right there is why I hate Giants fans, because the Giants fans would do the exact opposite. Like, here's the thing. You want to be liked as a person. You want to come off sounding like, you're a good fan and, you're level-headed. Like, you say something like that. You say, gosh. Everyone's saying, what, Dolphins are going to win 10 games, 11 games. You go, oh, man, I think we're going to win 7 games. Now you have pity, which is very good. You get everyone's pitying you. They go, oh, no, the Dolphins, no one. You actually made me be like, maybe the Dolphins. Come on now. Like, they could sweep the Jets. You're making me feel bad. So that's a good strategy there. Look, and also, other thing about what Damon was his name? Damon said was that if you set very low expectations for the season, you will not be disappointed. I mean, in the case of the Dolphins, I mean, if you're a Jets fan like I am, and you thought last year, okay, maybe they'll win 5 games. You're obviously disappointed, but I think that's a pretty good strategy, saying they're going to win 7 games. And I honestly think it's very fair. I think that they have a really good defense, but where is that offense going? Do they have a quarterback? There's a lot of questions. You have a running game, but do you have skill position players that can catch the football, that can make plays?
Oh my God.
I think that's very, very fair. And again, you say you're going to win 7 games and the Dolphins go out and win 9, you're happy. You say the Dolphins are going to win 10 games, make the playoffs, they miss it by 1 game, you're unhappy. So there's a juxtaposition there.
I think there'll be a little more optimism on June 1 here, but that's fine. We got our guy, Free Piercy, says 11-5 Eagles. Got to add a game there, Free Piercy. So just for your sake, I'm saying 11-6, but I think that's very optimistic for that Eagles team. Gabe Marquez says Pat's 11-5 again. That's, we have to add the game, 17 games, but he says 13-3 with Julio. I'm telling you, if the Patriots get Julio, I'm not even changing my stance on 11 wins is their ceiling. That's just me right now. Let's see who else over in Twitch. 17-ish. Over here, also, David says Seattle. He's also a Seattle fan. He says 11-6, and they meet Arizona for the ticket. Ooh. I'm feeling good about both those teams, I guess.
Who at 11-6?
The Seattle Seahawks.
I think that's a good prediction for the Seahawks. I like that.
Now, let's see what else we got here. Clint says he's a Colts fan. He thinks 12 wins. 12.
Love it. I love it, Clint.
See, I don't see that.
Love the Colts this year. Love them.
I don't know. Not ready. Mo Wang says Bills 12-5. I think that's pretty fair. They can continue their hot streak. Scotty Too Hottie. Bears.
Again, the thing with the Bills. Oh, the Bills. Look, man, the thing with the Bills is you got to temper expectations right now. Look, They got a lot of talent. Not denying they have talent. Stephen Diggs is a good receiver.
Oh,
Josh Allen proved himself to be a more complete quarterback last year. But here's the thing about the Bills that no one wants to talk about. They got no defense. They did very little over the offseason to repair their defense. You look at a big season ahead for them. Why don't you go through last year, Rossi? In fact, let me do it. I'll do it. Go through last season, and you look at the teams that the Buffalo Bills beat. I mean, it's not that impressive.
No, you can't check. It's not college football. You don't choose your schedule.
Right. I'm not saying. I'm just saying if you're a fan.
Yep.
And I'm saying temper expectations because the schedule is about to get harder. So I don't know if they're going to exactly repeat what they did last year. Like, listen to this schedule, okay? Again, we can get into the other teams. I know you have other teams you want to bring up, but look.
All good.
First of all, again, the Jets, they only beat the Jets by 10 points on opening day, which, come on. They only beat the Dolphins by 3 points. Again, these are teams that last year, the Bills were really like the third best or second best team in the league. I mean, beating the Jets by 10, beating the Dolphins by 3 right off the bat, beating LA. LA, I guess, was a quality win, although they were very up and down. Las Vegas, okay. Again, though, I really do think that those are 4 pretty easy wins for a team that's supposed to be good. Then they got the doors blown off by Tennessee. They got their doors blown off by Kansas City. The first 2 real good teams they faced, they got killed. Then they come back against the Jets and the Patriots. Again, easy games. They beat the Patriots, but they really should have lost to the Patriots. Cam Newton fumbling in the last few seconds. The Jets, they only beat the Jets by 8 points. They only scored 18 points against the Jets. And then Seattle, they won 44-34 against the worst secondary in football. They lose to Arizona, a game that, again, people want to say it's a fluke. It was not a fluke. Arizona played just as well as the Bills in that game. It could have gone either way. And it was definitely not a fluke victory. It was just about who's going to have the ball last. But I thought Arizona played a great game. And then, come on. LA Chargers, garbage. You have the San Francisco 49ers, when they were all hurt, garbage. The Steelers had already been on the downturn of the season at that point. Like, they were pretty garbage at that point. They were very beatable.
Interception here real quick by Minshew. Again, second one of the day.
And then Denver, New England, and Miami. I'm just saying, like, the AFC East is going to get better from last year to this year. And Miami's going to get better, and New England's going to get better. But when we're talking about last season, man, like, this was an easy division to play. And so when you look at the out-of-division games, Denver, the timing with San Francisco made that game really easy. The timing with Pittsburgh made that really easy. The Chargers were a terrible team. Like, I just feel like, where were the quality wins last year? Where were the quality wins last year that made me say, boy, that's a very, very good football team? I guess you could say it about Seattle. Seattle was allowing, 50 points like a game. Like, it was insane, right? And at the time, a few weeks before the Pittsburgh game, I was saying, okay, that's going to be a litmus test, right, for the Bills. Maybe they're going to be good.
So that's where I'm like, where were the quality wins there? And then of course they go to the postseason. The win over Indianapolis and the win over Baltimore, absolutely quality wins. But again, people in the chat will hate Eli Manning because he's bad during the regular season. I mean, those are 2 games, cherry picking, right? So I don't know. All I'm saying is I'm interested to see what happens this year with the Bills. I think it could go a little bit worse than expected.
There's a rushing touchdown. Joe Burrow barrels his way in, had a run to get them down there, and then there he is, he scores. So Joe Burrow on the ground, getting it done. Again, the interception by Minshew leads to the second score of the day by the Cincinnati Bengals. It's the 16th rushing touchdown for Burrow. Shout out to Michael, our producer. Another team, Scotty Tuati says Bears 8-9. It's pretty good. Pretty good prediction.
Yeah, I like that.
Must Be says 0-17 Falcons. I think they'll sneak a couple games in there. Here's
boy. That defense is bad. Go ahead.
Orlando and Hawk both have Saints, but Orlando says 13-4. Hawks is 14-3. I don't see it, guys. But hey, dude, this is the optimism we're looking for potentially.
I think that right there is your 12-win team.
Ooh, 12. Okay, I have a lot of questions about that. Captain.
I don't think they're going to get 13. I don't think they're going to get 14. But I think that the Saints will get 12. I think.
I like it. Captain Blood says the Lions 12 wins. You're on board, Rossi, right? No, not this year, dude. Not this year. Now.
And again, in this hypothetical world, not all of these teams could have 12 wins.
I like the optimism. Jones gets traded to the Packers. A-Rod takes them to the Super Bowl only to lose to the Chargers. Yes, the Chargers is slightly loan.
No.
Don't see that either. Let's see who else we got here.
I'm also like, I think I get labeled a hater, but I'm the only one looking out for these players right now. You know, Rossi, like
for the players. How so?
Yeah. Well, I think it's unfair. Year 2, Justin Herbert. It's unfair to say this team should be a playoff team. I think that they still have a lot of ability to do.
Yeah, no,
like Justin Herbert's good, but like I'm not putting those type of expectations on the kid. Like, look, in my completely objective view, he did have the best season of any rookie quarterback by the numbers. I think he's very talented. I think that like we're getting ahead of ourselves if we're just like, okay, yeah, this guy's Aaron Rodgers, and this year they have to make the conference championship game. Like, I just don't think so.
City there. Like, we're not talking about a team that even talk about, like, I know they get some pieces back on defense, but that was another hold up. Again, a guy that a lot more film will be on, and Justin, like, that's a new coaching staff.
He could absolutely take a step back this year, 100%. And is that the worst thing in the world? No, I think that we've seen enough talent. You know, we've seen enough play that we know that Justin Herbert's a good quarterback. But like, you know, it's almost contradictory too, because I know I am a person that says, start your rookies week 1, you know, start them, and you got to win right away, and you know that's how you're going to win a Super Bowl. I do believe that, but I also believe that, like, from the fan perspective, you know, and just in general, like, not everyone is cut out to do that. Like, not everyone is cut out to be early career Carson Wentz or Pat Mahomes, or, you know what I mean? These are guys that were elite talents and like just came out and they were ready to go into the league. And I just don't know if that's the truth about Herbert. Like, I don't think that this guy is going to win a Super Bowl in his first 4 years in the league. I think that maybe one day he could.
Interesting. Okay.
But I don't think first 4 years. I think that they still got a little while to build that team now, you know? Yeah. I mean, do you disagree? I'm curious.
I'm not ready to make the first 4 years because things can dramatically change. Like, I would have never thought the Buffalo Bills, regardless, like last year.
But again, that's another thing, too, with Josh Allen. And I've seen this happen. Everyone said that was what was going to happen to Tua. We had a chat about Tua like a week ago on The Sims.
Yep.
That is the same. Like, Josh Allen is different. Like, Josh Allen was very physically gifted and, like, you know, just off of the back of one great off season of work was able to
grow exponentially. And like normal quarterbacks to me don't do that, right? Like I feel like it's hard to make that big of a jump in year 3. That shouldn't be the expectation. That should be like the exception, I think. What Josh Allen did. But because Josh Allen did that, now we expect that from Herbert. We expect it from Daniel Jones. We expect it from Tua. We expect it from all these guys.
Danny Dimes, baby, watch out. We have a couple picks on the Packers. Mark Jones is 17-0. The other one is 14-3, but they don't go anywhere further than they've been going. You could see that. So we have a minute left. There was a timeout by the Bengals. Our guy TP says, how do you believe the Cardinals will do this year? He goes, I'm throwing out my non-research numbers 12-5. That's the point. It's June 1st. You don't have to research. You don't have to go through the schedule. For me, I think that is a little bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but I'm putting them in that 9-10 win category. I think the division is going to be super difficult, but I think that they're trying to surround Kyler with as much weapons as possible, as long as that shoulder can hold up throughout the season, which, adding a game makes it difficult. But I think the Cardinals are in that, right now I'd put them somewhere in that 9-12 win ball, right now.
Yeah. And you mentioned something really important too, which is his shoulder. I mean,
yeah,
his shoulder was the biggest, to me, it was the biggest story last year that was not talked about because it was not, fully disclosed, right? And like, it was not really ever, he never like missed any games, but boy, Kyler was not right last year. Not right at all. He was on fire to start the year. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And then like all of a sudden the shoulder injury happened and he was, unrecognizable.
Yeah.
The zip was gone. Like he was not the same guy. And I think that we were deprived of a fantastic Cardinals season. Like I wanted to see a full year of fully healthy Kyler Murray. I wanted to see what he could do. And, we didn't get to see that. Like, and it's sad, but I don't know what more to say, really. I mean, hopefully it's this year.
Yeah.
And I think that because of that, the Cardinals could really sneak up on some people. I thought that was a playoff team last year. Like, I think everyone did. You're right, surefire playoff team.
I agree with you. Robbie Noble, Jason Kenny combo isn't half bad. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said, Robbie. Appreciate you. Boston Joe says, how come Max Kellerman never talks about Aaron Rodgers falling off the cliff? He's 37. I think that he is never going to use that term again, Boston Joe. I think he learned his lesson. He went out on a take and stood by it for a while till the point where Tom Brady decided to take a cliff and make a mountain out of it. That's going to be a field goal there. I was about to say, again, is that Bullock, the kicker there? I didn't draft a kicker.
Randy.
Got it. With a PH, hopefully. We don't want no shame. Husky Randy. We're almost at halftime here. 13 seconds, third quarter. We're going to turn it over to you guys to pepper Ducey with some questions. We'll learn a little bit more about him. Maybe it's stuff he said before in other sims, but it could be from anything from sports to food to other sport, takes, football, whatever you want. Appreciate you guys being here. We'll get to that in the third. We have some clip from the Sweat coming up at halftime. It's 17-7. The Bengals in the lead as we're kicking off week 4 in our NFL playthrough of the 2021 schedule. Both teams here needing a dub. Bengals out to the early lead. Minshew has thrown 2 interceptions here. No timeouts for the Bengals. Probably just going to run it out. So yeah, there is the handoff. Nice little move in the arm set. But why are the Jaguars calling the timeout? What are we doing?
Urban Meyer, man.
He's all elite, bro. He's all elite. Urban Meyer showing up in AEW's Double or Nothing. Helping
was he there? I did not know that.
Well, he participated in the Stadium Stampede. He handed Chris Jericho a laptop to smash MJF. Wow. You can check it out on Twitter. Justin Craven says it's Twitch Tuesday, bro. I didn't know what Twitch. I'm monitoring you guys. Is that a thing? Did I miss it? But nice to see you there. We see Smash over there. We see Justin Craven's first time free Piercy. Reed Tees is he really goes by. We got who else over here? I thought I saw a couple of their names. Our Disco. I don't know if I got my guy Obi-Wan's over there. I know he's in YouTube. He's usually dwelling between both. Appreciate all you guys over there, Twitch and YouTube fam. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate you guys being here. And here's Minshew, deepest he can throw it, about 50 yards. It bounces. Wow. Had a shot there, but that'll do it. So halftime, 17-7 advantage Bengals in Jacksonville. I'm sorry, in Cincinnati here, and we have ourselves an AJ Green touchdown as well as a Joe Burrow rushing touchdown. We also have Gardner Minshew was handing off. Didn't get any points there and still not playing all that well, just 64 yards, 2 picks. He handed off to Chris Thompson as he scored the only touchdown. And earlier today on the Sweat, the guys talked about their NBA plays tonight on the slate, approved picks.
Guys, very, very quick here on slate approved pick. Favorite bet or DFS play? Go ahead, Stan.
DeAndre Ayton, 7.4K. He's just been so good down low. Double-double every game, 20, 10, and 3 or 4. You know, he's even chipped in some steals and blocks. He's gone over 40 DK fantasy points in 3 or 4, and he's averaged, whopping 40 minutes per game. I just feel like he's just too cheap for the consistency, production, and playing time.
Nick, quickly.
Suns Lakers under 208 points. And like we just talked about, I like the Suns to cover that as well.
Lots of Lakers love. Kenny, bring us home very quick, please.
Blazers money line plus 107. Nurkic on the floor. They're outscoring the opposing team by 23 points. They're getting outscored by 27 points with Nurkic off the floor. He should play a lot in this game, not be in foul trouble like he was in game 2 and game 3. Shooting regresses for Nuggets. They continue to do it. Blazers continue to shoot well. I like the Blazers here to win this game.
Oh, there's Kenny. There he is, looking sharp as a tack. Oh,
yeah.
Hey, that was Kenny. Man, you looked good.
Thank you.
Not that you don't look good now, but earlier.
No, I looked good earlier. So right now, I don't know if you can see, but I'm wearing a T-shirt from a wiffle ball tournament.
Did you win
it? Presented by Packages Plus and More. So I don't know if that's technically. I'm wearing a logo, but but this. So I got 2 T-shirts. One was a white T-shirt, and it was with the logo, and there was like sponsors on the back. And this is the wiffle ball tournament home run derby. I have this T-shirt.
Look at you.
Made up 2 T-shirts, but I'm happy that they did it. It was great. It was a real wiffle ball tournament. Where people paid to enter. You assembled teams, and it was probably. I want to say 7-8 years ago.
Young buck, Kenny.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun. And I probably even more, probably like 9 years ago. But it was a lot of fun, and I hit okay. We did okay. We won our first game, but we realized after the tournament, sneaky, people were tanking their first game because people don't want to win their first game because there's a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. And so people wanted to be in the loser's bracket so you could, win games and get up to the championship. And the thing was, it wasn't like a double elimination tournament. It was just like there was a clear advantage being in the loser's bracket, So that was a mistake by us winning, and we never went back. Not because we didn't like it, just because we never assembled the team again. And but it was tough, man. Like kids were pumping gas in there with the wiffle balls. It was pretty wild.
I played in some wiffle ball tournaments, and I'm with you, dude. Some people are like legit. There's actually a league that you can watch also on YouTube. It's like a professional wiffle ball league.
I pitched, and I never really solved the whole riser thing. The whole I see. The thing is, I think they tell you to put the holes on the left side when you throw it, and when I did that, the ball would cut right to left. But I think if you throw it hard enough, the ball actually cuts the other way. So I didn't really know how to like make that happen, but. What I did throw is I threw a nasty snap hook. I would just basically, because I pitched in high school as well, I would just throw like I was like throwing a curveball, just spiking a curveball, So that pitch worked out for me. You get a little piece of the PVC piping and
knocked it.
Yeah.
So there we go. All right, but now it's time to turn it over to you, Deucey. You basically answered the question I was going to ask. If you were
Okay, you got to ask because me because I don't have YouTube open because I'm trying to save bandwidth here.
You don't even have to see anything. So now I'm going to give everybody a moment. Just toss out any questions, just like we've been doing with ZT, with Christian. We did it the other day with I think we might have snuck one in with Tom.
I'm gonna get comfortable on my couch for this.
Yeah, sit back, relax. It's like therapy, but not.
Yeah, it is. It is like therapy. Let's see.
Toss them out here. I'm going to start by just saying, Justin Craven said, last Tuesday, Glash did a shout-out from YouTube to Smash Lana for being awesome. So I switched over to Twitch, hence Twitch Tuesday. So if anybody wants to jump over to the Twitch, see what it's like over there.
Twitch Tuesdays.
I like it.
I always tweet out the Twitch link when I'm on the sweat, and I go, hey, I'm going to be on the sweat. I always post the Twitch link.
There you go. So I will start with a random question, and everybody else can start to jump in. TP, Michael, you guys can shout out as well. Jared, if you want anything for Deucey. So first and foremost, it's bland, but it's the way I start. It's summertime. Favorite ice cream. What is your favorite ice cream, Kenny Deucey?
This is a tough one. No. Are we talking like can I throw in like Ben and Jerry's flavor?
You can be as specific or as ambiguous as you like.
All right. There's two things. So my favorite flavor is probably still chocolate chip cookie dough. Like if you had to pick it, because that is a flavor of ice cream. Not, I could go through some Ben and Jerry's flavors that I really like, but at the end of the day, that's not really a flavor. Flavors are like, commonly, like strawberry, vanilla, so I would say that it would be chocolate chip cookie dough. But I will also say with the caveat, I really like caramel in my ice cream. So like any sort of flavor with caramel. Like my favorite Baskin Robbins flavor used to be Gold Medal Ribbon. Best ice cream ever. I think it was just vanilla, chocolate, and caramel, if I'm not mistaken. Or at the very least, it was like vanilla, caramel, and something else. I loved that flavor. So yeah, I'm going to say chocolate chip cookie dough though.
All right, we'll bounce around. I see one here. Try not to look at me sideways. AK Mike Drummond says, Kenny, what do you think the Titans' record will be this year?
Titans' record, I haven't looked at their schedule.
No research.
I think 13-4. I think the Titans. Oh no, I'll back that up. I'm going to back that up. I'm going to say 11-6. I think. No. I'm going to go 12. I'm going to go 12-5. 12-5 for the Titans. I really believe in them this year. I think they're going to be really good. I do love Mike Vrabel. I love Ryan Tannehill, the way he plays the position. I just feel like that team has some bad losses all the time, Rossi. You remember from the last couple of years, like they just have these inexplicable losses. So that's why I'm afraid of saying like 13 wins.
Yep.
Or even 14. But I'll say 12. I think 12 wins.
All right, we got a question. Is we're going to get a field goal attempt, or maybe the Bengals will go for it here. Cole Jordan wants to know, they are going to go for it. I'll answer the question after this play. On a 4th and 2, Bengals already up 2 scores, trying to make it a more dominating lead. They're going to give the ball off right into the end zone. Joe Mixon, touchdown. Dominating lead now. Will be a 17-point lead in a moment. Cole Jordan asks, favorite cereal? What is your favorite cereal?
My favorite cereal... Again, it's different than the one I get. Like I normally get a healthier type of cereal. Like I got Honey Nut Cheerios, which I had this morning. But I would say my favorite cereal, if I had to pick, would be. I really used to love French Toast Crunch as a kid. I haven't had it at all since. I guess I'll just say Frosted.
Frosted Flakes.
I really like Frosted Flakes.
Like that. See what else we had here. A lot of people talking about their favorite ice creams here. Mike Bauer says French Vanilla Rocky Road. Now he's just singing the song. Favorite band?
Chocolate peanut butter cookie dough.
There you go. Mo wants to know, what's your favorite band?
Favorite
band or artist? Well, I don't know if you're
favorite band. Well, no. The question was band, not artist. Let's see.
Coming from Mo.
My favorite band.
While you do that, that was the 45th touchdown by Mix, and he was owning exactly 22%. Shout out, Michael.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna think about this.
No rush. Can't rush a good thing.
No, because I think band. What about, let's do favorite album, and that's gonna be Songs About Change by Maroon 5. It really is the perfect album.
Okay, fair. But
If I had to pick a band I listen to all the time, like I do listen to, like right now I've been listening to a lot of AJR, but I listen to a lot of Black Keys always. They've been like the soundtrack to my life for a while. It's very cliche now, but I've liked Glass Animals for a little while.
Dig it.
But I would say favorite, if I had to get like a ticket to see one band.
There you go. First one out of COVID. Who's the first band you want to see is, assuming they are dead or alive, doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one, man. I had a moment today. I was driving, and like classic rock came on, and it was Any Way You Want It. That's the way you need it. And I was just like taken back to my high school days when I only listened to classic rock. And back then, I would have said Creedence Clearwater Revival. They might be one of my favorite. They might be my favorite band. I haven't listened to them in a long time.
CCR had a huge run with them.
I would say Black Keys. I would say the Black Keys. I would say the Black Keys are my favorite band.
We landed. Okay. Choker says, Kenny, what is your favorite food in the air fryer? Oh, never mind. So always got to get those shots in.
Yeah.
The Freak of Nature says, are you more of a burrito or a taco guy? Going to a Mexican restaurant, burrito or taco?
Good question. I would say taco guy if I had to pick between the two. Although I do probably eat more burritos than tacos, but if I had a preference, I think it'd be taco.
I like that. What does your favorite host like to eat at midnight? I don't know what that exactly means, but DFS Queen, so who is your favorite co-host, and what do you believe they would eat at midnight? It's a double question from DFS Queen.
Okay, my favorite co-host?
And you can put me aside. There's no offense here, just so you know. I don't assume it's me, so I'm just letting you know you don't have to feel any offense.
So my favorite co-host, I don't want to say. I don't want to offend anybody.
All right, who are some of your favorite co-hosts? Do three that you like to work with, and what do you believe that they would eat at midnight?
Well, let's just say.
And why is it cough?
It's no. It's between. I love working with Koff. Koff is definitely one of my favorite people to work with, and I think that we should do Fourth Degree Burn as well.
Oh yeah, we'll just.
I think that it's a tie.
Oh, I don't like ties.
Out, but it's a tie between Glash and Emerson, I would say.
Ooh.
And I think that Emerson at midnight would eat. I could see him eating some strawberry shortcake.
Okay. Whipped cream?
No whipped cream.
Okay.
So, or like a tart. Glash would wake up and he would have some Triscuits.
Triscuits. Hummus?
Glash should be a Triscuit. I think that Glash is a Triscuit guy.
Got it. I got you. We are at the end of the third, 24-7. It was a Joe Mixon rushing touchdown. So the Bengals dominating our first game of Week 4 as we play through the NFL schedule here in Madden 21. We're asking Kenny, we're putting him under the spotlight, giving him all the questions, getting a little more out of him. Kenny, here's one. Let me ask it more directly. Did you join DraftKings or did DraftKings find you? Like, did you apply to DraftKings or did DraftKings find you through your prior publications?
Good question. It's interesting. Don't know how I would answer that. I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
I was poking around.
Yep. Smart.
I was poking around for a job, and DraftKings was looking for some help as well, and it just kind of was a natural fit. But I wouldn't. Everybody who gets a job has to go officially apply for a job.
Of course.
So, like, obviously, I did that.
But yeah, it was definitely something where I think that I don't want to speak for anybody else, but it seemed like there was definitely like they were excited that I was interested. I was very excited to work here. I wanted to work here. It's somewhere where I've wanted to work for a little while now. So I'm just really glad that it all worked out, and I'm glad that my internet has not led me to be kicked off The Sims yet.
Vader or Varter, if I can say it correctly. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I have 2 younger sisters.
What's the age difference from you to them?
4 and 5 years.
Nice. Okay. So older brother Kenny, the legacy of the Deuces. Do you have a favorite sibling?
No.
Smart man right there. Say smart. Let's see what else we have here. No, we don't do any worsts. Let's see. Sorry, there was a couple here, and when the chat just moves so quickly sometimes when we get back here. Anybody on Twitch?
We could do worsts.
Well, people are saying, like, who do you least like to work with? I don't think that's fair. Unless you have one.
Yeah.
All right, I got one here. Never mind. We'll go with this. John Horn says, who is your, obviously knowing you're a Jets fan, John wants to know, who is your second favorite NFL team? Or is there just another team you have like a certain
I do really like the Packers.
Okay, interesting.
I find myself, I don't know what it is. I've found myself rooting for the Packers and telling people the Packers were good. People said the Packers weren't good for like 4 years now. So I think by default it's the Packers. Every week I pick the Packers. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think I kind of like the Packers. And I would say that's it. I don't think that there's like another team where I feel like I like them so much that like I would say that. But it's an interesting question. Yeah, I would say that they're probably my second favorite team.
You go. There's a touchdown on the ground there. Chris Thompson trying to bring the Jaguars back into this one. Going to be a 10-point game again with 5:50 left here in the third quarter. Earlier,
I do kind of like the Cowboys as well. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. No, answer the question. It's all good with me.
I wish that my team was in the NFC. I think that's why.
You need one. You got to balance. Double cup. I think it's Gabe or G Bay says he applied to several DK roles last week, as well as searching out via LinkedIn. Wish me luck. Good luck, my man.
Good luck.
Anybody else who always jumps in here and asks, that's how you do it. Go apply, check out the website, and keep it going.
I would say that I would say it's weird because like the NFC to me, I don't know about you, but it represents like the National League, or the West, and then that's so. I feel like my favorite teams are in the American League, the AFC, and in the East, the Eastern Conference, and so it's like I feel like I've always wanted like just a little taste of the NFC or the NL. Like those are two leagues that I wish I had a favorite team in. Not that there's any difference, but I do feel like the NFC games, it feels like they hold more weight. I don't know about that. I don't know if you feel the same way, but in the same way that like a Western Conference matchup in the NBA is way more exciting, because the level of teams. And, I don't get that feeling with the NL. I think the AL, like the better teams are obviously in the American League, but other than that, yeah, I kind of wish that like my teams were in a better league,
Yeah, I feel you there, especially when it comes to the NBA. As Burrow takes another scramble, he's got a lot of room on the ground.
You'd agree with that, though, right?
Overall,
the AL is better than the NL, but I would say the NFC is better than the AFC, and I would say the Western Conference of basketball is better than the Eastern Conference. Anyway, you can
definitely much more enjoyable. Yeah, Captain Blood wants to know, outside of like sports, what are some of your favorite hobbies or hobbies you have in general, regardless of favorite?
Boy, I don't do much outside of sports. No, I like I just enjoy hanging out in New York City, and I love music. I'm a big fan of
unless I've been binging Action Bronson's cooking show since the pandemic started, and same with MasterChef. And I would say that those two shows are got me into like cooking, so I cook sometimes.
Love that.
But that's pretty much it.
Guru 805 says NL won the last 2 World Series and will win again this year. No, regardless of who wins it, we're just saying overall, probably like quality of team and like the top ranking teams, like for favoritism.
Well, right. Also, the NL just clearly is the little brother. Like they don't have a DH, so naturally their offense is not it's not as strong. And again, that's just a fact. Like you look at the offensive numbers, you have pitchers hitting. I mean, it's just not the same.
So I guess there's an interesting question for you. Do you want the DH in the NL? Do you think it will? Are you into that, what they did last year with baseball during the COVID season, or do you like?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think the DH. Let's go. I think we saw what it does. I think it makes it more quality.
We definitely need a DH. That's 100% true. And I don't understand why they didn't implement it this year. But I think that would definitely help. And when we're talking about entering an age where there's so much pitching dominating play, why are we not taking advantage of a rule that allows you to put a better hitter in there?
Good point. This is a really good question here. It's a fun one. Clem Fandango asks, Kenny, if you could take one NFC team and put in the AFC and one AFC team and put in the NFC, what 2 teams would they be? So you have to swap an AFC and an NFC team. What would it be?
Okay, I would take. That's a tough one.
Bengals trying to close this one out here as we have a 2nd 11. Gonna hit the 2-minute warning here. Up 10, 24-14. 2 touchdowns for Thompson on the ground for the Jaguars.
I think I would take the Seattle Seahawks.
Bringing them back
and put them in the AFC.
Okay.
Huh? What'd you say? Bring them back?
Bringing them back. They used to be an AFC team.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah, for years.
Maybe that's why they feel like an AFC team.
Yeah. But the old Seahawks.
Yeah, they just feel like an AFC. They feel like an AFC team to me. And then I would say put the Chargers in the NFC.
So we're trading Chargers, and what a division that would be. Seahawks with the Kansas City Chiefs if we're doing division for division.
Yeah. Wait. So did the Chargers used to be in the NFC?
No, Chargers have been an AFC team all the way.
Chargers should be in the NFC. If you don't want to accept my Seahawks back to the AFC, maybe we just swap the LA teams. Maybe the Rams go to the AFC. That would be fun. The Rams in the AFC. I think I would really like that.
Yeah, we have River Rat saying Packers to AFC, Bengals to NFC. Interesting.
Now, you can put the Bengals in the NFC. Sure, you cannot put the Packers in the AFC. That ruins the NFC.
Which is interesting. Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
They're like a staple.
Sure, of course. Super Bowl baby 67 says what they did. Yeah, Seattle for years was an AFC team before. I think they moved over when the Texans came in. I think that's when they realigned. And don't forget for a while, don't forget the Arizona Cardinals were in the NFC East. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I don't know if this is exactly the question. Tom Vogt says Logan Paul versus Mayweather. Who you got?
I'm gonna say nobody. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a disqualification. Logan Paul's gonna get disqualified in that fight. Here's why. You can, there is merit and wisdom to be gained in reading into what people do. And look, the guy is an airhead. He is a joke, right? He's not the best. Come on. He's kind of a doofus, right? But the one thing you got to give him credit for is he knows what he's doing when it comes to these boxing matches. And here's why he picked Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather
doesn't really knock guys out. He knocked out Conor McGregor. That might have been a little bit of an anomaly, but the way Floyd Mayweather wins boxing matches is by decision. He wins by accumulating points. He is great. He's the best defensive boxer of all time. He doesn't get hit, and he'll continue to hit you and wear you down, and that's how he wins. And so I think that Logan Paul looks at Floyd Mayweather and he goes, okay, well, here's a guy that I'm definitely not going to look bad against. I'm not going to get memed against Floyd Mayweather. And what happened with Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor? McGregor got some huge punches, and I was there. He was hitting them, man. Like, McGregor looked like he was really, making a dent and annoying Floyd, and like, he knew what he was doing. And I think everyone from that night took away that Conor McGregor is like, he could box. And that, like, obviously, like, he's not, reformed or whatever, but like, he held his own. And so to me, Logan Paul, I feel like, is going to also, remember McGregor like had all these illegal punches. He didn't really know what he was doing. I feel like that's going to happen with Logan Paul. And I think that maybe like he'll get a cheap shot in there or something, or like he'll hit him behind the head, and like he'll just do it too many times, get disqualified. And then I honestly think that could be his plan as well. If he gets disqualified, he could always say, well, I was going to beat him, but I unfortunately couldn't continue to fight or whatever. Like, I think that this guy has this strategized out perfectly. And that's why he picked Floyd Mayweather, because he's, it's not like he's fighting, who's the guy in UFC, Israel. Like, he's not at risk of just getting his clock cleaned and getting put all over the internet. So,
well, there you go. That was it with Kenny. We did the 3rd degree, 4th degree. We got deep in with him, but now it's time to ask you, Kenny, who is going to be your Kenny delight of the day?
Excuse me. Can you please rephrase that?
The Kenny dominating player of the game.
No.
The Ducey delight.
The Ducey's delight. I appreciate that.
I got you, bro.
Thank you. Well, I was hoping by stalling there, I was going to have enough time to pull up.
I can tell you a couple
contest in the DKSM Fan Friends League, but what I failed to say was that I'm very good at stalling otherwise, and the stalling that I just did right now allowed me to pull up the contest. So let me tell you who my award winners are. I did see it on the main screen, so I'm going to give credit where credit is due here. That is us. I'm going to give credit where credit is due, and I'm going to give even though he didn't really, he was 72% owned in this free roll. Ducey's delight going to go to Chris Thompson. 2 rushing touchdowns, 74 total yards, 5 catches. Very good day for Chris Thompson.
Captain in the winning lineup as well.
Captain in the winning lineup, yep.
Then is there anybody else but DJ Chark that's going to be your Ducey's dumpster fire? Or
yeah, Chris Conley, man, $5,000. He had 1 catch for 7 yards, and half of you owned him. I mean, there were a lot of guys in here, frankly, who could be Ducey's dump or whatever we're calling it. Ducey's disappointment is the name. Oh, or Gardner Minshew too.
Good.
You know what? I'm changing it because wide receivers have 1-2 points all the time. To be a quarterback, Rossi, and to have 2.5 fantasy points is simply preposterous. Gardner Minshew is definitely Ducey's disappointment. I'm very disappointed in you, Gardner Minshew.
I will give a quick shout out to our winning lineup, Joe C. Shout out to Jared for all the ops, Michael, our producer, TP, and Kenny Ducey.
Shout out to Rossi's lineup, 0 points.
I just realized I never set a lineup. I have no idea how that happened. 0 points because I didn't set a lineup like a moron.
You and Dougie Freshie.
I'm an idiot. That's what it is. But one last thing before we toss it out of here. This is a good question, and you have 1 second answer, yes or no.
Okay.
Would you give up the Jets' history of the Super Bowls that they had won if from Tom Brady to never exist?
No.
Smart.
I don't think so.
He's at Kenny Ducey. Go follow him. I'll be back with Tom Freeze Pops in just about an hour. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, former Buffalo Bills and Detroit Lions safety Kurt Schultz joins Ross to discuss his pro career, becoming a financial advisor. I'm going to listen to that, and pros and cons of advising current NFL players on their financial planning. We'll see you in just a little bit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Memorial Day Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. Hopefully you guys have already had an awesome weekend so far. Finish strong, whether that's with the daddy sodas or grilling the food. Check out my social media at Ross Tucker NFL so you can see some of the stuff I've been eating and drinking over the weekend. Look, that's part of what life's about, right? Check it out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. All of our stuff is always available at Ross Tucker Pod as well. Speaking of available, you guys made this request for today's guest. A couple weeks ago, multiple people, it might have been some patrons, patreon.com/RTmedia said, can you get on a financial advisor? Can you get on a guy that advises some players? I'd be curious to hear what advice they give or what they say. How about I did even better than that. I got my financial advisor who played 10 years in the NFL, 129 games, and was my boss when I interned for him. So this is going to be amazing. His name's Kurt Schultz. You remember him, 8 years with the Bills, 2 years with the Lions. Can't wait to talk with him momentarily. We will have a new Spread the Word winner this week. You know what to do. Just engage anyway. I like the Facebook shares. I'm not going to lie. I like those Facebook shares. Or maybe on Instagram, you put it on your story. I don't even know. Just do whatever it takes that more people see it. I love it. I'll notice it, and I'll sign something for you, whatever you want. Sponsor confirmations, I love. Keeps. Keep your hair like I am. Keeps.com/Ross. More on that a little bit later. And the YouTube shout out. You know, people are winning the YouTube shout out, and then they're not emailing me to tell me who they want me to give the shout out for. So you're kind of blowing it, guys. I'll give you a cameo style shout out, which I love. We also have some news to get to, but first, it is Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, 10-year NFL veteran who's also like a soccer stud. This is a legitimately awesome guy on so many levels. My financial advisor and friend, Kurt Schultz. Kurt, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Ross, you're too kind. I appreciate it. It's good to be on the show.
All right. So, man, there's a million things that we could get into. I guess I'll start with how we met, which is every offseason when I was in the NFL, I would do an internship. So after my rookie year, I interned with Merrill Lynch in DC because I had interned with Merrill Lynch Investment Managers before my senior year of college. So somehow the guys at Merrill Lynch Investment Managers got, they knew I was in DC. They found these guys, JC McKnight, Pete Kenny, awesome guys. They got me hooked up with them. Okay. Then I go to Dallas. I want to try something different. I want to see what else I might be interested in. So I work for Roger Staubach. You might have heard of him. His commercial real estate company in Dallas. Then I get cut again, and I go to Buffalo, have a good year. And I don't remember if it was the DC guys that hooked me up with, I barely remember these guys' names, like Nowakowski and these guys. But I think I got hooked up with a group. And I don't think I got hooked up. I don't think I was hooked up with you. I think I got hooked up with a group. And then we made the connection, or they brought you on while do you remember that?
Actually, I think that we met at the Chop House, the Buffalo Chop House, eating steak with Reuben Brown. I believe that's when it was. And you had asked about what I did. And, hey, next to have you coming in the office, and there's a lot of heads turned since you're likable big guy, and you were definitely hitting the office, that's for sure.
That is funny, man. Yeah, I remember that. And you were just getting started.
Yeah, I think at the time I had already, it was my second or third year, no, you're right. And, Reuben, that was my connection with some of the offensive linemen, and he's just a great guy, obviously. And no, we hit it off, and you barely fit into the cubicle that was right next to me, if you remember that. It was kind of odd, but no, it was great. It was great having you in, man. I mean, obviously you're very bright, and you had an aptitude for it, and it was fun having you for sure, man.
Yeah, I remember, man, there's a lot. I remember one thing I did was call agents to try to strike up relationships with them on behalf of you, because when you're trying to get players as clients, a lot of times the agents are able to talk with them when they're in college. So it was funny though, Kurt, because I didn't even know I was going to talk to you about this. It's funny though, because I'm calling these agents. I'm an active player. Like I started the last 5 games that year. I was a restricted free agent. I made the USA Today All Joe team or whatever. So these agents would call me right back thinking that I wanted to switch, thinking that they were about to get like a client. They'd be like, "Hey Ross, how are you?" I'm like, yeah, hey Joe. Anyway, so I'm calling on behalf of Kurt. They'd be like, "Oh." It's a great idea, by the way. It's a great way to go about it.
Brilliant. Right? Because I'm a has-been. You're already in the league. You're playing. So yeah, that was. I guess I kind of knew that, but
so
anyway, that's hilarious.
So Kurt, I don't think I realized you started 93 games, man. You played in 129 just regular season, 72 starts in Buffalo, 107 games played in Buffalo, 8 years, then 2 years in Detroit, an amazing 10-year career. For people that don't remember the type of player you were, how would you describe yourself? Were you more of a box safety, more of a middle of the field safety, or was your strength that you were pretty good at both? Like, how would you describe your game as an NFL player?
For me, I think it was just I was good at anticipating what they may do, and that was play recognition. It was communicating with the corners, with the linebackers, and just kind of knowing the defensive scheme in and out, and then more importantly, knowing what the offense might do on certain circumstances, whether it be alignment or what have you. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I was pretty adept at intercepting the ball. And I think, I like to think I was a decent tackler, but that probably wasn't the biggest, benefit to the team. I think more importantly, it was just somebody that they could trust to be back there and not give up the big play and, occasionally come up with the ball, in various different circumstances. I had 30 interceptions, so I must have been doing something right on that end. And I would just attribute to, long hours. I can remember with Chris Spielman early in the morning before, practice started, 6:30 in the morning, and we're studying film, and I learned a lot from him. And I think it was just general studying the offensive scheme and seeing if I could get any type of edge for that one play that, hopefully I could make a difference in the game.
So, Kurt, you didn't start your first 3 years. And then you started 93 games over the last 7 years. Your last 7 years, you had at least 2 picks each year, and you had 30 total. I mean, 30 picks in 7 years. You're averaging 4.5 picks a year. That is legit, man. I mean, that is a lot. That is taking the ball. I mean, 6, 4, 2, 6, 3, 7, 2. That would compare. I mean, I'm surprised you never made a Pro Bowl. That's a lot of interceptions, especially back then when they weren't throwing the ball as much.
Yeah, well, obviously, as you know, we had an unbelievable defensive line in Buffalo. I mean, you have Bruce Smith, Phil Hansen, Ted Washington up the middle. And the same was with Detroit. I mean, Robert Porcher. We had some ballers. And as a defensive back, I mean, it's huge to have that front line and that pass rush. And that was so much of it. I'd love to take the credit for all of it, but obviously it goes hand in hand with a great defensive line, and we had that both. I had that in both places. But yeah, no, I'm pretty proud of those. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, like I said, it was a lot of study in the offensive scheme to see if you could get any type of edge, and as you know, in the league, it's hard to get that, so it was basically just hard-nosed studying.
So I ask any former player that comes on this question. You're 52 years old now. How's your body feel? Like brain and body, like how are you doing?
Well, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I did have the first, believe this or not, I do play soccer, as you know, Ross, like competitively on a weekly basis. Well, last year during COVID, I was probably playing a little too much and running a little too much. And I finally had my first knee injury in, 51 years. And so I had knee surgery about 8 months ago, but I'm recovering. I'm back, and I do yoga, 2 or 3 times a week. I play soccer. I keep active, so my body feels pretty darn good, actually. And part of the NFL have that brain and body where you can go to the Cleveland Clinic, and I've taken part of that every 5 years, and it's just it makes you feel good when you come out of it, and it's just a great benefit that the NFL provided for us retirees.
Yeah, I did it in April. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
Great.
You're still, even after the knee surgery, you're still back to playing competitive soccer?
Yeah, I've got this team, and obviously the competition. I've aged up quite a bit, right? So I've got this team that we've got players from all over the U.S. and we play every year in Vegas, and it is such a great weekend. But literally, they've got an over 60 division, so that's my goal. I'm gonna be out there with a bunch of old guys, and 60-year-olds kicking the ball around, and for those that love soccer, it's a passion, and you get people players from all over the U.S. We get some from Mexico. There was a team from Peru, up in Montreal. So it's pretty cool. It's definitely a fun. I don't see that I'm going to be quitting soccer anytime soon. Hopefully.
Wow, you got to be the only 10-year NFL vet that plays competitive soccer, other than a kicker. You know.
Probably. I think I got remember Steve Christie. I tried to get him out there a few times because I know he was quite the soccer player up in Canada, and he lasted, I think, until I think until he was maybe like 35, and I think he hung up the cleats. So you're probably right.
So you end up making your home in Buffalo, and getting into finance. How'd that happen? Like how did the whole financial advisor finance thing happen?
Well, good question. So, my degree in college was accounting. So I was studying for the CPA when I got drafted, taking the Becker review class. And so I always really liked numbers and balance sheets. And it's just kind of an odd thing to think about, but that was my thing, numbers. And my uncle at the time was a pretty big money manager, and I kind of always looked up to him. And he was like this small growth manager. I think he had a hedge fund at one point in his career, and just super, super successful on CNBC. And I would intern with him, and I just dug it. It was something that I felt really passionate about, and I just loved investing. I loved hearing about it. I loved talking about it, and so that's kind of how I parlayed it into a career. Just basically out of passion, something that, hey, listen, I was following, I was a financial junkie as it was. Might as well just share that with other people.
So you were like into it, investing in finance as a player. So it was like a no-brainer career for you.
It was, I think the hardest piece of it all was trying to sell, right? I mean, there's that segment of it that is a big piece of being a financial advisor, is the selling piece. And, I'm not very adept at that. But hey, listen, if you're passionate about what you are doing, it's not really a job. It's more of, hey, listen, I want to help people. And so I kind of have taken that route. I'm not a great salesman, but hey, listen, I love what I do, and I love to help people. And, that's what I'm all about.
How important do you think it is for current players or former players to have a financial advisor that knows about all the player benefits? Because, I was amazed how few guys when I was playing really knew about the 401k, all of the pension, severance, annuity, health savings, all that stuff. A lot of guys really don't know much about. I mean, there were guys that didn't do, Kurt, and we talked about this back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do the 200% 401k match as players.
Yeah, crazy. I think it's hugely beneficial. And just to give you just an idea of, the importance of that, I mean, as you know, through the NFL, there's tons of different benefits. And some of, the NFL does a great job of marketing themselves, but they don't always do a great job of explaining certain things. And some of it's just the benefits are kind of cobbled together, it seems like, and I think they're trying to do a better job of explaining some of that. But one of the things that the NFL provides when you're a player is life insurance. And so, like, if you don't know how to find that, where to find that, and don't understand the benefits, you could be a financial advisor that's soliciting life insurance for a player where they need to incorporate a lot of the benefits that they already have. And so you're kind of, and so I've run into that quite a bit where players might, be solicited for life insurance. And I'm like, well, hey, listen, when you're done, that makes sense. But when you're playing, I mean, you're kind of, you don't necessarily need it. So I think that incorporating that in any plan makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it's the right thing to do. And if you're not adept at knowing and how to figure out what the benefits are and what they mean, because they change, as you know, they change almost every year. So you got to be up to date on all of that all the time.
What are the pros and cons in particular of advising current or former players? Because I, as you know, I got my Series 7 and 66 while I was playing. I thought I was going to get into that. And then I had the back surgery, got cut in Buffalo. And it's, my idea was to try to get the guys as clients while I was still playing. But if you're not on a team where you're established and you're bouncing around, you can't have the first time you meet guys be like, oh, by the way, let me talk about your finances. Like, it just doesn't work that way. But right. I've also heard horror stories over the years from financial advisors where it's like, you tell the guy he doesn't need to buy a third car or whatever, and he does anyway. Right. What are sort of the pros and cons of representing and advising players?
Well, you make a really good point. And I would say, the probably the most frustrating part of the job is for them not to take the advice, the experience that somebody's had. I've been in the league, been an advisor for years, just not understanding the X's and O's of, and not that they need to understand the X's and O's of finance, but they need to trust somebody, because it's at the end of the day, it's just a math equation. If you look at how much money is coming in, how much money is going out. And so, the biggest mistake the players make is they just spend too much, right? And so that's the most frustrating piece of it, is just to try to get them and educate them enough where they can understand and make good decisions. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm all about, is like helping clients make good, smart decisions. And the biggest, I think the biggest problem, or the biggest task for me, is to kind of educate them on what the money can do for them and what kind of lifestyle that they could provide for themselves for the rest of their lives, and for them to not adhere to a budget or whatnot. That's probably the most frustrating, because I could easily see certain clients where you're like, okay, I know where this is going to end. It's going to end badly. And so try to paint the picture of what is to come with too much spending is a challenge. And I would say that's probably the most frustrating part of the job, because, hey, listen, they think they have millions, and they do, but as you know, I mean, it's got to last them another 50 years, 45 years, whatever the case. So, that's probably the biggest frustration.
Yeah, I think if I had to describe it from my time as a player, they are not a lot of the guys. It's hard to be an NFL player and not be intelligent. It's just hard. But right. I think a lot of the guys that I spoke with are very uneducated when it comes to financial matters. They're not unintelligent, because with the football stuff, they know they're smart. Like, they know their stuff, but they've never done the background or research or have any background to be educated on the financial stuff. And they either don't trust anybody, or unfortunately, Kurt, a lot of times they trust the wrong people.
Right. And, and I've always, I've heard horror stories and been involved with hearing about, horrible things happening to players with giving agents and or whoever powers of attorney. And then it's just all, at the end of the day, they thought they had money that they didn't have, and it gets stolen. And that's just super, super unfortunate. I mean, it's horrible. It's a nightmare. So, I mean, I always kind of preach, hey, listen, you need to have checks and balances. You need to have your CPA and your agent and your financial advisor, your attorney. They all may have different hats, right? You know, I'm good at finance, and let me stick to that, right? You know, I don't know anything about plumbing. I would not do any plumbing because I'm horrible at it. I may cause a flood in my house. So, hey, listen, I'm gonna go use a plumber. You know, if you don't know about finance, you know, use a financial advisor, and everybody should use a financial advisor at some point. You know, because hey, listen, at the end of the day, you buy securities and you need to have some type of advice. I think even Warren Buffett deals with somebody that, you know, has got a long time advisor. He's, you know, created a relationship. So, you know, I think it's important to have those checks and balances, and just not, you know, throw all your eggs in one basket and trusting one person it's maybe too much, you know.
Kurt, I know my listeners and the people that watch on YouTube now, they're going to absolutely love this episode. First of all, because I think they like that when they make a request that I listen. Multiple people requested getting a financial advisor on, so I'm glad we did that. And then this was even better than I thought it would be. Can't wait to get tremendous feedback on this interview. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it.
All right, buddy. I did. Great seeing you. Glad to be of help.
There he is, Kurt Schultz. Now, if you noticed, first of all, Kurt is an awesome guy. Secondly, Kurt is bald. And I've seen videos of Kurt when he was with the Bills and his hair was struggling. And he made the decision to shave it all off, which I think is great. If that's not you and you don't look as good with a shaved head as Kurt Schultz, Keeps. Be like me. Keeps.com. I just watched, and I talked about this on the College Draft podcast. Every year on our anniversary, we watch our wedding video. Me, my wife, and my daughters. We think that's important, right? I was starting to lose my hair at age 26, and I didn't even realize it, you know, because you can only tell from like the side angle. I wish I had started the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss earlier. Keeps offers both. If you're not familiar with these, go to Keeps.com. If you are already taking the FDA-approved medications, don't go to the drugstore to pick them up. Don't go to the doctor for the prescription. Go to Keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross. Trust me, I am a longtime customer now at this point.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. A few news items to dive into since last Thursday, including the NFL greatly relaxing COVID rules for vaccinated individuals.
Well, and this is what the NFL does. They follow the science. They follow the data. Everything indicates that the more people get vaccinated, the lower the cases are, the lower the positivity rate. Everyone listening, everyone watching has the right to make the decision they want to make for their life, their body, etc. But the NFL follows the science, and the science is pretty clear. And Andrew Brandt talked about this last week about teams, if it's a bubble guy or if it's a guy on the practice squad, my guess is they're going to go with the vaccinated guys so that everybody can have the relaxed rules if you have over 85%. So the NFL, if you look at the relaxed COVID rules for vaccinated individuals, it's a huge difference and a major incentive to get vaccinated for players.
Tux Takes.
The Atlanta Falcons reportedly have been offered a first-round pick for wide receiver Julio Jones. Do we know who, though?
I think it was Diana Rossini reported that. That can mean a lot of things, right? Like that could be a second-round pick that turns into a first-round pick if he does stuff. It could be okay, we'll give you our first-round pick. We want your second and third. Don't ever be fooled by the reporting, right? Like they're not going to do the deal until June 2nd officially, whatever they end up doing, because of salary cap purposes. But don't let yourself be fooled, right? That information's out for a reason. And that team is trying to get as much in return for Julio as they can.
Tuck's takes.
Philadelphia Eagles announced a number of scouting department changes, including hiring former Jags GM Dave Caldwell, promoting Catherine. How do you pronounce her last name?
I don't know. She's from Montreal. I think it might be French, but I don't know how to pronounce it yet. It's Raiche. Try to give it some French flavor, Bri.
I'm going to say Raiche.
Raiche. Okay.
And Catherine, I'm sorry if I butchered that. Anyway, she becomes the highest ranking female in an NFL front office. And the Eagles also hired Amina Solomon as a scout.
Solomon. I would have gone Solomon, but I think you're right. I think it is Solomon. That's excellent. So, Catherine, we're going with Raiche. I will find that out for sure because she works for the Eagles. People believe that she is the most likely woman to be the first woman to be a GM. So that's pretty cool. And then for Amina Solomon, this is a big deal. I didn't realize how big a deal it was. So I think a lot of people remember, I watch the news as little as anyone. But I think a lot of people know there's a lot going on in the Middle East, Israel, and the Palestinians, etc. Well, the owner for the Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, is Jewish. Howie Roseman, the GM, is Jewish. I believe, based on some tweets from David Cantor, the agent, I believe Amina Solomon is Palestinian. So that's a pretty major statement for the Philadelphia Eagles organization to make. Again, I'm just going off of David Cantor's tweet. I don't know Amina, but I saw some people retweeting that. Seems to be very significant to some folks.
Tuck's takes.
Let's get to some injuries. They are mounting with Lions D lineman Joel Heath. He's done for the year with a torn ACL. Niners running back Jeff Wilson tearing his meniscus, and the Bengals claiming linebacker Joe Bachie. Is that how we're pronouncing it?
I think it's Bachie.
Bachie, Bachie. Again, Joe, sorry for butchering your name. And they claimed him off waivers from Philadelphia.
So, yeah, I think several teams wanted to get Bachie, the linebacker. Several teams put a claim in for him. You know, injuries are going to happen. The good news for Heath and Wilson, it happened at the facility on team property. So they'll get paid every dime. Wilson might be able to come back this year, but they'll get paid every dime, which is very, very important. What a fun show. I hope you guys enjoyed Kurt Schultz coming on as much as I did. I got to get Kurt to get some of his clients' stories from my front page story for Father's Day, or maybe if they have a business or whatever. Shout outs are in order for Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. If you are a Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers, or Raiders fan, make sure you listen to today's College Draft podcast because we went over every single draft choice for your team. I think you'll enjoy that. Other than that, I think we're done here. Have a great Memorial Day Monday, everybody. Check my social for food and eats and drinks.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9 with it. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers, to your Madden NFL EA Sports presenting Madden Dream Stream here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm just throwing a lot of labels out here. It's me, Jason Rossi. You see the face, you know the voice. You probably are upset. But with me, my tag team partner for this hour, he is at your boy TC Fresh. Breaking news over at the Great Dane Nation. It is all over the place. Had Adam Vinatieri on. He will be the third kicker in the Hall of Fame. He is Tommy Freezepops. What's up, man?
What is going on, Rossi? I hope you had a nice day yesterday with the fam. You had some burgers for dinner, which I'm jealous of. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Gonna have to figure that out at some point. But here we go. Tuesday Night Football. Love it. It's football season, baby.
Yeah, we got a couple of Tuesday Night Football games last year. I say the one thing I'm going to say, I know we're in the beginning stages of week 4 here in our playthrough of the 2021 season here in Madden. We got Titans, we got Jets. What you think of that matchup, we shall see. But I'm a little disappointed they didn't do more doubleheaders on Monday night. We actually don't even have one. Didn't even do Monday Night Football the opening week. No doubleheader. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. I'm upset. And I think I might have to go to the bathroom.
I missed it already. It was one of my favorite things about opening week.
Same. It was a no-brainer, I thought.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the Tuesday Night Football stuff too, because this might be a hot take, but I think Tuesday is the worst day of the week.
You know what's funny? That, we'll do our little third degree with Jason Rossi in the third quarter with Tommy Freezepops where we turn it over. I'll give Koff credit. That name might stick.
You have to pronounce it that way, though.
Well, because you have to make it rhyme, right?
Yes.
You have to be like Dr. Seuss, even though I think he's canceled right now. But sometimes words didn't actually rhyme, but the enunciation works. But
it's all about enunciation.
It really is. But we'll get into some of this. Like somebody, I think we did the other day, we said, what's your least favorite day of the week? And I think it was Zach Thompson. He said Tuesdays. And I'm like, Tuesdays? What's wrong with Tuesdays?
Tuesdays are the worst.
Because he's like, you finally get over the hump of like, all right, I'm working week starts on Monday. Then Tuesday's like, I have so much more time. Or it might have been with TP. Was it you? Somebody said that. I can't remember. Jared, by the way, we got a great crew. TP, our technical director, Michael, the GOAT of producers, the producer extraordinaire. And we got Jared and Ops manually scoring the affair here. So please smash that thumbs up. What is Darnold Dart? Got him down the field. I think that's Hogs.
He's in my lineup, baby.
Mine too. You got to have Hogan in the lineup. It is a money call, and there he is. Just go up and get some, Chris Hogan.
anytime you can put a lacrosse player in your lineup, you have to do it. It's a rule. So I got him in there.
I like that. Justin Harden, not to be confused with James Harden, who I can't stand, says TC, OMG, I absolutely think the same. Tuesdays suck.
SUC.
Yes, suck. They suck.
They really do, because, Mondays, you think you hate them, right? But then once you're in Monday and you're interacting with your coworkers that you like, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm getting back in the groove, and there's stuff to do, and it's just like sort of the re-entry to the week, and you're dusting off the cobwebs. I don't mind Mondays. Oh, here we go. Fumble, go.
Fumble, going the other way. Here come the Titans. Remember the Titans. That is a turnover there. I think it should stand, and it will.
Okay.
So the Titans in the pistol formation here after
Love the pistol.
Yeah, I gotta go 45. Do this. Here's a handoff to Derrick Henry, my captain. What's your lineup look like? I'll hit it real quick, and then we can get to our chatters.
I have Derrick Henry in my captain spot as well. I have Jamison Crowder, Corey Davis, Chris Herndon, Chris Hogan, and Adam Humphries. A very Simlandy lineup.
I like it, Simlandia. Welcome aboard. Everybody smash that thumbs up. I don't know where we are, but let's get to 300. I'm challenging the Sim fam to get to 300. Now, it's not a beg. It's not a plead. It is just an ask, and I would love to see it. My lineup in this one is Henry. Oh, I actually have Les Bell. I already don't like that. Corey Davis, Brashard, Perriman, Hogues, and Goskowski.
That's a good lineup.
Thank you. Yours is all right, too.
Well, look, you have a kicker in your lineup, so.
Well, that's always an advantage, me.
Love that.
The Freak. Great energy in the sim. Love it. Thank you, Freak, for being here. Obi-Wan over on Twitch says, love Fat Tuesdays. He says, F what you say. And he says, Taco Tuesday, so does our technical director, TP.
So here's the thing about Taco Tuesday. You can have tacos any day of the week, people. So that's why I kind of negate the whole Taco Tuesday argument for Tuesday. Like, tacos not exclusive to Tuesday.
Did you know that LeBron, just discovered Taco Tuesday last year? tried to copyright it?
That was what I was just going to say. That was one of my least favorite things that LeBron maybe has ever done, is try and make money off of the phrase Taco Tuesday. Like, really, dude? You don't have enough money?
Yeah, and also it's like, hey, man, I just thought of this. Like, dude, be a little, like, and whatever. I don't really, these people live in the world we'll never understand, so I guess I can't hate on it. Smash Lana says, you didn't stack kickers? Blasphemy. He says,
True.
I even
You're a fraud, bro. Fraud.
Smash Lana stacking the kicker, so I'm rooting for him. I want him to beat me. Obi-Wan, kind over on Twitch. Medieval over here on YouTube says, don't run ish, Grossi Peck. All right. See you, bro. How you doing? Hope you're feeling well. Hope you had a nice... I didn't see you yesterday, Obi, so I hope you had an enjoyable Memorial Day. Hope everybody did, and like I said earlier, hope everyone took that moment or time to reflect upon those that made the, that passed while in service and made the ultimate sacrifice so we could be here. So shout out.
Did you work all 3 sims yesterday? 1 sim, 2 sims?
Uno sim, nice. 4 p.m. Horrible call, by the way, by me, but it's all good.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Because, I was out. We finally got in the groove of doing stuff, and then we came back. Even though I tried to convince my wife there's no reason she should be coming home at that point. But what do I know? Because we're going to get a punt here from the Titans. But it was great to be with the Sim fam. Great spirits yesterday. Aliens Exist says, just use my like for the day this sim. What's up, Rossi? What's up, Freeze Pops?
Yo. Yeah, he knows that I'm a supporter of the aliens. I mean,
I think it's like a thing now. Like, aliens are like legit now.
No, I don't know. I forget if I talked to you about this, Rossi, or someone else, but I'm all in on there being, alien life forms out there. I think it would be illogical to think otherwise.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can't be that stubborn to think we're the only life there is, even if it's some form of human, too. Executive Session says, the Positivity Twins in the building, Rossi and TC Fresh. We get a run there from Sam Darnold, the Carolina Panthers quarterback.
I think I was watching some practice highlights of Sam Darnold in Carolina today. Don't ask me why.
How do you look?
You know what? Exactly like Sam Darnold looks. I almost called him Damn Sarnold.
Well, I'm sure some
Damn
people-
Darnold.
Dan Arnold for, Rosie O'Donnell's ex, not the receiver.
He didn't look like a Pro Bowl quarterback. We'll say that.
All right, first I got to make an ATLians is really
Yeah, a little Outcast.
Yeah, the Outcast outstanding album. Give a shout out. We reviewed that album and the whole entire discography a few months back now on the Pop Culture Pile Driver. That's not pop, I said it weird. Pop Culture Pile Driver, 3 words. I'm not going to over promote it, but it will not really interfere with your Madden After Dark. But at 9, right after this sim's done, probably about like 20 minutes later, me and babysitter Billy are going to hop in together. Tonight we are doing the top 11, we are known as the Podcaster's Dozen, of wrestling entrances. So not like one-offs, like all-time, like who has the best entrance.
That's the first time I've seen your cat in the background.
Yeah, he stinks right now. He's being an absolute
scratching
turd.
up the side of your closet door. That's awesome.
Top 10 turd right now because he wants.
I really hope that happens on camera when we're in between quarters here. That was hilarious.
I'll pick him up if he wants. He's almost destroyed a couple sims actually.
Oh, that was funny. And Rossi, I love Outcast. You probably remember I recommended the playlist that I put together for you. That
Sent it to
took me like 24 hours to put together, and I'm happy I did. It was a day that I can't get back, but at the same time it was worth it because now I have basically the essential Big Boy Andre 3000 Outcast collab collection on Spotify.
Don't brother thing out unless you plan to bang.
If you guys want it, hit me in the DMs. I'll send you a link.
He is at your boy TC Fresh. There is Darnold on a 2nd and 3. Plenty of room. Scrambles out. Oh, slides underneath it, but looked like a drop kick coming at him. Meager 66 in the chat says, I think there's other life out there, but it's also super unlikely that it's an advanced species would exist at the same time. Are there single-cell creatures on other planets? Sure.
But Meager, here's my question to you. Why is it unlikely? Like, why is there no chance that there's another Earth in a different solar system?
Good question.
Like, I don't get the rationale that we would be the only planet that's like this in the universe or the galaxy even.
It is an interesting question. I do not have the answer, but I like the debate. Destiny says Stone Cold is definitely one. Scotty Too Hottie and Rikishi in there. Ultimate Warrior best entrance. I can say that some of the things you mentioned may be on the top 11. Again, you can watch along in between sims. It's going to be at Pop Culture PD on Twitter. You can check our YouTube channel, Pop Culture Pile Driver, full words. Appreciate anybody joining. Chat it up with us. There's a catch.
When are you going to do When are you going to do like top 11 sports movies ever?
So,
because I want in on that one.
Okay, fair enough. We are working on a top 11 baseball movies that my most intercepted co-host I don't think really wants to do.
There's 11 baseball movies.
There's like 50 baseball movies, but I want to use like a bigger. I'm trying to work on like a pod, like the Pop Culture Pile Drive, like advisory board. So like when we want to throw out like a top 11, like hey, anybody who has a take on this.
I like that. That's a good idea.
Destiny says Pop Culture Pile Driver, like a wrestling move. Pop Culture, and then the word Pile Driver.
Like a pile of laundry in the corner of your bedroom that you need to take care of, but you don't until you get a girlfriend and you have to. Yes, that was my life.
Pop Culture Pile of Laundry. Destiny says baseball's our favorite. Yeah, that's a debatable one. Is it a baseball movie? Well, it's a conversation for another time. Darnold here. Early, already got 104 yards, no score because Lev Bell coughed it up like my cat's probably going to cough up a fur ball.
Here's a dumb question. Is Sam Darnold a ginger?
I believe.
Looks like a ginger in his picture in Madden.
I think
you never think of him as being a ginger. Not that there's anything wrong with gingers.
No,
I'm
I
just
think
asking the question.
I don't know if he's not full blown like Andy Dalton, but I think he has that what is it called? Strawberry blondish brown look to his hair.
Because Darnold and Wentz are sort of like the quintessential gingers of the NFL. But I think Darnold's at least top 5, right? I mean,
well,
who's the kicker? There was a kicker that was a ginger.
Shane Graham?
Shane Graham. Shane Graham's a ginger.
Yeah.
We should do top 11 gingers in the NFL.
Could be.
I'll join you for that pod as well.
All right, we'll get in. We'll get you in there. Destiny throwing out a few Kurt Angle Ultimate You Suck entrance. That's a good call, and I can tell you, wasn't on either one of our lists, and I think that's an oversight. We'll see what we get here. 3rd and 9. Here comes the potential half a ginger. A Darnold shotgun from the 12. Takes the snap. Looking, searching, across the middle. Got a man. It's open into the end zone. Chris Herndon.
Yes.
Boy.
That's in my lineup right there. I'm actually probably doing pretty well in this contest because there just hasn't been a ton of scoring. And the names that we've said early here have been in my lineup. Chris Hogan, Chris Herndon. Yeah, I'm in 33rd. Okay, I like my position right now. Michael informing us that Sam Darnold's hair is listed at light brown as we have a booth review. Let's see if this one holds up.
I'm going to have to look into the light brown look. Here, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, he is the
I think he got it. Yeah.
Well, the touchdown I knew was good. I'm looking at the hair.
Daniel Atwood bringing up a great point here on YouTube.
What's he saying? He complimenting me?
His comment went away, but he basically was saying, look, we don't even know what's in the ocean. How can we know what's in the universe? It's a great point. We find new species in the ocean all the time.
I'm all set with the ocean, dude.
Granted, it's not like there's humans in the ocean, but I feel his point there.
I don't like it.
Are you out? So you're out of the ocean? Like you don't go? You're a pool guy?
I ain't going down there.
Like you're talking?
I'm in on swimming. I'll swim in the ocean, but I'm not going.
You're not going deep sea diving.
I'm all set.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm a kind of a risk averse person in general. You're never gonna see me go skydiving.
You had circus peanuts. That's not true.
I don't skydive. I don't cliff jump. I don't like it when my feet are not solidly on the ground. I'm not going to helicopter, hot air balloon, whitewater raft. I'm good. Just give me a nice patio situation with a solid drink menu and some good apps. Put it in a situation where I can have a nice view. That's risky enough for me.
I got my toes in the water.
I like the beach. I like a lake.
Yeah, I got you. A lake.
You know,
lake's boring to me. No, I'm not a lake guy.
You're not in on lake life?
Nah, give me the real deal.
Look, ocean better than lake, but you're a New England guy. You never went up to like Maine or New Hampshire, hit the lake scene.
Of course I have, but I think of like how many times
you're just out on it.
People poop in the ocean. That's fine. There's so much salt water. Things get moved around.
Okay.
Lakes don't move as much. I don't believe. That's just total. It could be 100% wrong. That's just the way I think.
You think that lakes are big pee puddles?
100% they are. And dooski puddles too. Here's Tannehill makes a play on 3rd and 12. Not going to be enough. That is Janu making the catch who had a run earlier.
I will say this about the lake. This summer, I was up at a lake in Western Mass, Orange, Mass to be specific. And I was walking from the middle of the lake. There's like a sandbar situation.
Sure.
So you're hanging out, doing your thing, and then I wanted to swim into shore to just, reapply suntan lotion. Not to be a loser, but I was crisping up out there. And so you have to swim past the deep part to get back to the walkable part. As soon as I hit the walkable part again, got hooked by a fishing hook in my heel. Very painful, and some would say not very sanitary. Took it out of my heel, put some sort of thing on it that my friend had. He's in the military, had a first aid kit. He was scrubbing it with
military grade
military stuff.
Yeah,
at the army guys use. And I went on with my day. I ended up going back in the water. It was completely fine. Never really thought too much about it. but I hadn't really thought about it again until this moment and how gross that probably was.
It was gross. It sounds gross, and I don't want any part of it.
Hey, my foot is still here. I'm still alive. So
Hogan making the catch there. 1st and 10. Earlier, Shampoo Man said, Rossi, don't watch wrestling, but I'm hooked on these A&E docs about the wrestlers. Great shows. Yeah, those are outstanding. I know it's an A&E product, but WWE documentaries are top notch. Whether you're if you're just like documentaries in general. Lev Bell with a run. Didn't fumble that time.
Did you like the Andre the Giant doc?
The one they did on HBO.
The HBO one, yeah.
Dude, that was money. That was amazing.
Excellent.
It was really sad. I got depressed after. But
it was a good doc, though. But yeah, it is sad. Michael bringing up the Great Lakes, saying that the Great Lakes are not.
No, I don't live near a Great Lake. I don't know anything about
I've never been. I've been to Chicago, so I guess I've seen the Great Lakes. I've been to Cleveland, but I've never been in a Great Lake.
I trust Michael because I trust him with my life, but
I do as well.
I don't know anything about the Great Lakes, man. I live in
Michael is like the wise father that I've never met in person or even seen his face.
I've seen his face only on pictures.
I've seen the picture of his face.
Coward. Destiny says her little brother says that best entrance was Melina, just about the way she got in the ring. Those you don't know, the real ones know. We'll just say Destiny, the real ones.
Oh, Darnold!
Darnold down. Does he a redhead? We don't know, but he sets up a 3rd and 17 here with
Darnold's claiming to be light brown. Here we go. Let's do a Twitter poll here.
Obi-Wan says that Shark will eat me because I'm a baby seal. It's all right. Rick Rude had the best entrance of all time. Ooh, interesting there. Executive sessions. Ooh, hand it pass. Not going to get there. 4th down here coming up for the Jets, Jet. Yeah, that's true. Destiny says, is it classified UFO information or news on aliens government giving us this month? Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff coming out. Who knows?
Rossi, it feels like you're a little afraid of aliens, is the vibe I'm getting.
Oh, I'm afraid of everything, dude.
You don't want to fully commit to aliens.
I'm a little scared. Smash Lana, we see over there. Obi-Wan, West Dreamer. Who else we got there? Obi, I mentioned Miami. River Rat saying that stacking them vultures is in play 100%. 100% when I'm on board. Even though I don't think in the last game we had a vulture, so. Oh my God, Jordan Warren. Ever seen the Creep Show segment, The Raft? They stand in a lake or creek or something from Creep Show 2. Dude, 1,000%, and I hate that. That's what I think of. I think that's part of what I think of. Totally terrifying. If you guys don't know, Creep Show is like an anthology movie. There was 2 of them. Now there's a TV show on like Shudder and sometimes on Sci-Fi. Oh, brutal. I hated that one. Trey Day says the Vice Dark Side of the Ring docs are decent also. Yeah, those are good. Those could be even better than the A&Es, but obviously it's different because
I'm a big fan of Vice in general. They do a great job.
Yeah, they have Dark Side of Football now. I still haven't watched the Belichick one. I watched the Divas football one, which was okay. I don't know what this past week was. Trey Day also says, never realized how bad of a wrestler Ultimate Warrior actually was. But see, that's the thing about back then. You didn't like. Now there's too much focus on in ring and not enough on character. Back then you could sell a match just because the 2 characters in the ring, which was awesome. Destiny, the real ones do know. I'm just saying. The real ones know. You know. You shout out to your little brother. Justin says, wake up, Titans. WTF. It's the Jet. I think it means Jets, but you never know.
J-E-T.
Yeah. Will Derrick Henry ever be good again? That's Disco 7. He was a monster. He was a monster the other day.
Jets are sneaky in Simland. They're feisty.
They are. By the way, if you guys are wondering, records have been updated through yesterday. We do have the website up and live. You can check it out. Everything you can check out over at the playbook, but you can see one of the tabs is the Madden 21 simulated football standing. So to give you guys a little update on the teams playing as the Darnold's going to take a sack on a second one. Huge loss. Jets are 2-1 as we currently stand. And the Tennessee Titans are also 2-1 with a 6-point differential in there for them with their 2 wins. And the Jets with a 2-point differential. So some nail biters for these two teams. 3rd and 9 here for Darnold. As we get closer to the 2-minute warning, he takes the shotgun snap. Blitz picked up, scrambles out to the right. Darnold throws it across his body, has a man caught. I believe that is Crowder coming back to make the catch.
Jamison Crowder also very good in Simland, and I believe an underrated player in real life. Just always making football plays.
True. He is, and he's a good ball player in general.
That's a guy you hate to play against. You're like, oh, I forgot about Jamison Crowder.
Yeah, he's kind of like a Hines Ward type where he's just like all heart all day.
Yep.
Destiny says, hey, I'd rather see aliens running around than demons from hell.
Yeah, that's true, for sure.
Well, I'd rather neither. I'm just going to throw that option out there.
Good point, but if you're going the demons route, demons tend to be evil, whereas an alien, we don't know if they're nice or not. Like, they could be nice.
True. Astoria Sean over on Twitch. Never seen that name before. What's up, dude? It says, hey. By the way, it is Twitch Tuesday, so if anybody wants to jump over, see what it's like over there, get in there.
Taco Twitch Tuesday. You could also use Twitch on any day of the week. It's a fact. By the way, I thought it was Monday all day.
Oh, it is.
I don't even know if you saw this, Rossi. I tweeted out, like, It's Monday Night Football. Immediately was like, wait, nope, it's Tuesday. Deleted it.
Should have kept it.
I thought about keeping it.
Coward. Do you know how many misspelled and awful tweets I have still in the lineage of my... Even though, now that I think about it, you should probably delete all the history of your Twitter. Everyone should. Just, you never know.
Yeah, I agree.
I worked with a very wise man who said, yeah, delete your whole history once things started going down in, like, 2018.
Did you do it?
No, because I forgot the instructions and I wasn't that worried. I have some stupid tweets about dumb things, but nothing I don't think... Well, I probably will get crushed one day.
Yeah, no, so my sophomore year of college, I just deleted every tweet that I had made before that, which wasn't many. It was like maybe 12 tweets because I just didn't know how to work Twitter. Like Twitter, I was like, I have Facebook. Why do I need Twitter? I was in that camp for a long time.
Facebook rocks. Don't worry about it.
I was a Facebook status guy, and then I kind of realized, oh, Twitter's important. So then I kind of recommitted to Twitter, and now Twitter obviously is everything in the media landscape.
There's a catch by Lev Bell. Less than a minute to play. Timeout Jets. Yeah, Twitter I feel is the best to just jump in, get around, see what's cooking, get out if you feel it's getting too negative. Once the temperature cooks. Where Facebook, you're just like, I don't mind Facebook. I'm not a Facebook hater. The one thing it's like, oh, you see family members and things they're posting. You're like, you have chills after reading some of them. You're like, oh, I'm out. Or they probably do it for me, whichever.
Yeah. No, I actually like Facebook too, just for checking in with family and stuff, Skews to an older audience.
Oh, sort of, yeah. I think the other thing is Twitter, the least popular of most, but again, like you said, all the breaking information and things that are happening very fast in a rapid world.
Yep. Instagram, sneaky, way more popular than we realize. For a certain group of people, Instagram is just monstrous. Darnold finding his man, 2nd and goal.
Freeze Nation there for a second.
Hey-oh.
All right, about
He's
that.
back.
Whew. Yep, must have been all that fiber I had earlier.
So you had fiber in addition to the onion burgers or included in the onion?
It was earlier today.
Okay.
No. I put my fiber before noon. Got to have your fiber before noon or you're going to have a tough day. Darnold throws towards the end.
Oh, he missed him. He's wide open. What are you doing?
Our guy, Brother Phil, says, Rossi, from what I understand, a Navy fighter pilot on 60 Minutes last week said he had a craft about 1,000 times faster, more agile than his F-16 follow him on patrol every single day for a year. Aliens? We'll find out. Touchdown, but there's a flag on the play.
No, 60 minutes is the clock.
No, I know, but that was my X-Files because of the. Oh, you want to do 60 minutes? But then you go X-Files because it's aliens.
Honestly, when I hear the 60-minute clock ticking, it gives me sort of the heebie-jeebies because it gives me the Sunday scaries a little bit. It's like, oh no, football's over.
Oh, touchdown! There it is. Burchard says, "Don't worry about the penalty. Just give me more yards. I got you." 100% agree with you. It reminded me when I was a kid. It was time to take a tub, and then it was bedtime. It was Star Search and like that when I was a kid. It was my age, but man, they used to scare the crap out of me.
Yeah, I'm like, oh no, the Patriots game's over. Oh, I gotta do my homework that's due on Monday.
Destiny again jumps in and says, my brother says, hands down, The Godfather had the best entrance, walking out with the ladies. Headbang. All right, listen, Destiny, you got to join us after this. Your brother, too. Get your brother in there. We'll be live on the old YouTube, on Twitter. Not Twitch, sorry. Some of the Twitch fam always ask, but I don't connect my Twitch. Executive Sessions jumped over to Twitch, says, what's up? And says, yes, Perriman. Love to see it.
Wants me to address my Kyrie rant. I mean, I don't know what there is to address. I mean,
canceling.
I said what I needed to say. I had to get it off my chest. That was in the past. Celtics are winning tonight. Let's go.
I don't know. Kind of feel like just knock them out here. Let's move on.
No, come on. Let's stretch this thing out. Let's make it tough for the Nets.
I would love it, but I'm old. Kemba Walker just not playing again is really just like, I'm done. Sorry, I know he's got like arthritis. I know his knee's toast, but like this is when we need you, bro. It's a really bad look to be missing playoffs.
Look, I'm not a Kemba Walker defender in any way, so you have me on your side there, brother. Damon Ariel saying you deserve an award for your hard work, Mr. Freeze Pops. If you made it through Hayes, Kansas, I'll buy you a burger and a Diet Coke. We're just off I-70 between Denver and KC. Seriously, would be honored. Damon, here's the thing. My fiance, Morgan, she lived in KC for a few years. There's a chance we would make our way out to Kansas way. She lived on the KC side. I mean, she lived on the Kansas side, I should say, actually. So there's a chance. There's a chance, Damon. I'll take you up on it.
Damon, I'm just going to show up and don't want your free burger. I'm just going to order it, pay my hard-earned cash. 13 seconds here left in the half. 14-0 Jets. It was a Brashard Perriman touchdown pass from Sam Darnold.
Darnold is killing it this half, by the way.
Chris Herndon with the other one. So 2 for Darnold. We'll have a little clip from the sweat coming up here at halftime. Then we'll go Third Degree with Jason Rossi featuring Tom Carroll. We'll open up to the Sim fam. You guys can ask your questions.
I love that name.
We'll get to know him a little bit more as Tannehill rushes forward. They're going to probably call a timeout here. Try to get some points on the board.
Trey Day 5243 says, address what's in the microwave, Tom. Pizza rolls or Memorial Day leftovers. I'm going to actually give you a heartbreaking piece of news here. As we were leaving Morgan's family's house on Memorial Day, we forgot our leftovers in their fridge. We had like this whole Tupperware of these big ballpark-sized plump dogs and brats and some grilled vegetables that were delicious.
Oh, Tannehill takes a sack as we hear about
some corn on the cob.
Memorial Day feast.
Well, it's all gone. I mean, it's not gone. It's just in their fridge 45 minutes away. And it's like, do we really want to go back for it? I just realized today that we forgot it.
Yeah.
So, traumatizing stuff.
Here you go. Here we are, halftime. 14-zip Jets, 2-1. And the Titans 2-1. But right now, like we said, 14-0. They have themselves a nice early edge. And speak about earlier today on the Sweat, the guys went NBA chase or fade and previewed tonight's game. 5 playoff matchup between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. The series is currently tied at 2 games each.
I think they can give the Suns a game, but I don't know that this is 2018 or 2016 or 2012 LeBron anymore. I don't know that he has one of those performances in him. I hope he does. I hope he's been saving it for this. And oftentimes he's had some games throughout his career in the playoffs where you just think like, his team really needs to win this. And he's being really passive. And he does tend to wait until their backs are really up against the wall. And especially if Anthony Davis doesn't play in this game. And honestly, even if he does, I don't think we can expect to see, 35 point, 15 rebound Anthony Davis. I think if he does play, it'll be a hobbled version. Hopefully LeBron still has that left in him, but man, we'll see. I have not liked what I've seen from him overall in this series. I did think he looked a little bit better in game 4, but I think right now he's been really sloppy. He's up over 5 turnovers per game in this series. I don't think he still fully trusts himself getting to the rim, playing through contact, landing on that ankle. But the biggest thing I've been saying, guys, throughout this entire series is this team is just not constructed very well around LeBron James. And I know it sounds crazy to say that about a team that's virtually the same as the one that just won the title last year, but the teams that have really been able to thrive with LeBron throughout his career are the ones that have Ray Allen or Shane Battier or Channing Frye or Mo Williams, whoever it is, catch and shoot guys who can put up points, in a hurry. And all of a sudden you take away Anthony Davis from this team and you're relying really heavily on guys who have just not played very well this season, like Dennis Schroeder, like Kyle Kuzma, who's been a disaster in this series. Alex Caruso cannot shoot. Ben McLemore and Wes Matthews are really the only 2 Lakers role players that have been able to give them anything consistently from a shooting perspective. And that is not good. Ben McLemore is not a name, you should be saying in that context. So, I think I do like the Suns tonight. I hope we get a vintage LeBron performance, but I'm still just a little bit skeptical of his health. We haven't seen him have one of those games in a very long time, considering the amount of games that he missed with that injury. So, I'm probably setting myself up for a video that's not going to look great this time tomorrow morning. But I want to see LeBron do it.
Stan, chase or fade the Suns cover the spread?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Laker fan, and I try to do everything in my power to look for a hometown, way for them to win or cover. I just couldn't do it. I could see them losing this game and then coming back and winning at home in Game 6. But I think Nick made some really good points. LeBron, I mean, he's not 100%. He's not explosive. Back in the day, like he's shooting the fadeaway jumpers, and that's fine. But back in the day, he was a freight train, get into the hole. He was unstoppable. Getting and ones, getting the other team into foul trouble. He just doesn't have that explosion anymore. Anthony Davis is banged up. Even if he plays, he's not 100%. The Suns, I mean, their 8th in defensive efficiency. Their record at home was 27-9 during the regular season. Both their wins, they won by 8 and 9 points. I really hope we get a vintage epic LeBron performance here and the role players knock down the jumpers. But, like Nick said, like this team doesn't have those jumpers. Like KCP, is hobbled up. He might not play in this one. And, granted, he's been terrible this series, but he was one of their more, I guess, catch and shoot type threats. Caruso, I love him. He's like my guy, but yeah, he just offensively, like he's not going to drain that open J. The Suns are going to give that to him all day. So, as for the defensive end, the Lakers have been good, but they haven't figured out how to guard the Chris Paul pick and roll. It's just like they keep going over the top of the screens, and Chris Paul just walking in there. He's either getting the open look, 10-foot, 12-foot mid-range game, or if the defense collapses, then he's just dishing it out. So, I as a Laker fan, I want them to win. I want them to cover, but I think the Suns are too much here at home.
There they are. It was a little bit from the sweat. You can catch it every day, 11 a.m. Set your watches, set your calendars. Just hit subscribe on your YouTube or on Twitch because you get the notification like I do. And it tells me, hey, moron, open this app. Get distracted from work with something that can help you make some cash later. It's double dipping if you think about it. You're making money while you work, and then you make a little money later.
I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that.
I'm a big double dipper. But I flip the cracker or I flip the veggie. I will bite.
It depends on who I'm dipping with. Like if I'm dipping with Morgan, there's no way I'm going to the other side. Because I like to keep tender integrity,
Yeah.
If you dip to the other side, then you're dipping with 2 bit sides, the whole tender. You want to just have one side to bite so you have your handle in place.
Honestly, I think my nose is bleeding trying to understand what you're talking about, man. You have got my brain on wax, but I like it. That's what I like about it. These Tommy Freeze Pops, check out the Great Dane Nation. Subscribe, leave a 5-star review. Would really help him out. Teams up with Morton Anderson. I'm contractually obligated to tell you that he is the greatest kicker of all time because you know how much I love kickers. Even though I have no relationship with the man, I probably should just get on a phone call with him just to let him know I love kickers. Recently had at the now retired Adam Vinatieri on the pod. While you're searching those podcasts, looking for something just to distract you every so often, maybe a drive, check it out. Maybe you'll like it. It's the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Again, we'll be live after the sim. Me and Babysitter Billy count down top 11 entrances in wrestling. We had Derrick Henry just blew somebody up.
Grown man move.
Yeah, sure was. But we recently did the year of 2003 music. Good stuff in there, so appreciate everybody's support. And we got Michael. Speaking about support, we got a great crew. Michael, our technical director. TP, our director of I don't even know what I was going to say. I'm just going to call him
director of good things.
Director of smooth sims and good things and good vibes. And Jared, our ops man, who is just smoking them tonight so far. He ain't going to let us down. Tannehill.
Do you have it open for your new segment?
So we're not there yet. We're going to probably get there. But I will just say start asking any random question, personality-based. We'll give it a Freeze Pops. Maybe it's something you want to know. Maybe it isn't. We'll start off with this one. Freeze Pops, can you, not saying you have to, but is there a way to set up where we don't see your microwave in the background?
Yeah, I could. But then, yeah, I mean, I guess there's spots where I could go where you wouldn't see a microwave, but that would give Morgan less room to walk around freely in the background. And I don't want to put her in a bubble, I don't want to force her to just stay in the bedroom. Like she needs to be allowed to walk freely around the living room if she needs to. So if there's a day where she's not going to be around, like she's going to come back at some point during the next sim probably, or in between sims. So that's why, I just always camp out here. It's a good spot for me height wise as well, because the height of my chair kind of fits perfectly for this to be sort of at chest length. It's just a good spot. Good Wi-Fi access. But maybe one day I'll get adventurous for you guys.
We talked a little bit about it earlier, some social media platforms. What is your least used social media platform?
Interesting. So there's the big three, obviously, and then you got LinkedIn and Snapchat and all those. Of the big three, Facebook is my least used because it's just something that's sort of like a relic of the past for me. It's just, I use Twitter and Instagram more. I think it's more the people that I interact with most are on there most, so that's where I interact. And then from sort of like the secondary ones, probably Snapchat. I was a Snapchatter for a time, but then Instagram kind of took over everything Snapchat does. So I was like, well, I already use Instagram, so why would I use a different app to do the exact same thing I can do on the app I already use? I definitely pop on LinkedIn too, just to keep the professional network abreast of what I'm doing. Derrick Henry
almost gets down to the 1. 4 and change left to play here, down 14. They should be Henry territory.
So there you go. Yeah, that's the social media angle for you.
All right,
I do like Facebook though.
Yeah, that's the next question after we see what happens here. Henry is in there. They're going shotgun on a 1st and goal from the 1. Don't quite understand that idea, but Tannehill takes snap, give to Henry, easy money, into the end zone. Our captain, highest owned in the contest, touchdown, Derrick Henry.
He is a monster in real life and in Simland. Always got to have one of my favorite players in the league to watch. And guys, if you are Facebook users, go on there. Like my page, @TommyFreezePops. Go ahead, throw me a like. We can be friends there.
Smash that like while you're here as well. Born Again says, do you guys think Daniel Jones for the Giants is going to do anything this year? I turn to you.
I don't think he's going to take that big of a jump forward. I forget. There's a couple of dudes on here that I do sims with that think he's going to be like Josh Allen this year. Okay, so you're one of those.
I'm the guy. I am all in.
Okay, so it's just you.
Now.
Gotcha.
Couple guys, personalities.
I don't see it. I didn't see enough of a jump in year 2. Where in Josh Allen, yes, he wasn't fantastic in his second season, but I think you could see at points like, okay, like he could figure it out at some point. He got his team to the postseason that year. So I don't think Daniel Jones really takes that big of a step forward. I think he's kind of a stiff. I think he's a fast stiff. Because he's got wheels.
Oh, he definitely does. My early take on that Born Again is right now, again, plenty of time till I lock everything in probably early September. But right now, I'm really digging the Giants. I like the moves they've made. I think they're putting the right weapons. You get a guy like Kenny Golladay, top 10 receiver in this league. You get Tony, who comes out of college. I think is a scat player. You got John Ross. If they actually use him to what he can be, he's a speedster. You still got Evan Ingram. You bring Kyle Rudolph in. They're going to be a little
Saquon coming back.
Saquon. I think there's a lot of opportunity for that offense to be really, really good and simplify it for Danny Dimes early to see then he can unleash it a couple times a game. I think he's going to be a big crossing road. I think they're going to be a big, like, 3rd and 1 type of football team. Like teams that used to win in the early 2000s. That was the big thing. That was a big hit, but takes it. Darnold gets the first down. So I really, really like what I think of the Giants.
I like the direction of the Giants too. I like all of the pieces. I like Joe Judge. I just don't like Daniel Jones. Like I really feel like they need to draft a quarterback in the first round next year if Daniel Jones doesn't work, or they're going to waste this momentum they have.
We'll see. Tony Pagano says, Tommy, will you accept my Facebook request?
So Tony, I don't know you personally. So I'd prefer if you just went ahead and followed my page or liked my page on Facebook at Tommy Freeze Pops, and then you can interact with me there on Facebook. Everything I post there, I just reshare on my personal page on Facebook. So you're getting Facebook Tom all the way if you're going ahead and liking my page. So go check it out, Tommy Freeze Pops.
I see you, bro. Let's see. Shout out to Mark Bavaro and that Giants game. Hope he's doing better.
Belichick loves Mark Bavaro. Like once a season, Belichick goes on a Mark Bavaro rant in an off-day press conference.
Yep, King Seed. I think that's how you say it. Says I think Jones will have a big year. Or Ked, whatever. He says, I think Jones will have a big year, honestly. So he's in on it, too. Jordan says, D. Jones might be okay at least. I think he'll have some good weapons. So who knows? There you go. We shall see. We'll get there. Obi-Wan. See you, bro. He says, I never know who Tiki Taki is. Follows me. He's saying it. That's Glash. So Glash follows Obi-Wan. I've learned to speak Obi-Wan. I've learned that through my time here. So shout out to Obi-Wan. 4th and 5 here. The Jets are going to punt it away. Smash Land is looking for that Hogan. Bonus. We'll see if we can get there.
Michael, I like that. Michael saying maybe Aaron Rodgers becomes a Giant.
Get out of here.
I like that fit. I would hate it because I hate the Giants, but
we got
that team.
Dimes.
See, that's interesting though. Like, would the Packers want Daniel Jones more than a Drew Lock? I'd say yes.
Oh, Drew, yeah, I think 100%. But they got Jordan Love. Don't forget, they don't need the quarterback.
Yeah, true. They do, and they like him too. The word out of Green Bay is that he's looked pretty good. In the whatever minicamp type thing they got going on. Nice run there by Tannehill.
Yeah.
I like that, Michael. That hasn't been talked about enough. You plug Aaron Rodgers into that Giants vortex they have. I would love to look through their schedule and do the win-loss thing with Aaron Rodgers, the hypothetical of Aaron Rodgers in New York.
I don't see it happening, but I love it.
I don't think it's likely. There's a reason why we haven't spoken about it. It's because it's probably not going to happen, but it's a fun thought experiment.
There you go. Born Again does say, thanks for the input, brother. I know they need to have an offensive line. And it's true. Brother Phil, our guy, says, Rossi, I agree. Jason Garrett didn't have a real offseason his first year with COVID and had to teach and implement his offense. He's a great offensive mind, and the G-Men's O-line can play. I like him. Well, here we go. People starting to get on board. Mike Bauer says, I take Dan Jones and Evan Ingram for Aaron Rodgers. Well, I'm sure you would. You wouldn't want to just walk away. Here you go. Clem says, Tommy, if you were the Washington football team, would you trade Chase Young for Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because I think that Aaron Rodgers can come in and you can be a team that's in Super Bowl contention right away. I know he's never won a Super Bowl past the one that he did win in 2010. He hasn't even been back, is what I was trying to say. But he's always in the mix, right? And I am of the camp that you need to have a good quarterback to be a real Super Bowl threat year after year. So Rodgers, I think, has 4 or 5 good years left.
Fumble here, but Jets pick it up. But wait, so fourth, okay, we went out of bounds. So Mosley gets there, but it goes out of bounds. Good call there. This was one actually earlier, and I found it interesting, so I wanted your take. If you had to swap leagues, you have to put one AFC team in the NFC and one NFC team in the AFC. Which would you choose? You can think about it, because obviously it's...
That's an interesting question. So,
right?
so I can. There doesn't really need to be any true like I can just go any direction I want to go. Like they're not for a competitive thing or
however you want. There's a flag on the play. Nice punt there by the Titans. By the way, Tony says, I hate to waste your time on this, but I can't seem to find at Freeze Pops. No, what'd you say is on Facebook? What's your little...
Tommy Freeze Pops.
Tommy Freeze Pops. So there you go, Tony. Find the man. But yeah, so you go however you want as we're in complete safety territory. But Lev Bell battles his way out of it. Less than 40 seconds to play in the third. So who are you going to swap? One team's going to the NFC. One team's going to the AFC.
I'm sort of stumped here.
Okay.
I think having Pittsburgh in the NFC North would be cool.
Ooh.
Like that. They have hard NFC North vibes. It'd be cool to see like the Steelers and the Packers play each other every year.
Steelers, Bears. Ooh. Who we bringing over?
So do I have to switch someone? Do I have to put someone from the?
You do however.
Okay, back to the AFC.
Third quarter.
I think it would be cool to have the Giants in the AFC so they'd play the Jets every year. I think it'd be cool to have an inner city team play each other twice a season.
I like that. Like that a lot. All right, so that's free.
Got like old school baseball vibes, you know? I guess that could go for either way, AFC, NFC switch.
Mike Bauer says, Jags for Carolina. Done. Darnold right now, 281. He's going to hit that bonus, you would think here. 2 touchdowns. One was to our guy, Chris Herndon. The other one to Brashard Perriman. Lev Bell's got the fumble, but 43 on the ground. Tannehill with 45 for Bell. 43 on the ground for Tannehill. The rushing touchdown for Derrick Henry, who's got 9 for just 32. The Cardinals should go to the AFC West, says Jay Duncan. Mike Bauer also says Vikings versus Bills, or for the Bills. I guess that's what it would be. I agree. Somebody said earlier, I just want to realign things so like the East Coast actually has all the East teams. Chris Hogan, 97 yards, by the way. Shout out.
I like that. I like that take. Yeah.
Like I want hear me out here. Like Carolina's in the NFC South, but they're more of like an East to me, right? Like I also wouldn't mind changing up now. There's going to be more games, and eventually we'll get to 18. Like literally, like let's trim everything down into like thirds. Stop doing North and South. Just go like East, Central, West. I think that's the best. You cut it. That would just be a fun, at least, project for people. Like, all right, so like we cut it down this point of the country. Here's all your East. So NFC East is this. I know 4 divisions is a little more even with the 4 teams ever since they brought in Houston. But I guess here's another question. People brought this into play. Do you see the NFL doing any expanding in the next decade?
Yeah, it's interesting because everyone always talks about expansion in the other leagues, but no one ever talks about it in the NFL. It seems like the league wants to have a team in London, but it wants to move a team there, right? Like they never talk about it as an expansion team. I mean, it certainly has the money to have 2 more teams or 1 more team or however they'd want. I'd assume they'd want to bring in 2 at the same time.
We think.
But I don't see, I mean, you don't hear enough buzz about it for it to be something that I think could happen. Like usually if expansion's going to happen, you'll hear about it 5-10 years out. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm reading the wrong people and talking to the wrong people, but I don't hear the buzz for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to hypothetical. So we'll just throw London because we've heard it enough. I'm not putting Mexico City, even though people have talked about it.
Those would be the 2, I think. I think Canada might be in
Toronto.
The mix too. Yep.
Toronto's been talked about, but I'm trying to think if we were to
the
put
Bills have played games in Toronto before.
Yep. Let's just put 2 in the United States, just for the sake of the argument. Like what city? Like St. Louis, I'm putting a team back. Like we're getting St. Louis back on the board here.
Shout out to the Battlehawks. Just make the Battlehawks an NFL team.
Done. All right, so there's one. Then what's the other spot that you think may need or deserves a team? Like I'm done with Florida. I'm done. I know Texas.
Maybe San Diego. Having lost the Chargers.
That's a good call. Put another
shout out to our producer Michael. Move the Chargers back to San Diego, and then let's come up with a different city.
Sure. Well, just for argument's sake, we'll take off retreads just to think about
Oakland. Another one.
Oakland. See you later. Sorry, you guys stink. No, I'm kidding. Oakland deserves all these teams. They did good, but let's go somewhere that the NFL hasn't been, or at least not in a long, long time, because I'm sure of football. But okay, let me just think.
It feels like every real big market city has a football team outside of really St. Louis.
Sure.
Which isn't really big market. I mean, it's top 50 market, I'd say. It's a good question. Because I'm trying to think of like region by region here. I guess maybe you want to put a team down in like the college football hotbed somewhere in Alabama, maybe. But like then again, is there enough buzz to put a football team in Birmingham? I feel like all these second tier leagues have always tried to put a team in Birmingham because people love football down there, and it never really pans out. San Antonio, maybe.
I'm done. That's a good call.
They've been. Well, that's San Antonio's not Dallas.
Texas. Sorry, Texas. I'm dumb.
Clem Fandango saying OKC. That feels too close to Dallas to me.
No, but I like that show. Personally, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, like they're just all crazy big Cowboy fans.
I'm just trying to think.
Jordan bringing up San Antonio. Yeah, San Antonio feels like a good fit. Maybe Salt Lake City.
Albuquerque.
New Mexico would be fun. It just feels like there's just not enough people there.
Yeah, like the Dakotas, right? There's nobody in the Dakotas.
Right. Maybe you just have a nomadic team that only plays road games.
Tulsa could be fun.
Call them the Globetrotters.
We're 5 minutes left here in the fourth. Titans down by 7. Jets with the ball.
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. I feel like actually New York could actually use a team like proper New York.
True. I mean they have 2 teams. Jersey has 2 teams. Come on.
I know.
Hartford, Connecticut. Call them the Whalers.
No, New England's covering all those bases. Give Boston a team. How about that?
Hey-o.
London and Fargo. Wow, Fargo, Brewster. We're going to the Dakotas, baby. I like Tulsa.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Let's get it. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, like one of those. I like that. But I think at the end of the day, I think we kind of like, if they were to do it, I think San Diego and St. Louis are the most deserving.
Oakland too. I mean, there's just so much money in the Bay Area. You have to imagine that they could put together something up there. Nashville. Oh, I guess they have the Titans. Memphis is what I meant to say.
Yep.
They love football in Tennessee. Like that could support a football team.
Oh yeah, Boise, Idaho says our guy Urban Legend. Midwest Heather saying Milwaukee needs NHL. Listen, let's slow down. Let the NHL get to Seattle.
No, it's crazy that the NHL isn't in Wisconsin.
I'll tell you the most crazy thing in all of sports, in my opinion, because I think they're a great fan base, is how Pittsburgh doesn't have a basketball team.
Ooh, yeah, Pitt.
I think it's so ridiculous. I have no idea why that is. Like, that is so dumb to me.
There's a lot of cities that could support a good professional basketball team. Pittsburgh's one of them. St. Louis. And I know I live here, so I'm biased, but like a lot of really good players have come out of this city. Seattle truly is obviously number one. I'm sure people saw the news today that the T-Wolves, A-Rod wants to move the T-Wolves to Seattle.
Don't do that. How about in Minnesota and we just make another team? But I think it's insane that Pittsburgh, with their rabid fan base, they're blue collar, like they show up to games, good, bad, and in between. Just checked out the Pirates for years.
I agree with you.
They deserve a basketball team. Like, what are we doing, man?
And like I said, like the Pitt Panthers, when they're good, that's one of the best home court advantages in college basketball.
Shout out. We have a little 2 minutes left here.
I think Vegas and Seattle will be the next 2 teams added to the NBA.
I'm sorry, I heard my cat going buck wild upstairs. My wife yelling at my cat. So, Jay Duncan, in Omaha, they would have the Omaha Oracles. So there you go. We can get some there. Las Vegas needs a basketball team, as you mentioned. That was from Clem. St. Louis is so borderline, maybe just a bit light on the corporate dollar, says Jay Duncan.
I see people say that because there was a lot of discussion about at least here locally about the soccer team that was just put here in St. Louis that'll start in a few years. Oh, they're worried about corporate sponsorship. It's like, guys, I don't know if you know this, but the headquarters of Anheuser-Busch is in St. Louis.
Say one of the.
I think there's enough money to be thrown around here. Anheuser-Busch and Purina Dog Food are both headquartered here in St. Louis, along with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. I mean, there's money in this region. It's just a matter of people opening up the wallets. And if there was another pro team coming to town, you can bet your bottom dollar there would be AB logos all over that.
By the way, bonus for Darnold, bonus for Hogan. What are we doing here, Jets?
Wow.
Have an easy field goal to win the game. Don't do it. Oh, they hand off to the fullback. Let's go! Let's go! You'll never forget the date, June 1st, 2021. 3 minutes before 9 Eastern. Make that 2 minutes when Wesco puts the game out of reach. What a call. Adam Gase, you coward, but they're going to potentially be 3-1 and put the Titans 2-2 as Darnold. Don't screw it up. What a play call.
He's handing this ball off.
Holy cow, I can't believe they did that. Here's the give to Bell, dances. Oh, spins around. Go.
Lev Bell.
Bell making it happen. So that's a last time out right there. Seattle would give away, sell the Mariners. People quit caring about them years ago. No. Come on, Damon. Don't bring that negative energy to poor Seattle.
Honestly, someone brought up taking the Kings out of Sacramento. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous that Sacramento has
They have that new stadium, that state-of-the-art stadium that's being built.
There doesn't need to be a team in Sacramento.
Oh, come on. Too much hate in there. Making the tackle there, so we'll have just about a minute left here with the Jets up by a score. Field goal will put the game away. And before we're going to get out of here once the game does close out. So have your player of the game, the freaking freeze pop, freaking awesome player, double the freaking.
Another good NFL city, Portland.
Oregon?
Portland would be great. Portland, Oregon would be awesome for an NFL team.
3rd and goal here. Darnold has a lone back. It's Lev Bell puts a man in motion. Cutting him back. They're going to take the flag so they can waste all 40 seconds. Sneaky smart play, but we'll see if it plays out here.
And Jeanette White saying KC needs an NBA team. KC, great city.
Here comes Darnold. 1 minute, 3 seconds left. Handoff to Lev Bell. Breaks a tackle, gets down towards. So they'll take the field goal here. We think they'll take the field goal here, should I say. Don't quote me on anything in this game.
Let's see who we're going to give the old wooden nickel to.
Who you got?
It's got to be Hogan or Darnold. I just can't decide which one.
Both hit the bonus.
What was Darnold's ownership here?
Field goal
Hogan,
is
33%. Scroll up here. Darnold 33%. Darnold's just slightly higher ownership than Hogan, so I'm going to go Hogan.
There you go. So here we go, Hogan. So who's going to be your babysitter?
Can I give it to Derrick Henry? I'd like to.
You can do whatever you want. It's your world. I'm just living it.
I'm going to give it to Derrick Henry.
There it is. By the way, shout out to all you guys being here. Michael, TP, Jared, and Op. Smash that thumbs up. Again, if you want to join in between, I know we got Pat Mayo coming up. Just saying, if you want. And check out the Pop Culture Pile Drive. We're going to go live in a little bit. Top 11 wrestling entrances. Would love to have you. You can check out the Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. I'll retweet the live feed there. You can comment. You can do whatever you want. Subscribe. Appreciate you.
Poppy Herb saying nobody's going to St. Louis after how cheap they were to the Rams. It's just a bad NFL city wearing. I mean, look, St. Louis has lost 2 NFL franchises, so you feel bad for the fans here because they are great fans. You saw half of the XFL's revenue when it existed this year or 2 years ago, whatever it was. I lose track of time because of the pandemic.
It was last year.
Half of it came from St. Louis, 50%. The rest of the league accounted for the other 50%. So people love football here. It's just for whatever reason, Jay Duncan mentioned corporate dollars earlier. I think that's the disconnect between what the NFL is looking for and what St. Louis can provide, and that's why they've lost 2 teams. And then there's the stadium issue too. It's complicated. But yeah, I mean, look, you lose 2 football teams, you might be a bad NFL city.
There you go. He is Tommy Freeze Pops. You're joining or hanging around here for the 10 o'clock, right? You got Madden After Dark?
I am. I will be here.
Who are you with?
Jeff, I think.
What a team. What a team. What a team. So I appreciate you guys all checking us out. Follow him and his pod, The Great Day Nation. Go check it out on iTunes, wherever you get your podcast, 5-star reviews around. I'll be chilling over on the YouTube of Pop Culture Pile Driver. You can also check out the Twitter. It'll be retweeted there at Jason D. Rossi if you want to come hang out before this guy's back with our man Moose. But appreciate you guys being here. Good vibes, a lot of fun. Always good to hang out with you, TC. So you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. But coming up next on the Dream Stream, we have Pat Mayo and Jeff Feinberg preview the course and the run through the odds while making their 2021 Memorial Tournament picks. The guys give you their fantasy golf picks and provide their one and done strategy for the event at the Colonial CC. We'll catch you guys soon. Bye now.
See you later.
Oh, and Jeff Feinberg's on the line. What's up? Coming off a win.
Yo, what's going on, Pat? Yeah, great stuff. Lots of people, it seemed like. Axis was on it. Our boy Cam Stewart hit a monster, Pat. And listen, I'm fortunate. I've figured out this key here. Pro tip: if someone allows you to host a show like FTN Daily does, presented by Prize Picks, Wednesdays at 10 p.m., Fridays at 2, have people on who are smarter than you are. Joined by Stephen Hennessy from Golf Digest, a friend of ours, said, Stephen, talk me into a bet, 50 to 1 or above. He made the case for Kokrak, and then I went back to my case for Kokrak that we've made many times, Pat, in that Jason Kokrak's as good as Corey Connors, but he doesn't get the respect from the line that Corey Connors is getting. So for that narrative, points to us, because we've done that a couple times as Corey Connors made a hole-in-one at an important golf tournament.
Yeah, I just bet them both last week, so that really worked out for me. So I saw a ton of people out there. I wanted to give some special shout-outs because it's been a while. This obviously doesn't dig me out of the hole for the year, although the Euro stuff is most definitely helping. So shout out to Sky and Tom for making sure it's not the worst single year that I've ever had. So maybe we can go on a little bit of a run here. But here's who we got so far. All right, you ready for this, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So you're ready. That's good news. I was just seeing if you were paying attention or not. Shane is riding some baby swag. So congratulations on to Shane and his wife for their brand new baby. Also, back-to-back weeks of great performances on DraftKings. $315 into $1,625 on a single entry. Venom turned 148 into 581. He was killed by Maverick McNeely on the back nine, as I was too, as I was in the running for the giant $5. And I know he actually got your top 20. It just got split like 18,000 ways.
You want to laugh? I also had Sergio T10s and T20s on my odds checker prop sheet. That, I mean, it's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Well, Sergio helped you get the top 20. He helped out like Vince Whaley. He helped out Matt McNeely. But McNeely 4 bogeys in a row after like being 3 shots off the lead after Kokrak and Spieth started to struggle, and then it was just all down the tubes. Bones Golf won $3,500. L3 turned $215 into $5,350. Robert Record won $72,321, including a shot at even bigger money because he got into the Fantasy Golf World Championship on DraftKings, and he won a ticket to the $4,444 Millionaire Maker at the U.S. Open. So a lot of upside there. I mean, if there's any Millionaire Maker to win, it's that one because there's just like so few people in them compared to the giant one. So good luck to Robert going on that one. Malk V turned $425 into $58,000. Sam Danes won $211 and $200. He won the $15. He won the PME Open. He won the $100 single entry. So that is a hell of a week, Sam. $211,000. Congratulations. Wow. The guy that came in second to him, Nikhil, also shout out to you. He won $91,000. Gardner Reese turned $485 into $23,315. He was first in the $200 and he won the $11 entry into the 4-4-4-4 millionaire maker for the U.S. Open. Blaze played one lineup. He won the $5 single entry and won $3,100. Matt Burchin turned 5 into $2,800. One lineup, nothing more than a $3 entry. He won the $3 and he won the mini max for the 50 cent and the 25 cent. Josh, who maxes out any plays at 50 cents, won $1,000. And Nick Sarlo, just a casual $7,272. Plus, I got a special one that I didn't even know about. Dr. McGoodbody shot me. He's like, yeah, I totally forgot to send you this, but I won $215,000 at the Masters. So, incredible week for both viewers of this show and members of fantasynational.com. If you want a discount at fantasynational.com, especially with giant prize pools coming up for the US Open in 2 weeks, fantasynational.com/Mayo. All the tools, all the customizable stats, lineup generator, simulator, ownership projections, it's all up there. Now's the time to become a member, fantasynational.com/Mayo. Let's discuss Colonial, because I started to look back at some of my wins because it's pretty easy to track. There are so few of them, but I should only bet par 70 courses, I think.
You tell me. I don't know.
Like, I've had a lot of success at Heritage, at Colonial, PGA National, Sony Open, the Wyndham, the RSM. Like, all of the courses where like the short hitters are also in play, I tend to do well at those ones and just horrible everywhere else.
Yeah, I don't know. I love to just bet the tournaments that I can win at. I don't know. That's awesome. I don't know what to say.
Okay, I was looking for a little bit more on that, but okay, let's talk about the Colonial.
If you could do that, if you had the willpower to do that, then I would give you more credit than hitting the winning bets.
It's just weird that it correlates that way. I do better at those courses than I do at like giant, like long courses. I mean, I feel like you do really well at long courses. I do well at short courses. Maybe it's our styles and the kind of guys that we like to go after. But I want to give credit to Jason Kokrak and his magical putter. But Spieth should have won and absolutely gagged it away. He let it's like he let Jason Kokrak win.
At times I feel like Jason Kokrak was letting Spieth win. Early on Saturday, Kokrak had a couple debacles. Kokrak brought my bunker game to Sunday at a tournament. I don't know. Spieth was all over. Like, Spieth wasn't even in the fairway on Friday. Spieth's hitting it off trees that are ending up in the fairway twice on Sunday. Oh,
it's funny because
Spieth's putter was unconscious, but Kokrak putted great. And then you see the season-long stats on Kokrak's putter. It's remarkable.
Spieth putted really well on Sunday, but he didn't make any of those Spieth shots that I was scared of the entire day. Was the entire thing. No matter how much Kokrak got up by, and there was going to be a point where he's going to be up 4. And I was like, all right, because I was looking at the hedge opportunity on Spieth because I was just terrified that he was going to do something. Like Kokrak would gag one shot and all of a sudden like Spieth chips in for eagle or something like that. Just because I always feel like that's on the table with Spieth.
Yeah, of course.
And it never materialized. And I looked at the cash out or the hedge. It was like 12-1 at one point. I was like, I should really bet on this. And then I didn't do it. And then like 30 seconds later, it was back down to 4-1 because Kokrak's putter went a little bit cold. The chipping the bunker play was just atrocious. But the way that I looked at it was like, no matter, Spieth got the good breaks, like when he would hit it into the trees and it would bounce out into the middle of the fairway. That happened multiple times, like you said. But there was no chip in from like 30 yards off the green when he was just buried in a dead lie. He actually made bogey on those holes. There was no 45.
That's going to happen.
There was no.
He didn't make those crazy par save. Like, he didn't have that like 30-foot save or even on 2. Like, you're like, oh, he's going to hit this 18-footer. Because Kokrak makes that embarrassing bogey on 1 on the par 5 where he's greenside in 2, despite the awkward lie. You're like, oh, this is going to be a long day. Like, you're going to do that versus this guy? Like, trouble. And that, I don't know. Spieth, you could tell early on, though, his approaches were off. Like, his irons were off. Like, he was off. I knew people that bet Kokrak just Sunday, like on the 3rd hole. Like, Spieth seemed really out of sorts in many ways. So maybe Kokrak should have been up a lot more in many ways. But I don't know. Kokrak was hitting a lot more putts, so I was never, other than the bunker play, I was never like Kokrak should be more ahead.
There was just a few opportunities for him to really put his throat down on Spieth, and I felt like even on 18, when Spieth went into the water and Kokrak had hit it to the very front of the green. I was running through like different scenarios in my mind. I was like, Spieth is going to somehow chip this in after his drop for par, and Kokrak's going to 3-putt, and it's going to be tied all over again. And it's like, I talked myself into every worst case scenario because Spieth has got me so many times. It was crazy to come out on the other end of it.
You are 100% right. When you are betting against Spieth, you're like waiting for that shoe to drop. Like every tournament where it's like, oh, this guy. And it's like, oh, you called a great card. A lot of Hoffman tickets out there too. What, he finished second?
Third.
Oh yeah, sorry, third. And Munoz, Josh Perry was touting that. Some people may have had him pre-tournament, but there was like a Friday morning, like 90s, 100 to 1s out there on him. That I know people like got the placings on as well. So there was a lot of like live tickets. And yeah, you bet against Spieth, you're always waiting for that like magic. You're always counting on it. The way he was putting that week, like balls were just, he's so pure. Even last year, Pat, when like his game was at a low, he'd always go to Colonial and like play well. You're like, I don't want to overrate it. It's Spieth in Texas. Well, he's won in Texas and he's come second in Texas. And maybe last year we would have been like, yeah, it's just Spieth in Texas. But no, the guy literally contends everywhere now.
Unlike Patton Kizzire, who only contends in Texas.
Yeah, that shot that he hit on Saturday was quite amazing. From the rough that he got to run up that almost went in the hole. I think it was on 17. That was like the shot of the week in the tournament. But yeah, I don't know. Great to see Jason Kokrak second win now, Pat. That's he won that strong field at the CJ Cup. And again, I don't want to turn it into a lot like picking on Corey Connors. You sort of had the idea, okay, I'll just bet both of them. But I don't know. We said many times, like, what does he do like so much different than Connors?
Right now, Kokrak is putting better. I mean, Connors went through a stretch, like his 5 tournament stretch where he was inside the top 10 at these big events. He was putting for those events. He's just turned back into Corey Connors again.
No, but I mean a player of that tier who's playing well. Like I feel like we often use even Siwoo, we're back old Siwoo now. Siwoo had a run of he won the Amex and he was playing really consistent. Like 9th at the Players. I feel like there was another 4th place in there for Siwoo, making cuts. It was it wasn't this first or last thing. It was like a guy you could almost want to roster, but it feels like we've gone back to our old Siwoo.
Yeah, where it's now dead last WD or first place. So maybe he wins Memorial. Yeah. Who knows?
And sort of interrupt. I'm just fired up. A lot of fun golf. One of these days, do you think Bernd Wiesberger will get unconscious in America? Because we always bet him at 150, 200 to 1. We've seen this guy get unconscious. Maybe he could just get unconscious. And he does it multiple times a year, but in Europe, he just gets unconscious.
We only ever really see it in little brief snippets because we do see him go on these electric runs at American events. But they only last a round. He did it at the Masters this year. I think he was 6 under in the second round at Augusta this year. He did it at the 3M last year. He had a run at the RSM because I remember I've had money on him. I think each of those times, not this Masters, but at RSM and at 3M. You just see it when he can putt. The ball striking can be so good. It's a weird This is the way that I was kind of thinking about it because I've been betting Doug Gim a lot. And someone actually brought this up to me on Twitter, but when I was making my notes, I actually had the exact same note written down. Is Doug Gim just what Corey Connors was a year and a half ago?
Yeah, sure. I could see what you're saying. I was almost going to say Corey Connors starting to feel like this generation's Charlie Hoffman without wins. Just an amazing Thursday, Friday golfer.
I mean, he does have a win, and it's in Texas, too, so the Charlie Hoffman crossover really works. Charlie's a better putter. At least at times, he can really get it going. And,
Charlie.
Sorry. Go ahead with Charlie.
Slow start at the US at the PGA, and he rebounded from that to get a late weekend tee time. Slow start this week. Man, this guy's got to like just not Maple Leafs the first period. He might do something.
So he's the new Hatton. Just bet against him in the first round, then bet on him in the second round and whatever head-to-head or two-ball that he got.
Yeah, I think he kind of like saved his first round a bit. Like he didn't bottom out like Hatton's been bottoming out in the first round to then go like unconscious. But yeah, I don't know. Foreign player continuing that great form. It's great to see Charlie playing well. One of the good guys, and I'm sure one of the many that get in. Feel like the grind. Just keep grinding after seeing Mickelson.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. Like Charlie's in the field this week. I don't know how he's going to end up doing at Memorial because he's kind of priced up with guys that I just think that have higher upsides than he does. But, Dirt McGirt has won this event, so I wouldn't really... The ball striking has just been so good. Like, when you run any sort of stats on Charlie right now, he's up near the top and everything, as he should be because he's been killing it. He's kind of taken over that role previously, like Chris Kirk had it for a while. He was sort of the
better than Kirk, though, I feel.
Yeah, like he's well, I mean, for a while. I think that he is a better player than Kirk overall, just the body of work that he's put together. But so far this season, like Kirk was the Intercontinental Champion for the while. Cameron Tringali was the Intercontinental Champion for a while. Now it's Charlie Hoffman.
Yes, I would just say it feels like Hoffman's like ceiling play in this last bit, like he's finishing better than Kirk did. Like Hoffman, I feel like is cashing T5s and 10s. Kirk was like stapling like T20. Oh yeah, they're both pretty good. Yeah, I'm not going to debate it because Kirk was making me a lot of money.
Yeah,
and Hoffman was on the props card again last week. Any which way you propped Hoffman, matchups, placing, anything. It's been great.
And maybe Keegan Bradley is actually the king of this right now. Like he's just playing in harder events, but he's still showing up all the time. Like when was the last time he finished outside the top 30? Was at the Genesis. He hasn't missed a cut since the American Express earlier this year, which is kind of crazy. He's gained an approach in every single one. He's actually not even putting all that poorly right now. He's gained around the greens in like 8 straight. It's kind of nuts to see Keegan doing this.
Yeah. I don't know. He's tough golf courses. His tee to green, and then he'll let down. Had that big win in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and he has his moments. But I saw Justin Ray. I don't know. He the thing is, the courses he plays well at or does well. Like I saw this course, strokes gained like approach. The winners at this event, it's always like 6.5 strokes gained approach. It's like one of the highest strokes gained approach winning events on tour. If what I just said made any sense to you.
Yeah, no, I have that in my article this week as well. I believe that 11 of the past 13 winners of Memorial have been inside the top 10 for the week in strokes gained approach. And breaking news as we do this show, Kevin Na, who I was going to bet, and Vijay Singh are both out of Memorial. The glove, Lucas Glover, Russell Knox on a sponsor's exemption, who has the closest proximity to the hole of any player in the field who has more than 20 rounds played at Muirfield Village, is now in. And Kyle Stanley is now in the field, who lost in a playoff here to Bryson, along with Byung-Hun An like 3 years ago, coming off leading the field in approach at Colonial. Don't think that I won't get sucked into Kyle Stanley.
I'm not surprised to hear you say that. Oh, yeah. Certainly played well here. I'm surprised. Who gets to make those decisions? Jack?
I don't know. There was a long list because I was looking to bet Stanley, and then I noticed that he just wasn't in the field. And then I looked at the sponsors list, and he was like 8th or so on the list. But I guess, yeah, just like, yeah, you're in. No,
always reason to line shop, but like when the alternates get in, you really do see a wide variety of numbers out there when they finally realize to post them.
Yeah, I don't even know if, let's see, no, they still have Kevin Na in the field right now. So it's probably going to take a day before they're actually into the system in places. Hopefully that when the DraftKings pricing comes out, they've adjusted to this because they're not out as we speak. That maybe, yeah, go ahead.
But just say, I don't know what. When I want them to add a guy that I see isn't there, I don't know whether I should say something because then it's like, well, this guy obviously wants to bet this guy that should be a big number, or just like I'm always tempted to just say nothing and then do it naturally because I feel like if I just by saying something, they're gonna be like, okay, well, we should make it shorter. This guy wants to bet it instead of just I don't know the system putting Kyle Stanley in there.
I would say if this was Wednesday, you would have to say something to make sure that he got in, but where it's like Monday morning, that he's going to be in there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say something, even though I'd be jonesing to find out the number. like
I'll give you a guess on what I think Kyle Stanley's number is right now. Let's see. Verner's 140. Grace is 140 coming off at WD. Munoz is 125, and he finished better than Stanley. I'll say he's 125 or 150. That'd be my guess.
Probably. I would say, yeah, sure. I think closer to 150.
And I'm sure that certain books are going to hang like at 200 on him, and other places will have them. Like if DraftKings hasn't released their odds or they haven't updated their odds yet, and the people at DraftKings Sportsbook watch this show where I encourage people to go bet at DraftKings Sportsbook, and I talk about Kyle Stanley, like if he opened at 90, I wouldn't be super stunned. They always have the worst Doug Gim numbers out there.
Oh, they just know they're just yeah. No comments.
So two other things. One, I looked to hedge out of my Kokrak money because I was petrified of Spieth, and just they were up by so much, it was going to be one or the other. That number that they hung on Spieth was, I don't want to say it's ludicrous because it was minus 250 to plus 250 essentially after the round. And what was Kokrak, down one, or were they tied going into the final?
It was ludicrous. It was ludicrous. I'll tell you why. And they was down one.
And I looked for other ways to actually hedge out of that money, and I couldn't find, they wouldn't offer a straight up head to head versus them. The only thing that I could find was a 2-ball that was Spieth versus Kokrak, but that includes the tie. So I wasn't going to hedge all my money in the opportunity that I could realistically lose it all if Spieth won by one and they both shot 70 or something like that. I just lose all my money straight off. I wasn't going to do that. And he was still like minus 140 in the 2-ball.
Yeah, you probably could have found some 2-balls. I know a couple sites that would have had it like without the tie, but that's probably, I guess, what I would have done. It did seem pretty ridiculous. Even in the notion that it is a 2-man race, if they did have a head-to-head, that wouldn't be the line.
No, that was the whole thing. Like the 2-ball, if you included the tie, it was minus 140. So throw out the tie. That makes it what, like minus 160 in a head-to-head if they were to offer that? But they wouldn't offer that because they knew what everyone was trying to do. But all it did was cost them money because I would have hedged out. The number was too bad, so I just let it ride.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. To me, the number made sense because I thought you were getting a great Kokrak number even on Sunday morning because I don't know whether obviously there are multiple factors. Obviously like Kokrak doesn't like scare anybody. He's not like a name value player, but let's just say it was, how do I put this? Let's just say it was Corey Connors, who was like 25 or 28 to 1. Do you think the line would have been the exact same?
I don't know. I think it was just where Spieth is such a public player, and he does have the advantage of people throwing his ball out of the woods back onto the fairway. You can't overlook that part in the betting odds. That, yeah, unless it was like Finau or who else was kind of like lurking. No, there was no one really there that, I guess if it was Berger who was a shot behind him, it would be closer to even money, but just the take that they probably had on Spieth versus Kokrak was so immense that they were like, we just need to make Spieth unbettable. And they know that any like random guy who's showing up, who isn't really paying, who's looking for some action on a Sunday morning, isn't showing up to bet Jason Kokrak.
You're right. But here's the thing. Based on what I saw, and even it seemed like there was a lot of Kokrak monies out there this week. So,
yeah, in our circles, there was most definitely Kokrak stuff.
I understand that. I understand that it's like a hyper niche circle, but it seemed like there was a lot of big Kokrak monies floating around last night. I would also, I don't know, what did Spieth go off at? 8 to 1, 10 to 1?
I think he went off at 9, but he opened at 10 or 11, I think.
Because another interesting conversation that I found myself in, and I'm always remembered of, there are multiple reasons to remember, my times working with Morency and Cam. But golf specifically, Pat, golf bettors are the only bettors in the world who would besmirch someone's like 8 to 1 outright winner. Do you know what I mean? And I would always, in working with Gabe, we'd be like, no, like, screw that. That's just too low. We're not betting it. And Gabe be like, no, like, I just bet games. I just bet sides. I just bet totals. Like 8 to 1's amazing. Do you know what I mean? And we're like, hardened golf guys are going to be back here next week, whether it's a major or the Sanderson Farm. We're like, no, we can't like bet on 8 to 1. Like, we don't do it. Even if we like it, like we have to like it like so much.
Yeah, well, okay. I think you just hit on the key point there. We have to like it so much that no one is like, "Hey, here's my one golf pick of the week." There's no one out here that does that. So if someone is touting Spieth, if he wins, you want to hit the winner and you want to win 10 times your money. That's perfect. You just have to look at the rest of what they've done. Like, because I've seen, like, there's so many new people getting into the golf betting space right now, and it's just like, oh, you should check out my picks this week. I bet Spieth and Justin Thomas and like 4 other guys who are less than 25 to 1. It's like, all right, now even if you win, you don't win. Like, well, like, what are we talking about here? Like, if you bet Spieth and you pumped up Spieth, like, we kind of always talk about this in terms of card construction, that if you do go to a 9-1 guy, like, maybe you can have one guy in the 20s and then like you're looking at like 80 to 1, 100 to 1 if you actually want to win like a decent chunk of money that week if that guy wins. So that's the way that I would just kind of look at it in terms of touting someone like Spieth. Like that week that DJ won at the Canadian Open and you hammered him at like 5 to 1. I think you had like 2 other guys and they were like 150 to 1 that week. It's not like you were like, oh yeah, I'm going to bet Dustin and Jason Day and Bubba Watson and all the guys who ended up showing up that week or whoever it might have been.
No, but I bet if I'm betting like a guy at 8 to 1 to win a golf tournament, I'm pretty much betting that like it's a football game that I like really like. Not like love, but like obviously you don't bet like 50-50 football games. Pick a side. One of them's going to win, one of them's not going to win. Like you do even a WGC, a 60-man golf tournament. But yeah, I don't know when you go that low. But I'm just saying only golf bettors would like besmirch like an 8 or 10 to 1 winner. I kind of, if you win, you win, I guess. Obviously you have to construct the card in a way, but you could have bet like Spieth and then you could have bet Spieth and Kokrak and Hoffman.
100%. And that would have been perfectly fine. That's no different than us betting 2 guys in the 20s and then betting Hoffman and Kokrak. I think that the conversation becomes like when you see certain people, like you probably know who they are, that you see people like, oh yeah, I got Spieth right now. And then you look at the other people that they bet. It's like you legitimately bet the 5 favorites. And then there are the other people who put up Spieth who do it in a sensible way. And then you're like, yeah, that's a great call. Like I don't have the guts to go down that low 98% of the time. If you felt like this was the week, you were 1 shot away from being right.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, so I have nothing ill to say about that. Quick ones before we get into it. Like I mentioned, that Sky and Tom will be on the European Tour Pick Show on Tuesday, so subscribe to that feed. But I did make a European bet already. I bet my guy Daniel Van Tonder at 60 to 1 over in Germany. I played that with the each way as well. Did I play with the each way? No, I didn't even play with the each way. I was just like, let's go. Let's play some Daniel Van Tonder. He was great at the PGA Championship. So we'll see how that goes for him. And then the fun part of at least my Monday morning, Sky hit me up. He's like, hey, I need you to make a bet for me on Rachel Heck to win the U.S. Women's Open. I was like, I don't know who this is. He's like, she's 1,000 to 1. He was like, do you want to put like 10 and 10 on it for me? I was like, yeah, I can do that. And I'll put 10 on 10 for myself at 1,000 to 1. She's down to 100 to 1. Now that the books have reopened up, because I think so many people actually hit this 1,000 to 1 number, the 500 to 1 number, the 250 to 1 number, even at like 150 to 1, if you can still find it out there. I think that's what she is on DraftKings Sportsbook right now. Rachel Heck, Jeffrey, 6-time collegiate winner so far this year at Stanford. This is played in San Francisco, so it's like a home course. And we've seen like amateurs do really well at the Women's U.S. Open in the past. Plus, all the best players just played like 7 days of match play.
Well, it didn't seem like many of the real good ones got far. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. By the time it got to my attention, they had taken all that stuff down, even the whole tournament. Will they like let it keep? Because remember last year we got some Asian who had the wrong name in some event, and then they wouldn't let our bet stand. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Tom Kim. Wasn't that the guy?
Yeah, Tom Kim.
I don't really know. I assume that they're going to honor this. I don't see
any. They better. They gotta honor it. But
I mean, they don't gotta honor it. If you read the terms and conditions, they definitely do not have to honor it if they cancel it before the event actually starts. But this is a different circumstance. They posted a bad number. The issue with Tom Kim was like, I think they thought he was a different guy. I actually I don't side with them. I would have preferred listen, the bet lost. It didn't really matter at the gigantic number that we got it at. But they legitimately listed him like he was the wrong guy. They knew who this was, and they put the number up at 1,000 to 1. They were just wrong with their number. That's on them.
Yeah, fair enough. Get it. What, Sarah Hack?
No, Rachel Heck.
Rachel Heck. Get her done.
Just come fourth. I also ran out and played like a super triple parlay with the each ways just because I had her at 1,000 to 1. So I just randomly clicked on names from Memorial and randomly clicked on names from Europe along with her as a 3-team each way parlay for like 25 cents each. What is it? It's a total bet of $24.50 with the potential upside, Jeff, of $3.4 million. So I hope to win.
Love it. I know. Did you see one of the girls conceded? Didn't even do the concession match because she didn't like. No, there's a major next week. I'm not playing. You can have third place. I'll take my fourth place check.
Oh, I didn't like that, but I like that move. I like that move a lot. That's like a Dustin Johnson type move.
Yeah, I liked it. She's a bigger girl too. She didn't need the 2 days. I think she's coming back from injury also.
Oh yeah, if you're coming back from injury, if you can't win, why are you playing?
I like her a lot. She looks like my kid's nanny.
Who is it?
I don't know. I've done too much damage here, Pat.
Sounds like you were pretty glued into this women's match play.
No, I didn't. I just saw that she conceded and saw who it was.
All right.
I watched the last like 25 minutes of the women's match play where a girl hit it in the water and won the hole with the double and subsequently won the event. It's pretty interesting last hole, I tell you.
So it shaped up like the WGC match play when both Scheffler and Horschel were absolutely in the finals.
Yeah, I guess. And yeah, it's a long day, right? And a long week. So they
talking to the microphone. Stop talking away from the microphone.
I'm talking right into the microphone.
You're not. When you turn your head, you're not talking into it because look at the angle that you have your microphone on right now, right? It's pointing away from your face. When you turn to your right, you're no longer talking into it.
It's a long week and it's back-to-back matches. So, yeah, mental fatigue, physical fatigue, it all wears in. But I guess, they play for that big check.
Did we talk about it on last week's show or not, that your country club where you're a member at is hosting the Canadian Open?
We didn't talk about it since it became official. No.
No, that has to be exciting. You're going to get do you get like special access?
No, I don't think they give us anything, but I'll take advantage of everything.
What is the winning score going to be there? Like minus 40?
I don't know. It'll be pretty low. But I don't think they care. They went to Rays Creek a couple weeks ago, and if not for a little weekend weather, they were at like minus 17 going into the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Like, what am I talking? I called it Rays Creek, but
Craig's Ranch.
Yeah, Craig Ranch. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think the tour is afraid of low scores. As a member, I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do. But it's a classic Stanley Thompson original design tree line golf course. So they can make it tight and they can turn the greens up. But I don't know. One of these guys is going to be on one and shoot like 33 under over 4 days, I'd suspect.
Well, there's 27 holes on the venue. Do you think they'll do what they do with the Rocket Mortgage for, in TPC Detroit, where they just basically combine all of the courses together, like all of the nines into one and like make their own holes?
Yeah. There's going to be a composite course, and there might even be some composite holes. It actually might all be out there, like what they intend to do. I think one of the nines actually is only going to have like 2 holes being used. Because I can't imagine. I was out there on the weekend, and you're like, it's funny to think like these guys. Come on, like I don't even know that we might have one real par 5 that like could play like a par 5.
No,
what
I would think that they would do is like take one of the maybe even a shorter par 4 if there's a longer par 4 after it, and just try to combine those into one hole.
Yes, might use tee boxes from other holes to play into greens that like us as the membership have never done. If that's what you mean.
Yeah, that would be like.
And they'll be building new tee boxes to lengthen some of the holes. It's a pretty, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's a sense of pride for me. For a lot of people could just, it's, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like a stuffy thing, but like if you're in the circle, it's a nice sense of pride.
No,
especially for somebody whose grandfather was like a founding, like original member, and they're going to host the national championship in the 100th anniversary of the place. So I think that's nice, and that's a warm, fuzzy feeling. I mean, I had my bar mitzvah there, Pat. I grew up at this place, so it's nice to see. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's like we don't deserve it either. That's why I couldn't believe anyone like wouldn't want to have it or potentially would have wanted to vote no. Like the fact that they asked us to this dance, like the nerve of us to even consider saying no. So I'm happy the vote went as planned because they needed a super majority. There's a lot of old stuffy people who, God forbid they lost like a couple weeks of their golf game.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ulrich. You can follow me on Twitter at the Fantasy Grind. Just a shameless plug right off the bat. But I'm bringing you Madden After Dark to bring you home in the Dream Stream for June 1st, Tuesday. Detroit Lions, Chicago Bears. Tom Carroll's with me. Ryan Shotgun as usual. What's up, Tommy? How you doing?
Doing well. Yeah, so I thought it was Monday for most of today. I talked about this on the last sim. Or maybe it was off air I was saying this. I thought it was Monday because it was Memorial Day weekend here in the United States. So, yeah, it's Tuesday. So that's actually a pleasant surprise because that means tomorrow was Wednesday, which means it's closer to the weekend. That's kind of how the week works, you know?
True. It's true.
It's good stuff.
It's a good thing if you think it's
it's like finding money in your pocket.
Tuesday, generally a good thing.
Yeah, it's great.
What? All right. So Tom thought it was Monday. It's actually Tuesday. So I mean, he's in a great mood. My power just came back on, so I'm in a pretty good mood as well. Although admittedly, I haven't eaten anything today. But you know what? I actually don't even.
How long was your power out for?
About 2 hours. It was more just nerve-wracking because, again, obviously, my main job is to stream through the internet. So you from the last time I checked, I'm no expert, as the DK SimFam knows. You need power for the internet to operate.
That is a fact.
You know, I still haven't converted to like off-the-grid status. But anyways, other than that, we're all good here. We got Detroit. We got Chicago. Who'd you put in your captain spot quickly? Lineup's a lock. So, I mean, give us your whole lineup if you want. I don't care.
I have Madden Mitch in the captain spot. $16,500. And then I went Lions all the way. Big old Lions stack. Because Mitch tends to be most of the Bears offense. So let's go with Detroit here. Danny Amendola, Kenny Galladay, Kerryon Johnson, Marvin Jones, Matt Prater. Let's go.
Dude, I like it. That's a good strategy. And you know, maybe you can get some Trubisky fumbles in there. I don't know if you used the defense. I don't think you did. But if you know,
No, I didn't.
Just
No, that would actually hurt me if Trubisky fumbled a lot. So please don't fumble Trubisky.
Okay, fair enough. But if you were going with that strategy and you put the Detroit D in, I'm just saying, it could help you. So we'll see if Tom's strategy works out. I like that with the Russian QBs. You know, they do tend to dominate the offense. So we'll see if it does. The one problem with Detroit is they kind of suck. So we'll see if they can beat that stigma here. Well, what's up, DK SimFam? Feel free to drop your lineups in the chat. Smash that like button. Dude, just do whatever, you know. Do whatever don't do whatever, but, you know, give your thoughts in the chat. Give us a like. I don't know. Tell us what you've been up to on this fine Tuesday. It is June. I can't believe it. I don't know where May. I don't know where March went. Feels like it was March like 2 days ago.
May felt like an extremely long month for me. I don't know what it was about May. May dragged for me. Like, it was like we were shot through a cannon to May, and now we were just in May for the rest of my life. So I'm glad that it's June.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment. I did feel like May maybe did drag a little bit for me too. That was Marvin Jones there on the long pass, pitch and catch. 2 catches, 67 yards.
In my lineup.
Tom's strategy looking pretty solid here so far. The Lions going to have a red zone opportunity inside the 5. Stafford and Anderson are going to hand off. Carry on my wayward son.
Oh, that would have been huge for me.
Stuff that the goal line brings.
Who's in your lineup?
I mean, obviously a little bit rushed here. Just I had to reboot my computer as well. But I did put Trubisky in the captain, like you. But I did pair him with Allen Robinson and Jimmy Graham and David Montgomery. So probably not the best strategy. I did make my lineup in about 10 seconds, though.
A big old Bears stack for you.
Yeah. I like your strategy about 10 times more because Trubisky, he just doesn't throw enough to support like 2 receivers.
Yeah, and like
in there, so.
At least on a consistent basis, you're not seeing him go to certain guys in that offense, you know. So I just didn't feel like guessing. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go full Lions.
Oh, I like it. And here's a full Lion touchdown, DeAndre Swift.
The wrong running back.
No, I actually rostered DeAndre Swift. He was one of my 2 Lions.
Carry on was my punt play.
I mean, you kind of got unlucky there. Carry on had 2 shots at the end zone, just got held out. That was Swift. I'm like 99.9% sure there on the touchdown. So let's see. We got Stafford, 51.6% owned. Yes, my producer confirms it was Swift. Thank you, Tom. T-Pain, Thomas.
The other Tom.
I'm just going to call him T-Pain from now on.
It's a solid name.
24% owned for DeAndre Swift. 2.3% owned in the captain spot there. So these Detroit running backs can be good values, but you really got to hit the guy who gets the touchdown. So what's up, Miami Misfits? See you over there on Twitch. Hope you're having a good night. Hope everyone's having a good night.
Always want people having a good night. Come on. Here's the thing. So I said earlier today, Tuesday is one of the worst days of the week, if not the worst day of the week.
Okay.
But Tuesday night, different story. Looking ahead to the Wednesday situation, that's hump day. Thursday, for some people, they treat that as a weekend.
Yep.
Some people work a 4-day work week. They have Fridays off. Tuesday night, there's some hope on Tuesday night. Tuesday morning is like, oh, I got Tuesday ahead. It's like a Monday junior.
It's true. And you're a little bit tired from Monday. So Tuesday, not a great day. I mean, every day is like the same for me these days, it feels like, but you're right. You know,
Tuesday's the worst.
It's not the greatest. I agree. It's definitely like bottom 3 day of the week. I don't love Wednesdays either, but Wednesdays tends to be like a little bit more of a rest day for me. So definitely better than Tuesday. When I was young, were you like this when you were young? Did you basically just view Thursday as like an extra weekend day?
100%. So
like you just went out and like it didn't matter if you were tired or hungover because you just you just got through Friday. Like you it's like I'm young. I can get through one day feeling terrible or like being tired.
So the college I went to in Boston, Emerson College, at least at the time for my major, from sophomore year on, I was able to stack all of my classes on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I had 4-day weekends for 3 years of college.
Right. That was
So
always
it was
the
weird
goal.
to not treat Thursday as a weekend for like the first year out of school.
It was
I had to
always
like
the
train
goal.
myself.
Always the goal when you were creating your class schedule in college.
Yes.
Like I think I may have even like switched majors one year just to like get the perfect schedule. I'm not actually joking. To get like a Friday off or like a Monday off or something where you had a 4-day week, and it was just like that was basically the goal. Like, you know,
100%.
stack a couple days, get that Friday off or something, and you were like gold. Or at least have it where it's like you have one class on Friday. You know, you have like some crazy elective like astrology on Friday, like a 1-hour class, and that's it. You know, like where you basically just show up and you like take a nap and then you leave. So
yeah,
the whole goal.
the 4-day weekend was legendary back in the day. And then because we had Tuesdays off, we'd go out on Monday night. So it was
I mean,
that was life, man.
Life of kings, man. I mean, seriously, when
Monday night football was a big night.
Obviously, it costs you later in life when you're racking up debt at the local watering hole every night. But whatever, it was worth it.
Figure that out later.
Obi-Wan, my Tuesday's my day off, he says, and I have the high ground. A lot of people pulling for Trubisky. Always in Bear Sims.
That's right. Madden Mitch, the Misket.
So is this your second one in a row? Were you on the previous one?
It is, yes.
Who were you on with?
I was with our man Jason Rossi, who was actually on standby in case you were not going to be able to power this bad boy up.
At Rossi. He's just trying to live down his snobby title from when he dissed Billy Madison. So really just trying to like make amends here. Oh no, Madden Mitch.
That's a touchdown.
Oh dear God. Madden Mitch.
One Lion I don't have in my lineup.
He's at the 5. He's in the end zone. That is a DST pick 6. That's going to be 1-2 for the pick. 3, 4, 5, 6 for the touchdown. That's a big play if you got the Lions.
I can't imagine that the Lions defense is really highly owned here. I could be wrong.
I doubt they are. You know, it's funny. We talked a little strategy. Obviously, it was after lineups locked, so we're not going to take any credit for it. But you brought up the Lions stack with Trubisky, which I know he just threw a touchdown or a pick, but still. And I brought up the Lions DST. We probably should have put a little more thought into this and really gone heavier on this strategy because it is paying off here so far. Lions already got a score. Lions DST already got a score. And Trubisky's about to get the ball back. So even if you have Trubisky, he should be getting a bunch of rush yards. That's the 4th defensive touchdown for the Lions in these sims. Only the 4th. That's actually not that many.
I'm in 52nd out of 130. It's actually not a bad spot to be in right now.
Misfit says it's Tuesday's ladies golf day here. Interesting. Ladies night. I was golfing in my garage, hitting a few balls into the old net just to, work off
working
some
on the
steam.
swing.
I was going to do a workout downstairs in the old basement today, but the power went off. It was pitch black.
Yeah,
couldn't use my
hard to do a
workout
workout. Hard to do a workout in the dark.
I actually could have, but I'm not that motivated.
Do you have a basement that has like those flood windows, or is it?
It's got like one. It's got one flood window, so there was technically probably enough light to do it. But again, I also like wanted to use an app with my. It's just didn't feel good. Didn't feel right.
Hey, if it doesn't feel right, move on.
That's right.
Hey, for basketball fans, Nets just took down the Celtics officially. Nets advance. I think they're winning the title. I've let my thoughts be heard on Kyrie Irving, least favorite athlete going right now. Not thrilled, but it is what it is. They're stacked. I think they're going to win the title. And I'm not going to be pumped about it.
Well, long way to go. What are the Bucks through yet?
Well, the Nets are going to play the Bucks in the next round.
So the Bucks are through to the next round.
The last time I checked, let me double check that. Yes, they swept the Heat.
Yeah, I thought.
I forget if I couldn't remember if they were up 3-0 or if they finished this.
Yeah, no,
so,
neither could I.
Man, I would love for Milwaukee to beat Brooklyn, but
I think it's doable.
To beat them in a 4-game series is just.
Here's my thinking.
They have so many good players, man.
Yeah,
just,
I know.
The fact that they have 3 dudes that are probably in the top 15 in the league, in a league that's predicated on having a top 10 player to win a championship, it's really difficult. And like, you look at the Warriors when they had KD and Steph, that was, 2 of the top 5 players in the league probably. And then you could make a case for how high Klay Thompson is, but he's one of the best shooters ever. You've had all these big threes over the years, but this is the first big three in my eyes that it legitimately has 3 dudes that, without argument, can be in that top 15 conversation. All the other times it was like that third guy was sort of fringy. I guess Chris Bosh in the early Heat years, but he ended up taking kind of a back seat to those other 2 to let them sort of blossom. All 3 of these dudes have continued to be awesome. Harden has looked like the most complete player in the league with these 2 guys. So it's just, if you're as a basketball fan, it's interesting to watch. As a Celtics fan, I can't stand it because it's Kyrie Irving having joy, and I want him to have a joyless life.
Fair enough. I think I will say this. I think that the best player in that series is still Giannis. So we'll see. I think it'll be a close series. I'm not going to make any predictions, but I think it's definitely going to be a close one.
I agree with you. I think Giannis is an absolute force, but man, it's the question where people are like, who would win in a fight, a bear or 10,000 ducks? Right? Like, Giannis is the bear
question.
Here.
Who would win?
But you're throwing 10,000 ducks at the dude.
On the mixed with a little sidestep.
Oh
no! Master.
Goop and score. Go.
Oh my God. Oh no.
Now I'm rooting against my own lineup.
2 more points for the Lions DST. Madden Mitch. Someone needs to unplug Madden Mitch and plug him back in. That was such a nice move before the fumble too. Oh, wow. Lions offense getting right to it, too. There's more Marvin Jones. He's up to like 80 yards. On the topic of bears, did you see the bear video that came out today?
I did.
The woman pushing it off her retaining wall?
I got to say, that lady's got cojones.
Absolute machine that woman is. Like, There's been
a lot of good viral, like, home animal videos of late.
Yeah, I mean, and
like, how about that one when the guy was going out to his car? I think you're the one that showed me that with the coffee.
Oh, with the rabid. Oh my God, what was that?
It was rabid, like a wildcat.
Oh yeah, and then he had to throw it like across the yard. And he came back.
Hawk Corleone saying Durant and Harden both better than Giannis. I mean, look, we're splitting hairs here, guys. Like, it's tough. I personally would say Giannis is better than all 3 of them, but it's razor thin. I mean, Durant's one of the greatest players of all time. Harden is one of the best scorers in the history of the league, and now he's deciding to be a facilitator at the same time and score when he wants. Harden makes the game look so easy. It never looks like he's trying. It's so maddening.
Yeah, I'd say peak. I mean, look, I think peak Durant was definitely better than Giannis.
I think he still is peak Durant. That's the thing.
That's fair. Look, I just think Giannis is a very complete player, and like if you're asking,
now that he can shoot a little too, it's dangerous, man.
Yeah, and if you're asking most teams around the league, like if you could pick one of those 3 to start a team with, I think most people would pick Giannis. But I completely agree with what Tom said. It is. I'm not gonna sit here and be like you're completely wrong if you think like Kevin Durant.
I can't get passionate. Yeah,
I completely see your point. Like I completely see your point. So fair enough. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Bears. Anyways,
speaking of the Chicago Bears,
that bear, look, the bear was in its right. I mean, look, she had some cubs. They were up on a wall.
Yeah,
human habitat's probably reining in her zone, right? You get it. But what the dogs coming out, they were trying to protect their owners. The woman, honestly, it sounds silly. The woman probably did the exact right thing. I know some people were like, you shouldn't get close to a bear. She got a card. She wasn't trying to like tackle the bear or like take it out or like tranquilize it. She just
that
like,
bear though has. I mean, look, it's a bear. You might not think it has quick twitch muscles like a linebacker, but that thing could stop on a dime and end your life.
It could, but dude, no hesitation. No, that's what you have to do. That woman was
cojones,
so calm and cool and collected. She just said,
"I wouldn't have been able to do that."
That bear is on a ledge. Let's get it out of here. Let's get these dogs in and go home. It's like you know what it's like, Tom. You know what that woman is like. I want that woman to be the head coach of my football team. It's like the coaches when they're
it's like
on their
Andy
own.
Reid. I don't know, Jim.
End of the game. 4th and 1, 4th and 2. You got 2 yards to win the game. You go for it. I don't care where you are in the field. No hesitation. That woman didn't hesitate. She brought home the win.
It's awesome. She'd make a great ball coach. Got a couple things to read here in the chat. We have Must Be asking, Tom, will you ask Moose if there are any golfers over 40 to play this weekend? I'm going to guess that Moose probably isn't going to get behind anyone. He's talked in the past about Phil being an anomaly. But hey, is there anyone from the old age home that you're liking heading into this weekend as Hawkinson gets in the end zone?
Kaka! There's a hawk. That's not what hawks say. They're more like probably scarier. Anyways, TJ Hawkinson with a touchdown. Stuart Sink must be. He's well over 40. He's 7,500. I like him as a pivot over chalky Kevin Streelman, who is probably an okay play, but is also over 40. So there's 2 over 40 guys for you. Must be. I know that's your thing.
Andrew L. saying Giannis is the worst of those 4. I would say that
there's no way
you could make the argument that Durant or Harden is better than Giannis, but no way that you can say Kyrie is better than Giannis.
I'm sorry, but that's
Kyrie is firmly 4th there. Andrew, I'd love to hear the argument for why Giannis is worse than Kyrie. Like, that's not razor thin to me. And Kyrie's great, but Giannis is just a tier above him. Brad Wallace saying Durant looked pedestrian tonight. Harden made it so he didn't have to do much. That's the beauty of this Nets team.
I'm not sure the argument for saying Kyrie is better than Giannis, unless you're just a complete Giannis hater.
I just want to know what the argument is.
But yeah, and look, hey, I'm not going to debate it because again, I'm not like a huge basketball guy, but I'm willing to listen. Anyways,
how about Toronto in the NHL, baby?
Oh God. Oh, that was nice. After seeing my team get swept, I mean, that was like a real just like pick me upper, you know?
Is Toronto in the NHL like the Yankees are here in the United States or the Cowboys, where it's super polarizing? Like you either love them or you hate them, and it's kind of 50-50 either way?
Yes, and yes. Mm-hmm. You were either a Maple Leafs fan or you are just basically everybody just hates them because of their Leafs. Like they're so annoying. They dominate the coverage here like you wouldn't believe. All anyone wants to talk about. It's super annoying if you're a fan of another NHL team, as I'm sure it is. Like if you're in like the Cowboys division,
States,
you're like fan of the Washington football.
Even just in general, ESPN loves the Cowboys. Like they talk about the Cowboys nonstop, and it's because it drives ratings. I get it. Probably the same way with the Leafs in Canada, but yeah, it's the Cowboys, it's the Yankees, it's the Lakers, it's LeBron.
They're definitely the most similar to the Yankees.
Yeah.
Like in terms of just because the Yankees really just dominate, the baseball coverage. Like even when they do a small thing, you know, like they sign one guy or they bring up like one prospect, it's just a huge deal. Yep. It's the same. Make like one move and it's just like beaten to death, beating that horse. So
it's awesome. It's awesome. It's
really,
awesome
really
for
just
half of Canada that they lost.
Broke my heart to see them, lose a 3-1 lead. Just really upsetting, especially after every Leaf fan, after the Oilers lost, was like, Connor McDavid's leaving. He's not going to put up with this anymore. Oh, really? Yeah. How's Austin Matthews feeling?
How about them apples?
Yeah, that's right. Matt Damon. You know how many playoff series the Toronto Maple Leafs have won since 2004? Zero. None.
They've lost. I saw the other day they've lost 8 series where they made it to the clinching game, like the final game. 0-3 in Game 7 situations.
Yep.
In a row.
Getting some good chat in here. I mean, some good debate in the chat. Again, I'm not going to sit here and debate the Kyrie versus Giannis thing, but definitely got some people showing up for saying Kyrie, there's not even a chance. That shouldn't even be a debate.
Kyrie shouldn't even be on the list. Although Congo Cap says, Tom, Kyrie has way more weapons than the Freak, way better scorer. I completely disagree with you. I think Kyrie is a better ball handler, but and yes, he's definitely a better shooter.
I mean,
but
I should hope he's a better ball handler.
I think Giannis plays the one a lot of times. So
that's true. Yeah.
that's the crazy part, right? Giannis can play all 5 positions on the floor.
Yep.
His versatility is crazy. He's a great defender. He can shoot a little bit now too. And the way he can get to the rim, and look, Kyrie around the rim is great, but Giannis is a force, man. He just is. He can fill it up.
It's just hard to, like, I just feel like the people who are making that argument are just way undercounting, like, his versatility.
They just hate Giannis, Ren. I don't know a lot of Giannis haters, so that's interesting. Meeker66 saying, hey guys, can you give a shout out to my friend Paul? I just got him to download DK and set him up with the SimFam League. His username is Fishy. Is it 2 eyes? Fishy. He's 50th in the Freeze Pops free roll. His first time. Shout out Paul. I'm rooting for Paul now. You know what else I'm rooting for here? A Trubisky touchdown. Like a rushing touchdown. Don't throw it to anybody. Just do it yourself. Butter your own biscuit here, Trubisky.
Madden Mitchka needs something to turn this sim around. He's turned it over twice. One of them's ended up in a defensive score. He's down 3 touchdowns.
Must be saying this is the dumbest debate ever. I agree. I mean, I was going to say I agree. I don't think it's the dumbest debate I've heard on these sims. Because, you know,
we've debated.
We all talk a lot all the time. I mean, hours upon hours of talking on these sims. So
I mean, look, Adam Kaufman and I debated Dan Marino and Tom Brady for an entire sim once. So, you know, nothing gets dumber than that, especially since Kaufman was on the Brady side. But, you know, I digress. Sorry, go ahead.
Jeff, you don't want to open this. No, I don't think it's the dumbest because Kyrie is extremely good. So, like,
sure,
there is at least an argument that can be made. I just don't know that it's strong enough to surpass Giannis. Congo Cap saying, Tom, come on, the freak is the freak. But if you need a 3 or a basket, Kyrie, look, he hit one of the greatest shots in NBA history. He can hit that clutch 3 for you. He can make moves around the hole. But Giannis, if you need points at the end of the game, he can get to the bucket with ease all the time. I mean, it takes a lot to shut that dude down. So is he going to get you that game-winning 3? No. But can he slash and then you get Chris Middleton open to hit that 3 for you? Yes. Like, that's where Giannis can be effective in the same way. Obviously, he's not hitting the shot, but he can help create that game-winning shot if there's enough time. Must be is dead on here. It's like Allen Iverson versus Shaq, totally different players. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Except
Shaq was a force. And yeah, to put Kyrie in the Allen Iverson conversation does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, like, please don't do that. Please just don't even make that comparison. Yeah. As someone who grew up watching Allen Iverson,
Iverson is just
Allen Iverson was an absolute sicko. Yeah, Allen Iverson is a dude you could just go and watch highlights of for like an hour and just be like very entertaining.
He's also a guy that, like, I feel like today's NBA, like, geeky, nerdy, internet, Reddit, NBA people would hate Allen Iverson if he played in today's game.
For sure.
Not a winning player, not efficient.
Yeah.
Doesn't shoot the ball well enough. Like the same way they all kind of hate Westbrook.
Iverson very much a little bit. He's definitely, Westbrook is probably the closest comparison to him. Right. Like, player from, yeah.
Like, obviously talented, but you can't win a title, quote unquote, with him.
I mean, you could. It's just players out also have to have some luck. There's some luck.
Well,
involved.
neither guy has won a title, right?
Look at Chris Paul. Everyone thinks you could win a title with Chris Paul. Has he won a title?
Man,
been in the
it's
right
such a travesty that dude hasn't won a title.
I think it's just as much travesty as like Allen Iverson and guys like that. But you're right. He's definitely not a player who, there'd be statisticians making arguments against him. But
it's Allen Iverson is not a winning player. One of the most badass things ever is Allen Iverson stepping over Tyronn Lue in Game 1 of the 0-1 Finals.
Oh, it's just fantastic.
Amazing.
Moment.
Iconic. And I don't think it even cheapens it that they didn't win that series and got swept the rest of the way.
No, it is unfortunate, but most
It's
people
just
don't
iconic.
even remember that series. All they remember is that moment. So
Hawk Corleone saying Embiid is the most dominant and the most versatile. Embiid's amazing, dude. Embiid is incredible.
I don't disagree. So that's the end of the half there, guys. We got 21-3 Bears. But before we go through the stats, guys, I'm going to cut to a little moment from the sweat today. It's me. It's my moment. So I'm going to cut to myself. I went on the PGA Tour price check for the sweat, and we landed on Justin Thomas as my best 10K plus player for the Memorial. So check this out. I'll break it down for you.
Who was your favorite play in the 10K department? You got 6 golfers that will cost you at least 5 figures, dude.
Isn't there like 5 golf analysts at DraftKings? Anyways,
well, there's me and there's Reed and then there's you.
Okay, fair enough. So, wow, amazing compliment, buddy. Look, the 10K and above range, it's pretty simple this week. Justin Thomas at 10,200 is ridiculously underpriced here. I mean, this is a top 3 player in the world, yet for some reason, we're getting him as basically the 6th most expensive golfer on this slate. Now, I know Justin Thomas had a miscut and then like a pretty bad week last week at Colonial, but this is a player who just doesn't really linger for too long on the negative side. And just in terms of DraftKings production and in terms of his play, he's basically gained strokes in all but one tournament on approach this year. He sets up perfectly for the Memorial in a lot of ways, an event at Muirfield Village, a venue where he lost in a playoff at the Workday Championship last year. Justin Thomas here coming in. He's played this tournament and this event a bunch of times. T18 here last year at the Memorial, T8 in 2018, T4 in 2017. I think he'd love to pick up a win at Jack's Place. And quite frankly, again, he's being disrespected in the odds. So for me, above 10K, it's Justin Thomas. All right, welcome back in. Hopefully you enjoyed that little interlude about the Memorial Golf Tournament today. Obviously, there's a ton of big DK contests in the lobby right now, so check that out. We got $1 million guaranteed $20 tournament. Big events for the Memorial building up to the U.S. Open, so check that out if you haven't already. We got a bit of a blowout on our hands. Detroit up 21. Chicago, obviously, only with the field goal. Mitch Trubisky has thrown a pick 6. We've had a Kerryon Johnson touchdown, and we've had a TJ Hawkinson touchdown.
No, it was DeAndre Swift. It wasn't Kerryon Johnson.
Damn it. I hate it when I get those wrong. Anyways, blame it on my lack of nutrition. But yes, it was a DeAndre Swift and TJ Hawkinson, and then a defensive touchdown for Detroit too, if you're just checking in. So thank you for correcting me, my friend. That is why.
And I'm mad because he's in my lineup.
That is why you were the second best co-host on Madden After Dark. The best, obviously, being me when I'm in the co-host chair. So, just kidding.
Jeff, can I be honest with you? I've never heard you in the 2 chair.
Oh, really?
I've only ever done sims with you. I've never actually seen you on a sim with someone in the 2 chair.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not saying that's not like a dig or anything. It's just I've just popped into my head because it's not. I don't watch a ton of sim football. I'm not dissing you guys that do. I call enough games.
No, obviously,
I don't want to watch it all that much, but so I'll pop in here and there and say hi. But yeah, no, never heard you sit in the 2 chair. I might have to tune in for a Moose 2 chair experience.
I mean, I think I sound the same. I just throw around a lot of more smart alecky remarks, because I don't have to concentrate on the play-by-play. So, yeah. That's about the gist of it.
I like a good smart alecky comment.
I like to think I'm a bit of a, I really just sort of try and really play up my announcer's strengths too, So like if I'm with Glash, I'll play in, we'll do the moose calls and entertaining stuff like that. And if I'm with Kaufman, I'll try and bring my movie trivia and really just comment on how bad his DVD collection is and things like that. So, with Emerson,
he does have a lot of bad movies.
They're all terrible.
He does have a lot of bad
impressive,
movies.
To be honest. Like the
impressively bad collection.
I don't know. It's more impressive that his wife allows him to display it in the house. Like he must be like in like, it's not even the basement. That must be like a dungeon, like a trap door that he goes down to under it, because that, like, how else would he be allowed to display that? Anyways.
Yeah, it's awful. David Ariel saying they're going to make a comeback and tie this game. Watch. Okay, look, if they do that, that means big points for Trubisky, so that helps me. So I'm game for that.
Yeah, and if you obviously if you were watching on the Dream Stream today too, we had a golf show. Reed Fowler and I. It's every 3 p.m. Around 3 p.m. every Tuesday. Oh my God!
A fumble again from Trubisky. What are you doing, dude?
Lions ball. Another.
Wrap it up.
Trubisky. My God, Madden Mitch, you are never going to overtake Josh Allen as the starter of the Buffalo Bills like this. Third turnover for Madden Mitch. This is a whack Tuesday. My power went out. I think Mitch Trubisky's power went out today too. So just carry on. I'm gonna flag though. This could be coming back.
What are you doing, guy?
Yeah, guy. Put in Chase Daniels.
So do we think Julio Jones gets traded tomorrow? June 2nd. Right. Everyone keeps circling June 2nd as the day.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, good thing to look forward to. I mean, I think he's definitely getting traded.
I'm hearing more and more buzz about Seattle. Seahawks.
Yeah. It would really push Russ Wilson.
That'd be cool.
It would really make Russ Wilson an interesting fantasy play. I was
going to say, does that make him the second best fantasy quarterback behind Mahomes?
I don't think that's where people would have him, but I would definitely have him ranked in the top 5 if Julio was there.
You think Lamar and Allen are ahead of him still? Even with Julio?
Oh, man. Russ Wilson to me, it is – I just – If he had Julio Jones and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett,
and they actually would let him throw the ball.
Oh my God! Just the possibilities there are so endless. Getting hot here just thinking about it. But I would definitely rank him up. I don't know who I would have him in front of exactly. Ooh, there's a nice pass to the sideline. Is that complete? No, it wasn't complete.
No. 4th and 29 here for the Lions.
I mean, look, Josh Allen, I think. He's just such a good red zone rusher. It's so hard to rate a guy like Russell Wilson, who does run a bit, but doesn't obviously run near as much, especially in the red zone, as guys like Kyler, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. I would probably put him in front of Lamar just because I just feel like Lamar is getting figured out a little bit, and I just don't know if he's got it in him to put in like a high-end passing year, or if he has the receivers, quite frankly. But Josh Allen and Kyler are a little bit of a different story. So I would definitely have Russell Wilson ranked up there a bit more. Still has quite a bit of risk there just because it's Pete Carroll calling the shots. Even if Julio's there, I don't know. I just can't see the Seahawks not letting him throw a bunch. It's got Julio. I just can't see.
If they get Julio and they still give the ball to Chris Carson 25 times a game, Pete Carroll should be fired by week 3.
I actually think you might see some of that gain a little bit of steam this year. I mean, it's snuck that one in, Jimmy Graham. I actually think that might get some steam this year if the Seahawks do, let's say they do get Julio and their offense still kind of just underperforms and they just run the ball too much. I think you'll see some steam behind that. So
I like it. I like it. Jeff throwing out some calling for people's jobs here on the Dream Stream. King Seed or Sed or Ked telling us Fields going to be great. Justin Fields in Chicago. A lot of buzz. I was with, I believe, BK the other day, and he read off the top jersey sales in the league right now. And all three of Justin Fields' jerseys were in the top 5. The blue, the orange, and the white. People in Chicago are buzzing for their new quarterback.
Wow.
Another pick. Trubisky having one of the worst games I've ever seen him have here in Simland. In fact, dare I say the worst he's ever had, looking like real-life Mitchell Trubisky.
Woof, man. Woof. This is a meltdown game by Madden Mitch. We're going to have to name him something else.
I was like, where's he going here?
You may have to find...
How many games do you think Andy Dalton starts for the Bears this year?
Trubisky the Terrible, 0.
Really? Yeah,
honestly,
you're big
honestly,
on. You think
I'm not being kidding. I think
you think Trey Lance is going to start from day one. You think Justin Fields is going to start from day one.
No. I'm not 100% convinced on Trey Lance. I would put that as more of a coin flip. I'm very convinced on Justin Fields. Mac Jones, probably even less than a coin flip. And who is the other one?
Yeah. So you were talking about the rookie quarterbacks, Zach Wilson.
Oh, and Zach Wilson
Jones.
and Trevor Lawrence are obviously both starting. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say Fields is like the lock between those three, between Lance, Fields, and Mac Jones. I just feel like Fields would have to be so bad in the preseason. Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, this is like people forget. They almost got fired at the end of last season. This is it for them. They do not have time to wait. They can't go around and sit around for 6 games of Andy Dalton.
I agree with you.
Even if they go 3-3, like that, just the pitchforks will be out. They got to
go. Here's the thing: they can go like 6-11 or 7-10 this year, and if Fields looks good, like the way Herbert did last year, I think Nagy keeps his job.
Sure. Yep. Very good point by you,
because Nagy has made the playoffs a few times, and there was a little bit of Trubisky love here and there. Like that, people don't. Nagy isn't like a bad coach, right? Like we can all recognize that Nagy has an ability to have a winning football team. So
it's a fair point.
I think that they give him a little bit longer of a leash if there's some real pop with Fields, even if they don't win games.
I'm certainly not in love with Matt Nagy as a play caller, but I definitely recognize what you just said. He's made the playoffs. Like he's not a bad football coach. Like I think game managing wise too, he's actually a lot better than people give him credit for. But I do think he's a terrible play caller, and I do think he's at least somewhat responsible for Mitch Trubisky's failure in the NFL. But you're just on fire tonight, Tom, because this is an excellent point. If Fields does have a good season, and he looks like Herbert last year, he wins Rookie of the Year, their record really won't be that big a deal. So, excellent point by you. Now, he's still going to be on the hot seat. Like, if they do go 6-11, I still think there could be some potential.
If it's year 2 of Fields and they're still losing games and he's looking good, he'll be gone. But I think he gets one more year if Fields looks good and they don't win a ton of games. Must be asking if Lamar is getting figured out or if Baltimore's offense just took a step back after losing some pieces. I think it's more of Lamar getting figured out than Baltimore's losing pieces hurting them. I know their offensive line was sort of in flux last year, but it's not like Baltimore had incredible pieces Lamar's MVP season. So I think it's more of there being tape on Lamar and NFL teams having a long history of being able to shut down mobile quarterbacks once they figure out sort of their tendencies.
Yeah, it's just been the story in the NFL like forever. I'm just going to do a quick update here. Marvin Jones did hit the bonus, 6 catches, 124 yards. If you're keeping track, Anthony Miller's
in my lineup.
5. Not like huge numbers in the pass game, obviously. Lions get turnovers, getting a defensive touchdown, and we had 1 rushing touchdown with DeAndre Swift. So, but yeah, it's just been a story. Like, even Kaepernick. People forget Colin Kaepernick. The first 2 years he's in the league was an absolute monster.
Stud.
But I'm not going to touch on the political stuff or whatever. I'm just saying from a fantasy aspect, or even just a real life aspect, the guy was basically unstoppable for a year and a half. Absolutely unstoppable.
Look what he did in Lambeau in that playoff game. They couldn't tackle him.
No,
One
legitimately.
of the greatest athletic performances I've seen in recent memory is how dominant he was at Lambeau Field.
Yeah. So again, we have seen it be a trend, like with a lot of rushing QBs. They come in hot, they get figured out, and they either have to adapt or die.
Or they phase out.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Lamar Jackson. He's a super unique athlete. I'm not, just Mike Vick basically, maybe even faster. So ridiculous athletic skills. There's another touchdown. It was Galladay that time over the middle by Stafford. This is just a ridiculous blow. And at this point, folks, this is a pathetic effort by the Bears. Matt Nagy definitely getting fired.
Galladay also in my lineup, but Mitchell Trubisky having such a bad game that I don't think I'm going to be even close. And also Amendola with the goose egg right now in my lineup, not helping things. Kerryon Johnson was the punt play. Didn't expect much from him anyways. Hawk Corleone saying Kaepernick was overrated. I think after a while he became overrated because, like we talked about, you kind of figured out where you could get him. But when he first came on the scene, it was really hard to figure him out because he was an incredibly good athlete that could seemingly make all of the really tough throws. But it was his escapability that really set him apart.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Look, and he definitely got a little bit overrated, but I mean, like I said, he had a dominant stretch, just like Lamar Jackson had a dominant stretch. I don't know. We've seen the rushing QBs eventually just get figured out most times. This is going to be an interesting year for Lamar Jackson, at the very least. I'm not convinced that adding Sammy Watkins is going to help them at all. They did add another rookie.
Oh God, no. Yeah, I am firmly on the record about my dislike for Sammy Watkins as a player. Way overrated. His name gets thrown around as being important way too often.
Oh, way too often.
Who cares? Sammy Watkins stinks. I think on one of the first sims I ever did, I said he was a bust, and Koff was like, well, actually, we'll take a look at his Pro Football Reference. Guys, let's just use our eyeballs here. The guy was like a top 5 pick, and he stunk. He's on his 5th team.
There's nothing in Sammy Watkins' Pro Football Reference page that's going to make me change my mind.
Yeah, it's like, he did catch 40 balls.
Yeah. That was a very underrated Kaufman impression right there, I'll tell you. No, you had that in you, Tommy. That was good stuff. Like I said, man, on fire tonight. God, that's such a Kaufman thing to do, too, to bring up the reference page.
I remember one time with Koff, I was like, well, we all know Dwayne Haskins stinks. And he's like, well, I'm not ready to give up on him just yet. Let me pull up the Pro Football Reference page.
The next time he does that, I'm going to laugh my proverbial hearts off now.
Dude, we all know Dwayne Haskins stinks.
Yeah. It's okay to throw in the towel on Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, we don't need to take the other side here just to have a conversation. We could just both agree and find something else to talk about. We don't need to talk about Dwayne Haskins for 4 minutes. I love Koff. He's great. I haven't done a ton of sims with him recently.
I haven't either, actually. I think
I used to do a ton of sims with him and Glash, and the last month or so, I've just been doing a million. I did 47 sims in May.
Wow, dude.
But
you're like the Kaufman of the
May. I'm the Kaufman of May. I was doing the math on it. I worked an additional 60 hours of just doing sims in addition to my 40-hour-a-week job.
Woo. This guy. Just carrying the sim, fam.
Because I when I do these sims, I'll text my family, hey, I'm going to be on tonight because they've asked me to do that. And my mom the other day was like, when do you hang out with Morgan? It's a good question. But, you know, we live together. We both work remotely. We see a lot of each other. It's okay.
Yeah, no kidding. Both working remotely.
Yeah.
Okay, who's that? Colin
Justin
with the
Cravens.
catch.
Justin Cravens saying, Freeze Pops, Twitch Tuesday let me down. Justin Cravens, first of all, what's up? Twitch Tuesdays. Look, I said the same thing about Taco Tuesday last sim. You don't need to just use Twitch on Tuesdays, people. Twitch, 7 days a week, it's there, doing its thing. Same thing with tacos. Tacos and Twitch do not need to be confined to Tuesday. 7 day a week products.
Tacos especially, man.
Oh, tacos every day.
You can't limit yourself to tacos on Tuesday. That's ridiculous.
I might get tacos after this game.
I had tacos on the weekend.
I love tacos.
This is definitely a bad sim for
awful sim. Great convo, bad football happening.
It is kind of funny. He does have. How many points does he have? Where are you, Mitch?
If he runs in a touchdown here, he can salvage his day.
He does have 10 points, which is actually more than I thought he'd have. Oh, he got it too. Got the touchdown right on cue. Oh my gosh, who is that?
Number 86.
Oh my
That's
God,
Harris.
Demetrius Harris, one of the 10 tight ends on the Chicago Bears roster. Yeah, this isn't a Kansas City Chiefs sim. It's Demetrius Harris, tight end 3, I believe. 2 or 3, I don't know. Cole Kmet's 2 or 3, but that is a vulture touchdown if you've ever seen
for sure.
that. I'm sure all the Bears fans were waiting for the Demetrius Harris one to drop.
Must be saying welcome back, Batman. I didn't realize Justin had left, but I guess now that I think of it, I haven't seen his name in a while. Welcome back. I was showing off my bat the other day to a buddy that was in town for a wedding. Got some brunch with him and his wife. So I was showing him my place and kind of gave him a little tour of St. Louis. Showed him the bat. He's like, this thing's got real weight to it. I'm like, yeah, man, it's a legit bat. Damon Ariel saying a taco is a sandwich, isn't it? Not to go totally down that rabbit hole, but yes, a taco is a sandwich.
Where do we draw the sandwich line, Tom? This is getting ridiculous.
Jeff, you know, I'll just make a quick elevator pitch to you. There's a sandwich tree. There's branches of this tree. Hot dogs and hamburgers are all in the cookout category. You got your normal deli fare. You got your subs. You got your wraps. You got your breakfast Sammies. And then off to the side there, you have the Mexican branch. That includes tacos, burritos, and quesadillas.
So are wraps sandwiches?
Of course.
Wraps aren't just wraps?
No, they're sandwiches. A wrap is a sandwich.
Is a spring roll sandwich?
No.
Boy, wraps and spring rolls pretty similar here.
You know what? I'm willing to accept it as a sandwich if we would like to create an Asian branch of the tree. I am. See, that's the thing. People are too stringent about their sandwiches. You know, I am open. I am the sandwich optimist.
Are Oreo sandwiches? Is there a dessert branch to this tree?
Sure, let's give it the dessert.
Pretty big, Tom.
Ice cream sandwich for sure. So yeah, Oreos can be in there with the ice cream sandwiches.
It's a pretty big tree. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, the tree of life. It's the tree of sandwich.
What else? What else can we throw at Tom here to make
Papa Herb saying hard shell taco is not a sandwich.
Calzones?
Calzones are sandwiches for sure.
Okay.
Yep,
Wow.
The same way it's the same way a burrito is a sandwich, a calzone's a sandwich.
Okay.
Is a mozzarella stick a
Look,
sandwich?
you're firm in your belief. I give you that. Most people are.
Mike Bauer asking if a mozzarella stick is a sandwich. Mike, I would say no, but I'm willing to hear your argument. He also says, of course, an Oreo is a sandwich. Yeah, of course. Silly question. Damon Ariel spelling it sandwich. I have a friend from Pittsburgh that's how he pronounces sandwiches. He goes, you want to come over and have some sandwiches?
Which could be anything. Could mean anything. It could mean an Oreo cookie.
Look, go over there. He's just got a He's got a freezer full of ice cream sandwiches. Guess we're eating ice cream for lunch.
Tom invites me over to his house one day, and he's like, "We're having sandwiches." I'm preparing for everything. I'm going to tell my wife, I'm going to be like, "You better be prepared to have ice cream sandwiches, Oreo cookies for dinner," because that's how this guy rolls.
Hope you don't get brain freezes because we're crushing ice cream sandwiches. Or like Chipwiches. You ever have those where it's the big cookies with the ice cream in the middle?
Oh yeah, no, those are great.
Or Choco Taco. That's the way to go.
Great foods we're talking about.
Obi-Wan asking if an oyster is a sandwich. No,
because you can't eat the shell.
W. German saying a bagel with cream cheese is not a sandwich. GTFOH.
What if you put another bagel on
If
top?
you put another piece, if you grill or toast the bagel, spread cream cheese, and then sandwich it together, I think that's a sandwich. Sorry.
All right, man. Well, like I said, just be prepared, I guess.
Look, I knew as soon as someone brought this up, it's like catnip for me. I can go all day. I might just start a YouTube channel. Oh, DeAndre Swift does not get in. I might just start